You wanted a game to prove the Broncos were contenders. You wanted a game to prove that they were going to be in the mix, that they were going to be a competitive team with higher aspirations than just being okay or sneaking their way into the postseason. Well, a game like that against the Cowboys does it. We knew the things that the Cowboys couldn't do, but what could they do? They could score and move the football and do a bunch of different things that would make life difficult on a team that's struggling offensively. What the Broncos did outside of, I would say, the first, 5 minutes of the game. Because game starts, and it's like my nightmare fuel. It's 3 plays into the game, you throw an interception. Cowboys take over. They look like they're just going to shove the ball down your throat with Javonte Williams for 4 straight quarters. They get to the goal line. To the Broncos' defensive credit, get a stop. And then every moment after that was just like Broncos in full control. Next 2 drives are touchdown drives. You hold them to punts on 2 consecutive drives. You build up a 14-3 lead. And then it's just kind of you take over. Ever since that moment, it was all Broncos, and they got whatever they wanted on offense. Bo Nix had a really good day. Really good. And outside that first interception, where I'd love to hear if that first pick on the throw to Bryant was a miscommunication, if Bryant was supposed to sit down on that route and instead he ran inside, or if Bo just threw it behind him. Because if Bo threw it behind him, that's just a wildly terrible throw. And whatever you think of Bo Nix, I don't think that he would make a throw that bad. So I'm going to believe that it was just rookie didn't do what Bo Nix thought he was going to do, which was sit down and just stay in that route. Because if not, if that's the route he's supposed to run and Bo just missed him, then Bo missed Pat Bryant on what would have been a huge play. Now, regardless of what the result of that play was, he was lights out from there on out.
And Brett, that interception, do you remember what that play call was?
The RPO is frankly getting me a little PO'd.
Yeah.
Just R it, man.
Okay.
The second that happened, I tweeted Andy Lindahl and I said, hey, was that an RPO, Andy?
Okay, well, Nelly, to Sean Payton's credit, all of the things that were pissing us off early in the year about RPOs and bubble screens and...
Just R it, man.
They worked in that game. The bubble screens even worked. Now, I don't know about massive plays, or what did he say? How many big ones? How many big ones? Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good.
Hey, count them. How many big ones were there?
If his definition of big plays in the screen game are getting first downs, they had quite a few of those. But there's not a lot to complain about today. You did kind of everything. You ran the football well. You had a 100-yard rusher again. J.K. Dobbins with an amazing game. And there were constant explosives in the run game. Dobbins had multiple 20-yard runs. R.J. Harvey had a 40-yarder for a touchdown. You had explosives in the pass game. And that game was kind of spread around to multiple people. Troy Franklin, a big part of the pass game. You got Pat Bryant a couple of times involved. Evan Ingram found the football a few times. You spread it around. Defensively, you're still able to get after the quarterback. You got 2 sacks on Dak Prescott, which is really difficult. You made Dak Prescott look bad. And more than that, you actually got turnovers, which is maybe the one big criticism you could give the defense throughout the course of the years, that they didn't actually get the football back for their offense through turnovers. They forced plenty of punts, but couldn't get that. And Javonte Williams, I've been very concerned about their run defense this year and how they would hold up. You held Javonte was the second leading rusher in the league heading into this weekend. 13 carries for 41 yards. I think pretty much everything went well. There's not a whole bunch of complaints. Nitpicks here and there, but that's it. The really great thing about what happened over the weekend, and this is what you want to see, is the season gets to about the midway point or farther. You want to see young players sort of stepping up and growing into the moment. And in that case, you had Pat Bryant with a really good day. Got his first touchdown, couple of catches. Again, I don't know if he had a miscommunication on that first route or not when it was the third play of the game. But he got involved. R.J. Harvey with the big touchdown run for 40 yards. Also got involved in the pass game. Caught that touchdown, that late one, which was just, for Sean Payton, I think, an FU touchdown. He just looked at the situation like, yeah, we're going to win, but I can punch one more in, and FU. Here you go. So we got another one of those. Jahdae Barron getting the interception. Was it like full extension, jump the route sort of pick? No, it was a bad throw. But you know what? When it's there, make the catch. Yeah, we finally got to use one of those. It's been in the shadows all year. Yeah. Point is, you want sort of I don't know if I want to call this a statement win, but it reminds me a lot of last year. When you got a young quarterback, part of the issue is you just need to have a game every once in a while that proves, yeah, we can do this. And that's what it did. And you can tell me worst defense in the league. Don't care. I do not care. You put up offense the way that they did yesterday. Bad defense, good defense, doesn't matter. 426 total yards, 25 first downs. And we're just in rhythm the entire game. It's one of those rare ones where you dominated and time of possession actually was in favor of the Cowboys, because when you had the football, you scored quick. First touchdown drive was 2 minutes and 21 seconds to go 74 yards. Second was 2 minutes and 39 seconds to go 62. Third was 65 yards in 3 minutes and 42 seconds. And your fourth touchdown drive was 1 minute 35 to go 72 yards. Which, the great thing about that is it proves that you're capable of scoring in a hurry. And we kind of knew that they had the ability to hit explosive plays and capitalize on them. But seeing it all come together, like you guys know it just as well as I do. If you have a defense that plays to the level that the Broncos defense does, where I don't know where they're at, we're halfway through the year. They've been mostly great, mixed in with some meh. But if you have a defense that looks like they're going to finish top 3 in the league, and you mix that with an offense that is capable of things like this, again, a little bit of an anomaly because the Cowboys defense is so bad. I mean, so many guys were wide open in that game. Wide open. But if you're capable of this, you mix those two things together, that's the kind of team that can mess around and win a few playoff games, and who knows what happens. That's the kind of team that can win the AFC West. That's the kind of team that can challenge for an AFC championship. Now, consistency level needs to rise. Has to get better. But for a week, as I have over and over again discussed the idea of this team not doing the little things right, they had a week where they were outside of the third play of the game, damn near perfect. So 303-504-0925. There's a ton more to discuss with this game.
And also, because it is a Rally House Victory Monday, every show has a $150 Rally House gift card to give away.
Let's go.
We got one keyword every hour. You know the drill. If you don't know to listen on the 20s at this point, what are we even doing here? So we do have a keyword coming up next that I will give you so you know what's going on.
It's very true. Even if I don't say anything, just listen on the 20s of every hour just in case, because I might throw something out there. But in this case, Rally House Football Monday, got a gift card to Rally House that we'll have with keywords on the 20s every hour on every show. So it's that time of the year where it's Broncos, it's Nuggets, it's Avs, it's college football, it's everything. So we're going to do our best to try and filter through as much as we can because the unemployment list in college football is rising quickly. As you got another huge name that joined the list yesterday, as Brian Kelly was let go from LSU. I have to discuss what I watched on Saturday against Utah. It was, I'm not kidding when I say this, Nelly. When your team gets their butt kicked, it's very easy just to turn the television off and be like, all right, that's enough for today. I get it. They lost. I couldn't look away. And Nelly and people listening right now, you know as well as I do, you get those games that have 8:15, 8:30 starts, they're tough to stay awake for the entire time. When I tell you I watched all of the first 3 quarters of that game before I finally said, all right, I'm good, I just had to see what was going to continue. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But the main thing here is the Broncos win a football game in which it felt like a little bit of, if nothing else, an offensive statement. That we can do this for all 4 quarters. They scored 14 in the first, 13 in the second, 3 in the third, and 14 in the fourth. Pretty damn consistent. Now, there's some other details that we have to get to from that game. First of all, the hell's going on with Surtain? Because I don't like that at all. He is that magic sort of thing that makes that defense go. And the fact that he didn't return to the game, I mean, he did initially after that lower leg thing, but then left with a shoulder thing, didn't emerge from halftime. We'll get to that in just a little bit because that's a big deal. But a lot to discuss in this Rally House Football Monday. We have keywords on the hour, or on the 20s every hour for your chance to win a Rally House gift card. Get yourself all geared up for whatever team. Shop every team in town.
The Broncos,
whatever team we're talking about.
And the Rams, Nuggets, Rockies, and Avalanche.
Exactly right. So we'll give you the first keyword in just a minute. Stick around.
Yeah, I think, forward. And the biggest thing, I thought the work week was uniquely different, and I thought they handled that challenge of that coming off of a crazy comeback challenge. The numbers are awful. And so I'm glad we addressed it at the start of the week. Leaving the stadium Sunday last week, I remember reaching out to Tony, and I said, I want the analytics, 5 minutes, the whole. And then Joe Harrington literally put it in a 60-second film, every one of those events, and then the following week, the other team taking a knee. And so our guys saw that right away, and they met the challenge, and they played well.
Sean Payton after the game. So a few details here. We'll get to the sort of nitty-gritty of this in a second, but because it is a Rally House Victory Monday, we're celebrating all day. With keywords on the 20s to every hour, we're giving away a $150 gift card on every show with those keywords. And this keyword is victory. Very simple. Text victory in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and stay tuned all day for those keywords every hour. Again, the keyword for this hour is victory, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll give away our first gift card at 9:55 this morning. As the Broncos totally dismantled the Cowboys, and this is always what's nice. Are the Cowboys a great football team? Probably not. But are they a bad one? No. They are a decent to good football team. Their offense will give a lot of teams fits this year, and you were able to hold them in check because your defense is also insanely talented. And here's one of the names that I think is really interesting to see what the reaction on this guy is going to be. So I'm going to give this a couple of 30 seconds. I'm going to say a name, and I just want everybody on the text line. This isn't necessarily a straw poll, but this is like the Pavlov's dog response here. So, and Nelly, hit me with the hotkeys. Turn those hotkeys on real quick. Just for me. Thank you.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
It's not exactly a straw poll, but what I want is the first thing that comes to your mind when I say this name, Riley Moss. What do you got for me? Because I'll give you my exact thoughts on Riley Moss, but I feel like there is a confusion in understanding him, and I also feel like the fan base is split on what they believe this guy to be. So, I say Riley Moss, you say what? Because there is a wild variance in the things that I have seen from him whenever I open up Twitter and something happens. He could make a great pass breakup, and people would say, yeah, this guy's great. He gets called for PI, and people think that guy's a bum. So I want to know which side of the fence you land on. And again, in about 10 seconds, I'm going to tell you which side I am, but I want these to kind of come through. Nelly, do me a favor. Just kind of, I know you're busy back there because it's a Monday and we're cutting up audio. We're doing this a whole bunch of stuff. Look at the text line for me and just tally up just mentally. You don't got to go through every one, but just give me a rough estimate of what people are saying because a lot of people are texting in right now. Because here's my thought. Riley Moss is a good corner. How's that? He's good. He is very much worthy of a starting roster spot opposite of Pat Surtain. He's a competitor, and he's also going to get flagged. He entered the game as the most flagged corner in the league. He exited probably with a wider margin on that. But the reason why I bring this up is because I feel like Riley Moss makes life difficult for the guy that he is defending. And that's the point. Do the PIs get annoying at times? Yes. Now, in some ways, so he gets called for his first PI, I think it was his first PI of the game. That was near the goal line. 2 plays later, they go back at, I think it was Pickens is who he was covering. And he goes up, and I think he makes a great play at the back pylon. Like, I think perfectly defended, right in front of him, gets the hand up at the right time, knocks the ball away, and they throw another flag on him. And I feel like that's happened to him multiple times this year, where he's just played good defense, and he gets flagged for it.
The text line, it's looking like it's pretty overwhelmingly positive reception to him. It's maybe 80-20. There's still some people that don't like what they see from him, but I mean it's pretty overwhelmingly positive. A lot of people like him. I like somebody said he's a dog with a short memory. I like that.
Well, he said that after the game. He's like, I was blessed with a short memory, which you need to have as a corner. But he's got to be. Like, I just think, you know, we've been through this before. You play opposite of Surtain, you're going to be the guy who gets picked on, so you're going to have, like, the big play come against you. You're going to have the flags come your way. You're going to be guilty of a lot of those things because you're the guy after the guy. And it's always a difficult position to be in. You know, I've talked about this in the sense of Kalen DeBoer over at Alabama. It seems like it's not a terrible job to take. But as far as perception about your coaching acumen, you're not going to be Nick Saban, which automatically makes you a bum in a lot of people's eyes. But when I tell you he entered the game as the most flagged corner in the league. He also entered the game as the number 1 corner in the NFL as far as completion percentage against. When his side is targeted, when his guy is targeted, he held them before that game, I don't know what the number is now, to under 40% completion. That's not a bad corner. He's just a very physical, handsy sort of cornerback that every once in a while will get flagged. Can you take that? Because I can. I will live with that every single day. For a guy that wants to compete, I will live with that every single day. Texture says, what's the update on Surtain? I don't think there is one yet. He left the game with a shoulder problem, and he's set for tests. I believe today, or maybe it was last night, but I don't think it was last night. Probably today. He has a left shoulder injury, and he's going to undergo tests, including an MRI, to determine the severity of the injury. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But I say this to tell you, if Surtain has to miss time, am I comfortable with Riley Moss being the number 1? Look, it's not ideal. You want your number 1 corner to be Pat Surtain because everything starts with him. You saw what they were doing yesterday. They were doing the old Patriots thing, doubling CeeDee Lamb and leaving your number 1 corner on the number 2 wideout on an island. And the second he left, you had to change some things up. But I think that Riley Moss filled in really well. It's going to take time. So it's a hard position to learn. But I am a Riley Moss fan in a big way. I think that he's always sticky in coverage. When he does get beat, it's never like he's getting burnt for the most part. He's always in position. It's just a matter of, can I get my hand in the right spot or not? And I accept that he's going to get, a flag or two because of the nature of how he plays the position, which is something that I prefer. I don't think any wide receiver looks forward to going up against him. I think those guys get upset. Then one of the funniest things is when you're up 30 points or whatever it was against the Cowboys, and George Pickens catches a first down, and then he starts, I saw this in a few games over the weekend, but George Pickens gets up and he starts jumping around and celebrating as if, he got the game-tying touchdown. I still don't understand how they do that. I watched it in the CU game, by the way. I forget who it was. Somebody got a sack when they're down 43-0 at halftime and started jumping around and beating his chest. I was like, all right, you're down 43 points. Don't think this is the time for it. Which actually leads me, I was going to save this for later, but let's just get to it. I have to talk about the CU game for a second because I want to relay sort of a message here. So before we do that, the keyword for this hour for a chance to win $150 to Rally House is victory. Text victory in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll give away that $150 gift card at 9:55 this morning. Keyword every hour on the 20s. I couldn't take my eyes off the CU game. Couldn't do it. And there's a couple of reasons as to why. Utah is not that much better than you. I don't care what anybody says. They are not. What's really concerning is that, Nelly, that happened the week after a bye. You had 2 weeks to prepare for that game, to know what that team was going to throw at you. And that happened? Like something I've never seen in my life. Do you guys remember what the halftime totals were? 386 total yards and 43 points for Utah in a half to negative 18? Never happened. Not to my knowledge. Never happened. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Well, did you see Coach Sanford was tweeting about that game because his last game as interim head coach filling in before Dion was hired was at CU, and it was brutal. It was like 63-21.
Yeah.
And he said that they actually had a better first half in that game than CU did on Saturday. Utah scored fewer points, and that game ended with CU getting 21 points on the board. In the second half, Coach Sanford got the boys rolling.
So allow me to make just a quick comparison. And I don't mean this to be a history lesson. This will only take a second. But it's going to accentuate the point I'm trying to make. There was a German-born soldier by the name of Siegfried Mueller. He did a whole bunch of things. He served in World War II for the bad guys. He immigrated to South Africa, and then he made his way up to the Congo. Congo had this crisis back in the 60s in which there was turmoil within the country. Christians were being killed, a whole bunch of different things. Siegfried Mueller, Nelly, was the leader of a mercenary military group. So they were hired to help out. And in 1964, it's coined as the Congo Mutiny, that the mercenaries no longer believed in Siegfried Mueller, who was the leader of their group, and they protested against him and refused to fight. Here's the point I'm trying to make. Mercenaries do this. Do you want to know why? Because they have no real connection to the cause that they're fighting for. What do mercenaries fight for?
Money, please.
Money. It's one of the concerns that you have, and I think it's one of the reasons why the Utah game got to where it was. CU has hired mercenaries. You go in the transfer portal, you offer a guy a few bucks, they come over, they play for you. But when a game gets out of hand, do they care about the look that has for the university, or are they out there just trying to get their checks? And I'll tell you this much, Nelly. I saw a clip in which Dion kind of referenced that after the game, saying guys are concerned about how they look and how much they're getting paid, but you need to play well to earn the paycheck. I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the quote in front of me, but he said something like that. Mercenaries don't care about your cause or the way it makes you look. They care about getting stuff for themselves. I'm not saying that's the case for all of these guys on CU's roster, but I'll tell you this much. There's a personal pride that comes to getting your butt kicked that way. And it ain't just about yourself. It's about your team. When you don't feel that connection, things can get out of hand in a hurry. You know, there's a really good documentary show, I'm sure you guys have watched it before, called Last Chance U on Netflix, where all these guys are cast off from D1 programs. They go to some junior college in Kansas, and they transfer there with the entire idea is, I'm going to get back to D1. But when a season gets out of hand, they don't care how it looks for the school. They're only concerned about themselves. And all around, that was embarrassing, because if you're Chad Brown, if you're
Tyler Polumbus,
if you're my boy Marcus Washington, if you're any one of these guys that's watching your alma mater get beat that way, they feel something about that. It makes them hurt. But I don't think it bothers the guys that transferred in. And again, to a certain extent, it's what CU has to do. I'm not criticizing the process of it. I'm just letting you know that's how it can get to a place like this.
I got to give you credit, by the way, Brett. When you started pulling out World War II mercenaries, like everybody knows you never go full Moj, man. You just went full Moj. But to your credit, you actually landed the plane. I see where you're going.
But it's just when you hire mercenaries don't care about your cause. They care about the money. And they care about their own. Like, what are they most concerned with more than anything else? Beyond the money, they're concerned with getting out of there alive. They don't want to die for something they don't believe in. So let's do the job, get out of here, and get paid. That's the concerns. And I just felt like I watched a lot of that against Utah. There didn't feel like there was a personal connection to the way they were getting beat. So, anyway, that's my 2 cents on CU. And by the way, anybody questioning, is Dion going to be let go? You're insane. He's not going to be let go. It would take about 15 more of those games for Dion to be let go. But Dion has, that game is a coaching thing. You were woefully unprepared off of a bye week against a team that you knew was going to be physical against you. So a lot more to discuss with that game as well. 303-504-0925. One more reminder, the keyword for this hour is victory. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a chance to win that $150 gift card to Rally House. A lot more to discuss from the NFL weekend. I do want to get to the Avs and Nuggets as well as the Avs. I hate games that go to overtime because you lose all the time. And the Nuggets with a huge bounce back. Gets all that in a couple minutes. Stick around.
McCarr. Knocked down by Natchez. Uh-oh. Backdoor. Turnover. They score. Jack Hughes. Avalanche are an absolute mess in overtime. A ton of turnovers, and they just can't get the second point. They get one. Could have been two. It's a 4-3 win in overtime for the New Jersey Devils.
Outlet pass off over to Christian Brown. Top of the key now, it's Jokic. Jokic over to Cam. Johnson goes baseline. Great pass to Gordon. Doc right-handed tomahawk. The Nuggets lead at 121-99 with 4:05 left to go in the game on an 11-0 run. And for the first time this year, this thing is over.
It's Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. We'll have keywords every hour on the 20s for that Rally House gift card. Keep in mind, tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday. So on the 20s of tomorrow, every hour on the 20s of tomorrow's shows, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Lightning on your home of Avs hockey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So,
and by the way, how long are we still able to say that that's the Stanley Cup rematch game? Because it's been 3 years. Are we still allowed to say, oh, Stanley Cup rematch?
I don't think so. No,
Avs,
too much
Lightning
time.
Going down. Okay, so the statute of limitations is passed?
So it's not a rematch. It's a, you could say the, how did they do it? Hey, this is a rematch of the 2022. You know what I mean? Like you could do
preface
that
it with the year. Okay.
Yes, you got to do the year. Now, to the Avs and Nuggets. We'll start with the Avs. They get to overtime, they lose. That's just, it's a sign from God now, is that if you don't win the game in regulation, you're done for. There are certainly issues that the Avs have right now that they need to get fixed. They had this great start to the year, and it's kind of dwindled over the last few games. The problem becomes this. Fix the power play, you fix your issues. Their power play has just been atrocious throughout this entire stretch of games, and it was a problem even at the beginning of the year when you were winning, but it's even more highlighted in the losses. The Avs' power play is 1 for its last 24. And for something that we identified as maybe the main problem from last year, to have that continue to be a problem is an even bigger problem. So that needs to get fixed. The second that does, all of these games, like I think all of them would all be W's if your power play is fixed. They're all 1-goal losses, with only one of them being in regulation, the rest of those being in a shootout. There's no question that I think that solves a multitude of problems. Still waiting for Mackenzie Blackwood to get healthy too. That matters. But fix the power play, and you fix this issue. Now, when it comes to actual overtimes, I don't know how you guys feel about it. Like, I know there's an extra point that's involved in OTs, and they've had an odd number of overtime games already to start this year. I don't want to get too bogged down in the overtime sort of strategy stuff, because I don't think it's very common, despite what's happened early in the season. The one thing I will say is, for Nate McKinnon being one of, if not the best players in the world, I think he gets way too risky in a game that's just about puck possession in OT. Like, he gets too antsy. Like, he tried to go, it looked like, between the legs of the defender in OT, which led to the breakout going the other direction. And I think he just takes chances where they don't have to. Really good overtime teams are teams that aren't trying to make a great play. They're just trying to wear you out and find one little open slot for a shot. Try and get you on a 2-on-1. Like, the teams that are really good at it are teams that like to keep possession of the puck for most of the period. It's annoying to watch, but it's the proper strategy, and I just don't think McKinnon has the patience for it. He's not going to take a puck in the zone and then take it back out. He is going to find a way to weave between three guys for a shot, and I just think sometimes that leads to breakouts, which are not good for you. So that's just a quick sort of excerpt on the Avs part of things. To the Nuggets, that win against the Suns was exactly what you'd hope for in basically every single way. Everybody in the starting five was involved. Jamal, through the first couple of games, looks awesome. Christian Brown was involved in the scoring. Cam Johnson was involved in the scoring. But more than anything else, guys, here's the best part of it. You have a legitimate bench now. God, is it good to see Brucey B back here as he poured in 11 points in that game. Jonas Valanciunas is a legitimate center in this league that is now a backup for you. And again, it's a game where he only got 13 minutes. I want those minutes to tick up for him. I still want to see like the Twin Towers look with both him and Jokic on the floor. But he looks great. Peyton Watson, to me, looks like he's trying to take another step in the evolution of his game where he's taking the ball up the floor sometimes, which is an interesting little wrinkle. There's just everything that I was hoping for, I got from the Suns game. And everybody's pointing to the Jokic triple-double where he only put up 8 shots in the game. I think only 1 in the first half. I think that style of play is exactly what you want. How many times have we seen the Jokic game where he has a 60-point triple-double and you lose? The ideal way for this team to play, and this is what I said before the season started, if Jokic's numbers, especially in the point category, take a dip, it's a good thing for this team because he's not going to be asked to carry that much of a load for them to get a win. Now, do you want him shooting 1 time and a half? No. But we've all seen Jokic early in the season. He has a game like this every year where he's just like, I'm not shooting today. So I'm just going to keep passing. And hopefully you guys knock down shots. And here's the good news. They did. Scored 133. And the super nitpicker is going to tell me, oh, well, they only took 31 threes and they only made 9 of them. They scored 133 points. Not concerned. And they were a better three-point shooting team this year. That will get figured out. What, did AG not go 10 of 11 from 3 in this game? Boo-hoo. 133 points. But it's always funny to me, Nelly, when I watch the discourse from people outside of Denver talking about Nikola Jokic, and it's the fans that I hate on NBA Twitter, because they're all about highlight reels, and they're like, what's this little game that Jokic is playing? Why is he only scoring 14 points? Somebody called the FBI. Kash Patel. I don't know who that person is that sounds like that, by the way, but that's what I imagine in my head. I'm like, do you guys not understand Jokic's game? Like, he's been in the league for over a decade. He always does this. When the team is operating at its peak, Jokic doesn't shoot, and he distributes. It's how it's always been. So, a lot more to discuss with that game as well. God, we got a million things to talk about. Didn't even talk about Scadaboo and his leg being backwards in the middle of that game in New York. The Jets. Hey, Brady and his bets. What did I call for the underdog of the week, Nelly? Did I say that the Jets had a chance to get their first dub this weekend? You're welcome. Oh, what was the Brett coin lock of the week? Texas A&M? That was money. I got lucky. Anyway, you can watch the live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. How about that one, Moj? Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Harvey sneaking in here. He's got 2 touchdowns today. It's going to Harvey. It's Harvey into the end zone for a touchdown. A banner day for the rookie.
You said it. Banner day for the rookie.
Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We have keywords on the 20s every hour for $150 to Rally House. Whether it's the, what's the jingle, Nelly? What's all the teams? How does it go?
The Broncos, Buffaloes, and the Rams, Nuggets, Rockies, and Avalanche?
Yeah, if you like any of those teams, they have all of that stuff available at Rally House, and $150 gets you a lot of stuff there. So, every hour on the 20s keywords. Be honest, guys, because we'll get to all the good. 3 plays into the game pick. Dallas shoves the ball down your throat to the goal line. What'd you think? At that point, when
What
they got
the hell?
when they got to the goal line, what did you think?
What? First of all, this man's dying again.
Your mic's off.
You right? It's the season. My nose is turning.
Yep.
Yeah. The leaves are turning, so my nose is turning.
Yep.
Take one of these.
Is that a shot?
Peddle your drugs on me. Drug peddler. Yeah. I'm going to apply it later.
Yeah. You're going to need a spoon and a lighter, though. First.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, don't worry. I carry my own. Right. What did I think?
What did you think?
Crap. I thought
3
crap.
plays in the game, pick, and then Dallas shoves the ball down your throat to the goal line.
Well, thank God they only came away with 3.
Exactly.
That's what I was thinking.
You know what? It's funny you bring that up because I starred that in my notebook. I said, credit the defense for not allowing the Cowboys to score and keeping it a 3-point game and sort of restoring order to a horrible start. By the way, according to Sean Payton afterwards, that was on Bo Nix. That was on Bo Nix. He said he had bad footwork there.
So he missed a throw far behind him. Now, Bo Nix was great the rest of the game.
100%. That throw was on him.
Yeah, well, he just his feet got away from him a little, but he bounced right back. He was magnificent. He was outstanding.
That is all of that is true. He was magnificent. He was outstanding, and that was awful.
And that was a bad throw. But you know what? Bo Nix has a superpower. And that superpower is the ability to forget what happened just a couple plays ago and move on.
Yeah, him and Riley Moss went to that goldfish school, didn't they?
It
Where
really
it's just
is.
A bad thing that we did doesn't matter. But he was great for the rest of the game. Now, I will also say this. The Cowboys made it easy for you. I mean, how many of those guys that caught touchdown passes didn't have somebody within 5 yards of them? I mean, and I'm not taking anything away from anybody, but it's Cowboys defense struggled. They didn't get a single quarterback hit on Nix the entire day.
A lot of records broken yesterday, or at least a lot of milestones made, and I'll bring one up. The last time the Broncos scored that many points in a home game, can you guys tell me?
In a home game.
Yeah. In a game, let alone a home game. The last time the Broncos went off like that.
40-some points?
2014 Peyton Manning era.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's
the last time they scored that many points in a game. Explosive, right? How about this? The fact that they put up 27 at home in the first half gave you an indication of where they were going, right? And they kept the foot on the pedal. That's what I liked about it, the consistency over 4 quarters.
Yes.
They just kept coming. Dude, if Sean Payton had his way, he would have put 55 up.
That Harvey touchdown, that last Harvey touchdown was just a total bleep you touchdown.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. The Bryant catch in the corner of the end zone.
Beautiful.
Was a brilliant throw and
just
catch.
A beautiful pass.
Other than that, I mean, the first Harvey touchdown, he cuts back through a hole.
Pitch left.
Yeah.
He cuts back through a hole that you could drive a Mack truck through, and then he's off to the races. This is why last week when I was telling you, I said, look, I'm not predicting any more games, but I felt good. Dallas has the worst defense in the National Football League. I repeated that time and time and time again, and I was rebuffed every single time.
I don't know what the number was at the end of the game.
I don't know. Who cares? Everything can happen.
Moser, even you rebuffed yourself saying you're done making predictions,
hey man,
so don't be dumb.
If you want to rebuff something, you can buff something, and then you can also rebuff it.
Moser's in one of those moods because the Avs don't have a power play, so I know we're going to get this all morning. Did you know that the Broncos' explosive play production in the first quarter alone, do you know what they averaged per play in the first quarter?
Oh,
it had
God.
to be big.
13 yards of play.
Yeah.
Well,
Huge.
they had that 3-play drive to open the game that ended in a pick, and they finished with 160 yards of offense at the end of the first. I mean, and 14 points. It's huge. No, their offense, like everything that you wanted to see. And I think that game was an indicator of why the Broncos can be real contenders for the division, for the conference, for everything, is that if you put both of those sides of the ball together, because the defense did their job too. I'll be the first to admit, I was nervous about this Cowboys offense coming in. Not only did they stop them, Javonte got nothing on the ground, they created turnovers, which is a new wrinkle to what they haven't really done yet this year.
Honestly, after that first drive, it just seemed like, all right, we can bottle them up.
Yeah.
After they stopped him at the goal line, we can bottle them up. Because Javonte did have a couple of good runs right off the bat.
He
had
did.
a couple of completions for first downs right off the bat. But Dak Prescott they made him look average. That was, now let's give the defense credit where it's due. That was the number one offense coming in.
Yep. Yeah.
And they handled them with aplomb. They did a great job.
You have something on the tip of your nose and it just can't stare at you.
No, you're right, though, Moj.
All right. I have a question for you guys.
Well, then do something about the leaves, all right? Do something about that stuff that's now doing its different thing.
I raked my leaves over the weekend, and I accomplished something.
I'll just mow them.
I did.
Yeah.
I rake them into a pile and then mow over them. Yeah, I don't go through all that stuff program. I'm not here to show off how many bags of leaves I have.
Right.
Put them right in the mower, and then take that and put it in the trash can, the efficient way.
Yep.
The American way. I got a question for you guys. And ask yourself this as you're listening, as you're driving around, as you're flying around, as you're walking around. The last time the Dallas Cowboys beat the Denver Broncos in a professional football game was 1995. It's been 8 straight now. 1995. 30 years ago. What were you doing in October of 1995, the last time the Denver Broncos lost to the Star?
Probably getting ready to trick or treat.
How old are you?
5.
Yeah, a little Power Rangers outfit or some bull crap.
Oh, I
Something
love the
stupid.
Power Rangers.
Yeah, I bet you did.
You're getting ready. You're gearing up. You had that costume gearing up.
Yeah.
Nelly had his parents carrying him around because he's just a little tiny guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, October 95. Yeah. I don't even know. What do you do as a Halloween costume when you're that small?
How old were you at the time?
1.
You were 1?
Maybe not even. Let's see. No, I was 1. Yes.
So his parents, they dress him up like a cow.
No,
You don't even know. He's just a ball of glurp.
First of
You
all,
don't even know. They can put him into anything.
Nelly looks a lot older than he is. So there's no way he was just 1. What were you doing, Mose? What were you doing?
Probably getting down.
In 95?
Who knows?
In October?
No.
Okay. That's an image I don't want.
No, I mean just hanging out. That's what I meant. Like
Hanging out?
going to a party. That's what I meant.
It's been a long time.
Can you believe, our boy Nui?
Yeah.
A sportscaster in Dallas, longtime local sportscaster. I texted him yesterday, and I said, dude, where are you here? And he goes, no, I don't come to Denver. I go, why not? He goes, because the Cowboys always lose to Denver. I go, and so then I researched it at that point. I go, oh, you're right, they do. 8 straight, dude. Ownership. Full ownership. Give us your papers. We own the Dallas Cowboys.
Pretty much, yeah. By the way, their traveling party, we were getting off the plane yesterday as Dallas was finishing getting on their planes. I don't know how many people they travel per game, but their travel situation is insane.
I just kind of look at that game as, if there's like a byproduct to it, this is what you should be seeing because we're essentially at the halfway point. The 17th game messes stuff up now. Essentially the halfway point. And this is the time of year that you need to see younger players step up. And what'd you get yesterday? 40-yard touchdown run from Harvey at 3 total. You got Pat Bryant finding the end zone for the first time on a great catch at the back pylon. You had Jade Barron getting
pick.
his first pick. You had even, like, I know he's not super, super young, but he's a younger guy. That pick by Dondre Tillman was sick at the end of the game.
That was awesome.
Truck sticking the guy on the way through.
Big man pick.
Yeah. I mean, you had just had young guys stepping up all over the place and playing well, which is what you want to see halfway through the year because they need to contribute.
How about a shout out to Alex Balcheski playing that guard position and playing it very well? Since they made that move, you've seen improvement there, right?
For sure.
Sure. How about, hey, let's shout out to Dobbins, man. All of a sudden, 100-yard rushing days are becoming quite normal around this joint, where it wasn't before. He averaged 7.4 yards per carry, Vic. I mean, he did a great job. A lot of guys, this was a lot of guys getting fat type of game, and I like
Troy
it.
Franklin's a second-year player. I know he's not a rookie, but he shined yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Certainly did.
By the way, J.K. Dobbins, it's one of those, again, when he is, I think that he is underrated, and if he just gets a little bit of room, he always capitalizes on it. We haven't had a 100-yard rusher around here in forever. Now this is his second 100-yard rushing game this season. He's one of the tops in the league in rushing yards. And he sounds happy as hell to be in Denver, too. I think he kind of recognizes the opportunity that's presented to him here. Here's what he said after the game.
When you came here this offseason, was this the dream?
I mean, we ain't there yet. The dream is to get a ring, you know what I'm saying? I do know, like, a lot of people didn't think I was going to be that good. To be honest, right? I don't know when I stand in rushing, but I do know, today, me and my boys, we went over another 100-yard game, right? And I don't know when that's been done in past. So I'm proving myself right that I made the right decision coming here. And I appreciate everybody here. It has been a dream because I love Coach Sean Payton. He's a great person. And the offensive line is amazing. And then, the defense is amazing. And then the ownership is amazing. So maybe I was born to be a Bronco. It just took a little time to get here,
That from Scotty Gange of 9 News.
Something just hit me as he said that he loves Sean Payton. Loves Sean Payton. The one thing I've discovered about Sean Payton, the players who love him really, really love him.
Yes.
I mean, really love him. They are married to him. And then you got the Russell Wilsons, right? But even those who left the program, Javonte Williams, he didn't hate Sean Payton. They didn't leave by hating each other. It just didn't work out.
Yeah.
I think he has a much better relationship with his players, and he's more of a player's coach than people think.
Yes, I totally agree. You're saying it's not like Brian Kelly being let go of LSU and people celebrating?
Exactly. What I'm saying is the locker room, it's not like, oh, my God, he's the devil. It's not that. Now, he may do some things to fire us up, right? Not wear the old Bronco logo on the sideline while every other human being in the stadium is wearing the old Bronco logo. I guess it's a superstition. Nobody asked him. Did you notice that?
I actually didn't until you mentioned it.
He was the only one not wearing the old D. He wore the horse head.
You know what's funny?
And I don't know why that bothered me.
I have never, we know this as well as anybody. You can't get people to agree on anything anymore. There is always going to be a huge group of people that will tell you, no, you're wrong. I have never seen anybody or any subject more in universal agreement than everyone, whether they're in Denver or they live in New York or they live in Seattle, that say those uniforms rule.
They should go back.
There's nobody that disagrees.
Yes. Yeah. Somebody on the Twitch feed says, "Yeah, because you're a boomer, Vic." What does that have to do with me being a boomer? Young people love that logo. Young people do. Old people. Well, let me start by saying that was the logo of my youth. When I see that, I think 1977, when I first fell in love with the Broncos and sports. That was my youth. At the same time, people young today love that color scheme.
Yeah.
It's not just nostalgic. It's very appeasing to the eye.
Who said boomer? Who is that?
I don't know, somebody on this thing.
On what thing?
On this machine. On the hate machine.
Hey, man, it has nothing to do with age, man, although maybe for Vic it does. It's just more aesthetically pleasing to the eye. It looks better.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
Everything
the
looks
Steelers
good.
unis
It
last
looks
night.
good. It just
Those are
looks
repulsive.
Yuck.
It looks good. If you don't like the D, then you don't like the D.
If you don't like that retro getup, if you don't like them, I worry about you.
Now, if we were talking meth horse, remember the meth horse, Vic?
Nah, that's stupid.
Yeah, that meth horse is dumb. The meth horse. But outside that, I can live with the current jerseys.
But
I prefer this one.
Why do you think Sean didn't wear it? Was it more of a superstition? Coaches are extremely superstitious.
Probably.
Or
Well,
was it
he's-
more of defiance?
I mean, Sean Payton's the kind of guy. I remember a clip of him way back when he was coaching in New Orleans, and he always chews juicy fruit on the sideline. And
So
somebody gave him a big red, and he lost his mind.
It's superstition.
Yeah. So a lot more to discuss with this game. A lot more to discuss over the weekend.
Moser here. Take a shot.
I'm not touching your drugs.
Have our first keyword. We're going to give away a chance for you to win $150 to Rally House in just a few minutes.
Hey, just do one hit, man. Just do one hit, man. No,
Take that stuff off your
I'm
nose.
not doing it.
Look, Dan Kaplan's Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplan's Law wins. They win the big cases. They win in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. So if you need Dan's help, plenty of locations across the Front Range. Give him a jingle. 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. Or hit him up online, pretty easy, dankapleslaw.com.
Dallas is right in that unique position to being on the cusp of a playoff team, right? We got these like 6-7 teams who look really good, but you're like right there at the doorstep. Games like this usually make the difference.
Was that you trying to say 6-7? Just as a throwaway?
6-7, do it, Jim. Do the little motion. I still don't know what it means.
2nd and 2. When you find out, let me know.
I'm old.
Knicks down the field, end zone bound. Oh, what a catch! That's Bryant, the rookie, with his first NFL touchdown, and it's a memorable one if it holds up.
Number 97 defense. Penalties decline. Result of the play. Touchdown.
It stinks.
All right, so Adam Schefter's going to join us at 9 o'clock. It's a Rally House Football Monday.
I walked by your boy in the hallway last night.
Who's my boy?
Jim Nance.
Oh, yeah, my close personal friend.
Walked by and I go, mac and cheese. He snickered. He knows the joke.
CBS on the call. Well, we said it to him when he joined us last. What was it? Was it last year?
Mac and cheese.
Keyword for this hour and a chance to win $150 to Rally House is throwback. So text throwback in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day.
Can't believe you
for
guys.
Keywords on every hour.
I can't believe you're worried about this game. Can't believe it.
Again,
I told
the keyword.
I tried to tell you, but you didn't listen.
Again, the keyword is throwback. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner at 9:55, and there are winners on every show today.
Dude, just think about it, man. You still got 3 more games before your bye to get all healthy and well and whatnot. Are you going to beat the Texans in Houston?
I don't know.
Oh, don't do this projecting.
Don't be stupid.
Don't project
we
it.
already
don't be projecting on
I
me.
swear to God, if you do the projection
At
thing,
least,
I can feel it down in my plum.
At least give me this.
No, I don't know what they are.
Home against the Raiders on Thursday night.
You got 4 days between those games. You're on the road at Houston, then you have to turn around. You got
Moser, we can't play this wild game
I speak for everyone. Shut up.
Because it smells like 8-2. I know what it smells like to you.
We can't
Vic's
play
crappy
this
medicine.
wild game of the Broncos played really well yesterday, so now they're never going to lose again. When
you know who does
just
that?
the last couple of weeks against the Jets and the Giants, you were this close to being wholly embarrassed, and you would not say that.
You know who does that? You know who the people who jump on this roller coaster and do the high-low thing? Neophytes, unsophisticated sports fans. That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. They jump on that roller coaster and say, yee.
Here's what I do know. That defense is awesome.
Okay, I got a question about the defense that I want to throw out there in a second. And one guy in
Sure,
particular.
what is it?
By the way, just quickly, somebody's got to tell Tony Romo it's okay to be quiet just for a few seconds. That he doesn't have to fill every single gap in Jim Nance. When Jim Nance needs to breathe for a second, he doesn't need to say words whenever he's taking an inhale. Second of all, the one thing that is concerning here is that we don't know the extent of what's going on with Surtain. And when PS2 leaves with, it was originally like a lower leg shin deal that he re-entered the game, and then coming out of halftime, Abrams Drain was on the field, and he said, well, what's going on here? And they said he's out with a shoulder injury. So he's getting, I believe I read an MRI today on that shoulder to see what's going on. But you guys saw the game plan. They did what I thought the Broncos defense should have been doing for a couple of years, which is the old Patriots approach. Mm-hmm. They put Surtain on Pickens and said, you're on an island with him. Lock him down. And we're going to put CeeDee Lamb on Riley Moss with a safety over the top every play.
Little bracket coverage.
So, number 1 corner on number 2 wideout on an island. Do the bracket coverage with the number 1 guy, which is smart for a team that has a lot of weapons in the pass game.
I thought Riley Moss played great. Up until that last pass he gave up, I thought he played extraordinary.
That's my question. I had an exercise this morning in the appetizer, and I said, texters, I say Riley Moss, you say what? And I let the responses come in because I wanted to see, because I see this wild back and forth from Broncos fans surrounding Riley Moss's play. And I understand he entered the game as the most penalized corner in the league. He exited the game as the most penalized corner in the league. And I'm here to tell you, I do not care. I love the way that he plays.
Yeah, with all due respect to folks who continue to rip him for his play. It's sort of the situation he's put in.
Mm-hmm.
Not sort of, it is. He's opposite PS2. They play a very aggressive brand of defense. It's press coverage everywhere. I mean, what did you expect? I have no problem with the way he played. He played great yesterday. Great.
Because of who he's opposite, because of that, he is going to see an inordinate amount of plays come his way compared to your average run-of-the-mill National Football League cornerback. So he's going to make some mistakes. Every cornerback in the league is. Hell, PS2 is going to make mistakes, and he doesn't even see the ball come his way that often. I think he's playing fine. No problems with it.
Do you think that some corners for the Cowboys had some trouble yesterday?
You think? Yeah. There were times when I didn't see a corner in the frame of the television.
I'm telling you, when's the last time you saw that many explosive plays by the Denver Broncos? Plays of 10 yards or more.
Jerry Jones was asked again because they ask him, he holds a news conference after every game. What owner does that, by the way? What owner does that?
Does what?
He's a GM.
Holds a press conference after every damn game.
No, GMs don't do that, but
Jerry Jones is different.
He's asked, and I even said it yesterday, I think to Connor, I forget who was. Look, man, even if they had Micah Parsons, does it really make a difference? I mean, maybe a little bit on that team, maybe a little bit. And so they keep asking Jones, hey, would one player make a difference? Wink, wink, nod, nod, ha, ha. He's like, nah, man, it doesn't affect a damn thing. And he's right. Their defense
it
stinks.
does affect something.
Well,
they
yes, They can't get to the quarterback.
They didn't hit Nix once yesterday. Yeah. 0 quarterback hits for the full course of a game.
Clean jersey. There's no doubt about it.
There's something I want to play for you guys. I heard this last week, and I just didn't get around to it. But it's in regards to Riley Moss. So Riley Moss gets called. His first PI of the game gets the Cowboys at the goal line. And then, do you remember the second one? It came 2 plays afterwards, where I thought Riley Moss played perfect coverage, made a perfect play, and he got flagged again. That's not a penalty. I like listening to Bomani Jones. I think he's got a unique perspective on things. Bomani talked about Riley Moss last week on his podcast, and it was about, do you guys remember the PI call that he had in the Giants game that was controversial? Said this about Riley Moss. Please, Nelly.
I find that when there is a Caucasian brother playing quarterback, white people treat him like they treat white basketball players with startling levels of skepticism. The crab in a barrel phenomenon tend to come up. And that's how I felt when they called that pass interference on Riley Moss. I was like, come on, man, it's just profiling. I didn't think that was no penalty. Y'all just don't believe that man was capable of playing defense. That's all.
So Bomani thinks we are racially profiling Riley Moss?
Play that again.
Oh, that is hilarious.
He said, there's no way. Remember, the PI last week against the Giants. Play it again.
I find that when there is a Caucasian brother playing quarterback, white people treat him like they treat white basketball players with startling levels of skepticism. The crab in a barrel phenomenon tend to come up. And that's how I felt when they called that pass interference on Riley Moss. I was like, come on, man, it's just profiling. I didn't think that was no penalty. Y'all just don't believe that man was capable of playing defense. That's all it is.
What is the crab in a barrel?
That I don't
phenomenon.
know. I mean, Bomani Jones is like he's got a PhD in something way smarter than I've ever been.
I think it's even deeper than that. I think there are certain positions, okay? Certain positions. For example, in basketball, if you're a white center, Joker's a white center, right? I mean, it's fine. If you're a white shooting guard, like J.J. Redick was a white shooting guard, there are certain positions. In football, if you're a white slot receiver.
Or even like Scattaboo, who, God, that was brutal yesterday, what happened to him. I don't believe Scattaboo's that good. I just think that people think it's funny. I don't know. I guess we'll see. God, it sucks that he got hurt
What do you mean
way.
he's not that good?
I don't think that Scattaboo's ever going to be like Saquon.
I know, but he said that, but he was pretty damn good when he played until he got his leg rearranged. Did you see that, by the way?
He's a battering ram is what he is, and so people appreciate his battering ram aspect.
Well, Moj, Vic, you guys tell me, we had this whole thing with Scattaboo. Who's his comps?
Peyton Hillis.
Yeah, who's okay. Yeah. That's my point. Anyway, let's table the Broncos for a second because I got to talk about the Buffs. because I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think I've watched as intently a game in which a team is losing by 43 points in my life. I've never watched a game where I am glued to the TV.
Brett, I had just got done with Nuggets postgame Saturday night. I just got home, sidled up next to the television. I said, I'm going to watch the second half of the Buffs and the Utah Utes.
And you turned it on and you said what?
Well, I knew what the score was at the time,
okay.
but I said, I wonder what's going to happen. Second half, clearly, Whittingham took the foot off the pedal.
Yeah.
So the second half doesn't mean a thing to me. It was over at halftime.
Moj, would you like me to go through my historical comparison that I made earlier?
Sure, but it is a historic loss. It's the largest under Coach Prime.
Well, and you came off a bye, which I think is the most egregious part of this. You had 2 weeks to prepare for this specific opponent, and it looked like that.
And this isn't the Utah of yesteryear where they've been dominant. That team's beatable.
Yeah. I mean, they're still good.
They're okay. I mean, they lost to BYU, correct?
But you know exactly what you're getting when you play Utah. You're getting a physical team that's going to try and punch you in the mouth. And they did that.
You can't lose like this, dude.
Well, how do you lose this way? How does it look that bad? Because I think we can all acknowledge CU is probably worse. Well, they are worse than Utah. Are they that much worse? Is Utah that much better? The answer is no. So how does the score get that way? Here's my comparison, Vic. Give me a second. I'm going to sound like Moj. There's a German soldier by the name of Siegfried Mueller. He fought for the bad guys in World War II. After the war ended, he immigrated to South Africa. He made his way up to Congo. He led a mercenary group that was obviously paid to fight on some inner turmoil, like basically a civil war in the Congo. They turned on their leader because they didn't care. Protested against them, and they just stopped fighting. And I make that comparison because of this.
What the hell did I just hear?
CU's a bunch of mercenaries. You go to the transfer portal and you take guys out. They're there to do what?
Make some bread.
Make some money and look out for their own, right? Get me to NFL level and have me make some cash on the way there. They don't care that CU got embarrassed that way.
They don't care about the tradition.
They don't have
and
a
the
tie
history
to the university. Yeah. They don't care about that. They care about the way that they look. And I'll give you an example why. Number 42 for CU, I forget who this was. In the middle of that game, they're down 43-0. It's the second half. He gets a sack. And you know what I saw? Beating his chest, jumping up and down, celebrating. I'm like, bro, you're down 43 points. Why is anybody celebrating anything right now? Mm-hmm. And this is why. It's because everybody's kind of looking out for themselves. And I understand this is how college is now. You have to do this to a certain extent. You have to get mercenaries. But when I see Chad Brown and I see Tyler Polumbus and I see Marcus Washington and I see Matt McChesney on Twitter talking about how pissed off they are, they don't feel that.
There's no, what you're saying is, and this is the era of NIL, though. It's not just the Buffs. I think it's nationwide. There's no traditional investment out of the modern day player.
Right. So Siegfried Mueller's mercenaries didn't care that they lost the fight.
Yeah.
They just wanted to get out of there alive and with some cash.
You're getting into a really different aspect, though, because now we'll get into the whole, hey, man, college football is not what it used to be because now you want to get paid. College football was a stepping stone to get paid. That's why the big programs go to the best players because they got the best coaching and the best this and the best that and the most attention and so on and so forth, and then they can make their way up to the National Football League. Nowadays, man, it's who's going to pay me right now.
Well, I can make the case that you don't smack the face of tradition by applying retired jerseys the day after a season ends.
Sure, that too.
I mean, you could make many cases for that.
And I before anybody starts telling me that I'm going off the deep end on making a comparison like that, Dion essentially said the same thing in the post game. He did. And Nelly, let me know when you have it ready. But he talked about how guys were concerned about the way that they looked in that game as opposed to the actual what's best for the team stuff. Did you guys happen to see? It's in the second half when the game was over already, but Caden Salter was still in. And did you see when Pat Shurmur gave him a play call?
Yeah.
And he had the face of, are you kidding me?
I think he said, are you kidding me?
Yes. they get up to the line, Vic, and the reason he did that, they're down 43-0. Maybe it was worse at that point. And it's a play where there's 3 offensive linemen in front of him. 2 of them go wide to the wide receivers, and it's a run up the middle. But he's like, what are we doing here?
Did you see the play where Ryan Staub came in, and they're at the goal line, and they don't know what to call, and the offensive linemen are all standing up saying, let's run it. He's like, no. And they call a time. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they wasted a timeout.
Like, what the hell is going on?
Not on the same page.
The fact, and guys, I think I've mentioned this before. We all know the strengths of what Prime brings to the table. What have I always said I'm skeptical about with Prime, Moj?
Game day coaching.
Did that look like a team that was prepared with a bye week? With a bye week in between the game?
Not. Nope.
And that's always been my fear in stuff like this. And it's not even like one side of the football. It was the entire thing looked unprepared.
Guys, the Utah quarterback not only was a freshman, he was making his first career start.
Yep.
His first career start.
Yep.
As a freshman. You're not taking on a 5-year former redshirt player. You're taking on a freshman.
So just to put this in perspective, at halftime, when the score is 43-0, Utah had 386 yards of offense. CU had how many?
Minus 18.
And just to throw a kicker in there for the all 3 phases thing, punt blocked right in the end zone. I mean, that's as unprepared and bad as it can get.
You know what's crazy? I can't get over this because I'm watching like Georgia Tech continue to stomp, and they're still undefeated, and they're a top 10 team. And I'm saying, holy crap, CU really went toe-to-toe with Georgia Tech. They could have beaten Georgia Tech if they take advantage of some early turnovers. How do you look somewhat playable against Georgia Tech and look like that against Utah?
And same with BYU, right? I mean,
you beat Iowa State. You beat a ranked team.
I mean, you beat Iowa State, but BYU is top 25. They're unbeaten. Aren't they unbeaten, BYU?
Yes.
You went toe-to-toe with them. You should have, would have, could have won that damn football game. Then how do you go to Utah and just get waffle stomped? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense, man.
So a lot more to get to
Unprepared,
today.
didn't want to play. Once the ball started rolling the wrong way, they're like, screw this, business decision. It's awful.
I don't know where you pulled that World War II analogy.
Yeah, how'd you find Siegfried Mueller?
I was watching a documentary.
Okay.
I brought it up.
It just was too long.
See, dude,
what do you mean? It was like 45 seconds.
Come here. You're starting to come over to my side now.
It's just too long.
It was 45 seconds,
and
I landed the plane. I made the comparison.
Don't preface it by saying, I'm going to sound like Moser, like it's a pejorative.
Well, because it was a World War II reference. No, I was just saying it was a World War II reference.
Well, good. There's a lot of people who are into that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It just took too long to set up.
Nelly, I want you to time that out. That had to be 30 seconds of a story. That is not long at all.
You should have done like something on the Hessians in the Revolutionary
You talked
War.
more about bagging your leaves or whatever.
Because the Hessians just came over.
Relevant.
They were total mercenaries.
So we're mercenaries.
British.
That's what CU has. Are mercenaries. Yeah. Reminder, the key word for this hour for $150 to Rally House is throwback. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs and Nuggets. So just quickly, if the Avs can just do the thing that we've been hoping they could do all over the offseason, they might be unbeaten still. We get to it next.
Guys, how you feeling out there? Is there a pep in your step, or is it all gone by now, or at least going? Well, you might be suffering like I did from low testosterone. You don't even know it. Guys in your early to mid-30s, you start to lose 2 to 3% of your production every single year, and before you know it, you just don't feel like you used to feel. Brain fog, you don't sleep as well, unproductive workouts, and it can really affect your life. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can totally take care of you. They've got 5 locations here from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, and there's one that's near you, and they're going to make you feel whole again. Schedule an appointment. It's only $99. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes, and they'll tell you what is going on with your testosterone. Plus, they take care of your whole dude engine, so it's really a great place. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Find out what is going on with you. Feel like you did. The brain fog will be gone. The sleep patterns will be back. Everything will feel better. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Gil McCarr, knocked down by Natchez. Backdoor, turnover, they score. Jack Hughes. Avalanche are an absolute mess in overtime. A ton of turnovers, and they just can't get the second point. They get one, could have been two. It's a 4-3 win in overtime for the New Jersey Devils.
Outlet pass off over to Christian Brown. Top of the key now, it's Jokic. Jokic over to Cam. Johnson goes baseline. Great pass to Gordon. Doc right-handed tomahawk. The Nuggets lead at 121-99 with 4:05 left to go in the game on an 11-0 run. And for the first time this year, this thing is over.
It's Rally House Football Monday. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Coverage of Commanders and Chiefs starts tonight at 6 on AM 950. Over the weekend, I want to start with the Avs first and get to the Nuggets in a second. Moj, The Avs are 1 for their last 24 on the power play. If they aren't terrible, but just bad on the power play, I think there's a chance they're still unbeaten so far this year.
I think you're right about that. I think that there's an opportunity for them to be a 10-0 club if the power play is somewhat reasonable. And I think that Coach Bednar would probably tell you that as well.
5-on-5.
I guess we'll find out on Wednesday.
I just saw one of those analytical graphs about teams of 5-on-5 hockey. It's about scoring chances versus opportunities, or scoring chances versus actual goals. 5-on-5 hockey, the Avs are the best team in the NHL,
They're a dominant
according
team.
to these analytics.
Yeah, they're a dominant team in 5-on-5, which is, bodes well because come playoff time, you're not going to get the fake overtime hockey.
Yeah. So I'm not like Moj. We can talk about this for a second. I am not concerned about the overtime stuff. It's been weird that they played so many overtime games already this season.
But you have to make some adjustments there.
Well, I know, but all I'm saying is they're more rare, obviously, than what it's been early in the year, so I'm not overly concerned about it. Now, I will say this. The McKinnon-Natchez pairing in overtime just seems to be like those guys, they're both too aggressive to be on the ice at the same time.
They both want to go to the front of the net and they want to score.
Yeah.
So it's hard to blame them for wanting to do that with all that ice out there because their skill level is immense.
Can you pair them with different people so it's not two guys at the same time being overly aggressive?
I'm sure you probably can, but if you watched the start of overtime yesterday, they weren't on the ice.
Yeah.
It was Nelson and Nichushkin up front. Okay.
But is that just to win the faceoff and then they jump out there or what?
Well, no. I mean, Val used to be where the Avs would win the faceoff and Val would just jump on the ice and whoever won the faceoff would go off the ice because he's good in OT. He's big, strong, and goes hard to the front of the net too. But yeah, dude, I don't know. Listen, I look at some of these games that they've lost. Now, the Utah game, they deserve to lose. Okay.
Yes.
The Boston game on Saturday, when you look at the numbers of that game, they were twice as good as Boston was. Twice as good. Twice as many shots, twice as many hits, twice as many this, twice as many that, blah, 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 blah. And yet they lose the game in regulation. You're like, oh, man, that stinks. But it happens, right? Swayman played great. Yesterday I thought, listen, 22 hours later, this is a really silly road trip as far as I'm concerned. You're on the East Coast for 48 hours, Vic. You play 2 games, you come home. It's really kind of weird.
2-day games.
2-day games. 22 hours. You started at 3 o'clock Eastern time on Saturday, 1 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday. And that's tough. I thought they played the Devils, who had won 7 in a row going in, straight up well.
Well, yeah, they got a
straight up well. Yeah. And I would say the second goal, Miner would like back. That second goal from Hughes. Not the game winner, not his second goal, but the second goal of the game.
Right.
I think he'd like it back. Just a little flick from the circle, and it just goes right through his glove. The game-winning goal, Avs have an opportunity as that puck comes up the boards, hits Natchez, deflects right to Dude throws it to Hughes. Makar gets there, and what does it do? He puts his stick out and ramps off his stick and goes top shelf.
Right.
And would have hit Miner probably in the chest or the gut. Yet it ramps up off Makar's stick and goes top shelf. You're like, you got to be kidding me, right? All of this doesn't even matter if the power play could just get cranked up.
Seriously, like that's it. And that's what's so frustrating is, again, the way that last year ended was the same conversation. If your power play was just okay, then you would have escaped the first round, and you didn't because you were better 5-on-5.
All right, let me ask you then. What would you do? Would you take McKinnon off the top power play unit?
No.
Would you take Makar off the top power play unit? No. Would you take Natchez off the top power play unit?
No.
Okay.
The suggestion that I made...
You want to change other parts?
The suggestion that I made, which has been happening now, is that I think you put Val back on and take Brock off.
Well, he was on Saturday.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I know it did change.
And he got 2 golden opportunities in the high slot.
Yeah.
And Swayman just threw his body in front of stuff.
No, I understand they made that change, but it's like a short period of time in. I would like to see that happen more.
Maybe you forget about the bumper and just put 2 guys at the front of the net and bomb.
Yeah.
Maybe just put Burns out there and let him bomb. I don't know.
Let me ask the question. Is it more a function of a bad power play or just puck luck? I think it's
a little bit of both, though. I mean, not bad power play. I think they could use more shots, Vic. I really do. I think that more shots could be in their calling, so to speak. I like to see 5 per power play. Pound, just pound. Get it down there and pound. Teams, though, have figured out a bit of a formula. And they are incredibly aggressive. They pressure the puck at all times. Now, if you beat that pressure, you're going to find a wide open guy, but you got to beat that pressure.
To the Nuggets side of things.
Or even 2 wide open guys, but you must beat the pressure.
To the Nuggets side of things, they get a win, easy win over Phoenix, which was great. And
Phoenix
that was
is terrible.
They're bad, but
I can't believe how
by the
far
way, that
they've
makes
fallen.
me happy.
Because the experiment didn't work and they wasted all that money for nothing?
That makes me happy.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't know a lot of people playing for Phoenix.
That's a bad team. In fact, they're clearly not a playoff team. And I'm not sure, outside of Devin Booker, is there anybody else on that team Grayson Allen?
I think Grayson's good. I mean, he's a sharp.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody else you'd want on your team?
Well, we saw our old buddy Colin Gillespie there.
They do have the centerpiece of that Durant trade who hasn't played yet.
Who is Oso Ighodaro or whatever that guy's name was? That's the kind of guys that's a part of their starting 5, and you just think the Suns are good because the Suns have been good for a while, and they aren't. Now, to the Nuggets side of things, though, here's like the great news. Everything that you kind of wanted to see from the offseason for the Nuggets, I think you got in that game, which was this. Guys, you get a good bench. Like, that's a good unit. Bruce Brown, Hardaway, Valanciunas, who still only got 13 minutes in that game. I'd like to see that tick up a little bit more. We still haven't seen them on the floor at the same time, him and Jokic, right?
May see it, I don't know if you'll see it tonight if Minnesota goes big, but that's not the team.
But you got a bench unit that is totally trustworthy now. Like, I don't feel nerves when they're on the floor. They're good.
I agree.
Now, you can say that maybe their 3-point shooting wasn't great a couple days ago. Don't care. You put up 133.
Easy prediction. Nikola Jokic is going to average a triple-double again this season. Again. All right?
Yeah, probably not a 30-point triple-double.
Scoring, his scoring is going to go down considerably, which is fine.
Good.
He prefers it that way.
I saw some people after that game, they posted the stat line, Jokic with another triple-double, and it was, 14.
14, and 15.
And I am still confused by the casual NBA fan on Twitter, how they don't understand. They're like, what is Jokic doing? Why isn't he shooting? I'm like, do you guys not, after 10 years, know who this guy is?
It's people, oh my God. Because you know why? I'll tell you why. Because the NBA has trained people to just be enamored with scoring.
Yes.
Yeah.
The NBA and the NBA facilitators have trained the youngest generation here to just get enamored with guys filling it up. Super dunks, going for 50 pieces, whatever it is.
He had 1 shot attempt in the first half and dominated the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, he's not making threes. So that's kind of, whatever it is. But, I mean, he's distributing the basketball.
He's also not in shape
pulling
yet.
down boards. No,
he's not in shape.
Probably not. No, get me to November, I guess, right? Whatever you say, get me to Thanksgiving. But just watch him play the game and watch what he does for everybody else. I will say this. Man, Jamal Murray, to me, looks really good.
He looks good,
really good.
Jamal Murray looks fast to me.
He looks in shape.
He does. He looks faster. He looks attentive. He looks aggressive. Right now, I'll take this Jamal Murray all day,
100.
All day, Brett. That's a
100%. And I don't know what to say of Aaron Gordon anymore. One game he goes 10 of 11 from 3, and the next game he holds his own personal dunk contest mid-game. So
because he couldn't make
he's phenomenal.
He couldn't make threes on
well,
Saturday.
that just goes to show you threes come and go.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Brett, all day. That's a given, right?
Tonight.
And all night.
But also, no, Vic, also all night.
All night and all day.
No, all day and all night.
Tonight, the Nuggets play at Minnesota. I don't need to tell you what the meaning of this game is. The Nuggets have not beaten the Minnesota Timberwolves since what game, guys? Game 5, the second round playoff series.
Yeah.
Not since game 5 of that series. The Nuggets have lost, I believe it's 6 straight against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
You're kidding me.
I'm not kidding you.
You know, the Nuggets are a 5.5-point favorite.
Well, there's two reasons.
Ant's got a hammy.
Ant's not going to play because he left last night's game, a game that Minnesota won. Minnesota won last night. They've got the second game of it back. All right, now listen. Follow me on this one.
I like how he gets all huffy and serious.
I'm being very serious.
I know, I like it. Go ahead.
Minnesota played last night. They lost their best player last night. They have to turn around and play again tonight. They're playing a Nuggets team that owes them, right? If you can't win tonight, I got problems with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now. I know it's only game 3 of the season. I know that. But this is tailor-made for you to win this game tonight. They're short their best player. They played last night. And my God, you owe them something.
Raise your hand if you have the peacock.
And I don't know how I'm going to watch them because this is one of those games with the new TV deal. The game is on the peacock.
I don't have the peacock. Brett, you got the peacock?
I don't.
To watch every Nuggets game, basically to watch every NBA game, you have to have Altitude, ESPN, Amazon Prime, NBC, and the peacock. Because there are select games on the peacock exclusively, and tonight's one of those games.
Text in if you got the peacock and you'd like to invite us over to watch
give me a
the
login.
Game. Or you know, better yet, just flow us the login because we don't have the peacock.
I believe there's I don't know how many Nuggets games total. I think there's 3 or 4 that will be on the peacock this year. A couple of them are not exclusive. Tonight's exclusive. Several coming up will be on the peacock and Altitude, so at least you'll have that option.
We have a side-by-side.
Side-by-side, exactly. Tonight's an exclusive.
Get back into this game in a little bit. We got more Broncos to talk about as they dominate Dallas. And
I smell, it's just like this. Deep breath, Brett.
Texter says, you guys want my peacock login. Totally serious. My question is, how many people can log into one peacock? Is there like a max?
That's the sound a peacock makes.
The sound is 3? So 3 can log in.
I don't like those things, by the way.
Yeah,
they scare the hell out of me.
They're kind of mean.
They're angry.
They scare the hell out of me.
Anyway.
Come at me with your big color scheme.
Glad you said color scheme because I thought you were going somewhere else. Again, it's a Rally House Football Monday. Get back to the Broncos. What made that offense so good yesterday? Was it just a bad defense in Dallas, or was there something more to it?
You can smell the 8-2, Brett. Smell it.
Get to it next.
Most points by the Broncos at home since 2014, when again Peyton was at quarterback. Well, the old throwback uniforms brought back a little old magic, too.
Orange Crush.
Orange Crush.
Might see them again this year.
I think they've got 2 more occasions. They may want to add another one or 2.
Throw a third in there.
Because they did put on an Orange Crush today.
You know what? I thought you were being clever. I thought you were doing research. All you did, Vic, was you just ripped off Jim Nantz. You know, last time they scored that many points at home? Jim Nantz just done told you that. 2014 with Peyton Manning.
Okay. Why didn't you gather that?
Well, but
intel?
you said it earlier today like you had some big announcement.
I got it from Rachel Vigil on our postgame show.
Well, she must have got it from Nantz.
Okay, great. What's your problem?
It's Rally House Football Monday.
I need that jersey, bruh.
We'll have another keyword in 20 minutes for a chance for you to win $150 to Rally House. Shop every team in town. Congratulations to Regis Jesuits, Lucy Trico. She's our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. The Broncos offense, they get it together, with the exception of the third play of the game in which Bo Nix threw a terrible pick. They were dominant offensively. Is that just opponent? Is that just Cowboys defense being bad, or is that...
No, it's not just opponent. Okay. I'm not going to be one of those, Dallas sucked defensively, so you look good. No, because you know what? The Jets and the Giants did not have great defenses coming in. Their rated defenses were just not as bad as the Cowboys, but bottom 10.
Yeah. I got to call you out. Go
ahead.
Yeah, you did what you're supposed to do against the worst defense in the league. You didn't do what you're supposed to do against those other defenses.
Exactly. So it's not just the defense.
Well, yeah, you got your crap together and you said, you know what, enough of this. Brett, you said it to begin the program. How many plays did you see, scoring plays, outside the brilliant, beautiful throw and catch in the corner of the end zone to Bryant?
Mm-hmm.
How many guys were open?
A lot.
I mean, wide open, bro.
Heck, that pick.
Bro.
On that pick, Pat Bryant
was wide open.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just threw it behind him. Yeah, the DB was lucky he was there because he shouldn't have been there. He should have been actually running with Bryant toward the middle of the field. So you took advantage of the worst defense in the league, which is what you should have done. But yes, they did get it together. I thought it was
should have had 5 touchdown passes because Cortland Sutton dropped that one right in his chest.
Yeah. He also did that. I don't know what's going on here. Once again, he throws a deep ball to Troy Franklin, and it's like a yard too deep in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about he throws a deep pass to Troy Franklin, and it's a yard too far.
I'm not going to pick apart both throws because I thought he was brilliant.
I'm not doing that. It's always happens with just Troy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I thought Troy Franklin was superb.
He was. Yeah,
hey, come on, man. If you give me that out of the Broncos offense, dude, that's a special team. If you give me that on a weekly basis.
Yes.
With that defense?
No, they combined this offense with the defense that they have.
And the special teams didn't make any glaring mistakes?
No, they didn't. They just... Remember what I said last week? When the Broncos are getting smoked by the Giants and I'm watching the game with a buddy. And he makes that really good throw to Cortland on third down. And my buddy goes, it's in there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what this offense is. It's like they do stuff like this. You're like, I knew they could do that.
All right.
But why don't they do that more?
I'll ask you guys. I want to see how you watch football. I want to see how your brain works. What was your favorite play of the game? I'll go last.
Just on offense?
There's
a couple of really good ones on
defense.
defense.
Play of the game. What was your favorite play of the game? This is taking too long.
I mean, the Bryant
touchdown pass in the corner of the end zone was my favorite.
Okay, that's your favorite? My favorite play of the game was R.J. Harvey pitch left with an entire assemblage of linemen and receivers blocking downfield for him. That was the best blocked run play I've seen from the Broncos in a long time.
They blocked the interior and he popped it out. It was really good.
It was beautiful.
The tackle had the kick out.
The execution of that, Quinn Miners destroying a man, receivers blocking downfield, R.J. Harvey cutting inside then outside. Everything about that run was superb.
But when you ask a question like that, I think Brett and I both feel, and I'm sure the listening audience feels the same way, that you think that you're superior to us because you think you have a smarter play
Yeah.
that you like the best.
That's not my intent.
But no,
I'm
but that's,
just
but
trying
that's
to,
the way it comes across.
I'm sorry if that's the way it comes.
Let me find out how your brains work because mine's superior.
My favorite play was actually a 3rd and 2. It was a 4-yard play, but it was a huge play in the game. They always do stuff like that.
I'm just telling you guys, the sophisticated Broncos fan would say, running the ball has been a challenge. They finally run the ball, and on a run to the outside, they block it perfectly.
Well, I feel like
that automatically should be the default best play of the game. But because you guys like shiny objects, you focus on other stuff.
Okay, well, I feel like personally,
And a 40-yard touchdown run is not shiny object.
I feel personally like a couple of those throws to Franklin, Brett Kane could have made those throws. The pass to Harvey for the final touchdown that put him up, that got him to 44. The linebacker, first of all, recognized way late. Second of all, there was no chance he was ever going to keep up with Harvey. He was wide open. It was an easy walk into the end zone, okay? So Brett Kane could have made those. The one that I'm impressed with was the one to Bryant in the corner of the end zone because that was a big boy throw.
Yeah, it was also,
and that was a big boy catch. I mean, everything about that was high end because typically that's the kind of play you're going to have to execute in order to beat good teams.
Yeah, he also was smart enough and savvy enough to understand it was a free play because of the flag.
Yeah, correct. But I mean, that's the kind of play. That's the kind of play you're going to have to make if you want to go far.
To emphasize that point, the greatest quarterbacks that you watch do that all the time. Guy jumps, they get the snap off. It's like, here comes a bomb. Okay, we're going to try and get a big play out of this. Why not?
I only have one nitpick from yesterday's game. One. Because it's not even the interception because Bo Nix shows an amazing resilience. Again, Teflon skin to be able to bounce back after a poor play. And he did so. He was awesome after that pick. It's not the pick. There's only one play that really, and I sat there watching next to DMac and I said, why though? But why?
But why?
Yeah. You know the one?
Here we go again. No, Vic, I don't know the one. Please tell me the one that's in your brain.
No, I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess it.
Try and guess it.
The one, but why?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me look through the notes here. So it's got to be something on
and
offense, and it's got to be a decision, like a play call.
Yeah, I sat back and I said, why? I said, why?
Direct snap?
No, that didn't bother me. It worked.
Go ahead, Vic.
Why go for two?
Oh, yeah. I was confused by that, too.
I know
but
the
why?
answer. The answer is going to be, well, analytically. And if your answer is, well, analytically, if you hit the field goal or the extra point, you're up 11.
No, I made a note of that, too.
I don't understand the thinking. I will never understand.
Well, it's a touchdown. It's a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal.
I will never understand chasing points early.
Yeah, but Moj, that made it a 10-point game because you missed the 2-point conversion.
And now you put them in a 2-score situation. I just don't. I'll never agree with that. Ever.
Well, and here's the other thing. This is what I really don't get about that decision, as long as we're picking nits here.
That's the only thing. Everything else was brilliant, A+++++. So I don't want everybody to think that at that time, I turned and I said, but why?
But no, they went for it because they got the personal foul at the end of the touchdown, right? Because the shove or the punch or whatever it was. It moves you a yard closer. If you weren't going to go for it for two from the 2-yard line, why the hell would you go for it from the 1?
And on top of that,
there's really no difference unless you're like the Eagles and you can do a push.
That's the other thing. On top of that, have the Broncos proven to be a very good team inside the 5-yard line? We saw what they did last week against the Giants inside the 5.
Well, they were going into that. I think 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions.
I get it, but I don't understand why at that point in the game you give up a point. Again, it means nothing now.
Yeah,
it means nothing.
It could have.
I think it bothers me more so because the numbers say you should. Take those numbers. Moj, what do you do with those numbers? Take those numbers. Roll them in a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Roll it up real good.
Real tight.
And put that piece of paper in your mouth.
Smoke it or eat it?
You eat it.
Digest it.
Yeah. Okay. Digest that piece of paper.
All right.
And then when it exits.
Leave it there for a month.
Pull it back out.
Leave it there for 1 month.
Okay.
1 month.
Gotcha.
That's what you do with those numbers.
You know, the way in which the offense operated, too. I mean, we can all kind of tell this. This is very basic football stuff. But it is funny. You run the football effectively, and the passing game opens up a lot more, doesn't it?
Sure does.
I mean, J.K. Dobbins had a hell of a day. You had the big – I mean, how many runs did they have? They had at least 3 runs of over 20 yards.
Yeah, they were great.
Explosive plays all over the place.
Yeah.
It was the most explosive plays I've seen out of a Broncos offense since what?
I did see an early bubble screen, though, and I went like this.
No, I was. You know what I was going to say, Moj? The screen game worked.
I
Like
think
those bubble screens worked.
I think he went out of his way, given the backlash on screen games last week.
Yeah.
I think he's as defiant a coach. Oh, really?
So he's trying to stick it. Sticking it personally to me because I don't like it.
You don't like my screen game?
Watch
this.
No.
It also helps again. It's you see how tides turn. So the ball is in the Dallas Cowboys' hands after the pick. They're driving it down the field, and they made a big play, 29-yard pass to CD Lamb and blah blah blah. So then they got the ball first and goal at the 3, and what do? They run it, right? Okay, now they're down to the 1. Then what do? They're on the 1-yard line, second and goal.
His first Cowboys drive?
Yeah. They try to force it through the air. I'm like, yay, because Javante's running the ball. Yay! Don't try to run it into the end zone. Try to pass it into the end zone.
Then they got a penalty, right?
Yeah, it was incomplete. Then was a false start.
Yep.
Then now you're backed up to the 6. Then you throw again. Okay, fine, whatever. You're at the 6. Okay, blah 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 blah. Then you have to kick the field goal. But you do like self-inflicted wounds for the Cowboys. You do silly things rather than on that first play. At the 1-yard line, second and goal, you just run the damn ball and get in the end zone. If you're the Cowboys, right?
Yeah.
You try to get a little fancy shot. Try to throw it to CD Lamb, and then false start. Then you're backed up. Then blah blah blah. Then you're forced to kick the field goal. I love that kind of stuff though. But it allowed you to hold the Cowboys to 3 points, and then Bo came out, and then you're like, okay, 5 plays, touch, boom, 5 plays, 74 yards. You got the lead, and you never look back.
I'd be lying if I weren't concerned about the status of Patrick Surtain moving forward. I mean, the first time I thought it was bad, right, with the knee. It looked bad. It wasn't. He came back at half.
Well, was it a knee or was it an ankle or a shin or what?
It looked like his shin. He was holding his
Is that
shin.
what
And
it
it just
was?
looked weird because he just went up and came down on the incomplete pass to CD Lamb.
Well, and Romo was like, oh, look at his ankle. And I watched his ankle. His ankle didn't like tweak or anything either. I'm like, I don't really know what happened.
So then it's in his shoulder area on another play. He just got banged up yesterday. I hope it's not something that's like a month or more. I hope it's just week to week. We'll see.
Well, it doesn't really matter. They're going to be an 8-2 football team before they face the Chiefs.
Fans, just disregard. Anytime Moser makes a prediction, long-term or short-term on this show regarding the Denver Broncos, I think our viewers and listeners are all smart enough to understand. Disregard your take.
Got another
That's a setup.
Got another keyword coming your way in a second. By the way, congratulations to Pine Creek's Kylie Croyle. She's our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Kylie's passion and their passion for justice. When we return, a look around the league and another keyword next. All right, before you get a look around the league, a reminder, it's a Rally House Victory Monday, and with that, we give away $150 in a gift card. Each show will. Listen for those keywords on the 20s. The keyword for this hour is winning. Text winning. Well, like Charlie Sheen style. To 303-504-0925. That is winning in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You're entered for a chance to win $150 to Rally House. Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock, but with a look around the NFL. And I just saw a shocking stat about the Buffs that we'll get to in a bit, too. We'll start in Atlanta. And
I can't figure this out to say, dude, if you said, hey, Moj, figure this out and we'll spare your life, I'd just say, do me. Because I can't figure this out at all.
Figure what?
Well, I mean, they were without Penix. They started Kirk Cousins, right?
That has nothing to do with it. How good is the Falcons' defense?
Oh, I know. They are the most, call them porpoises. They're the most porpoising team that's ever porpoised before. Just up, down, up, down, up, down. They get smoked by Miami. Miami, by the way, was a one-win team heading into that week. They put up 34. And Tua, who couldn't see out of his left eye, throws for 4 touchdowns and was 20 of 26.
You know, watching that offense closely, Tua is always put in a position where he's about to get smashed, right?
Yeah.
The offense is designed for the quarterback to get hurt almost. He goes 20 of 25, 4 TDs. More on Tua right after this break.
Maybe he's like a sniper, Moj. He needs to close one eye to aim properly.
I reckon Atlanta came in with the second
Well, the snipers don't do that. Most of them keep both eyes open. Just move on.
Okay. Well, we can get into it.
No, we don't have to.
Right after this timeout, we'll get to it.
All right. So the point is that the Falcons' defense was the second fewest yards allowed in the entire league, and Tua just abused them. You know what his quarterback rating was after that game? Let me educate you. 138.6.
Yeah, pretty good.
You think?
Pretty good.
Not as good as the New York Football Jets winning their first game of the year. More on that coming up after this timeout.
Okay, relax. What are you doing?
You're not on News 4 anymore or whatever. CBS 4.
Oh, is this what Keith told you to do? Stop saying more on that later. So Falcons are 2-6. Or I'm sorry, the Falcons are 3-4. The Dolphins are 2-6. But yes, the Jets did get their first win of the year against Cincinnati in comeback fashion.
I will ask you this. Now that you're getting into the World War II stuff, this is Vietnam. Who's the greatest sniper in the history of the United States military?
I said we aren't going to do that.
I'm just telling you that it's
Chris Kyle.
It's Carlos Hathcock.
No, it's not. It's Vinny Johnson, the microwave from Detroit. More on that coming up.
All right. Carlos Hathcock. Google it.
I am very happy for Aaron Glenn that he got his first win because that has to be really tough. By the way, did you guys hear that 2-minute answer from Justin Fields after the game saying he went into his closet and cried?
Yeah,
dude.
That was weird.
He got really deep on that, philosophical.
Yeah.
He was offended by what the owner had to say. You could tell it hurt him.
Of course it did. When the guy who owns the team says you stink, yeah. But the Jets get that first win, and it was crazy. They put up 23 points in the fourth quarter over Cincy to do it. It was the go-ahead touchdown was Breece Hall on that delayed pass.
Well, he was going to pass it. There was nobody open. Then he faked like he was going to run it. Then he passed it. And then dude makes a great catch over the dude's head.
Yeah.
It was great.
So the Jets get their first win of the year. The Bengals, who are trying to keep pace to wait for Joe Burrow to come back, they're now 3-5 on the season. Patriots and Browns, I'm going to say this every week, I think. Guys, Drake May is really good.
Yeah, he's a problem all the time.
He throws the long ball, man.
Say what you want about Cleveland. Their defense is a good defense. And he throws a beautiful deep ball.
Can somebody explain to me what is happening with that carousel of quarterbacks in Cleveland right now with Shedeur Sanders going into the game, gets hurt
Let me
somehow?
tell you something.
More on that in the next segment, but I really wanted to delve into that now.
Something really fishy going on here.
It doesn't smell right. I don't know what it is, but
Dylan Gabriel's bad. He's just bad. He's not good.
I told you he's not an NFL quarterback.
Bro, it almost sounds like Kevin Stefanski put his foot down and said, over my dead body.
So 2 things on that. Number 1, he had, who the hell was it? I think it was James Thrash downfield. And he couldn't see him. He was wide open.
Well, he's my height.
because he's short, he couldn't see him. So he scrambles outside the pocket, then sees he's open. It stops him from getting a touchdown. They said Shedeur was inactive because of a back injury he suffered. Now, I don't know how you get a back injury when you're running scout team all week.
Throwing the ball a lot.
That seemed fishy. Here's the other thing that I'm getting really tired of coming out of Cleveland. So Myles Garrett has 5 sacks.
5 sacks yesterday, yes.
And they lost by 1 billion points. And then I got to hear sad Myles Garrett at a press conference. Hey, Myles Garrett, you had the opportunity to leave, and you decided $40 million a year was more important.
They gave you 40 per.
I'm not hearing your crocodile tears here.
He knew
okay?
exactly. He knew exactly who they were when he took the $40 million bucks. Now he may want Shedeur. I could understand that. I want Shedeur. I'm not even a Browns fan. Anyway,
two things in the Eagles-Giants game. Eagles beat the Giants 38-20.
You don't move it on. Dude moves it on.
I got a thing I do over here.
Yeah.
You just calm down.
Well,
what is your deal?
I'm now tossing a break and moving it on at the same time. More on that coming up later.
Patriots are 6-2. The Browns are 2-6.
Either way, though, Drake May is a player and he's a problem in the AFC.
So Eagles offense on it in that game against the Giants. They win 38-20. Saquon goes crazy. Big run early in the game. The big thing from that game is how disgusting the Scatterbo injury was. It was gross.
Did you watch it on Red Zone?
Yes.
Because Scott Hansen, and I don't know how you guys deal with this stuff. So Scott Hansen says it was a devastating injury. They showed the reaction from the players, and they said, we're rewinding the tape. Look away if you don't want to see this.
I can't
look away either. I don't know if you're looking away. I don't want to look. I mean, I had to watch it.
Yeah.
And I knew it was going to look exactly how it did. It's one of those, and now the foot is backwards.
Yeah, it's such an awkward play. There are the super tape extraordinaire guy, video extraordinaire guy, Sam Kilman on our Altitude Avalanche TV team.
More on that in a moment.
Huge Eagles fan. We're on the bus headed to the airport. We're talking about the game. I said, but Scatterbo's, his leg went backwards. He goes, yeah, they haven't found his ankle yet. Anyway, he's like, let me tell you how awesome the Eagles were. And Saquon, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, but dude's leg is backwards.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, anyway. So
another tush-push scandal. This time he fumbles the ball. And
that was a fumble.
Yeah. Forward progress.
That was a fumble.
What are you going to – you can't have it both ways. No, that's no forward progress because he's being pushed. They're still moving. Okay, they're pushing him. He fumbles the ball. Then it's not forward progress. Which way do you want it?
No, I agree. Like, by the way, he was still moving forward on top of other bodies, and then they ripped the ball out. That's a fumble.
It's just dumb.
Eagles 6-2, Giants 2-6. Bills, Panthers. Yawn.
I got nothing. More on that later.
40-9. The Bills improved to 5-2. The Panthers go to 4-4. How about this one? So I think Baltimore's being investigated for making it seem as if Lamar Jackson was going to play in that game, and then he didn't. They started Snoop Huntley. Didn't matter. You guys remember when we went into that game and I go, what's really fishy is that the Ravens are 6-point favorites. They're a 1-win football team who's playing against a team that's won 4 straight.
They're
6-point favorites.
Yeah, it did.
So bad.
And they won 30-16 over Chicago.
They had, again, that defense, now regarded as one of the worst in the league, right?
Yeah.
Porous. The Bears couldn't do anything till late.
Nothing.
Well, maybe
they couldn't do anything.
Maybe the real Bears showed up.
Maybe.
I don't know if you guys saw the end of the game or not, because why would you be watching? But I did catch it. There's like 50 seconds left in the game. The Bears are down 14 points. They need 2 touchdowns. They get no timeouts. There's no chance of them winning. But it takes them 25 seconds to run a play at the goal line. And I'm just like, what are they doing? At least if you're going to do this, give yourself an actual shot.
Yeah. We'll get to more on that next.
I know Keith told you to do something here. You're way overdoing it. Way overdoing it.
You know, the sad part is it's actually growing on me more as we go along, and it shouldn't be.
So the Ravens are 2-5. The Bears are 4-3. And you, by the way, Vic, you have no poker face. I could tell you're going to do this 30 seconds before you're going to do it.
Yeah. You're like
take away the element of surprise.
He's like Michael Scott, and that's what she
rigged.
said.
I win.
He's like Michael Scott, and that's what she said on The Office, where he just couldn't contain himself.
So we're wondering how do the Niners keep winning? Well, they didn't this week. They lose to the Texans. Now, I don't think the Texans are like coming back and being a threat or something like that, but I will say their offense does look a lot better.
Their defense is where they're at, though, man. That defense is solid.
There's no way the Broncos go into Houston this weekend and lose.
Okay. That bit's getting
I don't
old
know.
to me, too.
What else to
That's
tell
beyond
you?
a bit. That's just a sick man. That's a sick
I
head.
can feel it down in my plums.
Now, C.J. Stroud suddenly looks
That's
like
what I'm saying.
C.J. Stroud. Right?
He's found something lately.
It's so weird how it just clicks.
So the Texans win 26-15 as they improved to 3-4, and the Niners dropped to 5-3.
Give me some on the lay it down.
I don't remember what you lay it down to.
Yeah, what'd you lay down?
The Buccaneers smoking the Saints.
Boy, that's going out there. That's,
whew. I laid it down, and it got laid down.
Yeah, the Saints are really bad. They actually made the switch. Spencer Rattler got pulled at halftime for Tyler Shuck. That worked. They looked even worse on offense.
The only lay it down that didn't come through, by my recollection, was Ukla getting manhandled at Indy. But did anybody get fat on the Bearcats?
My lay down came through. I had BYU over Iowa State.
That was a very good call.
Yeah.
Brett Quinn lock of the week. Texas A&M just smothered LSU.
Yeah, that was easy. Heck,
So
that cost the guy a job.
Let's see, we were 6-1.
All right.
It's a good little run.
Moving on.
Bucks are 6-2. The Saints are 1-7. Colts continue to be amazing. I know they're playing the Titans, but
face the fact that the Colts are a good football team, dude.
What is going on?
There's no denying it. The Colts are a good team. Daniel Jones has been reborn.
What is happening?
He went into some woman's womb and came back out as a new human.
How is this happening?
I don't know how it's happening, but he's kicking ass.
Daniel Jones on the season has a passer rating of 110.
Did you guys see that catch by Michael Pittman?
Oh, my God. That was crazy.
Total stud.
I'll tell you what's happening.
I mean, 12 catches for $153 and 2 tutties.
I'll tell you what's happening.
Come on, man.
Jonathan Taylor's playing like the best player in football right now.
He's the
That's what's
MVP
happening.
leader
Well,
right now.
you got to give some credit to Shane Steichen.
Well, yeah. Vicky had 12 carries for 153 yards. I mean, Jonathan Taylor's been remarkable. He's averaging 6 yards a carry.
You know what they have? What every team envies in this league. They have true balance in their offense. They have a run game they can count on, and then Daniel Jones, when necessary, can get it done.
There's a story about Steichen that comes from my wife. I got to figure it out.
What?
That should be interesting.
Somebody she works with nephew is Steichen or something like that. I don't know. I got to...
Just their last name is Steichen?
No, it's Shane Steichen. It's
Did she paint him one day?
It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Colts are 7-1. The Titans are 1-7. And then Sunday night, Packers-Steelers in the first game that Aaron Rodgers has played against Green Bay.
Listen. Everybody just stop and listen for a second. Stop the music. Listen to me. Listen.
What?
I'm all into these retro jerseys and throwbacks, and what we saw with the Broncos over the weekend is great. And I know I'm colorblind, and I'm not an authority on fashion and color scheme. I know that. But whatever the hell that was last night that they put on my TV screen, I never want to see that again. I never want to go through that again. I don't even know why you trot that out there and try and claim that that's a look back at tradition, because that was disgusting stuff. That was disgusting behavior.
Packers scored 21 in the fourth. It looked like the Steelers had them.
They did have them. I don't understand what happened to that Steelers defense late, but they did have them. And now Aaron Rodgers will not be able to get the distinction that he wanted so
He's
badly.
beat every team in the league or something?
Where you beat every team in the league. This was his only shot at his former team.
Kraft kid, that tight end?
Yeah.
Whoa. He's athletic.
Do you guys want to know just a personal issue I had in that game last night? Because obviously I wanted the Steelers to win because I don't want the Packers to win. But that meant I had to root for Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not kidding. In the middle of the game, I was confusing myself. Aaron Rodgers would make a bad play and be like, yes. And then
then you forgot.
Wait, hey, no.
Was it me, or did his helmet look Martian-like?
No,
it's been like that.
Yeah, he had
like
to get
extra
a new helmet.
Martian-like last
it's
night.
been like that.
He had to get a new helmet when he went to
I know,
Pittsburgh?
but it looked
was Pittsburgh,
really
right?
off.
He had to get a new helmet, and he hated them all. And yeah, it does. It looks like it's two sizes, like Don Beebe.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a look around the NFL as we do
Well, what
every
about-
Monday at 8:20.
We'll talk about tonight at all.
Sure, later.
Well, I mean, I think every win is important because Kansas City, dude. I'm guessing they're probably going to smoke
Well, they are. Jaden
Commanders
Daniels is
tonight.
out.
Yeah.
They're going to win.
So that's a showdown for
Stay
first
ahead.
place probably coming up in 3 weeks.
Let me give you the stat that I was talking about earlier. Let's see you. There's 136 teams in college football at the FBS level.
136 teams that play Division I football at the FBS level. What does FBS stand for, by the way?
Football subdivision or something
It's
like that?
FBS. B. B is the second letter.
Football
Bowl
bowl
subdivision.
subdivision.
Yeah.
Okay.
136 teams.
Yeah.
Following the game over the weekend against Utah,
Mm-hmm.
CU currently ranks 134th against the run per game.
Their run defense is third to last in all of college football. Third to last.
I'm trying to find where the next Power 5
Like, who are the
team
worst?
is.
Who are the two teams worst?
Eastern Michigan gives up 246 on the ground per game.
Wait a minute. I didn't even know Eastern Michigan was FBS.
Georgia Southern gives up 241 per game.
Chad Powers' team.
Colorado gives up 217.
That's remarkable.
And beneath them, or teams better than CU, are the Charlotte 49ers, the Kent State Golden Flashes,
That's
the Georgia State Panthers,
yeah.
the FAU Owls, UNLV, UAB, Louisiana Raging Cajuns,
Yeah. You know,
Arkansas State. You're getting into a whole bunch of directional schools.
we focus so much on the offensive woes and we focus on the quarterback and all that, but defensively, you're so right. Robert Livingston's group has done nothing to warrant any congratulations this year. And more than that, who is their defensive line coach?
Warren Sapp.
Is he the coach or is he just an assistant on the D-line? Because whatever he's doing ain't working. Your D-line's getting ripped up. The gaping holes that Utah found, do you remember guys just running free like that? I mean, just like freedom runs. It was unbelievable.
He's the pass rush coordinator.
Pass rush coordinator? Okay.
Yes.
Well, the amount of gaping holes I saw out of that CU defense the other night was shocking.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this much. This is a little thing that is, look, is it really bothersome? No, not really. I don't like him kicking over the pylons before the game. I don't like that thing. I don't know what that is.
And then-
It's not a big deal.
and
It's
then
just like
Prime-
when they're playing bad and then you see that, you're
I
like,
don't-
stop that.
And then Prime picks them up. It's a superstition thing. It's a hey, but it's just sort of, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
Hey, what was the keyword again?
Keyword for this hour is winning. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your chance to win $150 to Rally House. Back after this.
Next.
All right, it's Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. It's time to talk about the Broncos player who was in the groove. A whole bunch of chances for this. You guys tell me who was grooving. Oh, come on, Moj. Spill the Diet Coke all over the keyboard.
Who is in the groove?
Who's in the groove?
It's Dobbins. I'm telling you who's grooving. J.K. Dobbins, dude. Right now, when we watch him run the football, to me, it's like, yeah, man, 100-yard game. I don't want to say I expect it, but it's there every single week. Or it feels like it should be every single week.
Certainly good back. Vic, would you like to participate in the show?
The in-the-groove player for Vic Lombardi in this game was J.K. Harvey.
R.J. Harvey.
I'm sorry.
Very, very great try.
Nailed it.
Remember when I did that at training camp on accident, and then that was like I committed a felony?
Mm-hmm. Well, you said you said the wrong player. Or did you just?
I just said the wrong player.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, the wrong player, and everybody. Honestly, our listeners.
Tell me more about J.K. Harvey.
I don't remember them getting on anybody as bad as they got on you for that one silly mistake.
I'll go with J.F. Harvey.
Yeah.
For this reason. He made a difference in a game.
Lee Harvey Oswald kind of give me
He made a difference. I mean, the 3 touchdowns are a difference maker for him. But, you know, the one thing, the run he made, go back and look at that run, that touchdown run. And the player of that game, of that run, did you see how many blocks Quinn Miners delivered on that specific run?
Yep.
It was sick. He had 3 different blocks on one run, blasting 3 different Cowboys to open it up for him.
I'll go with, Nix is the obvious guy that you can go with here, but Troy Franklin had a great day. Open constantly, making catches, finding open space, making moves. Thought he was great. You can go with a number of people on the Broncos, but that is our Broncos players in the groove. Brought to you by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. We'll get a look at the games tonight in a second. I do want to say in college football, though, for what was a pretty entertaining weekend, LSU getting rid of Brian Kelly. I want to bring numbers to you.
Do you realize how many coaching vacancies, big-time coaching vacancies exist right now in college football?
It's amazing, but
I've never seen anything like it this early in the season.
The landscape is changing in college football.
You think?
All of these programs that are the destination places, the should win all the time places, it's going to change. I mean, the money is changing things.
I want you to hear something real quick, just really quick, regarding LSU. And you tell me if this sounds familiar. So there's a pissed off LSU fan after they lost. Said, $100 million coach, $18 million roster, 5th-year senior quarterback, 3 losses before November, criminal. And I read that, and you know what I thought for a second? I thought this person was a CU fan. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. I looked it up, by the way. It's not an $18 million roster, but according to, what was this site I was on? Hang on. It's $12 million is what CU spends on the roster.
Expectations are different at LSU than they are at CU. That's the difference.
Yes.
The expectations at CU are just to make a bowl game. The expectations at LSU are contend for a national title.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between the two programs. Now, CU honks may not like to hear that, but that's the truth.
It is true, though. $100 million coach. I don't know if Deion's $100 million, but he's $10 million a year. $18 million roster. Few million less, but close. 5th-year senior quarterback. CU's got that. Just interesting. Now, that updated list, by the way, that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. It's October, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even Halloween yet. And these are the job openings in college football. We're talking about blue chip openings. We're talking about the elite programs. LSU, Penn State, Florida, UCLA. Hell, throw Oklahoma State in that mix just to make Steve Smith happy.
Well, I get the full list. Arkansas, CSU, Florida, Kent State, LSU, Oklahoma State, Oregon State, Penn State, Stanford, Virginia Tech, UAB, UCLA.
That's unreal, man.
Times are changing. I don't know that LSU, with everybody able to spend money on players and whatnot, I just don't. I mean, it's obviously a great job, and they've got a lot of assets there, and they can pay a coach a lot of money. But what is it now in terms of coaching in college football? You've got to be able to get guys in the portal, but you've also got to be able to get the high school recruits, and you've got to be able to keep your own guys happy now.
Yeah.
Because the idea is, hey, if I'm not getting the PT that I like, not enough playing time, I'll just go someplace else.
See ya.
I'll deuce out, and somebody else will pay me to come play for them. Right?
Yeah.
If I'm not happy with my situation, I'm gone. And I think that coaches are trying to navigate this new college football, and some are doing it well, and some are not doing it well.
By the way,
what's crazy about Kelly, I didn't think it was a good fit to begin with. But what's crazy about Kelly,
he changed his voice.
Well, yeah. But when you look at the teams he lost to, who did he lose to?
Kelly?
Yeah.
This season?
Well, he lost to A&M. Is A&M a better football team than LSU?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
He
This
lost
season,
I know he lost to Ole Miss. Is Ole Miss a better football team than LSU?
I'd say yeah, they are.
Okay,
This
so he
season
lost
they
to
are.
LSU, or he lost to Ole Miss.
Uh-huh.
And who else did he lose to, Brett?
Vandy.
I would argue to you that Vanderbilt is better than LSU right now.
So he lost 3 games.
Vandy's a top 10 team
They
in the
are.
country.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
But those are the expectations at LSU, that you shouldn't be worse than those 3 teams.
Well, you know what? I think that some of these programs are going to have to start lowering their friggin' expectations.
Good luck.
Because now that you can pay players, it's not just you're going to LSU to be seen by you're on TV, national TV every week.
Yeah, but this tells you something. He got fired, and I didn't see any current players, but I saw a lot of former players who played under him celebrating that.
Okay, maybe so.
He has not been well received.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, he got Jaden Daniels a Heisman Trophy. Did he not? Or
Sure.
Jaden Daniels got himself, but I mean,
Yeah, he was there when it happened. Yeah.
he's not a dummy.
Adam Schefter's going to join us at 9. There was a play that happened in the Avs game, Moj, that I'm not happy about. So, in real time, it looked like he tripped. I'm seeing a replay of Jack Hughes that looks like he went down to his knee and hit the knee of Gabe Landeskog almost intentionally. Did you see that?
I didn't see it. Let me see.
Here, come take a look at this.
That would be
I
low.
don't like this at all.
That would be low.
So, he drops to a knee. What does that look like to you there, Moj?
Well, in real time, see, I didn't see it like that. In
I know.
In real time, I thought he lost an edge and went down, and Landeskog was committed to the hit.
That looks a little different, doesn't it?
I think you're reading into it.
Come look at it then, Vic. Here, I'll turn it around for you.
Stop for a second.
You tell me if this looks like he intentionally kind of goes down.
Nah.
Yeah, you look at it one more time, Moj. You tell me. He recognizes that Landy's right there. He sees him coming, and then all of a sudden he just goes down to his knees.
I don't know if he went down to the knee to.
No.
Hold on.
No, you're reaching.
I
Does he
wouldn't
want to
say
be
he went
that?
down
No.
to his knees to take out Landeskog's knee. I think he went down to his knees because he didn't want to get smoked into the boards right there.
You
into the
think
bench.
you think he wants to be that guy that lowers himself to
I don't
He's
that?
never been known
No.
as that guy.
No.
I will say this: Jack Hughes is a flippin' player. Anybody going to the game
Yes, he
tomorrow
is.
night? Because they're here tomorrow night. You understand that, right? They flew in after us last night.
Right.
That guy is a. If he can stay healthy, Vic, get this: in the history of the Devils, the former Colorado Rockies, they've never had a 50-goal scorer nor a 100-point guy in their entire franchise history, which is weird because they've had so many good players there.
Not even Lanny McDonald back in the day?
You know, Holeeks and Eliashes and Brelands and all different kinds of guys. No, I'm talking about we're not going back to the Rockies because the franchise became a new franchise when it went to the Devils.
But there's no Rockies over there in Jersey?
Yeah. There's a lot of guys named
No,
Rocky.
I mean, I'm saying they did exactly what Utah did.
Yeah.
It's like they started a new franchise even though they took another team. That's what the Devils did.
Get to Adam Schefter here in a couple of minutes, but Nuggets game tonight, which means...
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Nuggets, T-Wolves, 7:30, Vic, keys to the game.
The only deficiency I saw Saturday night against the Suns, because the Suns just don't have the talent, they did give up a bunch of open threes. The Nuggets went to a zone and gave up good looks from three. Tonight, you're going to play a Minnesota team likely without Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards left last night's game against who'd they beat last night? Whoever they beat. He left with an injured hamstring. He won't play tonight. Very unlikely.
Indiana.
Okay. That's a good win for Minnesota. Second game of a back-to-back. Take care of the three-point line. That's the only thing that can hurt you tonight because, man, if the Nuggets cannot get enthused about this game, if they can't get hype about this game, a team that's beaten them now 6 straight times, I don't know what you can get enthused about. Do you think they are? Do you think they recognize it? Do you think the Denver Nuggets going to Minnesota know what's up here? Do you think they have
Of course.
Do you think so?
Yes.
It's time to get PO'd, and it's time to stick it to those nerds. There's no Ant tonight. Go get them.
That is Keys to the Game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
The game is on Peacock tonight exclusively. So if you want to watch it, you have to have the Peacock. There are a bunch of games with that new $78 billion NBA package that are going to be on these random streams, and Peacock is one of them. Those of you with Comcast, I believe you get the Peacock for free because Comcast owns the Peacock, and that explains that. If you do not have Comcast, there are other means to get it. You can just order it. I don't know how much it costs.
Thanks. If we don't
I
have
just
it, we
want to
can
make
order.
sure. Well, here's why I'm doing this because here's what's going to happen. It's 7:05 tonight, or whenever tip-off is. Where's the game? Why isn't it on altitude?
Yeah. I know. No, what I'm saying is thanks for if you don't have it, you can order it.
I think we
I
got
have to
that.
add that extra. I have to add that extra instruction.
Anyway,
Who told you that?
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us next. Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. We're joined as we are every Monday at 9 o'clock by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, how we doing this morning?
Morning, guys. What's going on?
You know, we're just kind of discussing this win for the Broncos where their offense has awakened. Your takeaway, is this more about the Broncos offense finding it or the Dallas Cowboys defense being bad?
Both. I mean, you're talking about a defense that has allowed 250 points this season, which is the third most through 8 games of a season in franchise history for the Cowboys. The other 2 seasons resulted in them being under 500 and missing the playoffs. So their defense is not playing great. But you're also talking about a Broncos defense yesterday that goes out and scores 44 points, which is their most in a game since Week 7 of the 2018 season against the Cardinals. So, I think it could be both.
Adam, I got a job opportunity for you, by the way. Earlier this week, Sean Payton mentioned how he's had several dalliances with the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones, and could have been opportunities for him to coach the Cowboys, but he was going to save it for a book. You have authored several books. That might be a good one down the road if those stories come true, because apparently he should be the Cowboys coach by now.
Well, I think it was one of those things that was always like the great white whale in the distance, where I think Jerry Jones had a lot of respect and admiration for Sean, and Sean always had a great admiration for him. It was a mutual respect there. They would get together at the Combine in Indianapolis, and they also had Tony Romo playing quarterback, Eastern Illinois, Sean Payton, Eastern Illinois. So that was the time where it was going on, where you thought, okay, well, maybe this happens. But it never did. And obviously Sean's coaching in Denver, so it worked out well for him.
I'm going to give you full credit from now on. I'm going to call Sean Payton Moby Dick. That's all there is to it. He from now on, he's absolutely Moby Dick. Hey, the Broncos are 6-2, Adam, and obviously they have to be. I mean, the Chargers are right behind them. We know the Kansas City Chiefs they're coming. But I look around the rest of the AFC, and we were talking about it earlier. I think the Patriots are for real at 6-2. I know the dang Colts are for real at 7-1. Does that surprise you? Drake May is a heck of a player.
We were making the argument on Get Up this morning. They were talking about the fact that Drake may be the best quarterback from last year's draft class, ahead of Caleb Williams, ahead of Jaden Daniels, ahead of Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix. That was the argument and debate. Damian Woody felt like he was or is. Rex Ryan felt like he was and is. Alex Smith was like not so fast. And I think that, I think he's got the chance to be. I don't know that he's the best right now. Like Jaden Daniels had a historic season last year, and Bo Nix has got great numbers this year, and Caleb Williams has great talent and a bright future. But, I mean, there were people this morning, and I understand why that would make the argument that Drake May right now, if you redid that draft today, that Drake May might be the number 1 quarterback pick.
Adam Schefter with us, ESPN. All Conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. I know this is probably a dumb question to ask, considering that Saquon just ran for 2,000 yards last year, but with the year that Jonathan Taylor's having, is there any chance he could compete for an MVP?
Here's what I would say to that. I would think through 8 weeks, for whatever that's worth, he's probably the MVP of the league. He's had 4 hat-trick games, 3 touchdowns. He's on pace to win the NFL Triple Crown of rushing. He's been incredible. But quarterbacks have won the NFL's MVP award 12 straight years. 12 straight years. So that's not to say that Jonathan Taylor couldn't do it, but you're going to have to beat out Patrick Mahomes and Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen and any quarterback who's performing at a very high level, and there certainly are enough of them, and will continue to do so as the year goes on. But to me, like, if Jonathan Taylor keeps scoring at this rate and rushing at this rate, like, I don't know why he wouldn't be the MVP.
Well, that team as a whole is surprising everybody in the National Football League. Another surprise, can you please help me understand what is going on with Shedeur Sanders at this rate? He goes from number 2, now inactive, some questionable injury. Does Stefanski just not like him?
No, he had a back injury. They downgraded him due to the injury. I still think that Shedeur is going to get a chance to show whether he can play this season. I think that time's coming, Vic. I don't know when it'll be, but I think Shedeur will get to start this season at some point in time. And, they'll get a chance to see what he can do, and he'll get the opportunity to say, to show whether he can play. But I don't think that's a Kevin Stefanski thing at all. Like, okay, we're making him inactive because I don't like him. Like, he had a back issue. They downgraded him on Saturday. They ruled him out Sunday. They made him the number 3 quarterback, inactive. And like I said, I still think he'll get an opportunity to play at some point in time.
Adam, I look at the Baltimore Ravens situation, and by the way, you couldn't knock me over with a feather after that win this weekend. But in regards to Lamar Jackson, and I know that the NFL is hypersensitive to announcing injuries, and I know why they are. Is it possible, and it certainly seems to me like Harbaugh's correct, it just feels like an honest mistake that, we're getting into the semantics and the definition of words here when it comes to, are they being, are they lying or are they not lying? I don't know. Far be it from me to defend the Baltimore Ravens, but this seems sort of like no big deal to me. How's the league look at it?
Well, the league is going to talk to people this week and do its investigation to determine whether they believe that the Buffalo Bills or the Baltimore Ravens are guilty and involved in wrongdoing. Yeah, I think there could be a fine that's handed out. I don't think the Ravens feel like they've done anything that is worthy of a fine. That's what they think, but it's up to the league to determine. Look, he was listed as full on Friday. He ran the scout team, which by definition you have to define as limited. They put it down. Could they have made a mistake? Sure. And I do think that they felt like Lamar really might play for a little while. So that's why they put him full. And again, we'll let the league determine whether they did or didn't do anything wrong.
Adam Schefter with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Just because you talk to people, especially with big-time players being injured, have you heard anything about the extent of PS2's injury?
Not yet, no. But I think there was some concern after the game about it and how it would work out. And, I can check and we'll see what the situation is.
Okay.
Yeah, because playing without PS2 will cause some issues in that secondary at some point. The way this Broncos defense is playing that, my goodness, especially against the Cowboys. What surprised you most? The Cowboys were not able to generate much. I think the Broncos' D-line is an underrated aspect of its defense. It allows the secondary to play as aggressively as it does.
Well, I think, he's so important. They feed off each other, right? Like the coverage is good. The pass rush, though, really to me is a differentiator.
It's elite.
It's so strong. And when you get that type of rush, it's like the Green Bay Packers last night. They're sending 4 guys. They don't have to blitz. They blitz one time all night, and because that happened, they still got tons of pressure, and the secondary can play in certain ways. That's the deal, and I think that pass rush deserves a lot of credit.
Having said that, do you think Vance Joseph will give another shot at a head coach opportunity in this league? Does he want to? Do you think he'll get it?
I think he deserves to be in consideration for sure. He handles himself very well, knows the game. I think he'll get some looks. You never just don't know how these interviews are going to go, whether somebody's going to like him or not, whether it's going to fit or not. But I do think he'll be in play. Now, whether he gets one or not, we'll see.
You go back to that 70 burger that the Dolphins put on him.
Yeah,
and Adam, that feels like an eon ago, does it not? Because this defense is so dang good, and I think what I like best about this defense is everybody gets some, and everybody's happy for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And and I love that Benito gets paid and his motor gets cranked up even more. Tillman gets a pick yesterday, so you get a fat guy pick, and everybody's happy for him. It's just good stuff. It feels like the happiest dang unit in football.
Well, they should be. They're getting an unbelievable rush. It's the best pass rush in the game right now. It's a differentiator. And, Sean Payton, I think, talked about the fact that this was a little bit of a measuring stick, a real personal test that this defense was going up against a great offense. And it would be able to measure itself and see how it would do against a great well, we saw they would do against a great offense. They handled themselves very, very well, and everything worked out the way Denver would want.
Adam Schefter with us. Again, 8 days from now is the NFL trade deadline. Is there a team or player or players to keep an eye on until then?
You know, I know the Broncos have I think they've had some interest in a wide receiver, and I think that they might feel like they need one. I think I would say, like, I don't know. I kind of like to see these young guys grow. Pat Bryant and Marvin Mims and some of these other guys. Like, sometimes you get a veteran receiver and they become what Bill Parcells used to say, progress stoppers. And maybe I'm missing something, but that was an offense that looked great yesterday. You know, you had Franklin making plays all over the field. Bryant got involved, made some plays. Like, a veteran, like, could you use another receiver? Sure. But sometimes it's best to let some of these young guys develop, maybe.
I think that's a great point. Yeah, you don't stunt the growth of guys who are now coming into their own, right? Although I mean, maybe you want to go find another tight end, or if there's one on the mark, okay, fine. But man, Bryant made a great catch yesterday. You said it. Troy Franklin is all over the field. I mean, everybody's doing stuff, and I don't want to screw with that either, especially when it gets going correctly.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, you make calls if there's something there, fine. But my point is, if they don't do anything, I'm okay with that. Like, that sometimes that works out okay in the end.
Whether it's about the Broncos or not, who do you think is the biggest name that is currently up for grabs right now that you know of?
Well, I think you watch Miami. Their two ends, Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips. I won't be surprised to see at least one of those guys traded here in the coming days. Rashid Shaheed is a guy that I'm waiting to see whether he gets traded. Jacoby Myers in Vegas. Those are some names that I think that are interesting, and we'll have some discussion and speculation about in the coming week before the trade deadline next Tuesday at 2 p.m. Mountain Time.
Is trade deadline a thing now? It used to be nothing. It used to be a big old goose egg. Now, are more teams active and involved in trade deadline day in the NFL?
Well, Vic, what's happened is I think that there have been some teams that have had some success with the trade deadline. And so it used to be, to your point, in football, that trades really wouldn't happen. It was something that other sports would do. But in recent years, there's been this tremendous uptick in activity with NFL trades. And I'm looking for the exact numbers right now. But in the last few years, if we go back and look at it, here it is. Okay, so 10 years ago, in 2015, in the month of October leading up to the trade deadline, there were 4 trades. 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 10 years ago. The next year, there were 5 in 2016. Last year, in the month leading up to the trade deadline, there were 18. The year before, there were 14. The year before, there were 18. So there's been at least 14 in each of the last 3 years in the month of October. And by the way, the 3 years before that were 12, 13, 13. So the last 6 years, month of October, have been double-digit trades. The previous 5 years, no, single. So it used to be nothing. And it's turned into something because I think teams have seen that teams have had success doing it, and there are more young, aggressive general managers, and so it's kind of caught on a little bit and spread, and that's what's happened.
Adam Schefter joins us every single week. Always appreciate it, Adam. We'll talk to you next week, the day before the deadline.
Oh, boy, yeah. That should be fun. Thanks, guys. Have a great week. Enjoy the victory yesterday.
Yep.
Right on.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every week in all conversations with Adam, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
You don't think you'll have both phones going crazy?
Oh, I'm sure.
Next Monday. I mean,
I'm sure. We got one more keyword for a chance to win $150 to Rally House. We'll give it to you next. No better time than right now to jump on with Circus Sports. The best odds in the game. Type money line splits, low holds in, excellent customer service. And especially with tonight, you get not only Monday Night Football between the Chiefs and the Commanders. The Chiefs now 11-point favorites in that game. You can also get in on some Nuggets action as well as they take the floor against the T-Wolves as a 6-point favorite in Minnesota. Again, download the app. Best odds in the game, no doubt about it. Circus Sports. Download it now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Question. Are you looking for a mountain property, second home, rental property, or even a dream house? Hey, it's Moser. I have the answer. Anastasia Bell. It's an awesome name, but even better agent. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. You need someone you can trust, someone professional with awesome market expertise, and that's Anastasia, serving all of Summit County and beyond. So when you really are looking for a mountain property, she is the best, and she's the one to call. In fact, you can call her right now at 970-968-7646. Yes, she'll answer the phone, 970-968-7646. Remember, Anastasia Bell, exceptional service when it is needed the most.
Yeah,
possession.
and he just his feet got away from him a little, but he bounced right back. He was magnificent. He was outstanding.
Sean Payton on Bo Nix. Got a keyword, the final one we're giving away right now for your chance to win $150 to Rally House, because it is a Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Keyword for this hour is streak. Text streak in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is streak in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll give away our Rally House $150 gift card at 9:55, but each show will have one today. So stay tuned on the 20s all day.
Did you see what Austin Reeves did last night?
Yeah, shot a billion free throws. Cool.
He was 21 of 22 from the foul line. He scored 51
Cool,
points.
Carl.
I mean, give the guy his credit. He scored 51.
I do not give credit to people.
You, man.
I don't know. I don't
get you, Vic.
No. How about no?
How
about I don't?
Who the hell are you?
The reason I bring that up.
You got to give this guy. He's a Laker, bro. What is your what?
I doesn't mean I have to like him. I respect the fact that he hit 51 on a night where they didn't have LeBron or Luka, and he carried the load. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's not a reason to get all. The reason I bring that up is this. This is going to be one of those seasons, mark my words, in the NBA, where you're going to have, we've already seen three guys eclipse 50 points. 3 guys. AG did it. It was just done by Austin Reeves. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 55. I think you're going to see this every other night, a 50 piece by a player. This is going to be one of those crazy seasons where scoring is going to come easy.
Yeah, well, you know what? I saw this from Adam Mares yesterday. There were 67 instances last year where a player took 15 or more free throws in a game.
Mm-hmm.
There's already been 11 this year. Nonsense.
The reason I bring that up is this.
Nonsense.
Not all 50 burgers are created equal. And I'll give you an example. Aaron Gordon scores his 50 piece on 10 of 11 threes. And I think he went to the foul line 7 times in that game.
Yeah.
Okay. So he had a total of 27 shot attempts, foul shots and shots. Foul shots and shots, a total of 27 attempts to get 50.
Yeah.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in a game
had 26.
26 foul shot attempts. 26. And a total shot attempt of 57. 30 more than AG.
Purest 50 piece I've ever seen was when Jamal did it with no free throws.
0 free throws. But what AG did, though, will go down as the most efficient 50 piece in the history of basketball. Total shots with free throws. The most efficient ever. You will not find that kind of efficiency. So, yes, 50 burgers are all created differently. If you huck it up 57 times, you're going to get to 50 points.
I mean, you said as efficient in history or whatever?
Yeah.
Jamal that night was 21 of 25 and 8 of 10 from 3.
All right, now do
Yeah.
AG.
No, I mean, AG was really good too. I'm just saying. 2 of those belong to Nuggets.
Yes. And you're talking about Aaron Gordon, who is not exactly the first, second, or third option on the Nuggets roster for scoring.
Yeah, it makes me sick. I hate this.
But the point is, I'm not going to be that impressed if somebody scores 50 when I find out they had 57 total shots. Yeah, you better have 50.
Mm-hmm.
You better have 50 at 57 total shots.
Yeah. What's your problem?
I refuse to participate in a conversation that glosses a Laker, or glazes a Laker, or glisses a Laker, or glizzies, or whatever the hell you want to use.
Hey, you see Austin Reeves last night? He's dead.
No, bro. No,
For the record,
I don't care.
For the record, I do wish that Anthony Edwards was playing tonight. I doubt he will because he left last night's game, a game in which the T-Wolves won against the Pacers at home. He left early with a hamstring tightness, and I doubt he plays on the second game of a back-to-back if he didn't play last night. I wish he were playing tonight.
Okay, I hope they stick it right up their stick hole. I hope the Nuggets beat him by 40.
So do I, but I wish he were playing.
You and I just see, this is really interesting. You ask Brett and I questions about football because you want to gauge our brains in your own specific quantitative way. I want to see where you are on the spectrum of are you right all the time or are you wrong all the time, that kind of thing. And because you already have the answer in your own head. Well, we went through the 10 Commandments 2 weeks ago. And I think hating Lakers was number one commandment. And then all you want to do is bring up this. I don't even, everything about Austin Reeves I don't like. I don't like where he went to college. I don't like his face. I don't like his hair. I don't like his jump shot. I don't like his 22 free throws last night. I don't like any of that. All right, I've said my piece. Okay, are we done?
On the flip side, the Avs need to score a damn power play goal. I'm getting pretty sick of this.
Yeah, they do.
They're 1 for the last 24.
I'm aware of that, Britt. Thanks.
It's not. I'll take it as a personal insult.
Their overtime situation too is somewhat frustrating. They can't get it together in overtime, and I know it's a different.
They're too
game.
aggressive. They're too aggressive in OT.
How do you guys look at this? They've gotten points in 9 out of 10 games.
That's a plus. That's called a positive. Yeah.
Power play again. Not good right now. If they even throw in a handful of power play goals, let's say in the season they're instead of being 4 for 30?
A lot.
It makes no sense with all the skilled players they have. It just makes no sense.
Right, it doesn't.
They've
gotten a little goalied. The teams now look if you can break that pressure.
No.
Don't do that.
There's
getting pressure.
There's no getting goalied for 1 for your last 24 on the power play.
I'm not saying that. I mean, it's on any given power play. Vic, you also brought up puck luck a little bit earlier because it is still is it still a small sample size, or do you think the sample size is sufficient now?
It's 10 games. It's an 8th
because
of the season.
We're not at Christmas yet.
Well, the reason why it's sufficient is because it was a problem last year.
It wasn't a problem last year.
It was a problem at the end of last year.
It was a problem against the Stars in the postseason.
Okay.
Last year wasn't a problem. They were top 10 power play in the league.
You're right.
It's what ended their season last year.
I'm aware of that too. Thanks.
I'm just saying, you're like, it wasn't a problem last year. I was like, well, it ended their season last year, and then it continued, and now they still can't score on the power play.
I tend to think.
But we talked about this last year. I hate it when you say the Avs got goalied. I hate it. I hate that more than anything.
How about if I never say it again?
Because it's just a cop-out.
Actually, it's not a cop-out.
Yeah, it is.
No, actually, it's not.
Yeah, it's a cop-out.
I would argue to you that the other night against
You can't
Carolina,
get goalied every night. You can get goalied every once in a while. I get it. I agree. But every time they lose, you're going to say they got goalied?
Absolutely not. I don't think I've even said it yet this year.
You just did. You just said.
I just said on some of the power plays, like, look, there are some saves being made, and I'll even just go back to yesterday, if you'd like me to. Jake Allen's 35 years old. There were times, and you go back to Swayman, you can go back to Knucklehead for Carolina, all these guys, and Freddie Anderson, who got a piece of virtually everything that went to the front of the net. They're not even necessarily seeing the puck. They're in the right place. They're.
I know.
And some of these things, like it ramps off Kale's stick. Come on, man. But, goalie makes a push and it go off his shoulder and he doesn't even see the puck. He can't locate
I
the
do
puck.
agree with you here. I think the tide will turn and it'll happen in droves, right? It'll happen in bunches.
They'll have a 3-for-4 night.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. But they could really use one.
But
I'm not going to lie. They could really use one.
But then when the puck bounces your way, are you going to say, well, they got lucky?
I'm not going to say they got lucky. No.
Oh, okay, well then you can't say they got goalie.
because they're loaded with so much skill.
What I'm saying is,
can I also give you a couple other things too? By the way, their PK right now is top 5 in the league, so that's good. Jersey has the second best in the early going here, the second best PK in the league. Carolina has an unbelievably good penalty kill. At least it was obviously the other night, where their pressure was amazing. They had killed off like 24 of 25 coming into that game. They had gotten themselves on a real big roll. So it's also who you're facing and when you're facing them too that I think adds to the situation. If you go 1 for 8 on the power play, though, with this kind of talent, that's an issue. It should not go 1 for 8.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And what's the yield? I think on any given power play, it's different.
Yeah.
I've seen times when they're forcing it to the bumper, when Lecky was in there, and I'm like, that's just not going to work. Teams are all over it. They forced it to the bumper with Val a couple of times in Boston, and it worked like a charm, yet Swayman made a couple of big stops.
All I'm saying is puck luck exists both ways. In that Boston game, let's be honest, the Bruins scored 2 ridiculous goals that weren't deserved.
Agreed.
Okay? They weren't deserved. We all acknowledge
Agreed.
that. We all acknowledge that.
You had a couple of guys making turnovers that just don't do it.
But those goals were like, what? What just happened there?
Correct.
And the latter can be true. A goalie can make a save at times. You're like, what happened there? Right? Just out of thin air.
Sure.
But every time you lose.
I mean, Wedgwood made a save. Was it Utah with that paddle? Was unbelievable.
All I'm saying is every time you lose and you put a bunch of shots on goal and don't score, you can't just automatically say they got goalied.
I completely agree, Vic, but I'm not going to use that vernacular very often. I'm saying right now, I think the Avalanche, this is my God's honest opinion, and you can call me
I think they're
knucklehead
going
if
to
you
start
want to.
finding these.
I would argue to you. Let me get the schedule up here real quick, Brett. You've been awfully quiet over there.
I'm just listening.
What, a cat got your tongue?
No, I just listening.
I would argue to you that in every single game, except the loss at the Mammoth where they got a point out of it, okay, last week, I would say the Avs, in 8 out of 10 games, they were the better team, and yesterday I'd say they were even. They were better than the Kings. They were better than the Mammoth. They were better than the Stars, Sabres, Blue Jackets, Bruins. Mammoth game, I thought Utah, by the way, is kicking some major butt. I told you
who had the
They were
Mammoth
better than Carolina.
leading
They
the
were
division?
better than Boston. And I'd say yesterday against the Devils, they might have even been a little bit better, but they were straight up with them at the very least, a team that had won 7 in a row.
By the way, do you guys know where?
So the tide has got to turn. And by the way, last thing. Hey, let the cat keep getting your tongue for right now, please.
Yeah, shut up.
Right now, as we sit here, Vic, league. Let me go to the league. Hold on, they played one more game than some other teams. Right now, the Avs sit with they're tied for second, tied for third because Utah and Jersey each have 16. They're tied for third with 14 points. Now, if you extrapolate that out over the course of a season in 10-game segments, it's over 112 points for the year.
Mosh, they're fine.
Regular season.
Nobody, listen to me. They've played 10 games. They're second in the division. They're fine. Nobody's saying they're not fine. This is a great start for the Colorado Avalanche. Their power play is struggling. That's all.
Go ahead, Brett. Say something
That's
funny.
all. And that comment was made, and all of a sudden you went into a rage for 10 minutes.
Go ahead. Say something smart, Alec. I dare you.
I can't hack up.
Okay, good.
No, I was just going to tell you.
Yes, the power play has to crank up. I'm sure they're probably frustrated as well. They work on it every single day of their lives. They try different things. I said to you, Vic, not all power plays look the same. Yeah. Hell, McKinnon swings over to the other side now, and hell, he even dances up at the blue line instead of parking himself on this side.
I didn't realize Utah's won 7 in a row.
Yeah,
what the hell's going on?
Well, that stupid mascot, I guess. I don't know. Friggin' elephant, whatever it is.
Yeah, they have gone 7-0 since they unveiled Tusky as their mascot. Have not lost in the Tusky era.
And by the way, I'll say this too, and Connor can back me up on this. Utah fans are getting incredibly mouthy. And I don't like that at all.
Well, get used to it, dude. Utah fans are always mouthy.
No, these suckers are mouthy.
Like, what kind of mouth?
Filthy.
Like that kind of, like
well, no, not filthy mouth, but just smart alecky mouth.
Like a
you know what? Like 17-year-old snot-nosed kid mouth. They're getting mouthy. Hey, has your daughter ever talked back to you? Has she ever gotten mouthy on you?
Yeah,
And
I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, that's the Utah Mammoth fan base right now because they've won 7 in a row and they're leading the division at 8-2.
I was just looking up because I like to see where origins of phrases come from.
Yeah.
Cat got your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know what that stems from?
No.
Let me think about it. Cat got your tongue.
Yeah, some guy in Tanzania one time ran into a lion and it ripped his head off.
There's 2 possible explanations. In ancient Egypt, the punishment for lying was a person's tongue was cut out and fed to cats.
Okay.
Wow,
Sounds
that's
appetizing.
That seems really harsh.
There's also a superstition in medieval times that a witch's black cat could steal a person's tongue, making them unable to speak.
Wow. It's heavy duty.
I don't understand but cat got your tongue means, why aren't you talking? What's wrong with you? Why
So a cat stole your tongue, which left you unable to speak. Did cat steal your ears? Can you not listen?
Good one.
Hey,
It's a good one.
You guys come up with some dumb sayings.
what do you mean we come up with it? It's been a saying forever.
Hey, Moj.
Since ancient Egypt.
Hey, Moj, cat steal your gallbladder? Oh, that's funny.
Anywho.
Something about your face today.
By the way, Connor just texted. I got his back. And
Because you and Connor just are like, you guys don't.
After the Utah,
You guys get so defensive and territorial over the stuff.
Negative. I'm not defensive.
You and Connor are too close to the situation.
Yes.
It's okay. Well,
I'm not defensive.
No, because he backed you up on the getting goalied thing.
You're too close.
And the point that me and Vic make is it's okay to say you get goalied. Sometimes Hellebuck just gets you, right?
Here, try this.
But when you have five straight games of it, it's like you can't get goalied
and
five
I think
straight games.
Even coach would appreciate it. It's okay to be critical of a team you cover. Hey, guess what? Nikola Jokic is out of shape right now. See how easy that is? It's okay. He's the greatest player in the world. He's out of shape right now.
Cut out his tongue and feed it to
I mean,
cats.
what do you think? Should I retire now? Should I resign because I was critical?
In ancient
It's
Egypt,
okay.
the punishment for lying or blasphemy was cutting out a person's tongue and feeding it to cats. I want your tongue. I want to find a cat somewhere, Vic.
God.
Blasphemy. You don't say that about our king.
More on that coming up.
After the Utah games, though, the Mammoth fans, they get on Connor's bacon big time. I mean, they are all over him.
Once again, the keyword for this hour, our final keyword for that $150 gift card to Rally House is streak. Streak. Like winning streak. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Fact checker next.
How about a car deal that's not going to scare you here in the spooky season? Silterhar Motors in Broomfield has got an unbelievable deal right now for you. Ford Bronco Sport starting at $25,999. An incredibly popular rig. In fact, somebody on this very radio station drives one. You can lease one right now for $299 per month at Silterhar. Not kidding. Prices lowest in town. Cash, finance, lease, trade, whatever. They've got you totally covered. And over 1,000 vehicles on the lots right now. 5 awesome brands to choose from. It's really the place you need to go. They have what you're looking for, including that awesome Ford Bronco Sport. So do yourself a favor. Get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield. It's right there. Or shop online and then go take a look. STHmotors.com. It's STHmotors.com. Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
So Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We'll give away that $150 gift card at the end of the show. We have one every single show throughout the course of the day today. And coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against the T-Wolves on 92.5 begins at 7 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
Fellas, Nikola Jokic is one of us. He's one of us. What TV series did we watch and really enjoy? That was on HBO? Was it HBO or Netflix? What was it on?
It's Netflix.
Was it? Peaky Blinders.
I thought that was on HBO. Or maybe it was Netflix. I can't keep track, but I loved Peaky Blinders.
Great series.
LUV.
No, there's no way it was on HBO because they don't give their shows up to Netflix, and it's on Netflix right now.
Okay, there you go.
Great series. I had no idea that Joker wasn't a Peaky fan. I know he dressed like the Peaky Blinders routine a couple times. I had no idea that he watched the show. Well, the other night after the game, I asked him about having Jonas Valanciunas as his backup and if it allows him to relax a little bit and check out the pool big fella had here.
Nikola, do you feel like you can relax or breathe easy when you are subbed out by Jonas Valanciunas and how he's playing?
I never relax and breathe easy, my friend.
No. You breathe harder?
Thomas Shelby said there is no rest for me on this world. If you guys watch Peaky Blinders.
I was going to say, you're quoting Peaky Blinders now.
There's no rest for me in this world. I don't remember the scene. But apparently he said that.
I don't either. Hang on.
There's no rest for me in this world.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I'm sure he probably said it.
I mean, he's quoting Thomas Shelby for crying out loud.
Yeah.
That's sort of badass.
It's really good. Oh, when Joker does it, it's cute. When I do it, I'm being an idiot, and
It took him 5 seconds to say it.
it takes
said
me
it
like
early?
7.
What's that?
Oh, I thought you were saying Thomas Shelby said it in 5 seconds. I was like, what are you talking
No,
about?
there is a 16-second clip of him saying it. I don't know if we can just play this off the rip because I don't know if
he
there's
may
cursing
curse.
in this.
Yeah. So tonight in Minnesota with Rudy Gobert, with Julius Randle, and you're probably not going to have Anthony Edwards, who has hamstring tightness, did not play most of the game last night. How do you see the Nuggets attacking Minnesota? Because here's what Minnesota's going to do tonight. They're going to shoot a bunch of threes.
Yeah.
And you're going to grit your teeth at all the threes they shoot.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think if the Nuggets don't win tonight, especially if Anthony Edwards is out, I know it says game time decision.
I'll be disappointed.
I'd be hard-pressed to find a hamstring injury that you leave a game for that you play the next day on. Would be really surprised.
Unless it was just an overabundance of precaution, which I don't think it was.
Yeah, but you're not going to play him the second game of a back-to-back if you're holding him out the night before. No way. No chance.
Hey,
Too predictable.
Rob Dillingham.
Yeah.
Listed as day-to-day nasal.
Mm-hmm. Probably your issue.
What could he possibly have in his nasal
I don't know. Now do LeBron.
Probably like he got knocked in the face and has a broken nose or something.
Nasal? It doesn't have like a stuffed nose when the leaves are turning, right? Like me.
I would highly doubt that's why he would be missing a game.
Okay. Just checking.
Hey, just quickly on the Broncos. I know what the answer is going to be, but I can make an argument for the other side. Are you more impressed with their offense or defense in that game?
Offense.
And I would say offense is going to be the one that most people choose, but I will say the way bigger test
defense.
was the defense doing that
You know,
to that
I
offense.
could say both. I say offense was impressive because I don't see, I mean, how many times have we seen the Broncos offense break out for 44?
Yeah, but Vic, they were playing the worst defense in the league.
I don't
They
care.
did
played
their
bad-
job. But they did their job. They didn't do their job the previous week.
They played bad defenses already this season and didn't put up 44.
Any team that is the worst defense in the league, you should do your job. You should be able to get fat on them.
But
And that's exactly what they did.
The defense deserves credit for something that I think swung the game early. You throw a bad pick early, they come right down the field, and you hold them to a field goal. That was essential, man. That was a big deal.
Yeah, big play.
It's a big deal.
The Dallas Cowboys this year, let me pull this up for you so you guys can get a little clarification. They scored 20, 40, 14, 40, 37, 27, 44, 24. Dude, Broncos held them down pretty good. Dude.
And 24 is garbage.
Yeah, it was
Milton got
junk,
that
correct.
last second
Correct.
whatever.
The most impressive thing is scoring 44 points against anybody because this offense has proven to be one thing, inconsistent. Well, yesterday, they were consistently explosive. Those are the most explosive plays we've seen out of a Broncos offense in how long? I mean, in the first quarter, they averaged, 13 yards a play.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, their offense, just to know that's possible.
It's in there, right?
It's in there. It's in there.
It's in there.
They're capable of doing this. Now, again, take it with the grain of salt of worst defense in the league and all of that.
Yeah.
The point is...
and credit to Sean Payton, who called a hell of a game.
Yeah.
And all those complaints about his screen game, right? Well, I'll show you a screen game. Because he kept running screens, and he did it effectively.
Well, I'll tell you one guy that can block. Pat Bryant blocks that pretty well.
He does.
He might be the only one, but he does block that pretty well.
We're looking at 5 wins in a row right now.
That's the other thing. They won 5 straight. Does it feel like they won 5 straight to you?
No, because a couple of those
Yeah,
were
not
wild.
really.
Yeah.
But at the same time, and I know you guys don't like me getting ahead of myself, and you chastise me. But if they can get by Houston this weekend,
why can't you just live in the
shut
moment?
up.
Just live in the
Just
moment.
shut up.
Why are you so concerned with what's going to happen 2 weeks
Yeah,
from
I mean,
now?
it doesn't matter. Week by week. I don't understand why you do this.
if they can just get by Houston, and I would argue to you they have to because the Chargers are going to get healthy and the Chiefs are the Chiefs are coming,
dude.
So if they can just get by Houston this weekend,
shut up. They're
going to beat the crap out of the Ravens at home.
Shut your mouth.
And then they'll be an 8-2 team getting ready for a first place showdown against Kansas City.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
It's all good. Why are you guys so afraid to look at teams the Broncos
you know
are better
what,
than?
Moj? Every time you do this, you've been wrong. Every time.
Did they beat the Jets? Did they beat the Giants? Did they win the games?
Moser,
you thought they would kill the Titans. How'd that go?
Not good.
You thought they'd kill the Colts? You thought they'd kill the Colts?
You thought they'd kill the Colts.
How'd that go?
Well, I had no idea that Daniel Jones had been reborn in the image of God.
You thought they'd blow out both the Jets and the Giants.
I did.
Jets and Giants were both
So
blowouts.
just calm
and
down
then
a
last
little
week, you're like, I'm done predicting
just
that. I don't
calm
know
down.
what's going to happen in this game. And then they actually do blow a team out.
You're like a overhyped homecoming queen.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Hey, I do want to say this.
Yeah, what was that poll?
I don't know. Listen to me.
You're like an orangutan with peanut butter.
30 years. This is a streak I did not know existed until, I went back. 30 years. The
Let's be
last
honest,
time.
an orangutan with peanut butter would probably be pretty amped up.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
1995, the last time the Cowboys beat the Broncos. 1995. Where were you in 95? What were you doing?
Hang on just 1 second. This thought came to my head. An orangutan with a giant vat of peanut butter and a keg full of Red Bull.
Yeah,
that would be an entertainment.
Cigarettes? Those ones that smoke cigarettes too?
100%.
Yeah.
I would stream that live on my computer.
Just think about this. An orangutan with a cigarette in one hand.
Peanut butter
and
in the
just
other.
a fistful of peanut butter.
In
Just
the
like
other.
all buried here going.
And washing it down with Red Bull.
Yes.
Perfect. Hey, Vic, I can't even remember
What
last
were
week,
you in
let alone
95?
30
In
years
September
ago.
of 95, what was your situation?
You
married yet?
No. I was living in Sacramento, California.
Doing what?
Working in radio.
For who?
KFBK.
Doing what?
Sports.
Okay. What were you doing in 95 there?
I was doing sports radio.
You were... No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
You were wetting yourself.
My kindergarten class had a radio station.
Matt's right. Moser called it, said the Broncos would be 7-3. Matt, they could be 8-2, bruh. If they get by the Texans this weekend.
You don't get to say I called this.
Why don't I get to say I called this?
Because none of it is the way that you thought it would be.
It doesn't matter. It's the end result.
Yeah, it's the beauty of sports, though, man.
It's like you making that miraculous par on 10 out of the woods. It's not how you got there, it's how many. It's not how the Broncos got there.
It's basically you said I'd be married to a supermodel and you're married to Janet Reno. Okay, so you're married.
Is she still alive?
I have no idea.
Speaking of, did you see that
Sorry,
guy?
Janet.
You see that guy on the DP World Tour? He's about 150 out. He has to eagle the last hole to retain his card, his DP World Tour card. Eagled it.
He hold out.
That's pretty sick.
It's amazing.
Dude, how clutch is that?
It's never happens, but it's the luckiest shot of all time.
Meanwhile, Moser was short on a 2-footer.
Took his socks off and walked off the court.
It's just so funny.
That's
great.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I'm just telling you, man, I even have a game cushion. So they could afford, in my eyes, to lose at the Texans because they're going to kill the Raiders. But they could afford to lose at the Texans, and I'd still be right. I'd still be correct before that Chiefs showdown.
It's great.
And they have 10 days to prepare for the Kansas City Chiefs game. This is great. This is exactly how you want it.
The winner of the $150 gift card Rally House is Nick Idler. Congratulations, Nick.
Spell it.
Idler.
Sure it's not Idler.
Idler's Greens. Anywho, with a couple minutes left, let's get a fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
The day after every Broncos game, we tell you which Broncos player was in the groove, and it's brought to you by Groove Toyota. Well, I think we probably owe Groove Toyota a refund for how today's segment went. Here's a little edit of what happened earlier.
You guys tell me who was grooving. Oh, come on, Moj. Spill the Diet Coke all over the keyboard.
Who is in the groove?
Who's in the groove?
It's Dobbins. I'm telling you who's grooving.
Vic, would you like to participate in the show?
The in the groove player for Vic Lombardi in this game was J.K. Harvey.
So you guys spilled a soda and then named a player that doesn't exist. Brought to you by Groove Toyota.
Yeah, that's
Let
so
me tell you
bad.
something. When I'm in,
I was involved in something else.
When I'm trying to tee you up for something, and Vic is leaned back in his chair like it's a lazy boy, 5 feet from his
he was
mic,
fighting with Connor at
no
the time.
headphones
No, it
on.
wasn't.
Who are you fighting with?
No, I was doing the research on. I was looking at some. I was that Quinn Miners block. I was looking at it.
the 3 blocks.
Yeah,
in
the
one
3
play?
blocks on
Yeah.
one play. It was phenomenal. I thought it was the greatest single play by an offensive lineman I've seen all year in the National Football League. If you haven't seen it, Ryan Green tweeted it. I retweeted. It's amazing. J.K. Harvey. Yeah. You said that in training camp. You said at some point this year we will mix up their names.
Yes, of course.
And it happened.
How many times do you get running backs both with 2-letter names? JK. RJ.
Hey, be happy you weren't around when E.F. Hutton was around. Hey, Vic, when E.F. Hutton talks.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Tune in tonight. Nuggets, T-Wolves, 7:30 right here on 92.5. Commanders, Chiefs going to be on AM 950. Have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Get the peacock.
But you had the block, the big block on that run. Tell us about the block.
I told them all week. I take all the running backs, man. You know what I'm saying? If y'all ever want to bounce it anyway, just find 13. I'll make sure y'all boys get to the box.
Here's a 2nd and 10. They go with Harvey on the toss, and there goes Harvey. Harvey's got a first down. Harvey's looking for the end zone. Harvey takes it home.
Recognize greatness when you see it, people. Recognize it. Welcome to a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Rally House. Shop every team in town. Your Broncos mollywhopped the Dallas Cowboys. Yes, your Coach.
Wait, hold on. What
Coach?
state are you from? Where'd you grow up?
Well, I grew up in Texas.
Yeah,
but
so
I consider myself
But I thought Texas high school football is the greatest out on planet Earth. Hey, it's probably better than a lot of your college and college football. What happened to Texas football being so dang superior to all of the rest of us?
No. And you get the Texans this week, too. You're going to Houston this week. You get to hammer that entire state.
You already won the regional and the DFW Metro. You beat the Cowboys. You won the semifinal.
You know what? It's crazy. It's crazy. I've said this before, and I've talked about my dad. He hates the Dallas Cowboys. In the state of Texas, there are more people who hate the Cowboys than love the Cowboys. I think there's a large group of people who hate that team. And the Denver Broncos put a beating on them. Coach, I think it's KJ, the Broncos have scored 76 points over the last 5 quarters of football.
Balling.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bo Nix is a fantasy football team in 5 quarters.
Listen, he threw 4 yesterday. Oh yeah. That made me feel
Bo
all
Nix,
kinds of
man.
good.
Hey, there was some moments. Heck, not all that long ago. I guess it was just
upgraded.
Bobot. Hey, Bobot is he got his lube oil and filter. he got the system upgrade.
Yeah.
He did everything. He's like the new iOS.
Yeah,
he got it.
He got some weird quantum computing thing going on the. Yeah, Bobot's upgraded.
Discovered how to throw a touch. Threw a touch the entire day. Never missed any throws except for the first one.
Bobot 2.0. Right. You throw. You know what? You're right. The very first part of the game, I almost forget about it, where he throws the pick
Didn't
right
matter.
there. Nah, it didn't matter at all.
Bobot knows how to respond.
I
doesn't
do not care how bad the Cowboys' defense is, and it really felt like in that post game when Sean Payton was talking that he had no respect for them.
He was throwing some daggers.
No respect for the Cowboys.
Molotov cocktails going in the direction of everything related to the Cowboys organization.
It's great. But I couldn't imagine what they did yesterday. That was amazing. 44-24 win for your
And Sean
Broncos.
could have had. I think he really wanted to go half a hundo.
You
I
think-
think he wanted to get double nickels.
I did too, man. And I've been screaming for double nickels forever and ever. And I think this offense is going to give it to me before the season's done, right?
I don't know if you're going to play anybody
I
like
was about
that
to say,
again.
you're not going to face a defense. Like, it's
The
going to be
Raiders
weird.
are pretty bad right now.
Yeah, you could put 55 on the
They
Raiders,
got a home
right?
Thursday night tilt. It's going to be on a short week, so double nickels would be a tough stretch.
I don't know, man.
But
I
some
think
quarterback's probably going to give you 2 pick sixes.
Yeah.
That'll help you get to
But
double.
they figured some. I mean, yesterday was a coming out party, right? That was like the Denver Broncos announced their presence with authority. Like that was all the young players stepping up, doing crazy stuff. It felt like a coming out party. It felt like, hey, we're the real deal. Matter of fact, the entire NFL slate yesterday almost felt like the real teams showed up and showed you who the real teams were because there was a lot of beatdowns yesterday in the NFL.
Yeah, there were. Talk about the Green Bay Packers are for real.
Yo, your man Jordan Love,
He
brother.
looked good.
Jordan Love
He
is
was
now
shredded.
in the MVP conversation.
Oh, yeah. That second half against one of the best defenses in pro football, one of the best pass rushes. He was out there slinging it. Bo Nix, how many touchdowns has he accounted for in the last 5 quarters? Am I right in saying, is it 6?
4 yesterday,
No, 8,
and then
8.
he threw 2 in the fourth quarter because he ran for 2 and he threw for 2.
So he has accounted in 5 quarters of football, he's accounted for 8 touchdowns. Is he all of a sudden out of nowhere? The Bobot was resurrected. I stood straight up and I'm now in the MVP conversation.
Yes, he has to be, which is crazy to me.
Okay, so check this out.
But
Check this out on my man Bo Nix right here, okay? And I know there's a lot of negativity around completion percentage over expected. He finally was on the correct side of that. Some of the advanced analytics stats, the stat nerds hate Bo Nix. And they've hated Bo Nix since he arrived in the National Football
day
League.
one, yes.
But let's talk about NFL passing total touchdown leaders from the beginning of 2024 to today.
Okay, who is it?
Number 1, Josh Allen.
Okay, that's
with
not a shock.
58.
Josh Allen.
Number 2, Baker Mayfield with 57.
Okay. I probably wouldn't have guessed that. But
Number
all right.
3, Lamar Jackson with 56. Jared Goff 4, and that's been you would think that's been just crazy dynamic touchdown machine, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you go back to 24 and it felt like they were scoring double nickels
Yeah,
almost
they were
every time
rolling
out.
teams. They were rolling teams that season.
And then there is a two-way tie for 5th with Bo Nix. Total touchdowns. Bo Nix is tied with Jalen Hurts at 52.
Man.
So he's a top 5 quarterback since the beginning of 2024 as it relates to putting the football in the end zone.
So it's probably the best game of his career yesterday, right? It's one of the best games the Broncos have played in a decade, right? What was it? It was 2014 the last time it was Peyton Manning in that 2014 Broncos team the last time something like this has happened. And Bo Nix, man, he looked good. He looked like he had confidence. Like, confidence is high for the entire team, but it feels especially for Bo that confidence is high right now.
Bo was buzzing yesterday, man. The Bo was buzzing.
Like, how did it happen? How did it happen? Because we were talking about how Bo has these slow starts.
Yeah.
But not yesterday, not yet. Even with the pick, it's not.
I got this weird theory. Sean Payton he didn't intend for Bo Nix to throw an interception on the first drive. But I think the worst thing that could happen to Bo Nix early on in a football contest is mundane.
Okay.
Just meh. Like nothing great.
Right.
And nothing awful.
Right. He needs that spark.
But kind of bad.
Yeah.
So throwing that early pick, it was able to get one thing that we know about Bo Nix that he does so dang well. Response. I say that word all the time. I know it's probably the listeners like, oh, here goes Coach Sanford again saying about respond. Dude, that's what makes Bo Nix unique. That's what makes even this, I would say this offense, this team is now starting to take on the persona of Bo Nix.
Okay, yeah.
And they're becoming a responding unit. The Denver Broncos are the first responders because they respond to adversity. They respond to being down in the fourth quarter because guess who is the face of their team?
Mm-hmm.
It's their quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And what does he do? He responds.
Yeah, he shows up in the fourth quarter.
So by throwing that early interception, I think there was an immediate Bo-Bot response. I would say the best way to go forward with this to make sure you don't have that type of response because you threw a pick. You don't want to throw a pick in the first drive of the game. You don't want Sean Payton to call the interception play.
Right, don't do that.
Just so Bo can wake up and start responding. You know what I say you do?
What?
Give Bo a first drive physical run. Like something that gets him in it. Like he is. Because I think he's one of those physical players at the quarterback position that needs to feel like he is in it.
Yeah.
Then it's like, okay, let's ride. Let's go do this thing.
Right. Because you'll have to force that contact because guess what happened yesterday? He didn't get touched. Bo didn't get touched. Not once. Didn't get sacked, didn't get touched, didn't hit the ground. You know what I mean? Like, so if you want a football player to football player, you're going to have Bo initiate it because that offensive line was amazing. Although there wasn't really an aspect of the Broncos yesterday that you could harp on, right? I can't find a negative from yesterday's game. That's how good every aspect. Well, I mean, what? There was that one punt that Crawshaw kind of shanked at the very end, but that was it, man, right? That's the only thing on special teams, on anything. It was amazing, an absolutely amazing game. What'd you think of R.J. Harvey?
He was great. I loved I loved the fact that the kids are all right. Because I was a little worried about the kids.
I kind of was too, but I worry about all this stuff too much. You know what I mean?
So did you not feel like the only really high-performing rookie from this draft class, really I'd say consistently over the first 7 weeks of the season, I felt like it was Jeremy Crawshaw.
Yeah.
It was your punter.
Yeah. And then they all broke out yesterday. They all broke out.
Jahdae Barron, INT.
Pat Bryant catching a touchdown.
That
RJ
Pat
getting
Bryant,
3.
That Pat Bryant route, touchdown catch, and then Pat Bryant on the block for RJ Harvey, dude.
I saw that. Yeah, he was talking about like he tells the running backs.
Hey, you search out 13 because I'm gonna have my dude hammed up, man. Hey, let me hear that again from Pat Bryant, man. That sounded. I love that soundbite from Pat Bryant. Here's the theory that I think Sean Payton probably subscribes to, and this is how you raise all boats: is no block, no rock.
Okay. Yeah,
and Pat Bryant, he's saying, you know what? I'm gonna be your blocker.
Right.
And guess what? Then I'll get the rock.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he's been doing that all year long.
Yeah. So here's Patrick Bryant. I think talking about how much pride he takes in himself as a blocker.
But you had the block, big block on that run. Tell us about the block.
I told him all week. I tell all the running backs, man, you know what I'm saying? If y'all ever want to bounce it anyway, just find 13. I'll make sure y'all boys get to the box.
Yeah.
Get to the box, baby. I like how he calls the end zone the box. It's not the rectangle, it's the box.
It's the box.
13, I'll make sure y'all boys get to the box.
There was not a young player who didn't have a standout game, right? Troy Franklin looking good, Pat Bryant looking good, RJ Harvey looking good.
Dude, Troy Franklin is trending right now.
Barrett, yeah, you like what Troy did?
Year one with Troy Franklin, you saw the speed. He kept getting behind the defense. Training camp year two, you started seeing that this guy's starting to make some of those contested catches. The consistency of his hands are starting to show up. And then he had a little bit of a bump in the road.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, kind of games 5 through 7, had a couple drops, or, Bo Nix and him were still doing that Bover throw. How in the heck did a couple guys that played together 2 years at Oregon are going into their 4th year together playing? How are they not on the same dang page? Like, that makes no sense. Boy, he looked great yesterday, did he not? And he's playing with energy. He's playing with fire. He's playing with chutzpah. He's a guy that you want to see get the football in his hands. And right now, if you didn't know any better, you would have said that Troy Franklin was wide receiver 1 for the Denver Broncos yesterday.
Yeah, well, he led him in receptions, and he caught 2 touches. So that, yeah. Like, it is so crazy how far we've come with Troy, because there was people who were so upset with how he was looking in his rookie training camp. Remember, they were like, man, I don't even know if he belongs in the league. And now you're like, what were you thinking? Because he looked great out there. What's your one takeaway from yesterday's win? Or actually, let me ask you this. What impressed you the most out of a slew of impressive things the Broncos did?
The most impressive thing to me was putting together 4 quarters of offensive football.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to say the Cowboys are horrible, and they are.
Yeah.
Like that, when I watched, Matt Eberflus should never have a job again as a coordinator in the National Football League. He probably shouldn't be a coordinator in high school.
Wow.
He doesn't know how to fit the run game. Like, his defensive alignments do not account for each gap in the run game. It's bad.
Yeah.
And if you don't fit the run, then everything goes awry. Because now the play action game, it gets people wide open because you start having to utilize safeties to get into to the run fits that aren't accounted for by their linebacker in front 7. That was a bad defense. Who cares? You played 3 really bad defenses before this game. I'd say 4. Bengals, really bad defense. Titans, historically bad defense. Jets and Giants, bad defenses. On paper, statistically.
Right. No, I agree.
And you scored 28 against the Bengals, but it didn't feel like this, did it?
No. This was a rout. This was a beat down. They boat raced those turkeys. It was amazing. That was one of the more impressive games from the Broncos in the last 10 years, easily.
And that'd be the thing that I saw, is that for 4 quarters of football, the Denver Broncos run game, pass game, screen game, perimeter screen game that we were screaming at Sean Payton about. He doubled down, didn't he?
Yeah, he's like, I'll show you.
He said, hey, Luka Evans, remember when you asked me about that perimeter screen game? How'd it look today, buddy?
Yeah. Looked good. Everything looked good, though. Everything looked
good.
Yeah. JK was averaging like 7.5 yards per carry. Man, yeah, he was looking great. It's a Rally House Victory Monday, and your first keyword for a $150 gift card to Rally House on the Morning Sprint is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We are celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is glaze. Text glaze, G-L-A-Z-E.
Oh, yeah.
Along
One of my
with your
favorite terms right
glaze. You're going to glaze.
Who should we glaze right now?
Well, there's any number of people we can glaze because we're about to do the big play replay.
Is this the Bo Nix glazing
big
play
we're
replay?
Going, yeah.
Is this the Troy Franklin glaze?
Yeah. Listen, man, I'm here now. I'm here. I'm putting Bo Nix in the top 5 quarterbacks in this league. Now, after yesterday, man, that dude can do no wrong in my view. I love me some Bo Nix.
So the keyword for a Rally House Victory Monday is
glaze. Glaze. So text your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, this hour's keyword is glaze. So text that into 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our winner at 11:55. All right, Coach, it's time right now for the big play replay.
Hit it.
All right, here we go. The Denver Broncos hosting the Dallas Cowboys yesterday at Empower Field. The Denver Broncos rocking the best throwbacks in the NFL.
In sports.
Oh, man. You know what? This has nothing to do with
man.
it.
Those Quebec Nordiques were
That's
pretty
what I was
nasty.
talking about. McGahee, when we were talking Sunday.
The Hartford Whalers were also pretty nasty.
Yeah, when McGahee was talking to me on Sunday morning before that Avs-Devils game, he said that on the plane, some of the players and coaches were saying that might be the best throwbacks of any city, where the Avs were rocking the Dorniques and the Broncos were rocking the 77s. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but none
it's
of
like
those.
That's a pretty.
None of those look as good as old balls Aaron Rodgers in the worst throwback uniform last night.
Things nasty,
dude. What were those things?
Know,
he had a mustard helmet.
Yeah, that thing's weird, man. I think it cost him the game. That's what I think. Just those uniforms cost him the game. All right, Broncos, Cowboys going head to head. Kickoff. Broncos get the ball, and the first thing that happens is this.
Ingram, who's getting more action, gets that last one. Look out, picked off. Dallas comes up with the theft, and it's Bridges who has it. The rookie from Florida, Triquez Bridges, with the Dallas interception.
Triquez Bridges is never going to have a better gift in the National Football League. That was a
That was a weird throw,
It was
right?
a miss.
What were you doing?
It was a miss.
Like he threw it this way.
Yeah, Sean Payton was talking about it, guys. It was a slant flat RPO, run pass option. The look was there to be able to rip an on body throw to Pat Bryant on the slant. It was like a glance post, so one further revolution beyond a slant, so 5 total steps. And Bo Nix threw it flat-footed. He threw it kind of awkward body. His hips were going the wrong way.
It's like his brain was going, don't.
It was a terrible throw, and it looked like the Broncos' offense was doomed yet again.
So both throws a pick. Cowboys are right down there. 8 plays, they can't score, though. The Broncos' defense holds them to just a field goal. So all of a sudden, Dallas has a 3-0 lead. How things starting? Not well. But after that, it was all Broncos. The Broncos hit the turbo boost. They started to go crazy, and R.J. Harvey did this.
Here's a 2nd and 10. They go with Harvey on the toss, and there goes Harvey. Harvey's got a first down. Harvey's looking for the end zone. Harvey takes it home. That is why they drafted him in the 2nd round. And Garrett Bowles, the left tackle, opened up that side for him, Tony.
Give me a little west-right slot nasty 99 toss whack right there. It was a beautiful
40-yard
right
touchdown run from R.J. Harvey.
And you know what? Key block right there, Pat Bryant. He did the thing that Cortland Sutton did last week. Remember when Bo Nix scored on the toss crack play himself, the QB run in that 4th quarter?
Yeah.
This was the under center toss version of the same exact scheme. And last week it was Cortland Sutton getting the crack on Kayvon Thibodeau. This one, it was Patrick Bryant doing a phenomenal job. And then really, Alex Palczewski, he's the puller that gets up to the 2nd level. He's running 20, 25 yards down the field, gets the touchdown block. Just beautiful execution on a play. But what in the world? was Matt Eberflus doing with his run fit.
They can't stop it. They can't stop it. They can't stop it. KJ could run for 100 yards against the Cowboys. You know what I'm talking about? So
KJ would be out there looking like a young Thurman Thomas. He would have his middle bar going too.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So RJ with a 40-yard touchdown run. The Broncos are up 7-3. The Cowboys get the ball back and do nothing. 3 and out. So the Broncos get the ball there at the end of the first quarter, and that's when Troy Franklin started to go off.
So that'll back them up 10 to the 25. In the pocket, in the end zone, and it's caught. Franklin for the touchdown. Taking advantage of that depleted Dallas secondary for the 25-yard touchdown pass.
4 plays, 62 yards. They had a 16-yard pass,
explosive play,
21-yard run, and then a 25-yard touchdown pass.
And what about that touchdown pass from Bo Nix, man?
That thing was great. That might have
been.
But
it was feathered.
That was
beautifully.
sexy.
I like that word.
Sexy.
I like that word feathered because it was firm enough to beat a corner, a safety converging from the top, but it was just lofted enough to beat the outstretched hand of inside linebacker. Bo Nix was feeling his touch.
Yeah.
And so we're going to keep glazing, which is our keyword, glaze. 303-504-0925. Get yourself some Rally House Victory Monday swag.
So the Broncos are up 14-3. Let's head to the second quarter. The Cowboys get the ball and do nothing. But the Broncos' next drive is a 3-and-out drive. So that's not ideal, but because the Cowboys come down and score a touchdown. They make it 14-10 as Javonte. Right? It was Javonte who scored that one, right? Because he scored 2. Not that it matters, but that was a Javonte Williams touchdown there to make it 14-10. But back come the Denver Broncos.
Quickly to the line on 3rd and goal.
Bo Nix is that wide receiver.
Look at this. They hand it back to Harvey. The direct snap to Harvey, and he's in for a second time. A little trickery. They set up quickly. Dallas didn't see the disguise.
Direct snap, coach.
Oh, and I like it too. The little the setup job from Sean Payton. The direct snap to R.J. Harvey. Big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we realize that R.J. Harvey, in the same recruiting class as Bo Nix, was listed as a top 20 dual threat quarterback?
Yeah, I remember. That's what you were
saying.
saying.
Guess what Sean's setting up for a little bit further down the road when you need it the most?
A little Joker action?
No, a little R.J. Harvey standing as none other than Taysom Hill.
Oh, yeah, turn him into a Taysom. Okay.
Throwing a little.
Interesting.
He's going to spin that ball at some point here. We just wait.
I want to see it. Can you imagine if he would have?
Sean will shut down our little internet show if he hears me talking. So
RJ threw for touchdowns.
Shows are driving me crazy.
He rushed for 2 touchdowns, and he caught a touchdown. If he would also have thrown with one, that would have been the greatest rookie performance for the Broncos.
It's coming.
So the Broncos, with the math, go for the 2-point conversion. They don't get it. So it's 20-10 Broncos. Cowboys get the ball and do absolutely nothing. And on the very next drive, once again, it's a rookie stepping up.
Dallas is right in that unique position to being on the cusp of a playoff team, right? We got these 6-7 teams who look really good, but you're right there at the doorstep. Games like this usually make the difference.
Was that you trying to say 6-7? Just as a throwaway?
6-7, do it, Jim. Do the little motion. I still don't know what it means.
2nd and 2. When you find out, let me know.
I'm old.
Nix down the field, end zone bound. Oh, what a catch! That's Bryant, the rookie, with his first NFL touchdown. And it's a memorable one if it holds up.
Number 97, defense. Penalties decline. He's going for the play. Touchdown.
That's right. Did
we really get Jim Nance and Tony Romo 6-7ing lead in right to a touchdown for the Denver Broncos?
Tony Romo's like, I don't know, maybe the Cowboys are playing. Touchdown Broncos.
Okay, so I had a theory yesterday about the only downside of the Denver Broncos getting good in the last 2 years and really being good right now is it means we get a lot of Tony Romo.
Yeah.
I don't love all the Tony Romo.
He does
I like Jim Nance. I like Jim Nance. I can't
he just
stand.
talks, man.
I can't And Tony Romo.
He just won't shut up, man. He just keeps
I'd
going.
love to hear it. How do you feel? Are you a Tony Romo glazer?
Oh.
Or are you a Tony Romo dissenter?
No,
Let
I'm
me
a
know.
dissenter. Yeah.
Either text glaze or dissent on Tony Romo to 303-504-0925.
You know what's interesting about that drive, Coach? It was a 7-play, 72-yard drive, and there was only one running play in there. It was that 15-yard run by J.K. Dobbins, but Bo went 4-yard pass, 11-yard pass, 6-yard pass, 4-yard pass, 8-yard pass, 24-yard pass, touchdown.
So a lot of people are asking me, and we almost talked about this morning on 9 News, and I said, it's all right. You won by so much. Question is, why go for 2 there after it ended up being I think it was a defensive, I think it was a neutral zone infraction on the PAT.
Is that why they went for 2?
So you end up getting the ball on the 1-yard line. I think you go for 2 there, and I think the reason Sean went for 2 is just he was feeling himself.
Right, he's
you
like,
didn't
as
get
many
it.
points as I can get, baby.
You ended up calling a weird RPO, and you have an ineligible man downfield, and you had offensive. I think it was like an offensive PI because Cortland Sutton didn't know that he was a part of the RPO.
Right. You're right, because he was down there. He was getting ready to block.
And
right, that was the
Bo
whole
probably should've
miscommunication.
run.
Yes, and he should have just ran it in.
But so everybody's asking why go for 2 there. I'm great with going for 2, but ball's on the 1-yard line. You're playing against arguably the worst defensive front in pro football. Run the ball there.
Yeah.
From the 1.
Just punch it in.
Yeah, punch it in, man. But
So-
Sean just wanted to just add to all the
Them
Bo
get
Nix
more
stats.
points.
Yeah. He wanted Bo Nix to have even a 2-point conversion.
I like that
touchdown as well.
mentality, man. I love that Sean Payton mentality where he's like, I'm not just going to beat you. I'm going to beat the hell out of you.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be great. So at halftime, the Denver Broncos had themselves a 27-10 lead over the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys get the ball first to start the second half, and they put together a 13-play drive that ends with a Javonte Williams 1-yard touchdown run, and all of a sudden it's a 10-point game, 27-17. But the Broncos come down, they kick a field goal. It's 30-17. We're heading to the fourth quarter, and let's get some more touchdowns.
So much space out here. Oh.
Nix is looking that side, Tony. Throwing it that side, back to the end zone. Franklin has a second touchdown grab of the game.
Wide open right there.
Yeah,
You can't get more open. There's a little backline action there. This is called the hoist play here. Loved it. Backline dig by Troy Franklin. And then the sit route right inside the pylon there from, I believe that was Pat Bryant. Denver Broncos were in the bag, especially in the red zone. This was a great performance in the red zone. Sean Payton's really had 2 fantastic games in the red zone. Really, you didn't get in the red zone for 3 quarters. You had one opportunity last game, and then the fourth quarter was red zone chef's kiss against the Giants, and then 4 quarters just elite red zone offensive play calling.
Man, Troy was fairly open on that play. That was wide open. But every time, the first thing I think every time I see this play is, damn, those unis look good. Oh, man, those Bronco uniforms look good, baby.
Don't forget this. Bo Nix ended up with 4 touchdown passes. Cortland Sutton ended up having a drop on what probably would have been 5 touchdown passes from
That would have been crazy.
Bo. Yeah.
That would have been crazy. So the Denver Broncos, thanks to Troy Franklin's second touchdown of the day, is up 37-17, but the Broncs weren't done.
Harvey sneaking in here. He's got 2 touchdowns today. It's going to Harvey. It's Harvey into the end zone for a touchdown. A banner day for the rookie.
RJ Harvey, his 3rd touchdown of the day.
First receiving touchdown, right? Was that his first career receiving touchdown?
Yes, I believe it was. Yeah. So RJ with 3 touches on the day.
Okay, one thing I love about RJ Harvey
is,
do you see his post-game press conference or just his media availability?
No. What do you say?
The dude is just he's got the magnetic smile. He's got that energy. He's got the juice. He is a life-giving football player.
Okay.
And so I'm in on RJ Harvey. I didn't know exactly what to see outside of the first game against the Titans. We hadn't seen a whole lot from him that makes you believe NFL superstar. I don't know NFL superstar today, but I do know that you want this guy touching the football. He's a bigger, more physical version of what Jaleel McLaughlin was giving you the last couple of years. Speed, agility, makes people miss, and then he's got a lot of energy, man. I like that. That's something that helps your offense just get out of the doldrums sometimes of just pure drudgery and monotony.
What happened yesterday for the Broncos with the coming out party for all these young players, does that mean that Sean Payton sees that and is like, okay, now I have even more options because now I know I can trust these youngsters to make some plays out there on the field for me?
It was in the development and growth of a football team.
Oh, I forgot about the Tillman run.
Yeah.
I forgot about Tillman picking and
DeAndre Tillman, the thick sixer. We almost had a thick six.
That would have been awesome. Man, he was dead set on that one, too.
Dude, was that the worst throw that Dak Prescott's ever made?
Yeah, what was that? I mean, I get it, trying to force it into CD. I know. But he wasn't even looking. I don't think CD suddenly looked around. I was like, did Tillman just pick that?
I loved right after this, and I think it was right after the Broncos score another touchdown. I loved watching CeeDee Lamb on the sideline, just looking up at the scoreboard.
Yeah, just shake. Yeah.
He's like, we really are absolutely cheeks on defense, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, that was great. So the Broncos get
I think they broke the Cowboys.
Win. They might. They broke some previous. I mean, they broke the Giants, right?
They broke the Giants.
Yeah. I mean, and Cam dislocating his ankle doesn't help.
That was ugly. That did not look good.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But your Denver Broncos, 20-point win of the Dallas Cowboys. The Broncos have now scored 76 points over the last 5 quarters of football. The offense is cooking. They are 6-2. They are 4-0 at home. And they need to wear those throwbacks more, even though I don't think the NFL lets you do that. But, man, those things are sexy. And that was the most impressive win by your Denver Broncos in years. And now they get set to take on the Houston Texans. Do you think from the Cowboys, Dallas falls to 3-4-1? Man, Dak Prescott in that post game tried to make it sound like, well, we're close. Like we didn't play our best football today. All credit to the Denver Broncos, but we still. And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I don't care how bad your defense is. That I give a lot of credit to what the Broncos did yesterday, what the game plan that Sean Payton had. But Dallas is bad, man. I don't know the answer. Because did you see Jerry Jones was?
Do you remember when we watched?
Not happy.
We watched the Titans, and like there are a couple defensive players that are pretty dang good on that Titans defense, and then the Jets were supposed to be horrible defensively, right? You're like, they're not all that bad. And then the Giants, statistically awful. And you're like, wait a minute, their front seven has maybe arguably some of the biggest name pass rushers and interior rushers in football.
Yeah, Burns is in the top 5.
The Cowboys' defense was every bit as bad as advertised.
That's crazy.
They were worse.
Yeah.
But what the Broncos did that they needed to do was prove that they can go out there and put one together.
Is it going to be culture shock going from the worst defense in the football to one of the best defense? Because the Houston Texans, they don't have a lot of wins, but that defense is nasty.
You want to know why it's not going to be a culture shock at all? Because guess what Sean Payton did this past week in practice to make sure that they started faster?
What's that?
Is he made Wednesdays feel like Sunday. He made Wednesday a game-like day, which really what it means is as a coach, instead of just going all scout team looks against your practice squad players, let's do some good on good. Let's fly around. Let's get back to some of that physicality we saw during training camp when Dre Greenlaw and J.K. Dobbins were jawing at each other. By the way, you get Dre Greenlaw back. Even 1 week healthier, which is a good thing. So I know that the best way for the Denver Broncos to prepare for the Houston Texans defensively is to allow for iron to sharpen iron.
I get what you're saying.
Play against the best defense in football on Wednesday in practice.
Yeah.
Compete against Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga and hopefully Pat Surtain II. You need to make sure that you get your guys back and healthy. There was some talk about Marvin Mims Jr. having some concussion protocol type stuff, a little bit maybe on Zach Allen as well. But either way, what a tremendous overall performance for the Denver Broncos. And just like our keyword for the Rally House Football Monday, Glaze, Glaze, send it to 303-504-0925. This entire Denver Broncos roster and coaches deserve the Glaze.
Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Coverage of Commanders at the Chiefs starts tonight at 6 on AM 950. We'll check out who's in the groove next. It is a Rally House Football Monday on, well, this Monday, the October the 27th. When Halloween is Friday.
It is.
November 1st is Saturday. We're here. We're done with October, people. This is done. It's time right now for Who's in the Groove. Start here. Go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway, and GrooveToyota.com. All right. I'll go first. You know who I think's in the groove? Deion Sanders and the CU. No, I'm just kidding.
What?
Just kidding. Me and KJ were sitting here watching that game. KJ,
the CSU Rams and their dominance in the border war against Wyoming.
Yeah,
they got
Rammies,
shut out.
The Rammies looking not great.
They're not in the groove,
but not nearly as bad as the Buffs. Yeah, that was an ugly game. We'll get to it. So
maybe Air Force is the only team that because they had a bye, they didn't lose. The only team in the
state
of Colorado.
Still undefeated? We got one
Navy
of the academies undefeated, baby.
And me and Roger are going to be going to Army Navy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, USAA.
When is Army Navy? It's
late December, mid-December.
Interesting. Yeah. No, that's dope. That's always dope.
It's in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, it always is, right? Well,
no. They move around.
Right.
New York City.
Yeah.
Well, different places.
All right, Coach. Who's in the groove for the Broncos right now?
You know, I'll tell you who I think is in the groove for the Denver Broncos right now, and that's Troy Franklin. This guy right here, his arrow has been pointing up ever since training camp. He was able to erase what I would say an uneven rookie season, maybe erase the bad taste in the mouth of some of the big plays that he left out there on the field, while he still is, at times, looks a little bit sketchy catching the football at all times. Boy, he was good yesterday. He looked like a wide receiver one. He's making you feel like you might not need to go out and get somebody in the next 8 days.
Even though the rumors keep saying that the Broncos are one of the most active teams.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what.
Around.
Yeah, and I understand that. I mean, is there a position that you might want even more than receiver?
I don't know. Well, after yesterday, it doesn't look like you need anything. But, I mean, I'm sure the Broncos still have a wish list. What do you think? I mean, is it just wide receiver? Because, once again, I don't think you need, well, we're going to get to this, but the Broncos might be a little banged up for Houston. I guess a lot of it's going to depend on what Patrick looks like through this year.
Ooh, I like this one here. TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah, see, that's what I'd go out there and grab that.
Yeah,
I'd go
out
like
there
and grab
Hawkinson.
TJ immediately. He's a bad man.
Yeah, he's the one. He's the Iowa tight end that you wanted. Instead, you got what's the dude's name that didn't do jack squat?
Noah
Fant.
Yeah, I forget Noah Fant. But yeah, TJ would be great. I wonder what you'd have to give up for him, though. I mean, what are they asking for TJ?
You know what I like
it's
about
not first, but
you know what I like about TJ Hawkinson? 6'5", 250 pounds. And granted, you have Evan Ingram, who's starting to become a part of it.
But he ain't big like that.
No, he ain't tall and long. Evan Ingram's like a 6'2.5" guy. He's more of an H-back. And if you add a TJ Hawkinson to the fold, you got a bona fide Y, a Y tight end.
Evan Ingram,
an inline guy.
I mean, he got 36 yards, 4 carries. Let's see, but he caught every ball he was thrown at. He caught. He was targeted 4 times. He made 4 catches, but he wasn't the star of that offense yesterday. Even though it felt like Bo was handing out TDs to every you get a TD and you get a TD and you get a TD. Although I say that and RJ got 3 of them, but there were so many. What do you think if you add a Hawkinson? Does that open up the offense even more for you? And how would you use a big fella like that?
Well, you would use him to stretch the middle of the field. You'd use him as a presence for Bo Nix to open and unlock some of the abilities that he has over the middle of the field. I would like a bona fide wide tight end, frankly, more than even a wide receiver. And some of the wide receivers' names that you've seen circulating, I think Brian Thomas Jr., strangely, I think
is that his name on that list?
Yeah, hearing some various potential, carrots that are being dangled a little bit. Liam Coleman, apparently from the Jacksonville Jaguars, did just come out and say we have no plans to trade Brian Thomas Jr., but there were some trade rumors suggested around him. But I don't know that there's a wide receiver right now that tickles my fancy all that much to upset what I believe right now is a really good, growing young group, a young core of receivers. And I heard Adam Schefter talk about a Bill Parcells quote that he used to call, say you bring in a vet receiver. Really, is that vet receiver just a progress blocker? That's an old Parcells line. for a guy like Troy Franklin or a guy like Pat Bryant that seem like their
Right,
arrows
right.
are pointing up.
Right, and would it depress their growth?
Right.
If you did something like that.
So I just saw a text here from Nug Nation here on the Twitch feed, Safeway Twitch feed. Interior O-line depth. I mean, it sounds like Ben Powers is probably going to be coming back any week now, right? He's eligible to come off in the IR, I think in 2 weeks. In a sense, you kind of are getting, you're going to get bolstered in the interior offensive line depth right then and there. Matthew Parrott, I think he's also coming back. So you have some quality known commodity. I would say that right now, Alex Palczewski, my eyes are telling me that he might be Wally Pipp and Ben Powers in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and well, you know what? I love that too. I love it too. Go ahead, take that job. Be better than him.
Yeah, you don't have to pay as much. I mean, Ben Powers further along in his trajectory in terms of earning, career earning power.
I have a question when it comes to the Broncos trading for somebody, because you are still you're still paying Russell Wilson money right now. Matter of fact, you're paying him $30 million, right? Is that the cap hit this season? Is it $30 million that the Broncos are? So next year, you get that 30. You get that 30. You know what that is? You know what $30 million a year is? That's one of the top. You can pay one of the top players in the league. Like you can play one of, well, maybe not a top wide receiver, but a number 2 guy, right? Or you know what I mean? Like that you could get you a star player with that money.
Right now, when you look at the 6-2 Denver Broncos, even knowing that you have $30 million of dead cap,
just sitting there, nothing.
Right now, and text us. Tell us who you think. Where is the notable void that you would be able to fill with a $30 million player?
Mm-hmm. Well, if Greenlaw wasn't coming back, I'd find a nasty linebacker.
Yeah,
but
those guys aren't. Inside backers aren't $30 million players.
Mm-hmm.
Off ball linebackers.
The $30 million guys are just what?
Those are pass rushers, corners,
and wide receivers.
Maybe like number 1 through 3 of a tight end. I mean, he's not going to command 30.
Right.
Maybe a top 2 running back, but. Tell me right now.
But that's a top player. That's a top player that you can have on your team next year. Next year, you can have that guy next year.
Tell me right now, where is that void on this roster?
What do you spend that money on? What do you spend that $30 million on?
It's probably depth.
Yeah, you don't spend it on one player. You spend it on 3. You know what I mean? You spend it on 3 players that you like, something like that. But yeah, it's amazing. I mean, do you call now that
I want a tight end? That's what I want. Okay. I want a tight end, and I don't want a 6'2.5". 232-pound tight end. I want a wildebeest. I want somebody that grew up in the cornfields of Iowa.
Then call TJ. But the problem now you got to deal with the Rams. Like you got to fight with the Rams because the report was it's the Rams and the Broncos are calling Minnesota saying we want TJ. So I mean, what are the Rams going to give up that you won't? They're not going to give up a first. Like I don't know what TJ is worth, but it's not. It's what, a third? I have no idea. I have no idea what Minnesota wants.
What I would say is the Broncos do have the luxury of being able to offer them Evan Ingram in return.
Ooh, would you do that?
See, but I like Evan Ingram.
Yeah,
I want Evan Ingram. I want Evan Ingram as the F tight end, and I want T.J. Hawkinson as the Y tight end because they're 2 different players,
right?
You want an inline blocker that can stretch the field vertically and be long, dynamic, and athletic in the seams. Pause. Excuse me. But that's who TJ Hawkinson could
be. Let's go. Let's get it. I mean, Minnesota's dead last in the NFC North, although they're just 1 game under 500, but the NFC North is. Well, the NFC North right now belongs to Green Bay. Thanks for coming, Detroit. Thanks for your 3-4 years of good football. Now you got to deal with Jordan Love and Green Bay going crazy. But I don't know. Yeah, text line, you tell us. 303-504-0925. What are you going to do with that $30 million?
How's Russ doing? Russ having a good week?
No.
You do anything this weekend?
No.
Spicy.
No. The Giants fall to 2-6.
Russ kind of stayed out of the newspaper clippings this post-weekend.
They got rolled by Philadelphia in those sweet the Eagles were rocking their sweet throwbacks.
Those are pretty nasty.
You know what?
Kellys.
I didn't watch any of that game. All I saw is Cam's ankle snapping out of place.
Ooh, it's ugly. Hey, you know what's funny, man? This is more of a me thing than a football or sports take.
Yeah.
Sitting around watching football with my wife this weekend. That's what we do. Romantic date.
Right. Like, hey, baby.
Hey, sweetie, let's go watch the 11 a.m. slate.
Do you break it down to her really slow and condescendingly? Like, like, hey, honey, let me tell you about this game plan that they're breaking up.
She knows. she's down. But what I'd say, so I'm looking at the Eagles, Kelly Greens, a glorious uniform.
Pretty.
And it dawned on me, with as many places I've coached, high school, college, as many moves as I've made, I've never once donned green. I've never been on a green team.
Interesting.
Heavy reds, Stanford, Western Kentucky, UNLV. Heavy blues, Boise State, Utah State, Yale.
But no greens.
No greens.
No greens. Well, I mean, your homies with Jordan, he can hook you up with them green
I
Packer
do have
jerseys.
me some
Do you have
Packers
some Packer
gear.
Jordan Love jerseys?
I got some serious Packer swag. They're all whites yesterday, those icy whites.
They look good, man. They look good. Especially compared to the opposing uniforms. Yeah, no, man. I'm telling you, this weekend we had all the sexy jerseys. The Broncos throwbacks, the Nordiques throwbacks, man. Yeah, all those
Whalers.
are great. Yeah, the Hartford Whalers jerseys are great.
Whalers.
So much better than the Hurricanes' normal colors or normal sweaters.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
At least in my opinion. But having said that, congratulations to Regis Jesuits Lucy Trico. She is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Your Denver Broncos won 5 straight games. It is a Rally House Football Monday. We will roll on and take a look at the injury report next.
I thought, shoot, pretty good. Proud of him. You don't like to see that happen. You never know when a player goes down, the next man is up. Not going to discuss any of the players that were injured at all. But I was proud of the guys that had to go play when someone went down.
That's Sean Payton answering a question about Pat Surtain. Welcome back to a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, Mark Bertnelli coming to you live from the Baxter and Shanker studios. And it is time right now to check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. There are a number of names on that list right now. Nate Atkins out, Marvin Mims, concussion, and Pat Surtain with that shoulder. So, I mean, obviously, when you lose the best player on your team to an injury.
What do we hear about Zach Allen? Because DMac brought that up in Altitude After Dark, that there was at least some conversation that he might be somewhere near concussion protocol.
Mm-hmm.
That terrifies me.
Well, yeah, because he's such,
that terrifies me
such
more
a big
than
disruptor.
You call me crazy.
I will
against
if you
the
say,
Houston Texans. It terrifies me more to have no Zach Allen than it does either having no Marvin Mims Jr. or no Pat Surtain II.
Really interesting.
Dude,
Well,
he is the straw that stirs the drink, brother. He is the guy that just mucks it up in the inside. He plays so many different roles. He does so many things for this defensive front that allows Vance Joseph to be as free from a coverage standpoint, to play as much man coverage because of how much Zach Allen just makes the interior a major problem for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
His get off, his ability to long stick from, lining up as a 3 technique or a 4-eye, which means in the B gap between the guard and the tackle, or head up over the tackle, and then play into the A gaps, play as a long sticker. He is so good. And I don't want to see Zach Allen miss any time. But remember right before the break, we were talking about Russell Wilson's $30 million is coming off the books here.
Yeah.
Obviously the next 6 months.
Yeah.
What do you do with it? I actually love one of our texters.
Ooh, what'd they say?
0567. I'd pay JFM. John Franklin Myers has been a dog.
Right, and he deserves to get paid. He was
deserves
the
to get
one guy
paid.
who didn't get paid. Like, the Broncos re-upped on everybody.
Do you remember there was a little bit of a thought process right now about John Franklin Myers when Nick Bonito got his and Zach Allen got his.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Cooper got his. And you're like, John Franklin Myers, just kind of, we'll see if his attitude's good. We'll see if he really turns it on. We'll see if he's pouting during training camp. Well, you know what John Franklin Myers did? He went the ultimate route of the professional and the ultimate route of the savage.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gone out and balled. He is playing great ball.
Yeah, he's on a 2-year, $15 million deal, $8 million guaranteed, and this is his final year of this contract. But if he keeps playing like this, they have to pay him. They'll pay him. They're right. They'll pay him. You can't let a guy like that walk, especially if it's only going to cost you. I don't know how much is a new JFM contract going to set you back? Like, you don't have to spend that whole $30 million, right? Is he going to double his current deal? Is he going to be making?
Oh, it's not going to be 30.
Is it $10 million a year, $12 million a year, something like that for JFM? I don't know. I guess it'll depend on if there's other teams coming around.
So what is he at right now?
He's got a 2-year, $15 million deal, $4 million signing bonus, $8 million guaranteed. $8 million guaranteed over that 2-year contract, and it ends after this season. So yeah, you know what? I'm with you. Pay JFM too.
$12 million per.
Just get it
money.
done. Yeah,
sweet.
Yeah, just pay him.
Do it. He's awesome.
Keep this defense together. Although I have this question for you. What unit played better yesterday for the Broncos, the offense or the defense?
Yes.
Both.
Yes. You know why? Because the Cowboys were supposed to be awful on defense, and the Broncos hung a 44 spot on them.
Mm-hmm.
And conversely, the Cowboys, we were told they were the best offense in the history of football.
Right.
That's what the national pundits and scribes wanted us to believe, right? Because it helps them. It helps all those people like, who's our guy on ESPN that, not Cowherd, who's the other guy that's, he used to be on ESPN. He's loves the Cowboys, love Jerry Jones. Who's the weird
I thought
guy?
that guy is dead. Skip Bayless?
Bayless. He's not dead.
Skip Bayless isn't dead?
Dead to the sports media world, yes, but he's not in real life.
That's my bad. I did not. I thought that man was no longer with us.
Yeah,
This is my bad.
Yeah, Skip Bayless is. He's
Are you sure?
Oh, he's doing great, man.
Dude, he's got a podcast out right now.
Oh, that's okay. That's my bad then.
What do you get fired for, man?
I have no idea.
He's 74
for making
years
too
old.
much money.
Does Skip Bayless appear to be one of those kind of one of those individuals that be into some weird fetishes?
Yes. But I mean,
like,
he does
is he
have
one of those that wears silk underwear around, like his house on his own?
He used to be, and until you prove to me that he's not dead, I'm going to consider him still passed. He used to be seriously into like working out all the time, right? Like, wasn't he pushing around weight at like 65 years old? He's just like benching 250 like 20 times or something like that. He's one of those workout freaks. But I'm sorry, my bad, Skip. I thought you weren't with us anymore. That's on me. But we got sidetracked there.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about John Franklin Myers, and we were talking about the both units, offense versus defense. The Cowboys were supposed to have a horrible defense. Your offense scored 44. Check. Your defense was supposed to be dealing with one of the best offenses in pro football, and outside of maybe some type of strange shenanigans that happened with Joe Milton throwing an absolute piss missile.
Yeah, you're right.
Over
They
the
only
top.
17 points. I'm giving the Cowboys 17 points.
They scored 17 real points.
That last touchdown was, whatever.
The Denver Broncos defense shut them down. So I would say both of them were fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
You know who had the best performance relative to the rest of the season?
Sean Payton?
Nope.
Who?
The Riz King. Darren Rizzi.
Oh, I should have thought of that. I should have.
Special
this is
teams
his
unit
best
was
game of the
awesome.
year. Right. Yeah, I should have thought of that.
You know why? You ended up having Marvin Mims Jr. with a 46-yard return. He had 93 total kickoff return yards and 40-some-odd yards. 28 punt returns on 28 yards on 2 returns. You changed the field position and you helped your team with your special teams unit. And while I have been very, very critical of Darren Rizzi and the special teams this year, this was the best performance of the year. And what it just tells you is that we wanted to get into the argument of who played better, the Broncos offense or defense. And I say the special teams was the star of the show. Guess what that sounds like? That sounds like an unbelievably well-rounded team victory.
Yeah, there's not much negative to say about what the Broncos did yesterday. Does this unlock something for the future of the Denver Broncos? This kind of this kind of win? Because,
well, let me ask you this: did the fourth quarter with the Denver Broncos offense and how they responded to the fourth quarter against the New York Giants, did it feel like there was going to be an opportunity to lean further into that for Bo Nix in the offense?
Yeah.
And guess what happened?
Yeah.
You did it. Confidence breeds confidence.
They just kept on from that.
And
fourth
so
quarter.
this game breeds even more confidence for a team. And I still don't worry about complacency. I worry about sometimes not playing great. I worry about the offense getting kind of stuck in the doldrums. But I don't worry about a team that thinks they're better than they are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Right. Because
that's not Bo Nix.
No.
Bo Nix is not that guy. He's not going to ever be the guy that truly says, man, I tell you what, man, I could stop working.
Right.
I just wiped my fanny and it didn't stink. My poop doesn't stink at all. That's not Bo Nix, man. Bo Nix is going to play ball. He's going to prepare. And guess who else takes on that same mindset? The rest of the offense, the rest of his football team. The defense is built on everybody eats, right? It's not just one guy. They're all eating right now.
Right.
They're all creating sacks.
Yeah. Now, although I'm more that the Cowboys defense is terrible, but they didn't touch Bo at all. That offensive line didn't let Bo touch the ground once. Not once. Although I say that, and I also should mention that the Texans played the Niners, and C.J. Stroud didn't get hit once either. He didn't get sacked. He didn't get hit. He didn't get San Francisco couldn't get to C.J. yesterday. And I was like, ooh, that's kind of interesting because I don't think that's how it goes. No, that CJ had a massive game yesterday in that win over San Francisco. I think the thing I liked the most was after the game how giddy Sean Payton was about, he knew Dallas was bad, and he knew he had something for the Cowboys. And I love it when Sean Payton's like that, where he's like, I got something for you. You're not going to expect. And then they just hammer him. They just hammer him. I love that kind of Sean Payton.
So we saw all the different shades of Sean, right? We saw Sean Shady Sean, or Slim Shawnee, I think is what
Slim Shawnee
is what DMac calls him. We saw Petty Sean. Petty Sean was the guy that, after Luka Evans and all of us in the media, and frankly a lot of fans, were saying, enough with the perimeter screens. He ends up calling, 5 more perimeter screens, maybe more.
Right. But
early
still,
on in this game,
it was like
but they were
half
productive.
as many as he called last week.
But they were productive.
If it's rolling, do it.
And so he was like, I could just see him, and he called the screen, and he's sitting there in his mind. His pop-up is, I got 2 middle fingers. For all of you that doubted me in my perimeter screen game.
No, I get it.
And then we also saw, I think we saw Savage Sean going for 2. When you didn't necessarily analytically need to go for 2 there. I felt like even potentially wanting to score. I think Sean's trying. Deep down, he wanted to score 51 in that game. And he ended up, I think somebody talked him off the ledge, put Stiddy in there. Hey, let's slow down just a hair. I think it's probably after Joe Milton dropped that seed.
That crazy pass that caught.
And then after the game, man, Sean was in his bag from a media perspective. He was talking about, he had the quote that this is the worst defense in pro football, and we wanted to keep it that way.
Yes. Yeah, I love it, man.
And then he talked about, the Cowboys. He's had a lot for the Cowboys. He even brought up the battle for Arkansas.
Yeah, it's
between
weird.
Jerry Jones and the Walton Penner family, really the Walton family.
Yeah, it was weird.
Robson Walton and Kerry Walton.
Yeah.
Penner.
He brought up the whole game plan with the college fight songs, right? And I was like, Sean, I don't understand that explanation. You're gonna have to go a little bit. And then he was feeling himself yesterday. But that's my favorite Sean Payton, is when he's like that. When he's full cocky Sean. That's my favorite Sean Payton.
And the reality of that Sean Payton, as much as it might be, it might be a little bit off-putting for some people.
Mm-hmm. Especially if they're not winning, it's off-putting. But when
but when you're winning and it's all coming together, and Sean Payton's acting like New Orleans Sean Payton again, guess who that ultimately impacts positively? His locker room, his players, his guys, and they start feeding off that same confidence. Bo Nix starts feeding off that confidence.
Right. Like Bo seems like Bo doesn't really have a lot of swagger, but he does have whatever you call that was yesterday. It was like a golden glow or something.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
I like that.
Yeah, he's got the glow. Bo Nix has got the glow.
The bolden glow?
Yeah, the bolden glow. Yeah. It's like the Bobot comes alive, starts glowing, and starts doing his thing. Absolutely, I can't. Love that game. Broncos roll by 20 points. It's a Rally House Victory Monday, and your next keyword for a $150 gift card to Rally House on the Morning Sprint is coming up next, along with KJ's NFL Notes.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and we are in the height of football. Unfortunately, Major League Baseball playoffs, and also NBA. Those Nuggets look pretty dang good, and NHL season. So you got everything covered. If you're looking to make some wagers, the best place for you is Circa Sports Colorado. Colorado's own Circa Sports app is available wherever you get your apps. And so I would download it today, because you've got sports betting the way that it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like the VIP that you are. So whether you're looking for NFL futures, Broncos now looking like they are on their way towards being a lock for the postseason, in that AFC West contention to win it for the first time in years. Whatever you're looking for, Circa Sports is going to have you covered. So download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And just a reminder, got to be 21 years or older. Be smart. You got a gambling problem, got to call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's right. It's a Rally House Football Monday, a Victory Monday on this October the 22nd. Welcome back to the morning sprint. And you know what time it is? It's time for a keyword because we got some stuff to give away. We are celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is vibes. Vibes. Text vibes along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, this hour's keyword is vibes. V-I-B-E-S. Text that in with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll give you the winner here at 11:55.
I tweeted out yesterday, speaking of vibes, V-I-B-E-S. Yesterday at an Empower Field and being 6-2 in sole position of first place in the AFC West. Franchise quarterback, a defense that is young and getting better and already top 2, top 3, if not number 1 in the NFL. Is this the highest the vibes have been since 2015?
Yes. Yes. Easily. Yes. I mean, there was that winning streak. Well, listen, they put together a winning streak when Russell Wilson was the quarterback.
Yeah,
they put a winning streak together last year, but it's never looked like it's looked right now. Like it looked yesterday, that was the Super Bowl team yesterday. Like, listen.
This is a 5-game win streak that you don't necessarily think that you've already played your best football.
Right. Matter of fact, when you look through this 5-game winning streak, it's drunk. It is weird. It is strange.
Yeah, it was uneven. It felt gross. I mean, we were yelling at the clouds a week ago.
Right. Yes.
And the week before that.
Right. There's been 2 or 3 games during that 5-game winning streak where we were freaking out. But you don't have to do it after they
suck.
Yeah, you're like, what's going on? Sean Payton needs to give up play calling duties. Hey, man.
Stop throwing at Detroit Franklin. That guy doesn't do squat.
And then yesterday, it looked like they were the best team in the NFL. It looked like they couldn't be stopped at all because they were doing everything well on every faction, every offense, defense, special team. Everything's looking good.
It looks good.
So you can't be too negative about
the
that.
vibes yesterday with the uniforms, too.
Yeah, maybe it's
the
part
weather.
of the unis, man.
Yeah, so the vibes also, to me, it's like, man, everybody looks so good with the D on.
Yeah.
I mean, there was just people were draped on with the D was just everywhere.
Yeah.
Except for on Sean Payton, who didn't wear the D.
I know. We'll get, matter of fact, you know what? Let's kick off some NFL news and notes, KJ. All right, KJ, we got some serious stories to get through, including DMac yelling at Sean Payton for fashion advice. But what's your first story?
Yeah, you know what? We'll get to that here momentarily. But first story, I want to go back to something that Coach literally just talked about in the last segment. And it wasn't Snippy Sean yesterday. It was what I would call Big John Sean, because he decided to step up and just let us know what he was thinking about the Dallas Cowboys defense.
We wanted to keep them last. You know, that we went into the game. We recognized the injuries. There's a lot of injuries, you know, on our team throughout the league. That was unimportant to us. We just went in the game focusing really on what we do well. And, yeah, there were a handful of plays that Troy's touchdown was matchup driven, boundary corner. I think he was teammates with Bo and Troy at Oregon at one point. That's part of the game.
Yeah, just picking on guys Sean Payton hates, including everyone on the Cowboys defense, it sounds like.
Yeah, Sean Payton also loved to throw a little shade at Bo and Franklin's old teammate, which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
So
what was that? We're picking on who were they? They were picking on that kid from LSU too, Clark. Right? Didn't Clark give up like 2 touchdowns and 5 first downs or something stupid like that? There was a couple of guys that they were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna burn these dudes." I mean, yes, the Cowboys are banged up, but nah. I mean.
So that was Trequazy Bridges.
It was Bridges
that they were picking on. He had a pick on Sean. Sean, he picked your QB off, buddy.
Oh.
That's all right. Sean wanted to go at him. He wanted to go at him.
Yeah, but yeah, we like this kind of Sean Payton. All right, KJ, what's next?
Let's move on.
We're moving on to DMac versus Sean Payton this
DMac
morning.
was angry about this, people.
Yeah, he was.
He was so angry.
And honestly, he blew it out of proportion. And so he stewed on it all night, so much so that he had to ask Sean Payton this question. And Sean Payton gave him the time of day. He took a minute out of his time today to actually answer DMac's question about the freaking uniforms.
It was noted by quite a few people you didn't wear throwback gear. I was wondering if you had an explanation.
Let's start with your second question. I'm like everyone. I grew up on the throwback uniforms. I love the throwback uniforms. So when I got to work, I usually get to the stadium super early, and I said, Flip, the navy blue pants don't match the throwback. We need either an orange or that Bronco blue, that old blue as a pant. And so I struggled with the navy and then the throwback on the top. So I just kind of went tradish, but make no mistake about it. I'm probably the biggest fan of the throwback sweats, colors, and I listen. I wanted desperately to wear it. I just hate the match with the navy bottom. So we need to work on getting a lighter blue slack, or even I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
Oh,
Okay.
man. Hey, I'll tell you what,
That's
Sean.
okay.
You know what, Sean?
I was prepared to make fun of DMac for asking a stupid
This
question.
was
That was a
good.
good answer. That
This
was a good
was really
answer.
good.
Yeah.
This was
yeah.
good.
I
This
didn't
was
realize it was
hard-hitting
color
journalism.
coordinated. Sean Payton was like, "Listen, it doesn't. I got to look good out there."
I
and
have
it
the
don't
same
look good.
problem in my life. I do.
Really?
Oh,
With the
yes.
Valor colors?
No, just whatever it might be. I hate when I wear something that's the blues are out of sorts.
Okay.
I kind of have the same issue right now because we moved and we're kind of living between two properties right now.
Yeah.
Like I need my hats to match my clothes. And yesterday I was wearing the Bronco throwback orange hoodie with the D. The D was just draped right over my chest. Pause. But all I had was a white hat with like baby blue color, Columbia blue color. And I'm like,
and
it doesn't really fit. So then I had to comb my hair. I gotta want to comb my hair. I want to wear a hat.
That's crazy. I mean, listen, you're wearing sweats. I didn't realize you needed them to match that well, but Sean put some thought into it, brother.
Well, because here's what happens. You show up to the stadium, the equipment managers, when you're coaching at the highest levels, NFL and college, the equipment managers set out your slacks and all of your potential tops that you might wear. And if all you had is the navy blue slacks, Sean didn't have the chance to change that.
I know. Does he have a pair of white shorts? I would love to see him out there in just like white shorts and with the big D, just wearing some flip-flops or something. But yeah, I had no idea that Sean Payton actually put that much thought into it.
Sean
I should have known
definitely,
he did, but
Sean is definitely
fashion forward.
He's fashion forward.
Okay.
He's fashion conscious, and you know what? I respect the game.
Yeah, I do too. Because I thought he was just like, I wasn't paying attention, but he actually put some thought into it. All right, KJ, what's next?
Let's move on.
Let's head back to Sunday Night Football, which you could have heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 last night. Green Bay put together one of the it's just an absolutely fun comeback that they had. They scored on every single possession in the second half, not counting their kneel downs at the end of the game. And they won 35-25. Let's take a look at Jordan Love's stat line. 29 of 37, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, no sacks. Is Jordan Love, is he making a case right now for why he should be the MVP in front of Baker Mayfield and Daniel Jones?
Ooh, in front of dun 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 dun.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, Indiana. Well, no,
Indiana.
See, I'm gonna mess that word up and give me something.
It's Indiana Jones.
I don't know. I listen. I'm all for Jordan Love being in the MVP.
Well, that'd be pretty cool to say. Yeah, I coached it.
But
I
you
coached
know did you see,
an NFL MVP in college.
Did you see? Yeah, that would be cool.
Dude, this man right now. Do you realize that Jordan Love right now is 71% completion percentage?
That's dumb. That's dumb.
And
That's
he's a guy that pushes it down the field. He ain't just living in the short and intermediate now.
Did you see who was getting MVP chants from the crowd yesterday? at home.
Dude.
KJ's favorite player, Drake May.
Dude, Jay Love is on a tear right now. Look at this, man. His last 5 football contests, 72% completion against Cleveland, 72 against Dallas, 73 against Cincinnati, 66 against the Cardinals, and now 78.4% completion against the vaunted Steelers on the road.
Yeah. Yeah, he's had an impressive season. He's looking good. But yeah, is that so it's the MVP candidates or
he's only 9th right now in the National Football League in yards.
Right,
Aren't they down one game
has
though?
more yards than he does, right?
Because they're down. They had a bye, didn't they, early?
Yes.
I think they're down a game. Dude, he only has thrown 2 interceptions to 13 yubbies, tutties. His QBR is number 6 in the league. He's playing good ball, man.
Yeah, he's
proud
great.
of my guy.
There are, but listen, man, I will put 2 young quarterbacks in that. I will put Bo Nix and Drake May in that category as well.
What about Jonathan Taylor, man? That man is on a tear.
Yeah, you know what? He's probably above even Daniel Jones because Jonathan Taylor is going nuts this season.
I got him on my old fantasy football team that I haven't paid attention.
Can you put Baker in that
Jordan
category?
Love completed 20 straight passes in the second half yesterday.
Listen, that's just the QB brilliance of Mike Sanford. That's that QB coaching of Mike Sanford.
You should have seen how bad he was before I started coaching.
That's right.
He was terrible. That man had no God-given ability.
All right, KJ, what's next?
Let's move on.
You know what? Let's talk trades because we're just over a week away from the NFL trade deadline. Yesterday, Liam Cohen, head coach of the Jacksonville. See?
Later, bud.
Duval. See, coach already beat me to it. They said yesterday that they have no plans on moving on from star wide receiver Brian Thomas, and they said they have extreme confidence in him. Well, that's one thing. So the Jaguars in that wide receiver tree, they said they're fine there, no trades there. Well, just about 30 minutes ago, the Titans, they sent cornerback Roger McCreary to the Rams for a conditional 5th/6th round pick swap. So the Titans will get a 5th. I thought that could have been a play that they could have used for TJ Hawkinson, but now they've decided to use that 5th to go get Roger McCreary. With that being said, do we believe that the Broncos have what they need to be a Super Bowl contender, or are they, as Jerry Jones would put it, one player away?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, well, Jerry Jones was losing his mind last night after that beatdown.
Was he there?
Yeah.
I didn't even see him in the crowd.
He did his normal post-game press conference thing where he talked to the media about how bad his team is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and remember, because he was like, we're one defensive player away. No, brother. No, you're not one defensive player away. But I mean, if that's the kind of draft picks it's going to take, because next year they own all their picks next year, right? 1 through 7, just one in each round. So they don't have any extra picks, but they also aren't missing any picks. So you could send a 5th or a 4th, whatever Minnesota wants for Hawkinson, and it's not going to really set you back. It's not really going to hurt you next season, right?
If you go with TJ Hawkinson, 28 years old, my hope is that he would be part of the long-term future.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just a rental player.
Right. You're not like,
and
let's try
that
to win
is somebody that you have $30 million to play with.
How old is TJ? Like, how long is he?
I just said it.
Oh, you did, and
Yeah.
I just completely
Go
forgot
ahead.
it. What did you say?
Let's see if you remembered.
28 years old.
There we go. Yes, sir. Yep.
And that man was born on July the 4th?
And you know where he's from?
Where's he from? Where?
Great state of Iowa.
Oh, that's right.
Chariton, Iowa.
Yeah.
Chariton, Iowa, just about, I think it's about 58 miles southeast of Des Moines.
Yeah.
Des Moines, baby.
All right. Yeah. Played for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Yeah. So go ahead and grab that dude. I mean, now I'll have to look at what his contract looks like because we've already figured out his age. So what does TJ's contract look like? How many years left on that bad boy do we have? He signed a 4-year, $66 million. Wait, hold on. He's getting paid. His cap is 16.6 this year. He signed a 4-year, $66 million contract. He's a free agent in 2028. So he just when did he just signed that?
24, I think.
He signed it in 24.
I think so.
So yeah, he's unrestricted free agent in 2028. So you could lock him down. $16 million this year. He's owed $21 million next year and $23 million the year after that.
Plus, there's nothing like a tight end with a ton of flow coming out of the back of their helmet.
Mm-hmm.
I love when there's salad, just tons of dressing and lettuce just popping out of the back of that Rydell helmet. It's a beautiful thing for a tight end.
At the time of his signing, he became the second highest paid tight end in football. Football, sir. KJ?
Let's move on.
This segment is sponsored by MountainHighAppliance.com. They are your just wide range of appliances. You can find locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, and they offer, like I said, every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. So there are 3 quarterbacks of significance coming back this week in regards to coming off of injuries. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy, and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray.
What about Michael Penix Jr.? Is he coming back? Do we know?
Oh, I don't know. You're right. He was out because he hurt himself in the prior game, and they played Kirk.
Kurt looked terrible.
He did. I haven't heard anything on Michael Penix Jr., but we'll keep an
eye
eye
on. What about Jaden Daniels because he's not playing tonight?
Right.
What if he's back next week?
Jaden is out tonight, right?
He's out tonight, and so they probably won't have an update again on Jaden until either Wednesday or Thursday. So,
what about the NFL going to drop the hammer on Baltimore because of their shenanigans with the injury report with Lamar Jackson, right? The NFL is going to come down like a house of bricks on the Baltimore Ravens for messing with their injury report, especially after the entire gambling scandal with the NBA. You know what I mean? Like, there was a bunch of people who put money on Baltimore because they thought Lamar was going to play in that game because the Ravens injury report. Then they retroactively changed it, and it sounds like the NFL wants to just make an example of him by taking away draft picks or just hammering them with a massive fine because you can't be playing reindeer games like that with these starting quarterbacks. You can't do it. Like, after the game, Harbaugh was like, it was an innocent mistake. It was a mistake. And they were like, we don't care, man. We don't care. Not in this environment. We're going to. So yeah. I wonder when that decision is going to be made. This week sometime?
Yeah. There's a lot of scrutiny that's going to be taking place on things that involve player availability and betting.
And in the betting world. Yeah.
Especially because last week was a dark week.
Yeah. Now there's some reports that there's some NFL players involved in that whole gambling ring. Like, there's some names thrown out this weekend. No. All right, KJ's. We got anything else?
Were you involved?
Listen, I would have loved to have been.
What's your
I don't
last
have
name?
that kind of money to blow at a poker game, especially if you're
What's your
cheating
last name?
me. Bertinoli.
Is that Italian?
Listen, man. Bruno Bertinoli would have absolutely been involved in this. Frank Bertinoli, the colonel, would not. My uncle would have jumped in with both feet on this stuff, but the colonel not so much.
We got a Lombardi. We got a Bertinoli.
Yeah.
Are we the problem?
Yeah, we probably are the problem.
What else we got around here? What else we got around these parts?
Yeah, I don't know. We do have, La Cosa Nostra. Listen, man, there's way too many. Like, get the mafia out of my sports, please. That's all I'm asking. Please.
My wife's a Biagini.
See,
yeah.
Maybe she's the problem.
Oh, and she will give you some cement shoes in a hurry. Tell you about that.
All right, I should mention one more time our keyword for this hour on this. Yeah, he's already said
VIBES. The vibes are immaculate right now.
Yeah.
So text it 303-504-0925 to win yourself what?
$150 gift card to Rally House.
You could get yourself a nice new set of jersey, kit, whatever it may be.
Welcome back to the last segment of the morning sprint on this Monday, October the 27th. It is a Rally House Victory Monday as the Broncos mollywhopped the Dallas Cowboys yesterday there at Empower Field. The Denver Nuggets put a hurting on the Phoenix Suns on Saturday night. Nuggets were soaring and scoring and dunking all over those turkeys. AG is going nuts. And your Colorado Avalanche lost two. Well, matter of fact, the Avs have lost 4 in a row, but they've got points out of 3 of those 4 games. So they're still one of the top teams in the Western Conference. Tonight.
What is going on with that power play?
Well, yeah, it sucks. And the for some reason, the Avs just can't get it going once the game gets by regulation. You get into overtime and the shootout. But this road trip was just mental mistakes, really, and turnovers. They had a couple of turnovers that led directly to game-winning goals, including on Saturday and yesterday, right? Although, well, I'm not going to call that breakaway in overtime too much of a mistake. But, yeah, your Avs, they play New Jersey again on Tuesday night. So tomorrow night, the Avs will have a chance to end the Devils' 8-game winning streak, right? Because they had won 7 in a row when they ran into the Avs. So that one will be. And then the Nuggets.
Will the
and
Avs
Timberwolves
ever
tonight.
win an overtime or a shootout game?
I don't know, man.
Again in the history of their franchise.
Yes, I'm assuming.
Like I know, Raj, you're telling me it doesn't matter. I still don't like losing.
Yeah.
Even if you get the point, I still don't like it.
I get it.
Is that okay?
Those points.
Am I okay to is it un-American for me?
No.
Like, do you want me to become a Canadian and say, yeah, it's okay.
No.
Oh, yeah, we got the point.
It's hard to look at a 4-game
all I cared about was
losing
the
streak.
point.
Yeah. Now, but those points are massive. You know what I mean? Massive. I mean, just look at the end of the standings last year when the playoffs started. All those teams were within a point or two. And these 3 points they picked up over the last 4 games are probably going to mean something.
Is Bedsy got to do something about the overtime thought process or
maybe
shootout? Like, what
see,
are we doing, man?
I don't like the way that NHL coaches have adjusted to the 3-on-3 overtime. I don't like it at all.
Well, whatever we're doing,
coaches
it
have gone
stinks.
ultra conservative with it. Maybe you just throw different players out on the ice to see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm not going to freak out about it too much. The Nuggets play tonight. They'll take on the Timberwolves.
Right, how are we looking right now?
I think you're third in all of the West, right? Okay. Are the Avs second in the West and second in the conference? Just because the Mammoth are going crazy, right? To lead the Central Division, the Mammoth have 16 points to lead the way, and the Avs are second in 14.
Yeah.
So yeah, second in all of the West is pretty good. Not only that, they have a
stupid Utah Mammoth.
Yeah, man. I don't know why. I don't know how they've suddenly won 7 straight, but Utah's got it going on. The former Arizona whatevers.
It's the power of Kim Becker.
Let me talk to you a little bit about what happened this weekend in college football. Because there was a couple of interesting things that happened this weekend in college football, including
vibe check on our guy KJ Granderson.
Bad man.
Noted Mississippi State fan.
We were sitting here on Saturday night watching Mississippi State, and KJ was crashing out, man. He was losing it because Mississippi State blew a game that should almost be impossible to blow. You can't. Texas scored. You let Texas score 24 points in the fourth quarter of that game, KJ. What's up with your squad?
Well, first off,
although I'm not sure that touchdown that won it for Texas was a touchdown. You know what I mean?
Nah, it didn't look like one.
It definitely wasn't a touchdown. But I need the FBI to go down to Starkville and let's take a look because some things are happening there that I don't like. And I think somebody's got their hands in an illegal cookie jar, and I'm not joking.
You better start checking into some of those Italian restaurants down there in Starkville. See if there's any ties. See if any of the players been eating there a lot recently.
Listen, there's a lot of back alleyways in Starkville that people don't know about. I'm just going to leave it there.
Yes, sir.
And so, I mean, Utah beat CU this weekend. The Utes beat the Buffs 53-7, and KJ, what was that? It was 40-0 when we were sitting here watching that game at halftime.
Halftime was 43-0.
43-0 was what it was?
Which was 1 point worse than the worst game I've ever coached
in your career.
The worst half that I ever coached in was actually in 2022, the final game of the CU season against the Utah team that went to the Pac-12 championship and beat the brakes off Caleb Williams and USC in that Pac-12 championship, by the way. This was bad.
26 points in the second quarter alone for Utah.
Bad. I mean, there's really nothing positive to take away from this. And the thing that's more disappointing about this one for me is, granted, like the 42-point half that we gave up in 2022, that was coming off the heels of getting the brakes beat off us by Oregon and Bo Nix and Washington and Michael Penix Jr. and Caleb Williams and USC in back-to-back weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The Buffs beat a top 25 team last time out. So please make it make sense.
I have no idea.
And they had a bye week.
No clue.
What happened?
They looked so bad. Caden looked bad.
Like I heard some Buffs fans say, we all knew this was going to happen.
Really?
Really?
Yeah. Although, do you remember what the spread was?
I would love to coach at a place where you could lose by 50 points and everybody's like,
well, yeah,
it's all good, man. We saw this one coming. You're good.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Even Dion was like, I haven't been beat like that before. Yeah. No, the standard shouldn't be like 3-5 is okay. And 1-4 in the Big 12 should not be okay either. But at the same time, CU football is relevant. And that means something to me for a long time. Well,
is it right now?
Is it just Dion that's keeping them relevant?
Today
because the play
CU
on the
football
field,
relevant.
it's not, right?
Now KJ had some news about CU's next football game that does prove to the point that they still are relevant.
Yeah, they're going on. They get a national television. They're going to get rolled on national television. Who they playing next? That they're on. It's Arizona.
Arizona. Mm-hmm. On FS1 at 5.
Okay.
I mean, that's another pretty marquee time period. You're 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern time, man.
How about
now? Is this turning into people like they're hate watching CU now?
Maybe.
And there's like a market for that.
Maybe
people
yes.
watching, like preying on the demise of Coach Prime and the Buffs.
Yeah. Maybe just yeah. Like some people watch the Cowboys and it's just like I'm watching this because I want the Cowboys to lose. I want them to lose. How about what's going on at Louisiana State University when the governor of the state holds a meeting to get your head coach fired and find out that's weird to me. But also you're on the way out, and of course. We have found out today that Brian Kelly is on the way out as A&M house.
I feel bad for my old boss, Brian Kelly, who was, just to be clear, very good to me, my wife, and my kids the whole time I worked for him at Notre Dame.
He kind of looked like a crazy man on the sidelines, though.
Yeah, I always used to tell people, how's Brian Kelly to work for? And I would say, man, he is awesome 353 days a year.
But those game days.
Game day, man. That man was just, what are you doing? He used to he loved calling quarterbacks SH word for brains. A for brains. What are you doing, you moron? So when the whole nation was partaking in Brian Kelly lip reading during that game, that was pretty fun.
Yes. And they were like, did he just say what I think he said to his player? Like, poor Brian. But it almost looked like he was like, okay, I'm going to make sure I get fired. After this game, I'm going to wild out on the sidelines.
I do feel awful for my guy.
Here he is.
Look at him right here. Do you think he's calling him S for brains?
Yes. Look at him. He's going off on him. I mean, that's coaching, but the lip readers saying, you're uncoachable? Who do you think you are?
So my opinion on Brian Kelly, I'm getting asked here from Johnny O here on the Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925. Brian Kelly is brilliant as a... Man, I want to call it a political figure, understanding how to set narratives. He was really good with the narrative of the team. I coached them in a masterful year in 2015 where we lost our starting quarterback to a broken leg, and Deshaun Kaiser came in and absolutely balled out. And we navigated a season with a ton of injuries as well as you possibly can. His messaging was on point. And then I was with him in a horrible year in 2016, a 4-8 year. What I'd say about Brian Kelly is this. He just wasn't cut out for Louisiana State University.
It's just not a fit.
But Brian Kelly, what did I say about him? Is he smart?
Yeah.
He played 4D chess, man. I think he went there to get fired.
He might. I mean, he's going to get paid $54 million to go away.
Guess how much he's going to be making per month?
How much?
$800,000 per month for the next 7 years. So who's laughing now?
No, he's playing. You're right. He's playing 3D chess. Congratulations.
I think it's 4-dimensional.
To Pine Creek's
smell it.
Kylie Croyel. She is our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backs and Shaker. Backs and Shaker
Go Eagles,
loves
baby. Go
Kylie's
Eagles.
passion, and their passion is justice. Thanks for tuning in to the Morning Sprint today. You know what we got for you tomorrow? Tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day on Tuesday for new keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to the Avs versus the Lightning on November 4th on your home for the Avalanche. That's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. For the coach, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Bertolli saying thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back at it tomorrow. PhD is next.
Here's a 2nd and 10. They go with Harvey on the toss, and there goes Harvey. Harvey's got a first down. Harvey's looking for the end zone. Harvey takes it home. That is why they drafted him in the 2nd round. In the pocket, in the end zone, and it's caught. Franklin for the touchdown. Quickly to the line on 3rd and goal.
Bo Nix set wide
look at this. They hand it back to Harvey. The direct snap to Harvey, and he's in for a 2nd time. A little trickery. They set up quickly. Dallas didn't see the disguise. Nix down the field, end zone bound. Oh, what a catch! That's Bryant, the rookie, with his first NFL touchdown. Nix is looking that side, Tony. Throwing it that side, back in the end zone. Franklin has a 2nd touchdown grab of the game. Harvey sneaking in here. He's got 2 touchdowns today. It's going to Harvey. It's Harvey into the end zone for a touchdown. A banner day for the rookie.
You said it. Banner day for the rookie. I think Sean has done an incredible job this year. They go to London. Not every team wins the week before London. He does that after a big win last week. Not a lot of teams win after a huge comeback victory. Just look at the analytics of that. And he's got the pulse of the team. First standard showed that we're this good. We beat Philly. Kansas City's coming up, but you got to get everyone's brain not there, right? Just get to next week. Keep doing it again and again. Impressive today.
Most points by the Broncos at home since 2014, when again Peyton was at quarterback. Well, the old throwback uniforms brought back a little old magic too.
Orange Crush. Might see them again this year.
I think they've got 2 more occasions. They may want to add another 1 or 2.
Throw a 3rd in there.
Because they did put on an Orange Crush today. Final score is 44-24 Broncos.
One of the most dominant wins the Broncos have had in a long, long time. Spectacular conditions. Everybody wearing throwbacks except for Sean. Taking the ball first, by the way.
I saw that.
How about that?
I saw you in the postgame. Did anybody ask him today about the?
We did. Do you want to hear it? About the which one?
Well, when I heard you talking on the Altitude show.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about. No one asked Sean about why he's the only one not in throwbacks.
Nobody did.
Are we starting with this junk? Well, no, I thought it was kind of interesting because I guarantee it has something to do with superstition. It has something to do with superstition.
It's not that, but it's interesting that I think it's interesting that it's actually not that. I think the answer to the question, like why he doesn't wear the throwback or didn't wear it, just goes to who this guy is. So to stay away from the little stuff and the minutia, but focus on the big stuff. Sean Payton's attention to detail and what's happening right now, in my mind, is pretty fantastic. And I think the payoff was yesterday. I thought it was an incredible performance by everybody on that team.
I listened to his interview on the pregame show on radio, driving to another event, by the way. And I thought what he said was brilliant. Can you run that? We don't have that one. I thought it was outstanding, and it goes to exactly what you just said. He actually better explained it than you could do on a 30-second soundbite in his pressers because he's doing a sit-down with Dave.
Mm-hmm.
And he went boom, 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 boom. And then you understood Philadelphia road trip to London, coming back.
The whole thing.
And the things that they've done. And I went, whoa. And then you see the performance yesterday, and you went, all right, so maybe we chalk a little bit of that Giants game up to travel and everything else, and maybe be happy you got out of there.
You know, one thing you got to give Sean Payton a lot of credit for, he's a big picture guy, right? So like he's thinking 2-3 weeks ahead at all times, and that's really kind of counterculture to most NFL coaches. You know, week at a time. I don't even know who's on the schedule next, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sean's always got a plan, whether it's getting to London or the game after a big recover, after a big comeback like you had against the Giants. It's usually an emotional letdown. He's got these teams prepared, and I said going into this game, You find a way to beat the Dallas Cowboys, and now you're talking about a special season. That's what you've got. You win half your games from here on out. You're an 11-12 win football team.
That's wild.
You win your home games.
That's it.
Just win your home games.
Handle your business at home. You'll be an 11-win team, and maybe pick up one here and there. Maybe you'll be a 12 or 13-win team. That was a really, really cool game to watch.
I guarantee you, Houston will be studying that film harder this week than they might have had you lost these last two.
Yeah, well, Houston had a good week too. We'll dig into them, obviously. Now, let me tell you.
But this one, everybody should be rounding into form, right?
Yeah, man.
A little bit early. A little bit early.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be peaking, but rounding, sure.
I mean, you're basically
sharpening the edges here a little bit.
Sharpen the edge, but you're basically in the middle of the season right now.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of surprises after this, and you can see who the contenders are, and you can see what team seasons are over. I mean, it's pretty damn obvious, and you can see what teams are just kind of hanging in there. The Broncos are not hanging in there. The Broncos right now at this point of the season are contenders.
Well, do they have the longest winning streak in the NFL? They got to, right?
I'm not sure.
They're
if it's
tied
the
with
longest.
New England.
Tied with New England. Okay.
5. New England has won 5 in a row. Wow, good for them. Look at that.
This is a 6-2 football team. The Denver Broncos are 6-2. That's wild.
What's New England?
They're probably 6-2 as well.
They're
6-2
right now.
Yeah, they are 6-2.
Oh. Put that on your dance card.
So this is the second week in a row that I'm asking somebody else's questions, by the way, because I really don't care about the fashion thing or whatever. But it was a little peculiar that they're all decked out in the old school stuff except for Sean.
This just goes to show just how blind I am. And when I'm watching football, I'm just watching football. Literally, the first I heard about this is the nonsense that I'll be listening to it. I'm not calling it nonsense on your behalf, DMac, but
you call out Vic Lombardi because I didn't even notice it.
It does seem insane to me. I had no freaking clue that he wasn't wearing the throwback.
I had no clue at all until I listened to the Altitude postgame show.
And also, this is like the talk of the station.
And that's all Vic is, I wonder why. I was wondering that, Coach.
So just for the record, you just have to understand whether you believe it or not. I don't care, and I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
But it can be a funny question, especially after a win.
Yeah, well, nobody threw it, and I'm doing there's some quirky reasons why right now it's hard for me to ask questions in the postgame presser. I'm hoping to change that, but I don't even want to bother laying it out right here. Hopefully we change things and I can ask questions in the postgame, but right now I can't.
Yeah, you got to get outside and do your little hit.
Anyways.
Why don't you just tape a hit?
Dude,
So I'm like in the ballpark, aren't I?
So
I do know.
So Vic is going on and on and on and on and on about it. And yeah, I'm glad you watched the post game. And I'm like, if nobody asked the question, I'm happy to do it. But I also wanted to get to why Sean did decide Tyler to keep the ball, which was a offense right from the start, which is a pretty big change as well. Mm-hmm. So they're obviously, and we've heard how, hey, Wednesdays got to be Sundays. And I dug into that a little bit today, and apparently they went after it. Like they were going fast. They were literally treating practices this week
Wednesday like a game.
We're running on and off the field. We're going from here to here. Everything is just kind of like that. So I don't know if they changed things so dramatically aside from they picked up the pace with everything they were doing. So anyways, here's those things together here. All right.
Coach, couple things real quick. Why was it important for you to start with the ball on offense? And it was noted by quite a few people you didn't wear throwback gear. I was wondering if you had an explanation.
Let's start with your second question. I'm like everyone. I grew up on the throwback uniforms. I love the throwback uniforms. So when I got to work, I usually get to the stadium super early, and I said, Flip, the navy blue pants don't match the throwback. We need either an orange or that Bronco blue, that old blue as a pant. And so I struggled with the navy and then the throwback on the top. So I just kind of went tradish, but make no mistake about it, I'm probably the biggest fan of the throwback sweats, colors, and I listen. I wanted desperately to wear it. I just hate the match with the navy bottom. So we need to work on getting a lighter blue slack, or even I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
Okay,
And, so it's pure fashion.
Well, the thing that's throwing me off here is when he's talking about the navy blue bottoms. I'm like, the guys didn't wear navy blue bottoms. Like they're wearing white. They're wearing white pants. Coaches have got khaki slacks like coming out out of the equipment room. Like what are we talking about here? Just put on some khaki pants if that's the problem.
That's Sean.
But I think they want all the coaches looking the same. So
He's
it means all the other coaches wore
all the other coaches wore
off Bluey Keller.
All the other coaches wore the throwbacks.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, except Sean.
Which, by the way, let's take a pause right here. We've said it before. We do it every year. They have the throwback game. Make that your jersey. That uniform looked great
in a day and age where you can't get two people to agree on what color the sky is. The entire world agrees on that one.
Yeah, it's just a better uniform.
That is
period.
A great look
period.
On television.
Like
period.
the end.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Sean. This is who this guy is. It can drive you probably nuts to be around him, but his attention to detail is like that. Scott, it had nothing to do with superstition. Zero.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Fashion.
It was fashion.
Yeah.
That's it. The end. Because this guy cares about wearing his Jordans. This guy cares about other clothes types of things. Like, he's into that.
Well, I guess
Vic Fangio would have worn a trash bag if you said, this is what we're wearing today. And
he
like,
didn't care.
Whatever.
I didn't realize that all the coaches were wearing like matching pants also, which they were. But I don't recall coaches having a specific uniform that they have to wear.
They were all wearing the throwbacks except for Sean. Every single one of them.
And the throwbacks look good. Oh, God, they look good.
So
the hoodies look good.
This is Sean. We can get to the whole I want the ball first thing coming up here too, which is another change of approach. But here's the good news, man. And let's go through everything. And then we try to get an update with Surtain. Don't have that. Mims, that was really unfortunate. I don't know if you guys know the behind-the-scenes story there. Zach Allen's a little beat up, so we can get to it all. It's going to be a fun show. It's going to be a fun day, man. Very rarely do we come in here, and if you guys got something to nitpick about, I'm here for it. I'm curious what it would be. But I don't think there's too often that we come in here and we're like, wow, that's an A+ game.
This isn't a nitpick, but this was something I was glad to see. Tyler, you throw this out there. Get the ball back, great. That's great. But first run, I think you pick up 7 yards on the first run. Nice little completion, first down, pick on a bad throw, right?
Bad throw, yeah.
Bad throw, pick. He picked himself off the ground.
Yeah.
And
we can get into that.
As bad as this offense has been the last 3 weeks, really, except for fourth quarters, it didn't bother him at all. And I'm going to say this: the game was won right there, because you know what the defense did? Well, you can have a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yeah, we understand you're the number one offense going right now. You can have a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
That right there was a statement to me.
All right, well, let's get into all of it, and we'll hear from Bo about that moment. Well, you're going to like this. Bo had a day. He had a day. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are there for you. ED can destroy intimacy between partners. Not anymore. When the pills or herbals fail, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. Success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. You're back in the game. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. And if you're like most men, you just wait and wait and wait and wait. Well, activate yourself. Schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get that consult, the T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free with an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Great location in Castle Rock, also in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We got a lot of potential. We played really well, just all cylinders. Run game, pass game, third downs, base downs. We played well in the red zone, scored points. I think only one field goal, but we played well when we needed to. Our defense played well, got us the ball back a lot, and just overall really good performance by us.
We'll get to how Bo Nix overcame the interception here in just a second. A reminder that tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday. All day, keywords on the 20s for Avs Lightning tickets on November 4th. Avs had kind of a sort of East Coast road trip, 1 out of 4 points, but nobody's freaking out. So that's there on your home for Avs hockey with the game tomorrow at Ball Arena against New Jersey. But speaking of keywords, here we go. It's a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with the keyword every hour. This hour's keyword is laser. Pew, pew. Text laser along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Keywords on the hour, laser, first and last name, 230-354-0925. A Rally House Victory Monday will announce our winner at 2:55. All right, just to start the game, let's just start from the beginning. And here's Peyton saying why we took the ball first.
Look, a real good offense we're playing. I wanted it to be a little bit of a message to our offense relative to starting fast and to our team. And so the night before in the meetings, when you know that Dallas has deferred X amount of times, and then if we're going to take the ball, you can kind of tell your players, look, this is how the game is going to start. We're going to be on kick return. And so it's one of those times where I felt that it was important.
Okay.
That is true. I mean, if you want to know for a fact how the game's going to begin, tell the guys, hey, we're going to take the ball because we know that they're going to defer. So we're starting with this ball. I called you crazy last week when you
said
suggested
it was of all my dumb takes.
I still think it is.
This was my dumbest take of
How'd it
all.
work out?
Sean?
Which lines up with what Sean Payton thought.
Yeah, well, Sean, basically his take on it was the same thing as yours. Like, I don't have a good reason for this. Our offense has not been good. Our defense has been great. But I'm just going to send a message to the boys that if we take the ball, maybe things are going to be better.
Well, I think they needed a mind reset, that's all. And this was part of it.
Did it work?
Well, yeah, eventually. Eventually it did.
No, it had
not off the bat.
Well, it had nothing to do with that, right? I mean, eventually they did settle into it. If anything, I'm thinking, oh, good God, you took the ball and then you did that? And then you did that? Like, that's what you get. That's what you get for taking the ball.
It was on the cusp of a disaster, but as you pointed out, stopping the Cowboys on the goal line.
I thought that changed the whole game right there.
Not only that, but when you got the ball back, you went right down the field and scored, and you never looked back. You never trailed again. The game wasn't close. It was a fun game. Stidham got in there. It was not stressful. The environment in the stadium was fantastic. People were smiling. The vibes were unbelievable as soon as you got that lead after the first, in the second drive. But you asked Bo about bouncing back. Here's how Bo explained it.
Yeah, Coach, liked our week of practice. We all thought the urgency was up and, got to go stack weeks and, have a similar vibe this week and make sure that we're practicing hard Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday so that we can come out here and, do that performance over and over. And, it's tough when you get, later in the season, bodies get more sore, get banged up. It's tough to stay mentally sharp and mentally tough enough to do it over and over. But, we got good leadership, and that's what we got to do again.
Bo did also.
That wasn't anything about the interception, though.
Was his mindset after the interception, like where he was at. Nothing I can do about it now. Here I go. Bo did say, though, at length, when asked by Troy Rank, he was asked about what's in you or who are you trying to please? And he said, I'm only trying to please one person, and then talked about his faith. Went on about it and was happy to be asked that question. And I do wonder if there's something going on with Bo where he really did have a mind reset. Instead of trying to please this guy, I got to figure out what it's really all about for me here. And it sounded like he wanted somebody to ask him some sort of question like that, and he looked forward to explaining it. So I'll put that in front of you guys too. That maybe this guy just had a different way of approaching his look on everything,
And instead of pleasing simply Sean Payton, he went through a different approach.
Yeah, I don't know. Tough to tell. I mean, the one thing that I've always complimented Bo on, even in preseason when we were having all those interceptions, Scott and I are sitting there talking about the one thing that you could see was that was a confident human being. That was a confident man that had leadership capabilities. They're probably beyond his years in year two. An incredible leader of the team. I've never been concerned about Bo Nix's mindset. I don't know about the stuff you're going into. I mean, I don't know. I would guess he probably has said very similar things in the past because I know he talks about his faith a lot in terms of, I'm playing for an audience of one. And that's all good stuff. But you know who else I think has got a very similar mindset that is, I think, tough as nails? I know it's easy to pick on the dude. I know it was not the best of games. I think Riley Moss has got a freaking mind. Like that dude has got a stone cold killer mindset. How many freaking bad pass interference calls is this guy going to get? Yeah. And every now and then he gives up a play, and every now and then it looks like he had a bad game. But that dude is a stone cold killer, in my opinion. He bounces back from everything. Most guys are going to get rattled as hell, and to me, it's very similar to Bo Nix throwing an interception. Riley Moss, it'd be so easy. Oh, really? I'm getting called on another BS pass interference penalty here to let that rattle you? I don't know, man. I just wanted to point out Riley Moss's mindset because I'm impressed by that, man.
Well, they gave up a touchdown late. If for being honest, the hottest offensive team in America, and I know they're a lot better at home, and they've been a lot better at home than they have been scoring on the road. But still, they were averaging. I think they said in that stat early in the game, they were still averaging over 24 points a game on the road. For a lot of teams, that's pretty good, right? If you're scoring 24. They got 24, but you know what?
Garbage touchdown at the end.
You got a garbage
Nice play.
Nice play, but you had 17 points. Your defense against their starters held a team that's been averaging 40. Here's 17. See if you can beat us right there. So
yeah. By the way, Riley Moss had great coverage even on that touchdown pass.
Yes.
It was right there.
Yes, the only reason I even brought it up like that as bad games is because I saw a bunch of people on Twitter complaining about Riley Moss again, and I'm just like, people don't know what they're talking about. That dude. That dude's a gangster. Like that dude is a baller. He is just a baller that does not get rattled. I freaking love Riley Moss.
Go back and look for the podcast last week. I don't know where, so I'd give credit if I remembered. It was just a clip I saw. And watch Aqib Talib saying the same thing you said, talking about how good he thinks Riley Moss is.
Yeah.
And he was talking about that as well. So, and that's, let's be honest, that kind of what made Chris Harris for a couple of years because everybody was kind of avoiding Aqib. And Chris Harris was,
right.
Okay, well, I'll take this.
All right, well, here is Bomani Jones. I heard the boys in the morning play this too, talking about Riley Moss and maybe what's going on.
I find that when there is a Caucasian brother playing quarterback, white people treat him like they treat white basketball players with startling levels of skepticism. The crab in a barrel phenomenon tend to come up. And that's how I felt when they called that pass interference on Riley Moss. I was like, come on, man, it's just profiling. I didn't think that was no penalty. Y'all just don't believe that man was capable of playing defense. That's all it is.
So that's Bomani Jones's take on it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny. I don't know. Do you think he's being profiled like he shouldn't be that good? And like, okay, we're going to call PI on him because he really shouldn't be able to make that play?
Well, I guess we got racist referees.
Yeah, I doubt that. I just think I think he was thrown at more than any other cornerback in the league, and yet he had one of the best defensive percentages.
He had the highest defensive
percentage.
Yeah.
And I think he was top 2 or 3 as far as cornerbacks in the league thrown at. So it's one like that was a high percentage because they threw it at him 5 times, and he stopped 3 of them or 4 of them. I mean, it was like 47 or something like that, 50, So I just think he's going to get some calls there, and that's fine. We called him before the season started. I think they were talking about Dallas having the best tandem wide receiver group in the league right now. Okay, we'll give you 2. They were kind of quiet, though, weren't they, the starters?
Yeah.
They were kind of quiet. But if that's the case, Denver's got the best starting cornerback tandem in the world.
It's phenomenal.
Right.
I mean, that was, Pat Surtain, and obviously we got to cross our fingers on that one because if that's a pec tear, we got problems.
Well, and we ought to be thinking this, Tyler. Jahdae Barron, everybody go, why is he's waste of pick. He should be. You can't beat them guys out. Let him grow.
Yeah,
he got a pick yesterday, didn't he?
He did, but it was Chris Abrams' drain that went into corner after Pat went out. It wasn't
fine.
Barron. And Barron's fine where he's at. He did
He's
get an
gonna be fine.
interception. It's all good.
Watch how good Barron is in year 2 or 3. That's all I'm saying. Why learn behind them two cats?
No problem.
Unless you're stupid, you're going to grow.
Mims in concussion protocol, which is really unfortunate because they were trying to take him out of the game on the last kickoff, and Bidet ran in and took R.J. Harvey's spot, not Mims' spot. Mims was not supposed to be out there for the last kickoff, and so it was.
And Moz caught wasn't he the one that got the last punt? He was back for the last punt.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. I was like, what's he doing back there?
Well, because Mims got concussed, and I hope that Mims isn't missing for. This is going to be a tough game against Houston. Okay, nothing easy. But then again, look, you're 6-2. You're in first place. Let's hope the Chiefs just lose tonight, which would be great. By the way, that game on 9:50 against the Commanders, 6:15, 7:30 Nuggets against the Wolves. But the Broncos are in a crazy spot right now. What was your favorite part, Tyler? What else about the game itself that stood out to you?
Fat man pick was my favorite play of the game. Let's
DeAndre
go. Dude, that was a hell of a play. I mean, that wasn't just a fat man pick. That dude drops back into zone coverage. He's reading the quarterback's eyes, makes a diving play on the ball. He pops up. He starts rumbling
Makes
and tumbling.
dudes missing.
Making dudes miss.
Run over one
Hell
guy.
yeah, man. That was by far my favorite play of the game.
He was quick to point out, post-game, he pointed out he was a tight end in high school. All these guys are like tight ends in high school.
I'm telling you, though, like he was a legitimately great football play. Yeah, I mean, more times than not, you see a defensive tackle drop into coverage. If you see an interception, it's because the quarterback was a moron.
Hey,
right?
Dan, see if you can find that Tillman interception. And
he jumps underneath. He cuts the route. He takes
But I'm telling you, his run, I'm like, he's got good. He got 5 or 6 yards. Because remember, that was inside the red zone. I think he picked it inside the 10.
He said he was looking to score a touchdown.
For a quick second, I thought he had a chance at it.
He said he was going for the TD.
Hey, if their fullback doesn't come running up from behind, I don't know if anybody else catches him.
That's a fair.
Prescott's
he
going
might
to
have run out of gas at some point.
Prescott's going to have a decision to make. There's a drop.
Watch him cut underneath that thing. Heck yeah.
Get up. Go.
Going to see one.
There's the fullback that tackled him who's down on the ground. He got back
3.
up.
He's going.
Look at 40. 40 actually.
Oh, he sticks his foot in the ground, makes a cut on Dak Prescott.
So you intercepted at the 6 or 7, right? And you run it back to the plus 40?
40 for them actually made a nice play. Look, he gets blown up right here.
1, 2,
But there's 40 right
3,
there. He's
4,
down, and he catches him at the 50.
5.
You think Dak's going to catch him?
No, Dak's going to have the decision to make it.
Yes, I do think Dak Prescott can catch it.
Yeah, I think
that's
so.
what you're asking.
I think he was going to get caught.
That had to be 40 yards of return.
It was solid.
It's a great play.
It was beautiful.
I played tight end in high school. I was looking to score. That's what he said.
I love it.
33, I know it's Williams. He put a shoulder on him.
I just love the foot in the ground making a shake on Dak Prescott. That's my favorite part.
Dang, if some of them other big linemen, if Roach would have turned around, he could have protected his back. And then we're going to see if Dak wants to make a business decision.
What was Dak doing on that play, by the way?
I don't know.
You know what? He's probably feeling pressure. Watch. Where's Roach? Roach. No, it's too late.
Defensively, the Broncos, Bo was officially, according to the stat sheet, hit one time. You know what? I don't even know if that was on Bo. I wonder if that was actually on Stidham.
The touchdown pass to the rookie, he stood in the pocket and got blasted. If you can put that film up too.
Well,
he stood in and got blasted as soon as he released it.
So I'm looking at the stat sheet. It's crazy. One hit, 2 passes defended, 3 TFLs, no sacks. That is so clean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, Dallas has not had a good pass rush this year.
Whereas you look at the Broncos defense, 8 quarterback hits, 12 passes defended, 3 tackles for a loss, 2 sacks.
Scott, you're right. They don't have great pass rush, but it's also what this offensive line's been doing the entire season.
Yeah.
Offensive line's been phenomenal.
And look what Bo had when he had a little time. And they were moving him a little bit. But their run-pass balance was great. 29 passes, 28 runs. And, I mean, you got a couple of, steady sort of takes in there. Like
freaking awesome to see R.J. Harvey have a game.
Yeah.
I mean, that was That first run, that's what we got him here for. That's where he's at his comfort zone. That's a designed play to get outside of the box. That's what he wants to do. So, we're wisely calling plays that are going to fit him schematically. It's what Ronnie Hillman did during the Super Bowl year. It's the same play. We would give him the toss on that same exact play. And, all it takes sometimes is a game just coming to life, and all of a sudden it all starts to click.
Well, here it is for Harvey. Here's the wild stat of the day. He had 7 carries for 46 yards.
Very good.
His long carry was 40.
Yes.
So he had 6 carries for 6 yards, including 1 touchdown, right? The 2-yard line.
He had the Wildcat there.
Yeah, the Wildcat. He also had a touchdown reception.
3 touchdowns. Listen, the rookies played great. All 3 of your first 3 draft picks made a play in the game.
How about that?
It's the first, and guess what?
There you go.
Your rookie of the year so far only had to punt twice. Your rookie of the year for the Broncos this year only had to punt it twice.
That is
and one was late right after they put Stidham in, and they just hand off, and then boom.
Barron had an interception. R.J. Harvey had 3 touchdowns. First rookie to have 3 touchdowns since 2002, Clinton Portis. And Pat Bryant had a beautiful reception. Throws out the mile-high salute. I don't know if you caught it or not. Ball goes flying, goes to the ball boy. Bo runs down, gets the ball, hands it to Pat Bryant, like, hey, man, here you go. And you're like, this is freaking
how about
awesome.
Pat Bryant? I kind of like that. We talked about Aaron Gordon the other day. Why am I going to take a game ball? I'm not going to take a loss on the way home. I don't care. I got 50. He got his first touchdown ever. I don't care. I mean,
throw it.
Whatever. I'm good. Let's go.
But Bo's on top of it. Bo, here you go, man. Let's go. Just top to bottom, fantastic. No stress. You're just watching a Broncos team aside from the first interception, aside from the first drive, cruise.
Well, I'm going to go back because I didn't say anything when you mentioned the Bo Nix playing for an audience of 1, if you will. And if you think of our lives every single day, think of the times you've had issues. How many times are you trying to make the world happy?
Yeah.
Right? When you're trying to please all these other people, what are the fans going to think? What's the coach going to think? And when you can focus that, man, it takes a whole lot of stress off of you.
Tell you what. One more. Let me give you one more from Bo about that, about playing relaxed and stress-free.
Yeah, I'm playing with great peace because I know that no matter what happens, I'm in great hands, and the sun's going to come up tomorrow, whether I have a great game or whether I have a bad game, and the sun's going to come up the next day and over, and the Lord's still going to be sitting on the throne, and there's nothing for us to worry about.
So there you go. He's at peace. Sean's got his fashion thing going on. Defense is playing great. We just got to hope the best now for some of these injuries.
I wasn't that mature when I was 25. How about you?
I tried to be, but mentally, was I really able to? No.
Oh, wait a second. Are you a hobo right now, or are you a believer?
I'm a hobo.
You're a hobo?
Yeah.
You're still hopeful for Bo?
Yeah.
Well, which version of the week are you?
Yeah. Well, we know what he is this week.
I mean, you're asking Scott what he is. I mean, what week is it? What is DMac today?
That wave changed course in the middle of that game.
Yeah, no
right?
kidding.
That started the first drive to, oh my God.
I got to get your back on that one, Scotty.
Yeah. I'm just going to always remain hopeful.
Don't stop believing. Listen, man, it's easy to get caught up in this now. A 5-game win streak. They've scored 77 points in 2 weekends at home. Going to a Broncos game.
5 quarters.
Going to a Broncos game is fun. This is a by the way, loads of Cowboys fans there.
Oh, yeah, there's tons of them.
You wouldn't really know it, though.
Oh, there's tons of Texas people here.
I got you. And they were at the game.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you wouldn't have known it.
Well, because they aren't Boston fans.
No, they didn't have a lot to cheer about either, in all honesty.
Yeah, I have a good friend of ours that grew up in San Antonio, but he's a giant Cowboys fan, and he was at the game.
It was awesome.
My brother's a Cowboy. Chris, my brother, the warden starts going after, as soon as the game's over, throwing out the text, my best friend is a Cowboy fan. My brother's a Cowboy fan. Start throwing out the text. The best friend goes, I've been waiting for this text all night, right? Gets that. And then my brother goes, Yeah, but how about the championships? We got blah, blah. So they started going back to history.
Cool.
I said, just writing back, when was the last time?
Last time in Denver?
The last time they won a championship.
Oh, yeah.
30 years?
I think the last time they won a championship was the
94.
last time they beat the Broncos, which is 95. Am I off on that?
I thought their last Super Bowl was 94 against Buffalo.
Yeah, you might be right about that. But they haven't beat the Broncos since 95. They haven't beat the Broncos in Denver since 92. And we'll see them again in, 8 years, I suppose. But the Broncos have beat them 8 times in a row. The Broncos own the Cowboys. They own the Cowboys for the past 30 years. And yesterday was just another moment. Okay, we'll get back to that game in a second. Different story with your Buffs, Tyler.
Yeah.
Woo! Dying to know what your take is in all this.
They scored.
Oh, man. Details next.
All right, hey, if you're out there in need of a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. Listen, I believe that relationships matter in life, and that's why I've been a customer of Phil Long Ford ever since my rookie year. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. I recommend these guys. When you go to Phil Long Ford, it's one-stop shopping. No reason to drive all over the state. Just go to one dealership because at Phil Long, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking new, whether you're looking pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. Guys, Phil Long Ford also has an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Oh, dear. Back to the Broncos and who's in the groove at 1 o'clock. But I guess I should just start with Prime here, Tyler and Scott, and we can go from there. Here you go.
I got a lot of respect for Coach Whittingham, and he kicked my butt today. It was one-on-one with me and him, and he won by a significant margin. Love him, appreciate him, love his endurance, his longevity. The attitude of his team resembles the attitude that he has for himself. This is bad. It's probably the worst beating I've ever had, except for when my mama whooped me as a kid. 422 yards rushing, you ain't winning. You're not winning. 300 yards, you're not winning. 250, you're not winning. It's not capable. Total offense, 140 yards, you're not winning. You're not winning. They had 587 yards of total offense. You're not winning. With that, special teams gave up a fake punt as well as a block punt. You're not winning. So all three phases, we got our butts kicked. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, and that was on the second play of the game, a 18-year-old freshman quarterback, Bird Ficklin. He was Ficklin great. Tyler, I don't know how
you said you were hoping to see him.
Well, it was a game time decision. He didn't get the nod until like right before the game started, and he looked mostly like a freshman most of the time. But Tyler, when you just literally cannot stop the run, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, listen, I turned that, as Dion would say, I turned that bull junk off in the second quarter, and I didn't look back. I couldn't watch that. I couldn't watch that. That was just, look, man, Dion's making too much money for this bull junk to be going on.
It's about money.
Money is a commitment.
Okay,
yes.
I love it. I agree.
Money is a commitment for sure.
Okay.
I mean, I don't worry about dollars and cents like you do in terms of like the players' pockets, but I do think that there's an insane commitment to this guy. I don't mean to say this guy like so dismissive. I'm grateful to Deion Sanders. I am. I'm grateful for the entire experience. But this is a bull junk product, and you know we're 3 years into this thing. I get it. It's year one without Shedeur Sanders. It's year one without Travis Hunter. I actually think that this team, up until this game, had fought really hard the entire season, including 3 top 25 losses that they had a very good chance to win against Georgia Tech, against TCU, and against BYU. Mm-hmm. They could have won all 3 of those games. This was a different type of animal, but that was a game that you don't give up 17 points in the first quarter, 26 points in the second quarter, unless you were getting out-schemed and out-coached and out-executed, out-playered, all of it. But it does start at the top. Deion accepts responsibility, but he's right. It does start with him.
One, Georgia Tech says hello, Syracuse. Just throw that out there for you.
Okay.
Deion's not a coach. He's a spokesman. Episode where he's blasting the defensive coach during the game. Not sure you want to do that on side, but whatever.
Ripped Livingston, yeah.
That's fine. But what did he do when he came back? They had a bye last week. This, by the way, off a bye week.
Oh, yeah. Well,
but what did he say? Oh, I was out fishing. I took a vacation. Is that what head coaches do? In the middle of the season, they take vacations?
Well, here's what he said about looking so unprepared.
The way we practice, the way we prepared is in no way that should happen. There's no way the physicalness that we exuded all week long, it's no way. The consistency, the only thing we were consistent in is, I guess, penalties. We didn't have penalties, right? What we were 2 penalties, something like that. That was great. 2 for 15 yards, I'm proud of that. That's about the only thing. It's the only thing I'm proud of.
There were players that didn't come back on time. The team looked like the season was over, I guess, when the students rushed on the field against Iowa State. I guess a lot of guys just figured, well, we did it. Because that team looked disinterested, unorganized. And from what I'm told, Tyler, there's a lot of talent out there.
There is. I mean, there's talent on the football team. There's talent in the wide receiver room. There's talent on the offensive line. I don't think the defense is as talented as they were last year, but I think offensively you make an argument you're more talented at every position except for quarterback. You lost Travis Hunter, but I mean the cumulative group at wide receiver is talented. I don't know what to say, man. Those are games that Deion's unfireable still. And I don't say that even like I want to insinuate I want to fire Deion Sanders. I don't want to fire Deion Sanders. But a lot of people are bringing it up. It's the hot topic that's on X. You got to fire the guy. He's unfireable. You're not going to fire him. Now, maybe he steps down for whatever reasons, and health could be one of them at the end of the season. But, he's the guy. And this game, unfortunately, are the types of games, though, that radical change generally seems to happen afterwards.
Well, that's LSU. Right?
Yeah.
Ryan Kelly's looking for a job today. Not feeling bad for him, but, yeah.
Again, I think he's more of a spokesman. He's not a coach. That's just what I think.
Do you think he doesn't know what he's doing as a coach?
I think he knows football. I really do. But again, I'll tell you, what coach, whether they do or not, are saying, yeah, I was out fishing, I just took a vacation.
I got to defend that one a little bit, though.
You can defend it, but then I can show you the results.
All I'm saying is, I did run into like my favorite coach of all time at the blackjack table, 2 a.m. in Vegas during a bye week one time.
Was he there every night during the week?
Well, I don't know how long he was there.
In college?
No, NFL.
Oh, okay.
Head coach?
Yep.
Oh, Shanahan went down there?
Yep.
Well, that's good for him. But I still think I'll still by this. I think he's a great spokesman. I think he says wonderful things. I listened to the broadcast again, the second start of third quarter on radio. They got a coach up there that I think you appreciate well, doing color. I think he was doing everything he can to say that this guy this is a poorly coached game today without saying and calling out names.
It was rough.
And without saying it.
You got 4 games left, man. You got 4 games left.
You know what I heard? Gary, let me just say this, and you'll love this. What Gary said. They're bringing 5 and 6 people, and you're scheming the blocking to the left, and that's leaving guys wide open, and they're not doing anything. They're going to have to send somebody back in to protect. What was the big knock on Shermer the 1 year he was offensive coordinator? That he'd go out in 3 and 4 wide, they'd bring in 5, and all your offensive linemen were covered, and there was always pressure or somebody in the quarterback's face. He's doing the same thing at CU.
Can I just tell you this, and I can't prove this, and maybe I'm just dead off on this. I'm pretty sure there was a flat-out mutiny that happened in the middle of the game also. I'm fairly certain there was a mutiny from the offensive line. I don't know if you guys saw the clips of what happened when Ryan Staub was in there at the end of the game. I turned the game off. I wasn't watching by now, so I just caught it on X. But when Staub's in there, they're down there on the goal line, and Staub's in shotgun. The whole O-line is foot to foot. They're trying to run QB sneak. They're telling Staub to come underneath. Staub's bouncing back. He's getting into shotgun. Wide receivers are bouncing out in motion. Staub's trying to get the play call going. And I'm fairly certain that offensive line was like, F this. Like we're running a QB sneak, so get your butt up here, and we're just running a QB sneak.
I think you're absolutely right. I think Staub was hearing a play in his helmet.
Yeah, and the line was like, no, we're QB sneaking this thing.
I think you're absolutely right.
So that's the
it was a wild
against
moment.
The play caller.
If I am right, yes, that's an insane moment of mutiny that clearly would insinuate an absurd lack of respect for the coaching.
Yeah, it's as if Seton and the O-line were just like, forget whatever it is, let's go.
That's what it felt like.
Well, I get you, because it was a wild scene. To see Jordan Seton just like basically at left tackle turned and screaming at Staub to like just get up here. I've never seen anything actually like it in my life. And they had to call a timeout because the play was clearly not how the offensive line was set up. It was set up for a quarterback, like a tush-push sort of deal. It was set up for that. But it was like the offensive line was just calling it themselves. That's a great question. I'd love to get to the bottom of like what was behind that moment. It was about as ugly as you're going to get. And that's that. That's CU, man. 4 games left. We'll see. Such a shame, man, because that Iowa State game felt so good. And I heard what Brett Kane said this morning. He saw some documentary about Nazis. And he said some guy, I'm just telling you what Brett Kane said, it's not mine. But he said there was a guy who went on to be a mercenary, and he was a Nazi, then he became a mercenary. Makes me wonder what documentaries Brett Kane is watching. But the point being is that you don't work together as a team when you're a bunch of mercenaries. There's no team belief. You're just out there for yourself.
But that's college football right now.
Oh,
There's
well,
no rivalry.
Somehow Houston's figuring out.
There's no
Utah's figuring
special
out.
game for rivalry. Well, right now.
I got you.
But I mean, there's a whole bunch of teams figuring out. Guess what? A&M's figuring out this year. Ole Miss is figuring out this year.
I got you. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll get back to the Broncos game and get in the groove next. Time for the Broncos player who's in the groove. Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. I'd like to start and just say, way to go, J.K. Dobbins.
When you came here this offseason, was this the dream?
I mean, we ain't there yet. The dream is to get a ring. You know what I'm saying? I do know, like, a lot of people didn't think I was gonna be that good. To be honest, right? I don't know what I stand in rushing, but I do know, today, me and my boys, we went over another 100-yard game, right? And I don't know when that's been done in past. So I'm proving myself right that I made the right decision coming here, and I appreciate everybody here. It has been a dream because I love Coach Sean Payton. He's a great person, and the offensive line is amazing, and then the defense is amazing, and then the ownership is amazing. So maybe I was born to be a Bronco. It just took a little time to get here.
Maybe I was born to be a Bronco. How cool is that? J.K. Dobbins, third in the league in rushing. Third in the league in rushing. And had a banger of a game yesterday as he went for 111 yards on 15 carries, long of 25. J.K. Dobbins, my man, in the groove.
He's rolling, bud. He's rolling. Absolutely fantastic. I've always loved J.K. Dobbins. I was super fired up when we got him. His only problem in his career has been injuries. It's never been performance. The dude balls. He's far behind Jonathan Taylor, who should be the leader for the MVP in terms of the season as of today. Taylor's got 850 yards. Dobbins sits there at 634. But a fantastic season going on for J.K. Dobbins. I got to give my in the groove though to DeAndre Tillman, man. I got to give it to that pick six, that thick pick. That's what I was trying to say. That thick pick from DeAndre Tillman. Look, it was just fun, but I legitimately was blown away by the athleticism of that dude on that play.
Scotty,
I'll get in the groove to Sean Payton.
Hey there,
as antagonistic and what would be a good word? Not smart alecky, but in denial of what I do and everything's bad and should we change play callers and things are all good. He changed up a little bit this weekend. If you looked at it, we said it before the season started. What's the best thing that you could do for Bo Nix this year? Give him a running game. Mm-hmm. They had a running game yesterday, and boy, wasn't it easier for him to sit back after a real play action and all of a sudden set his feet, make a great throw. So I thought Sean played, and I'll tell you also, did it not feel there was more throws down the field in this game than in the weeks past? Now, maybe it's because the pass rush wasn't any good, or I don't know. Mm-hmm. But, boy, didn't it sure look like they were looking a little more vertical yesterday than maybe the previous couple weeks?
Well, because they connected on a few, right? They've taken shots down the field previously. They just haven't been connected on them. Troy Franklin was in a groove. He obviously had a fantastic game. Mims was in a groove. We had contributions from all three phases in this game, including special teams, which was cool to see.
Sean did a couple of quirky things we found out after the game. I don't know if it's quirky. It's kind of fun. He has, apparently on Saturday night, a film session where they think these are our scoring plays. He said he had about 11 of them. And the film guy for the Broncos, before the play went on video in front of the team, whoever the play was targeted for, their fight song was played. So you heard UCF's fight song for our tight end there. Oh my gosh, Dayton, help me out here. Oh my God, our tight end is not hurt. My Lord, Troutman. Dayton's fight song was played. He said only Marvin Mims knew the words to his fight song. So this is a fun way, I think, something a little bit new, of him spicing things up.
We've done that before. We've done that exact thing. Kyle Shanahan did that one time out in Washington. It is fun, man. Those Saturday night meetings, they could be a bore, they could be fun depending on who your coach is. Almost every team on those Saturday nights, what you do is you take your first 15. So the first 15 plays, you're going to watch those, and then you take successful clips of those plays, of those specific plays, and you show how BA you are. At this play, here's how we've done it successfully previously. Now, I will say this, though, one little twist that Sean does. I have not ever been on a team that hand selects, these are the scoring plays.
How about
right? That is unique to me, and I think that's pretty cool.
Here's the plays we're going to score on. Fight song plays. Adam Troutman, here we go, pal. Here's your play. RJ Harvey, UCF.
Reinforcing positivity.
Ain't no doubt about it. And from what I was told to, everything in practice, like I mentioned earlier, was faster. I don't know if there were huge changes to practice, but the speed of which they did everything, because we said, well, how physical can you be? You can't, right? It's the NFL. You can only do so much. You can do things faster, though, can't you? You can pick up the pace with things. You can create some sense of urgency as you go through things. And the players after the game were saying to a man, it was the best week of practice they've had all year.
It's funny you mentioned, I was watching a clip today on Gino Ariama, and he was talking about practicing and how fast and hard they practice. And he goes, you tell me of any team you've ever been on that if you practice that way every day doesn't get better.
Yep.
Pretty simple.
Here's another one. There was another competition going on, and it had to do, we found out when Zach Stevens of DNVR asked about the game ball. So who knew that this was actually something, but I guess it was.
So it was the first time we had the Battle of Arkansas between the Jones family and the Walton family. So Kerry and Rob got the Battle of Arkansas game ball. We'll have a chance to look at the tape. But, yeah, ownership's been great, and it's a good win. It's a good win.
Well, clearly we are Team Walmart here, and the Battle of Arkansas was played out with Jerry Jones and Walmart, according to Sean Payton. So the owners got the game ball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jerry was on that team that won a championship, but I'm sure Sam, who, with his brother started Walmart, probably knew Jerry well and has probably known Jerry forever.
I'm just laughing where Sean's digging deep in terms of like motivations and what's going on. And I don't know if Greg and Carrie saw it as the Battle of Arkansas, but it was just funny to hear Sean lay it out.
Did you see Sean with the group of them, with Jerry and the Pinners and
I did not see that.
Mr. Walton before
Robson,
the game?
Yes.
Yeah. They were all
there's some
hanging
deep,
out before the game.
Some deep Arkansas ties there, huh?
Big families.
Look at you.
Yeah, Jerry's looking old, isn't he?
Yeah,
Holy cow.
Yeah, by the way, they're more than one player away from a championship on defense. That's like kind of the narrative that was going on with the Cowboys. And I know they've got injuries and everything, but
their offense will be okay. Their offense is going to keep them in the game. I think Romo said that sometimes, it looked like Denver was just, can you give us any offense with this defense you can win? And for the Cowboys, it's like, this offense is going to have to probably score 30-plus every game, right?
Well, don't forget, the Cowboys led the league in lead changes, and you got to trail in order to lead. So I was fully expecting the Cowboys to just come right up and down the field with the Broncos.
No, the defense played good, man, I'm telling you.
You get in this +2 and giveaway takeaway, and magical things can happen if you can be in that department. But we can move on just a little bit here. How concerned are you for this defense and this team if you're missing Pat Surtain, whose status is in the wind right now because we really don't know with the shoulder yet?
Is it shoulder or pec? I thought it was pec. No,
it was listed as a shoulder. But if you
the way he was walking off the field, it looked like a pec.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% believed it was a pec.
Yeah.
It was announced as a shoulder, and Sean did not provide any other information.
Okay.
So if you're seeing something else, just let me know. But it was
no. You know what? I did not see anything. I was just deducing using my own logic based off what I saw.
In the press box, they announced it as a shoulder while he was out.
Yeah, they did on television too. But the way he came off, he was rubbing right here.
Yeah.
That looked like a pec, or it could have been a clavicle too. I mean, that's right.
Could be an AC joint. Could be There's a bunch of things that could be up there. AC joint would probably be the most ideal of the injuries. AC joints are insanely painful, but something that you can play through the pain of it, especially at his position. He could definitely play through it.
So you're not that concerned?
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying.
What is your concern level? What is your concern level?
I think they'll bounce back and be good. Maybe not as good, but I think they'll still be pretty good. And I would make sure he gets healthy before I put him back out there.
No, I think the defense changes radically without Pat Surtain out there. And fortunately, you've got a really good defense. You've got a good secondary. Like maybe you can weather the storm depending on how long it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But if Pat Surtain misses any extended amount of time, look, man, we are benefiting we're watching it in real time, how nice it is to have two good corners.
Well,
Riley Moss can do that,
What happened to the defense last year when Moss went out?
Exactly.
They got torched, and
they had a problem.
Believe it or not, Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year.
Right.
It'll be an issue. You hope that you can deal with it because you can get by for a week or two. What's gonna hurt you if it turns into 5 or 6?
It's a Rally House Victory Monday. We have a $150 gift card with the keyword to give to you coming up next. Then we'll look at the schedule in front of the Broncos. Plus, fun weekend for the Nuggets, I thought. We know what one of Jokic's favorite TV shows is. Ain't no doubt about that. Details coming up.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. You deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. I'm telling you, Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
We're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday, as a $150 gift card to Rally House is on the line. I'll actually be out at Rally House from 2 to 4 on Saturday for the Buffs game against Arizona. Buffs. So come say hi to me on Pearl Street. There's a game. This word, the key word is goat.
Is it another late game?
It's a 5 o'clock start, which is, it's not bad. 5 p.m. Saturday? That's kind of all right. Yeah, I can live with that one.
8:30?
Yeah, ain't that too bad. A little weekend in Boulder. See how it goes. This hour's keyword is GOAT. Text GOAT along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Keyword again is GOAT. That's GOAT. 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. Our first winner will be at 2:55 today. No Dumb Questions comes up in about 25 minutes. You want to throw those in? So be it. We'll get to the Nuggets here in just a second. Cleaning things up in terms of the schedule for the Broncos at 6-2. First place, Chiefs tonight, AM 950 against the Commanders. Hopefully they lose. You got the Texans, who played well against the 49ers, and it just feels like the Niners are on.
They've been holding on. They've been on borrowed time lately.
Don't you think? Yeah. Like, they've done really, really well, all things considered. But the Texans got him yesterday, and Stroud was good, 30 of 39 for 318, had a pick, but 2 touchdowns, and, I mean, they handled business relatively easily yesterday. It's going to be tough. Texans have the top scoring defense in the league, so a really different game for the Broncos this Sunday against the Texans than the Cowboys.
How do you look at this week, Tyler's schedule and everything? Because this is also a Thursday night week, so it's a short week for you. You're going to play Sunday, and then the Raiders Thursday.
Okay.
So how does the week go? Or are you already kind of putting stuff in? Are you worried about that Thursday game now as far as rest and recovery? How is that playing out?
Well, rest and recovery-wise, yeah, you probably do factor it into it. In terms of preparation for the game itself, you will have the low man on the totem pole. You'll have the quality control coaches. They will be working on breaking down film for the Thursday night game already, and they usually do that anyways. They're usually working in advance. But you won't be talking about the Thursday night game at all this week. But I do think that Sean, like I said earlier in the show, I think he's one of the better coaches I've ever seen in terms of big picture philosophies, right? He's always aware of 2 to 3 weeks of what's coming up on the horizon, and he's scheduling around that. So, it sounds like they ramped up practice last week, trying to get them to start the games faster. It didn't really work, technically speaking. Kind of worked. But I would imagine this week they probably dial it down a notch.
Well, it's a different approach. It's a different type of team. It's a team theoretically you could see in the playoffs, although who knew that the Colts were going to be as good as they've been. So maybe you don't have to worry about the Texans after all. We'll see. We'll see. Ideally, you just win the AFC West, right? And then you're playing, well, I don't know. Who are you playing then? The Patriots? The Bills? I mean, there might be some gnarly team like that doesn't win their division. But maybe the Texans. I don't know. We'll see. Texans need to – this is a big game for them. Like, they've already had a bunch of bad moments in their season. They need to go. So it's a huge game for them. After that, like you said, the Raiders, and then what will be a monumental matchup on the 16th against the Chiefs, which is a home game, and that will be a fascinating test right there. And then you don't get your bye week till after that. So it's been a crazy, in my mind, kind of journey for the Broncos, exhausting until they get that bye week. And then after the bye week, and you do have some rest. You have a mini bye week, right, sort of, before you got the Chiefs. And after that, at the Commanders, at the Raiders, and the Packers seem to be a tough team from last night.
That's actually ideal that you play the Raiders, because you got to play Thursday night game. If you're going to play Thursday night game to get on the back end of that Kansas City, that's pretty solid setup right there. It gives you time for rest and for prep work.
And 2 home games, too. So, I mean, you're playing a lot of home games here. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 out of your last 5 games are all home games, and then the bye after that. Pretty cool. And you've been playing awfully well at home. How do you like how the schedule sets up?
Well, I hate Thursday games, so.
Yeah, but you're playing the Raiders.
I don't care.
At home.
Those are games you can lose because it's a short week. that you have no business even losing. If you
Raiders got Tyler Lockett now. Watch out.
If you play them on Sunday, then you wipe them out by 20.
I'm not trying to take anybody lightly in the NFL necessarily.
You do every week.
But if you got a problem with this Raiders team on a short week
Tyler,
here in Denver,
right here.
I'm with you, man. I mean, weird things happen on Thursday night.
Yeah,
I'm also with DMac, though. If there was a team that you're going to pull on a Thursday night, I'd prefer to pull the Raiders.
Pull the Raiders, one of the 2 or 3 bottom teams. I get you. I'm just telling you. But it's also the kind of games you can lose. You get another emotional win against Houston. Short week, bing, 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 little slippage. Because what do you have the following week?
Well, you got the Chiefs after that.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I wish this game was on Sunday and not a Thursday. I'd rather.
Who would you rather play on Thursday?
I'd rather play them on Sunday.
Who would you rather? Like you got to play. You have to play on Thursday night.
Play on Sunday night.
You have to play on a Thursday night.
Yes,
you're playing on a Thursday night against the Chiefs on Christmas.
That's true. Do you have to have 2 Thursday night games though?
I don't know. You got to play at least once though. Everybody does.
I just wish they weren't playing on Thursday.
I'd rather play the Chiefs on Sunday than Thursday. Also, Scott.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I'm just telling you.
All right,
you know what, Scott? I'm always down for a little concern, but I think you're manufacturing a little bit here. I mean, this is about as ideal of a Thursday night game as you could get.
This will be the queen of trap games following Houston.
Okay.
Queen.
I'm happy
because
with
you know what that game on the 16th is? Could be the season. Could be the AFC Championship.
Yep.
Maybe.
It probably will be. Chiefs are going to win tonight. They're going to be sitting there with six wins, right? No, 5 wins. They'll have 5 wins after tonight. Right on your trail.
We didn't even talk about the Chargers game because the Chargers game was on Thursday when we just had a ton of other stuff going on. But they kind of owned that. I'm not worried about the Raiders, Scott. Not at all. I'm not trying to be too cocky.
You weren't worried about the Jets either. How'd that game go?
They won.
Yeah. Weren't buying about the Giants at all. How'd that game go?
I was definitely worried about the Giants. What are you talking about? I definitely had concerns about the Giants.
Well, I'm same thing. So your traveling game on Sunday, you probably get back. What time is that game going to be in Houston? 11 here, 12 there.
So you get back early.
You get back 8:39 probably.
I mean, as early as you ever will.
Yeah. Just telling you.
Well, we'll dig into
playing a dog team on Thursday.
It's so funny that you would have a game as relatively easy as the Cowboys were. Because look at where we're at. We're Monday and we're already looking forward to bum. I mean, because we sit here and what critical things do we have to say aside from wasn't that game awesome?
We have a luxury being fans and broadcasters of results to look at that. All Sean's said since their trip to the East Coast against Philly is it's minute thoughts, right? It's the Latin saying in the Nuggets practice facility. It's in this moment. It's this moment. I mean, Sean's abiding by that right now, right?
Let me tell you, after the game yesterday, Sean wasn't death gripping that steering wheel.
Not like he was the week before.
Oh, no. Sean was, I won't say he was cocky, but Sean was in pretty damn good mood.
You know what I would say about Sean Payton? And if you go back and look at his history, if you're the NFC South or if you're the Dallas Cowboys, you don't want nothing to do with Sean Payton. If you're the NFC South or the Dallas Cowboys, you don't want nothing to do with Sean Payton coming into your place.
Can I tell you something else which you don't hear in the locker room post-game all that much?
Anybody asking Sean Payton if he needs to give up play calling? Is that what you meant to say?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Sean is looking for
Made
that.
It change, though, didn't it?
He did. Kind of.
What?
I don't know. They got their act together. They were very fluid.
You know what they were? They're better than Dallas.
Yeah.
Can we just say that?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you beat them, but when you watch those teams play, forget the Bo Nix interception or whatever, and even forget the Dak picks and stuff like that were bad. And the last one on Tillman with great pressure, he had the Dak threw under. Denver's better.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what that matchup would look like in Dallas. I think that's probably a different game.
Agreed.
Dak was awfully pedestrian in this game. He's been phenomenal.
Yep.
And the Cowboys have been phenomenal when they're at home. They've been a different team on the road.
Yeah, Javonte Williams still had 2 rushing touchdowns, by the way, in that game. Listen, I'm not going to dismiss Dallas. We'll see what the rest of their year goes like, but there's a lot of talent there.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Kind of a dumb question, setting up for a dumb question.
Sure.
I would prefer a smart one.
This is kind of a where, oh, where has my little dog gone? Oh, where could he be? Anybody had a sighting of Jaleel McLaughlin lately?
No.
He doesn't get
Well,
activated.
Yeah,
he's not active.
He's literally an inactive football player.
Tyler Bidet has clearly
Well,
passed.
this is why I said from Jump Street. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I never understood why we were carrying so many running backs, because I told you there was going to be a good running back that doesn't get to dress on game day, and that's exactly what's happened with him.
Of the 8 games, you know how many games Jaleel McLaughlin's been
I think
on?
one. Yeah.
Jets.
Yeah, do you really miss him?
No, I'm just saying, because I saw something. I was looking down the preseason, McLaughlin led in rushing. I went, did they let him go?
No, he's still on the team.
I mean,
He's
that guy
just
started
inactive.
a bunch of games last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the 53. They're still carrying 4 running backs on the 53. Hey, man, J.K. Dobbins.
But does that not just tell you what this league is about, though, right there? I mean, so all pro leagues. I mean, listen, we make fun of the booth boys at the end of the bench. And guess what? They are in the 99 percentile, right there. They're in the upper 99 percentile. McLaughlin's probably in the upper 99 percentile of running backs in football. Can't even sniff the air.
Mm-mm.
Tyler Bidet had 1 carry. Marvin Mims had 3 carries. By the way, I loved how they were using Marvin Mims in the backfield. It was
Although
cool.
were you scared on that last carry he had? The hit wasn't as bad when you saw it, but he got blasted.
He's a football player. Football players get hit.
He's an 180-pound football player.
Well, he's a football player.
Got
He's a tough
decleated.
dude. I'll tell you what the vibe was, though, in the locker room, which is different.
Smoke machine?
I don't think they did a smoke machine.
Good. Let's keep the smoke machine.
Yeah, I don't know. Multiple players talked about how much fun they were having. And I swear to God, even in wins.
Football is fun, sir.
Exactly. I don't know, man. That's my experience. I've been in a lot of locker rooms after games, and I don't recall guys just talking about how much occasionally.
But hold on.
But not a lot. Like, this was fun.
Sports is fun when you win.
I think sports is fun when you win easily and you have a good time doing it.
If you're on, and there's probably some team out there, if you're on a Jets, did the Jets yesterday look like they was Party Central USA?
Well, they were relieved.
And they got their first win.
Yeah.
And guess what they were saying after that game?
Phew.
Man, this is fun. This is fun.
Yeah. That's kind of a whole bizarre different story. I read that Justin Fields was crying in his closet at home because of how stressful his week was. Crying in his closet.
It was a little deeper than that, but
okay. Well, he wasn't having a good time.
Anytime he can put the man in
crying in his closet. A lot of people were giving that dude a pat on the shoulders for talking about what he was talking about.
Teddy Roosevelt wrote an entire poem about you.
I'm not putting it down. I'm just saying where he was at. It was a tough
yes,
week.
You are. I'm not putting it down. The hell you are.
But you know what this leads to a little bit? It may be a little bit of a reach. I know you're going to play it later. But Joker says, is it kind of fun to be able to sit there and relax now because you got a good thing?
That's
the danger that you got now, right? You worked your butt off to get here. You dream of being in a situation where you could win 5 straight football games, but now you get on the back end of it, and you're like, okay, now we gotta be careful from letting the guard down. Now, and look, I know what you're saying about Vegas. I worry about Houston being a bigger trap game than Vegas.
Speaking of the Nuggets and Jokic, that was a fun game on Saturday night. And what's clear to me is, listen, it's the NBA. Hey, at Minnesota tonight. You can hear the game 7:30 on Peacock. You guys good for the game tonight?
I don't know if I am.
Everybody got their Peacock?
By the way, there's 80 games to go.
Yeah. I'll say this. There are going to be a lot of games this year where the Denver Nuggets steamroll teams like they did to the Suns and ain't nothing nobody can do about it. And here's why. They only made 9 3-pointers. Aaron Gordon made 10 in game 1. The team made 9. Why? Because they scored 133 points by dominating on the fast break and in the paint. And
the free throw line.
And it's like they did. And Adelman's like, well, I guess we're going to trail the league in 3-pointers again. We want to take 3-pointers. But, they're the highest scoring. I mean, I know it's only 2 games, but they're the highest scoring team in the league. or one of them, like in the top 3, something like that, right off the jump.
It's because it's AG season.
The alley-oop to AG. I don't know. It's weird to say we just saw the dunk of the year in game 2, but good luck topping this one. Like the floater alley-oop from Jokic to AG with the 360. You got to be kidding me. Did you guys lose it on the TV broadcast on that, or?
Well, we break it down.
This is a pedestrian to you.
If I would sit there and say, "Hey Booker, why don't you wake up on the weak side D? Look, he's there. Oh, and he's looking. What? Somebody's got to bump the screen. Come on, man."
So guess who was talking about having fun? Well, the Nuggets guys too. Jamal did say he has heard the noise about slow starts and he's wants to get off. He called David Adelman an offensive genius. Adelman said Jamal's like the exclusive of the exclusive. He's in a category like all on his own. And boy, oh boy, you're getting some good, happy vibes from this Nuggets team right off the jump. And I know it's early. I know how early it is. And then Vic, after the game, asked Jokic, is it easier? Is it relief? Because Jonas is here. And the Joker said this.
Nikola, do you feel like you can relax or breathe easy when you are subbed out by Jonas Valanciunas and how he's playing?
I never relax and breathe easy, my friend.
No. You breathe harder?
Thomas Shelby said, there is no rest for me on this world. If you guys watch Peaky Blinders.
There's no rest in this world.
There's no rest in this world for me. Thomas Shelby said in Peaky Blinders, there's no rest in this world for me.
Even if he wouldn't have just qualified by saying,
good.
if you watch Peaky Blinders, if he just said, Thomas Shelby said, there's no rest in this world. It just left it there.
It's fantastic.
It was fantastic.
Jokic is citing the character. It would have been better as a Thomas Shelby, as played by Cillian Murphy, says in Peaky Blinders. If he just goes deeper, directed by, he's just going through it.
No, I think if you just said it
there's
like
no
you did,
rest in this world.
And not let
me.
anybody know that it's a movie or anything, Thomas Shelby once said.
Like Thomas Shelby.
Everybody's sitting there Googling Thomas Shelby.
How many muggles had no idea what that reference?
I'm raising my hand.
You never see Peaky Blinders?
I'm raising my hand.
You got to be kidding me.
I know.
This is like top 3 greatest shows of all time.
I will definitely dig into it. It's been on my list, and for whatever reason, I haven't got to it. My bad.
Now because of Joker. Joker just.
Well, I gotta find out who Thomas Shelby, what he's all about.
Well, he's BA.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy this one. I'm a little bit jealous you haven't seen it, to be honest. I mean, it's legit.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it. But that's the next T-shirt, Dan, by the way, or anybody out there. Joker.
Whenever we do the T-shirts, it doesn't seem to work out too well. Yeah. Like how about we chill on the T-shirts?
What was our T-shirt last year?
I
am the storm.
I am the danger.
That's right.
I am the danger.
That's right.
Like 2 days after we got our Malone T-shirts, he got canned.
But we were saying it all year.
That's
we
true.
can't help it if
there's no rest in this world.
You can touch the button bar and it actually pauses.
But do you think that's how Joker really believes it? Like there's no rest in this world? Like I wear the weight of the world on my shoulders. There's no rest. Do you think he really sees it like that?
Yeah. It also answers the question why he's worn the hats like that a little bit and the top coats he wears.
He's dressed like Peaky Blinders.
He dresses like Peaky Blinders.
That's not a coincidence. He really loves that show. He's dressing like Thomas Shelby, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
By the way, check out this. See if you agree with this. He's not going to win an MVP this year.
No.
No way. Why? Team's deeper. He's not going to get certain numbers, especially scoring numbers, the same. Teams will just be like, let somebody else beat us. He had one shot in the first half.
And they're up 17.
And afterwards, it's just like, we'll just take whatever they give us, and that's that. And he didn't win an MVP the year they won a championship. But it's hitting me like, no, triple-doubles maybe, but he averaged a triple-double last year, so that's nothing new. But his scoring numbers may be way down from years past.
I said that during the broadcast on Saturday. I said, listen, here's what you're going to find. I think Joker's point number is going to go down drastically this year. Like, I think he's going to be 21 to 22, somewhere there, 23. I said, but his assist number is going to go through the roof.
Right.
I mean, I think he's got a chance to lead the league in assists.
But you don't win an MVP leading the league in assists.
No, but you know what you do? You win 60 games, and you get your team to the finals, and you win an MVP there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So is it best for us as Nuggets fans to hope that Jokic has a season that won't result in MVP.
I think what you got to hope is Joker averages. I think he's going to average a triple-double again. I really do. There's no reason he doesn't average 11, 12 rebounds, right? He's going to average double-figure points. I mean, he could sneeze at that. And I'll say this: you go back and watch the last two games. If he were Shea Gilgeous or Booker or Steph Curry, he'd have 10 more free throws than he's already shot in these games. And even his first field goal, he got bumped, and you're like, well, that's an and one.
And all of a sudden, the stats look pretty different.
And then all of a sudden, the stats, he'll average his points if he averages 8 or 9 free throws a game. But they don't give it to him. They don't like him. He's too big.
Well, there's no rest in this world.
There's no rest in this world.
For Nikola Jokic tonight, 7:30.
But was that a great pull, spontaneous, in not your native language?
It's just Joker. He's great. It's, you sit there and you wait for moments like that, and he delivers all the time.
So you had no idea. Did you have no idea who Thomas Shelby was?
No clue. Vic's sitting next to me. He had to explain everything to me. Vic had I'm like, what is he talking about? And Vic was like, oh, you don't. Same kind of reaction you had about not watching Peaky Blinders. So, but I'll study up. Yeah. I'll study up. I mean, I'm not going to be like Brett watching Nazi documentaries every 5 seconds, but I'll do the best I can.
This is Irish mob.
Well, that would suit me, you would think.
It's beautiful.
Exactly. You being of Irish descent.
I know.
Well,
I'm watching
seen
a good
Peaky
Irish
Blinders.
show right now. You guys see the Guinness show on Netflix?
I've got that on the
Guinness
list.
show?
Yeah, it's about the origin of Guinness.
That dude was a BA, right?
Yeah, it's
there might
good,
be
man.
some mob ties in that, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah, heck yeah.
My people.
And
Tonight,
if you like the Isle of Britain type stuff, I'm telling you, Rogue Heroes.
Oh, I've seen that. Good show.
Tonight, 7:30, Nuggets at the Timberwolves. You can hear that right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. No dumb questions next. All right, DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T can cause all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, just brain fog. If you're just feeling fuzzy, it's time for you to turn it around and maybe get that low T treated and change your life in the right way. So many guys just wait. Most guys wait more than a year once they start feeling kind of down in the dumps. Don't wait. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz. It's 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes, and there you go. Cost of the appointment is only $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is for free. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and you can get it together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 5 locations, including a spectacular location there in Castle Rock. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question. Is Sean Payton the best head coach the Broncos have ever had? That is literally on the text line right there.
Huh?
I'll say it again. Is Sean Payton the best head coach the Broncos have ever had?
Tell me you're younger than 34 without telling me you're younger than 34.
He's got a way to go before he can get that title.
Yeah, he's third on the list right now.
Is he? Third?
Yeah.
Really? I'd agree with that.
Really? Third?
Third.
So we're Red Miller. Pound sand?
Ooh.
Really? Dan Reeves, suck it?
Yeah.
Really? Wow, interesting. 3 Super Bowls with Dan Reeves. Just see you later.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Reeves has got to be 3, right?
Red Miller, Super Bowl, first Super Bowl ever. Just, you ain't it. Name is retired and all that. Sean's better than him.
I think it's pure coach. I think we kind of forget. Even
I don't know
forgot
a whole lot
about
about Red, okay? I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know about his coaching style. Don't know anything.
Well, he took a crap franchise. He took a new franchise, basically, and changed the whole
kit and caboodle.
He put Red put the Denver Broncos on the map.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right.
He's the coach of the Orange Crush.
He's 5th.
Sean's a really good coach, though. He's a
good coach.
He's quirky. He's a little eccentric on some things, but he has a strong philosophical opinion of how things should go and why they should happen. And whether it works out or not, things do not happen by chance with Sean Payton.
I don't think he's as big a yeller, although we've seen him explode and yell on the sidelines. But the more he coaches and the more the teams around him are getting better and pretty good, do you not see a little bit more Bill Parcells in him than maybe originally thought?
I don't know. I kind of feel the opposite, to be totally honest with you. I feel like Sean is a far more relatable coach than I ever expected him to be coming from a Parcells background.
Sean better than Foxy?
Yeah.
Why? Foxy had a pretty good record while he was here.
That's true. They both came in at the same time when this franchise needed a lift, and Foxy lifted this team, and Payton's lifted this team out of holes. So both of them kind of are.
Yeah,
I think they're probably
Peyton's
fighting
doing.
for the 6.
Sean Payton is doing it without Peyton Manning.
True.
Another Sean one here. No dumb question. How much of a diva does Sean come across saying the D logo and color clashed with his pants? If you missed it, the reason why Sean did not wear throwback gear is when he went in to see what everybody had to wear, he didn't have matching pants color-wise with the throwbacks.
What was that one show, Queer Eye for a Straight Guy or something like that? That was his moment right there.
That was Sean, though. That's Sean in a little capsule right there.
I got to admit, I had no clue he wasn't wearing the old school D logo until I heard your stupid question.
Yeah.
Please don't blame it on me.
You're the one that asked it.
I asked
was
it,
Vic.
but it's Vic Lombardi, just like Scott was with the play calling, okay? Don't kill the messenger on this one. Vic couldn't let go of it. He was mentioning in the press box. He talked about it on TV. He talked about it on his radio show. It was like Scott saying the play calling thing for weeks.
There you go. You and I are watching a football game.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what they're running, where they're coming, where's the pressure, what they're going to see, how much protection. Blah, blah, blah.
These guys up in the press box.
And Vic's down there looking at. He didn't have the old school logo on.
Oh my gosh.
All right, but that being said, and
we got to ask him about that.
Well, it was like
again. I thought it would be because of superstition, and
it was not.
The perfect answer is it didn't match the pants I was going to wear.
I will play.
He did have a relatively articulate response to it.
Yeah.
Let's play it, and you can hear what he says.
Coach, couple things real quick. Why was it important for you to start with the ball on offense? And it was noted by quite a few people you didn't wear throwback gear. I was wondering if you had an explanation.
Let's start with your second question. I'm like everyone. I grew up on the throwback uniforms. I love the throwback uniforms. So when I got to work, I usually get to the stadium super early. And I said, Flip, the navy blue pants don't match the throwback. We need we need either an orange or that Bronco blue, that old blue, as a pant. And so I struggled with the navy and then the throwback on the top. So I just kind of went tradish, but make no mistake about it, I'm probably the biggest fan of the throwback sweats, colors, and I listen. I wanted desperately to wear it. I just hate the match with the navy bottom. So we need to work on getting a lighter blue slack, or even I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
Oh, white.
Orange slack, man.
Then,
Where are we going golfing?
All right.
How about white slack?
Okay, the question was, is he a
How
diva?
about khakis?
He is a diva for that right there.
Yeah. No,
That's a total diva move.
That's total diva.
Like, everybody else can wear this, but I'm not.
And I think we got to get a picture. We got to get a picture of some of the other assistants that went with the off blue pant with the blue throwback jersey.
I looked one up earlier. I saw one, and they all were wearing those navy blue pants like Sean was describing. I do kind of laugh, though, because there are 1,000 khaki pants in that equipment room. That if they just wanted to switch to khaki, that would have worked.
All right, so what does it say about Sean that he cares that much about that small detail?
That goes to your statement a while ago, attention to detail. Like minute.
Because if that's an issue, what's going on with things that really matter? Just saying.
Again, Dan, see if you get a picture of the sideline so we can see whether or not how much of a clash that was.
Dude, you got to be kidding me. It's not that bad of a clash. You think anybody would notice or care?
But in the thing nowadays, if you wear like a gray sweatpant and you can't wear a gray top, you know, I guess that is unhip to match your top and bottom.
So they tell me every day.
Yeah, kids, right? You know, 6 or 7.
What do you think it reveals about Sean's personality that is really well thought out too? That was not just like I wasn't thinking about it. It was a big deal.
To quote Saturday Night Live, it's not good enough to look good. What is it? You got to feel good.
You look marvelous.
You look marvelous. It's not so much about feeling good, but looking good.
Do you think anybody would notice?
No, and nobody would notice.
It's so because you thought it was about, hey, they've won 4 in a row. I got to wear the same thing. I'm super. No. Had nothing to do with that. Sean was just like, I'm not going to wear things that don't match.
First of all, I would have never even known anything about it until I watched that post-game altitude show, and then I went, really? I mean, I got it taped. I guess I could go back and watch it again.
It was funny too because he didn't wear the hat that had the old school D either. He wore because he
well,
wants
then that wouldn't match with his sweatshirt.
Correct. So he was just like, forget it. But you know what's funny about that? You look around that stadium. Oh my God, the work they did for the old school everything. I mean, guys.
Oh, they change everything.
Oh, dude, it's so impressive what they do. They talk about not losing out on any detail. From the field to the signage to the programs to just everything was old school.
Well,
everything except for your head coach.
Jim Nantz said in the fourth quarter, said, yeah, they're going to wear these throwbacks 2 more times. They may want to look into doing that a few more than that.
I don't know what the heck it's supposed to say about him. I mean, you ask what does it say, but I don't know. The guy cares about what he wears.
I'll tell you this. I want the orange pants. If he said he would wear the orange pants that go with that.
That would look terrible.
And they got,
coaches can't wear orange khakis.
All of them wearing the orange khakis. They got 2 more games.
Flip ought to find some orange pants.
Absolutely. Hey, Flip can find those now.
Because Flip's taking a little bit of side heat on this, isn't he? Little bit. Like, this is all laid out. Hey, this isn't good enough. Give me those orange pants. I think Flip should call him on that one. Wouldn't you like to see him out there with orange pants and the throwbacks? Come on now.
That would be funny.
He said it. It's PhD on 92.5.
Here's a 2nd and 10. They go with Harvey on the toss, and there goes Harvey. Harvey's got it first down. Harvey's looking for the end zone. Harvey takes it home. That is why they drafted him in the 2nd round. In the pocket, in the end zone, and it's caught. Franklin for the touchdown. Quickly to the line on 3rd and goal.
Bo Nix, that wide
look at this.
receiver.
They hand it back to Harvey. The direct snap to Harvey, and he's in for a 2nd time. A little trickery. They set up quickly. Dallas didn't see the disguise. Nix down the field, end zone bound. Oh, what a catch! That's Bryant, the rookie, with his first NFL touchdown. Nix is looking that side, Tony. Throwing it that side, back of the end zone. Franklin has a 2nd touchdown grab of the game. Harvey sneaking in here. He's got 2 touchdowns today. It's going to Harvey. It's Harvey into the end zone for a touchdown. A banner day for the rookie.
You said it. Banner day for the rookie. I think Sean has done an incredible job this year. They go to London. Not every team wins the week before London. He does that after a big win last week. Not a lot of teams win after a huge comeback victory. Just look at the analytics of that. And he's got the pulse of the team. First standard showed that we're this good. We beat Philly. Kansas City's coming up, but you got to get everyone's brain not there, right? Just get to next week. Keep doing it again and again. Impressive today.
Most points by the Broncos at home since 2014, when again Peyton was at quarterback. Well, the old throwback uniforms brought back a little old magic too.
Orange Crush. Might see them again this year.
I think they've got 2 more occasions. They may want to add another 1 or 2.
Throw a 3rd in there.
Because they did put on an Orange Crush today. Final score is 44-24 Broncos.
Can't wait to see those orange slacks. Orange slacks flip next time. The big question of the day with that dominating victory over the Cowboys, winning 5 games in a row. Bo Nix, aside from the first drive, having a spectacular game. The real big question is, what should the expectations be for this team based on what we've seen to this point as we're roughly halfway through the season?
And we're getting dangerously close to Sean Payton's prediction. I mean, I hate to say it, but you've got a chance at a uniquely special season. Uniquely special. If you wanted to just go 500 the remainder of the year, you're going to win 11 games, more or less. You know, win your games at home, win a couple games on the road. You could be a 12 or 13 win football team that's going to have a uniquely special season that should put you in good position going into the playoffs with good matchups that would give you a chance at Sean's ultimate preseason prediction of this being one of the 7 teams that he's ever had that had a chance of winning a Super Bowl. Now, listen, is that getting ahead of ourselves? Yeah, of course it's getting ahead of ourselves. But that's where you have set yourself up with this 5-game winning streak.
You got 3 games left before your bye. If you just win your home games, you'll be 8-3. And I think you can beat Houston. I feel better about this Houston game, really, maybe even than the Cowboy game going in, because I didn't know if the offense could do anything. I like the turnabout with Sean. Thanks to your question, I think he did get a little more aggressive with some of his play calling. And
Do you think that sparked something?
Well, I think the criticism, you weren't the only one.
No, of course not.
You weren't the only one. And I do think he made some changes.
Let me back up. Did you see a difference in the play calling?
Well, Tyler will probably say no. I will say this, and I know Tyler will agree with this. When you're able to run the football, it sure opens up a whole lot more of your offense, and that's what I felt happened.
I mean, to me, the only significant difference was we connected on some deep throws that we've been unable to connect on. That doesn't mean we didn't attempt to. We've attempted plenty of deep throws this year. We just have not been on the same page. So when you connect on a few, when Pat Bryant gets his first touchdown on a beautiful throw from Bo Nix and a beautiful catch from Pat Bryant, and when Troy Franklin is wide freaking open on a few of those, it makes life easier. You're right. I mean, I would not say that I noticed anything different.
Let me give you two plays also. that won't go down in any of the highlight packages that I thought were huge. I think there were 2 big third downs. Who'd you find? Well, your tight end, which you hadn't used hardly at all in your first 5 weeks.
He's been great.
You find Ingram up the hash marks for, I think it's 3rd and 7, he gets 9. 3rd and 5, he gets 8. He had a couple catches right down the hash, and I'm like, well, we haven't seen that a lot, have we? To the tight end in particular.
By the way, on tight ends, Atkins has a knee injury that could be bad. Your Lucas Kroll you haven't seen much of him all year. It looks like he's going to have surgery this week. So he was trying to come back, and it looks like that's hit, unfortunately, a bit of a dead end. It's been impressive what's happened on the offensive line.
2 games in a row. Have you heard anything about Palczewski?
Nope. It has been fine. And in terms of receivers, you see these young guys getting going. Guys, at the trade deadline, should we be looking for some sort of tight end? Would that be the best pickup at the not some sort of superstar, but just somebody that can at least do what Nate Atkins can do? Should they be on the hunt for something like that?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes injuries decide that for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So many times you get close to the trade deadline and you don't have any desire to trade for a tight end, all of a sudden you got a need. So needs will indicate that for you. I think the cool part about it is that for the first time in a long time, you're getting to the trade deadline as buyers and not sellers. I mean, there's nobody on this team that you're talking about trying to sell.
No doubt.
Nobody.
Yep. Well, listen, let's let Baltimore lose a couple more games, and you called out Mark Andrew last week. Let's see if he's available on I think his contract ends at the end of the year. That'd be the perfect scenario.
That would be unbelievable. I mean, I'm not sure what to say about that. I was going way down further in the pecking order than that. But
that's fine. But you know what championships do? Somehow championships do end up bringing in dudes that actually help you.
We'll get to the Ravens maybe and let's football go.
Because they basketball players sitting on the practice squad.
The Ravens were kind of dancing with the devil this week, by the way, about, reporting things and how they were doing business. Bad week to be a little dicey with the injury stuff, in all honesty, in the world of sports. All right, but what are your expectations now for the Broncos at this point? I'll be disappointed if the Broncos don't do what for the rest of the year?
Win 11 games.
All right, that's it. 11.
That's it. I think that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the first time in a long time, the 2 games on Kansas City that you'll play them in 3 weeks, so that'll be week 9, 10, 11, week 11, and then again in week 16, 16th game, for the first time in 10 years, going to decide who wins the AFC West and gets you a higher seed.
I'll be disappointed right now, based on everything we know right now, if the Broncos don't win the AFC West this year.
It's never been there for the taking as it is right now.
Correct.
So,
and saying that, I've been watching the Sports Center over Tyler's shoulder. Guess who everybody's on right now?
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
I got it.
And I understand they play on Monday night, so you're going to pump it up because come watch us, it's Monday night. And they're going to win tonight, I think, easy.
I thought this version of the Broncos is what we were going to see next year. That's what I thought we were going to see. So to me, it feels like, whoa, we're in like hyperspace right now.
Well, I tell you another team they're all hyped up is, and deservedly so, but Indy being 7-1. And I'm like, listen, boys, they got a nice flag to make them 7-1 instead of 6-2. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Because they were talking about the Colts game.
Yeah.
And how they're 7-1, everybody's hyping them up. I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, the flag ain't thrown. Guess what they are?
That's true.
They're 6-2.
That is correct.
They're 6-2, not 7-1.
What was that called?
Guess who is 7-1?
Hindrance?
Yeah. Levitation.
What's levitation? Leverage.
Levitation.
Hey, by the way, how many other leverage calls have actually happened in the NFL since that call? Any?
No.
Has there been a single one? A BS call, man. I get it by the letter of the rule, but you got to be kidding me on that. I think they win the AFC West. I'll be disappointed if they don't win the AFC West at this point.
The beauty of it, you don't have to do anything insane now to win the AFC West. You don't have to sweep the Chiefs.
No.
It would be helpful, but as long as you win 1 out of 2 against the Chiefs and then you handle your business like you should against all the other teams, you still could win the AFC West.
Whew. Pretty cool, man.
So you got 2 cracks at the big dogs. You got to win one.
Pretty cool.
You split with the Chiefs, sweep the Raiders, and win your home game against the Chargers. You're at 10 wins, and that's forgetting everybody else. I'll say this, and I understand they've been missing their quarterback, but we said it last week, Washington doesn't look as daunting as it did when the schedule first came out.
Hell no.
So
no big deal.
You've got some opportunities. Green Bay at home. I mean, Green Bay goes
tough.
Great. Bad,
get them at home, though.
Great. I mean, they're up and down.
Yeah.
But guess where you get to play them?
That's right.
You get to play them at home.
That's right.
Win your home games, you're fine.
Crazy. And then you get to the playoffs. That would be incredibly disappointing if you don't make the playoffs at this point. That almost seems hard to even imagine at this point. But then when you get to the playoffs, hey, only one team gets a bye. But it'd be nice to host a wild card game, right?
Yeah. That's what Peyton Manning said.
Well, Peyton would know.
He lost 2 of them.
It's pretty exciting. Give Bo Nix a grade for yesterday. Give Bo Nix a grade.
I'm just. How about this? Everybody gets an A+. Everybody.
A+.
Specialty. I mean, name somebody that doesn't get. Troy Franklin, A+. Quinn Miners, A+. DeAndre Tillman, A+.
I love it.
I mean, let's just keep going down the list. Marvin Mims, A+.
Love it.
Offensive line, A+.
Man, when was the last A+ game that the Broncos have had? Holy cow. When was that?
I will say this. It may be the best game I've seen under Sean Payton as far as everything working, right? And what was it? Was it this game or was it the last game you were worried about special teams? And I thought the special teams showed up. I think they had one good return that, but didn't end. I don't think it ended in anything. But Denver's return game is good. We got to check on Mims, right? Make sure that he's going to be okay. I thought Sean called a great game. I thought I told you when he started the show, I was impressed by Bo on his second pass attempt of the game against a high-powered team. Throws a pick, didn't let it affect him, bounced back great. And I'm telling you, I think in hindsight, that game was won after that pick because that defense said, okay, you got a short field? Here, you can take a field goal. Go ahead. Here's a little field goal for you. That's it. And I thought that defense, quote-unquote, giving up 24, 17 with the starters in, that defense was spectacular against the hottest offensive team in football. And what did everybody say coming in? Well, we'll see how they be able to play against Dak. Dak doesn't get sacked. Dak doesn't get pressured. Okay. Fine. You got 17. You got 3 off of turnovers. You really gave him up 2 touchdowns.
2 drives. Yeah. That's basically it.
Come on now.
I know. Hey, man.
I tell you what, it felt like a recipe for disaster when the game began, though. When we took the ball, which I still think is dumb, but we took the ball. You throw the interception. Now you did hold them to 3 points, which helped. But the one thing we said is you cannot fall behind to the Cowboys. If you fall behind, they're not going to slow down. They get the 3 points. You know they're going to get the ball after half. I'm like, oh my gosh, this couldn't be a bigger disaster of a start. And that's what made it so cool was, probably you shouldn't give Bo Nix an A+, because when you got a bad interception like that, it's probably not an A+. But it's still an A. I mean, he gets an A on the game.
All right. What else? What else stood out to you guys?
Your punter, who was second in the league in attempts, only had to punt twice.
Right.
I just think that's monster.
One of them in total garbage time.
And I'm going to tell you another thing that coaches have said for a million years. Great defenses travel. And the Achilles heel of the Cowboys, and Romo even said it during the broadcast, is their defense ain't going to stop nobody. They're going to have to score 40, mid-30s almost every game now to win games. That's just who they're going to have to be this year. But guess what Denver has? Denver has a good defense. And this week against Houston's been pretty good defensively too. We'll see. Now that game could be, guess what? That game could be a 21-17 game, 23-20. That could be one of those games this week. Could be fun.
That was a fun game yesterday being there, by the way. Like, a lot of times you go to these Broncos games and it's, I don't know, it's you kind of, all right, it gets okay here and there. That game yesterday, like, every possession was really fun, really exciting. Like, let's see what's going to happen next. Highly entertaining, man. I mean, the fourth quarter, obviously, against the Giants was kind of ridiculous. But yesterday was just like from the jump. It was just really fun. Everything
they're
about
moving
it.
the ball when he threw the pick. Right?
Yeah, they were. I know the pick came pretty early, but they got a first down relatively easily, and it was just like, oh, hey, this is what you do. Let's go. You realize they had gone 5 straight games opening the game with 3 and out, which is nuts. That they've won all these games too, but yeah, it was a drag how they had started. So just to get a first down right off the bat and to get the ball and go, it felt exciting, and then the pick happened. But the defense stood up, man. The defense stood up, and the Cowboys kind of shot themselves in the foot with a penalty, but, I mean, whatever. Just everything about it was awesome.
They show you, don't they, that penalty, especially, I mean, we're at week 8, right? We're in the middle of the season now. Penalties can't be costly. I mean, even when you held them to that field goal, it's second goal at the 1.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't mess up.
It changes
Absolutely.
changes everything up.
Absolutely. All right, things we're concerned about. Pat Surtain is, you guys think it's a peck. It was called a shoulder. We'll see. What would you rather hear that it is? Would you...
Perfect world. I mean, nothing's perfect, but the most ideal injury that is in that general area would be an AC joint sprain.
Okay. Because
it's incredibly painful, but you're not at risk of further damage.
Okay.
And based off of pain tolerance, you can play through a grade 2, sometimes even a grade 3 on those, depending on the position that you play. Pat happens to play a position that he could definitely play through that.
Mims in concussion protocol, and it wasn't Zach Allen. I was wrong on that. It was DJ Jones is also in the concussion protocol as well. So we'll see how that plays out. So banged up a little bit, and we'll go from there. But we'll find out on Wednesday from Sean. And we're celebrating the big win with Rally House. We're giving away a $150 gift card on every show. Your keyword this hour is Nix, N-I-X, as in Bo. Text Nix along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Could be Stevie, but she spells it differently. This is N-I-X. We'll salute Stevie Nicks at another time. I know you're concerned about that. 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our first winner coming up at 2:55. Dan, let's football go coming up next. Oh, boy. Prime. Congratulations to Regis Jesuits Lucy Trico. She is our student of the week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Way to go, Lucy. As well, congratulations to Pine Creek's Kylie Croyle. She is our athlete of the week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker love Kylie's passion, and their passion is just this. Way to go, Kylie. All right, Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com. We love those fellas as well. Let's football go. Dan, Bud, Squids, Tanner.
All right, guys, the Broncos receivers yesterday showed out. Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant. Here is Sean Payton after the game talking about Troy Franklin's performance.
His last touchdown was whiplash. It really is hard to go into a game and say, I think such and such is, it's hard to predict that. Cortland or there are all these different opportunities and they just unfold sometimes in a certain way. In that video last night, though, there were 2 or 3 Oregon fight songs. There were 2 or 3 SMU, the whole group of them, and it's just hard it's hard to predict how it comes out.
Guys, Troy Franklin yesterday, 6 catches, 89 yards, 2 touchdowns. Pat Bryant had his first career NFL touchdown, hit the fans with the mile-high salute. That was cool, bringing that back. Where's your confidence level right now in the Broncos receivers? I know we've been talking a lot about, do the Broncos need to go out and get a legitimate number 2 wideout after yesterday's performance? Do you guys still think they need to do that, or are you more confident in the 2s and 3s they've got?
So I like the group. I mean, it's a room that Sean Payton's had a lot of faith in for a long time, more faith than most people have. And I think we got some good football players. Troy had a breakout game. Marvin Mims, to me,
he's turned into a football player.
He's a football player, but I don't see like a tremendous upside from where we're at right now with Marvin Mims. Good player. Want him on the team. He's going to contribute. I do think that generally speaking, the one thing that you are always looking to add to your football team is playmakers. So if there's a playmaker out there to be had at the trade deadline, I think you talk about it.
Well, we talked about tight end a while ago. Can see how all the injuries play out. Maybe we see a 6'8" dude come out there. If we can get him involved.
We do have the basketball player on the practice squad.
6'7", maybe 6'7".
6. I gotcha. Hysterical.
My daughter's doing that now. So.
Whose daughter isn't doing that?
Yours.
Fair.
Your son's doing it?
No, my sons are in their 20s.
I'll bet your college son's done it at least once.
Guaranteed he has.
Okay.
Hey, how's that girl you met last night tomorrow?
6'7".
You know.
She was 6 or 7.
We talking about Broncos receivers here?
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I like what they're doing. I like that you're getting the tight end a little bit more involved. You paid him some money, get him in here. Like I said, he had 2 big first down catches on 3rd and medium and 3rd and long, and I think he's going to be more and more involved.
Evan is yet to have like a breakout game, but he's had probably 5 weeks in a row of solid contributions.
Good solid football contributions. And there'll be a game, maybe it's this week in Houston. The defense, however they play, maybe this will be one of his games.
Hey, by the way, talk about tight ends. Where was the best tight end in the league? Where was Ferguson in that game?
1 target, 0 catches.
How about that?
I
mean, I was terrified of that guy.
Yeah.
Based off the struggles that we've had just the week beforehand in covering tight ends, and historically speaking, how did we shut that dude down?
They got the ball to Luke Schoonmaker and Brevin Spanford, who Coach Sanford coached, by the way. Like, they know Brevin. But if we're keeping it to Brevin and Luke and away from
Why'd you say that like the kid's got to suck because Coach Sanford coached him?
So
Coach Sanford knows this guy.
Hey, our guy Helm, though, speaking of tight ends, scored this weekend.
Oh, God. So that's cool.
That right?
Gunnar Helm from Cherry Creek.
Another ass-kicking.
Who does he play for?
Titans.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Sorry.
He might be available.
Rookies usually aren't available.
Yeah.
He was like a 5th or 6th round pick, though, wasn't he?
I'm looking at the list of available, most likely to trade guys, and man, Mark Andrews, huh? I'd be kind of What would we have to give up for Mark Andrews?
Not a lot.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's
kind of interesting.
Mark is, in my opinion, one of the all-time great tight ends. He will have a very good chance at being a Hall of Famer, in my opinion. But, he's got to be 31, 32 years old.
Okay.
And I think he's a free agent at the end of the year, isn't he?
I don't know.
Let me read up. But there is tried to Ravens still. Shipping pass rusher. Andrews is making $11 million in the final year of his deal. There you go. And tight end Isaiah Likely is also set to hit free agency, probably forcing the Ravens to make some sort of action at the position eventually. Wow. So he's got an expiring contract. He's a little bit longer in the tooth. Not incredibly old. I mean, he's
I thought he'd be older than he
30.
is. He's 30 years old.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, is he available? Who says he's available?
Well, he's available as long as they stink.
National Muggles.
I mean, if they're...
Really? There's talk about him being available?
Oh, yeah. This is a list of the top 25 regarded trade targets, and he's number 7. Or 6, rather. 6. So, yeah, no, there's buzz on that. 30-year-old Mark Andrews. Throw him in the mix. I mean, we probably don't keep him, right? It's probably just for a rental, but...
Well, that might
would
be
you give up a 4th-round draft pick for Mark Andrews?
You've got 2 fourths next year.
Do you know that off the top of your head?
Yeah.
I got to admit, wait a second. Hold on a second. Scott, really?
Well, I believe you have 2 fourths, DMac, for next season.
Damn,
so
I'm like, we're doing little...
Maybe even if you gave him the best one.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Riley Moss had a couple of pass interference calls yesterday. It's something he's been struggling with all season. Here he is after the game talking about that.
It sucks, but it's just part of the job, I guess. And, yeah, you just got to keep playing. And, I was blessed with a pretty short memory, so, it doesn't bother me. We won the game. Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing,
Bada bing, bada boom.
We won the game.
Bada bing, bada boom.
You got to keep the we won the game. We won the game. Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Thoughts on Riley's performance, especially after Pat Surtain went down, and just Chris Abrams' drain. Sean Payton was praising him on his call this morning. Just thoughts on the secondary, and what do you think the Broncos' game plan will be if Pat Surtain is going to miss some significant time?
I feel like I'm like the lead crusader of the Riley Moss fan club. I couldn't have more respect for the job that Riley Moss has done this year. And he continues to get put in positions where an uneducated football fan is going to look at it and be like, oh, man, we got a problem with Riley Moss. Get Riley Moss out of the game. No, dude, this guy, first off, his mindset is tough as nails. It's not easy to get targeted as often as you are and not feel like, wow, I must suck. It's not easy to get as bad of penalties as you've had called on you as Riley Moss has had and not let that go to your head. And he just continues to be an incredible resource for this defense. I love the job that Riley's done.
And on ESPN right now, they're talking about the Broncos and the Cowboys. It was the first time the Cowboys have been held to a season-low 5 yards per play and a season-low 26-28 in terms of time of possession. So how did they do? Pretty damn good.
Pretty good.
And I do know that, the Cowboys receivers are great. So, CeeDee Lamb and Pickens had 14 combined catches. They had a good game. They were all right.
Yeah, but not special.
Not special. Not special at all. So I think they did great. And they won the game. Bada bing, bada boom. We won the game. Bada bing, bada boom. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Brown coach Kevin Stefanski said he will, quote, look at everything as Cleveland enters the bye week with a 2-6 record. Second straight season that has happened, but any potential changes won't come at quarterback. So despite throwing 2 interceptions in the Browns' 32-13 loss to the Patriots yesterday, Dylan Gabriel will remain the team's starting quarterback, according to Stefanski. Are you guys surprised that Dylan is going to continue being the starter there in Cleveland, with Shedeur Sanders being their backup there in Cleveland?
Well, I know Shedeur Sanders had some sort of back injury, so he got himself hurt while he was training, which, okay. But he was inactive. He wasn't even the backup. It was Bailey Zappi. Dude, I don't think there's it would not shock me if Gabriel's replaced by Bailey Zappi at some point before Shedeur Sanders. I don't know where it's going to go. Your 7-week prediction was off, but it's not like it's any great shakes with Dylan Gabriel. But now Shedeur's injured? Is he? I have no idea where this is going. No clue. It doesn't seem great.
Well, if you're talking about making a trade or a possible trade, and the best way to do it and not have to put Shedeur in, make sure you say, yeah, his back's been a little sore, so we put him as the third quarterback. Now you come out of a bye. Yeah, we're going to put Zappi. He's going to try to see if he can lead us.
I think you guys are getting a little ahead of yourselves on the Zappi deal. I do think Shedeur Sanders is going to play this year. Look, man. Okay, so Gabriel's played 4 games, right? I think he's played 4 games. They've not been good. They've been ugly. 4 games, to be fair. If they did think that he was better, which they do, 4 games is not a huge sample size. So I understand if they want to give him another couple games. But it's not going to change, and I do think Shedeur Sanders is going to play this year.
All right, Dan, is that a wrap? We good? That's all you got?
Well, I do have Schefter on the Pat McAfee show talking about the Ravens practice situation with Lamar. So
okay.
You're right, DMac. With all that's going on in the NBA over the last week or so, it's a very bad time for this to happen. But here's Schefter talking about that situation.
The league is going to conduct interviews this week. The Ravens continue to insist that it was an honest mistake in their words and there was an accident, and they don't believe that they did anything wrong here. Now, the league will obviously talk to enough people and make a determination about whether or not a fine is warranted in this particular case. I don't think if the league finds wrongdoing that they're going to go more than a fine, but we'll see how this works out. This comes, obviously, at a time in the sports world where there is a lot of attention on injury reports now. And I would imagine that you're going to see more and more attention paid to this, that the league is going to be very sensitive to teams reporting accurate, honest injury information as we go along. They don't want anything like what's happened here in sports the last week. And so I think the penalties could be tied to that. My guess is there'll be a fine. The league will do the interviews this week, and they'll make a determination about whether or not there is a basis for a fine or some sort of discipline.
Yeah, so the Ravens listed Lamar as questionable on Friday. When that happens, it looked like he was going to play, and then on Saturday they downgraded him. So a lot of fans were upset. Betting fans were upset with what the Ravens did there with Lamar Jackson on the injury report.
Yeah, then they actually went as far as they went back and they retroactively changed the injury report to make Lamar as limited in Friday's practice.
Yeah, the definition, according to the NFL, full participation means 100% of a player's normal repetitions. Listen, this probably was some sort of honest mistake, I guess, but it's not. The timing of this is really bad. So I don't think there's anything nefarious going on. It's just bad timing. And I don't know. The Ravens this year. It's a cluster.
Yeah, for one, the 3 or 4 teams in the AFC you thought could really compete to get to the Super Bowl.
Not now, not this year.
Shows you how important when one guy goes down, right?
Yep. The gambling stuff. They're saying, oh my gosh, what's wrong with me? Chargers, Antonio Gates. They're saying Antonio Gates hosted one of the rigged poker parties.
Is that right?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, so it's dripping into the NFL. Well, I mean, that doesn't...
Top of the iceberg.
Yeah, I mean, listen, would you be surprised a face card means it's a famous athlete who's a draw to play poker? I won't be surprised if there's athletes from every walk of life that they could get their hands on.
Yep.
How could Chauncey be it? They were just ready to roll with this thing. Chauncey was obvious. Wait till we see who else gets caught up in this thing. Antonio Gates, huh?
That's the latest.
Okay. Anything else on that one? I actually haven't heard anything about. I didn't actually even hear that. Anything else going on there that you guys are aware of, or
no. Tip of the iceberg?
You think so?
Oh yeah. I think this has a chance in the next 2-3 months to get really big.
Okay.
Just a bad feeling.
Well, bad week for the Ravens to have a little bit of a mix-up, isn't it? It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, so what's on the docket here? We've got Monday Night Football tonight. Commanders against the Chiefs. Yeah, that's a sad one. Nick Mangold, huh? Kidney disease. That is really sad.
Brutal, man.
I'm very, very sorry to hear that.
Phenomenal player. I didn't know him as a human being, but I know a bunch of guys did. And
same age as you, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's just wild, man.
Yeah. Very, very sad. Sorry to hear that. Commanders against the Chiefs. That's on 9:50 tonight, 6:15. Tonight, Nuggets and Timberwolves. So 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30. That is on Peacock. So,
by the way, Anthony Edwards is out tonight for that game.
Oh, no kidding. Yep. What's going on? That good?
Let me grab it. He's out for a couple weeks. Shams was reporting.
Oh, it's funny. So this is definitely being in the spoiled brat world, but being lucky enough to see so many of these stars over the years. I root for them all to be out against the Nuggets. I never need the best player on the other team to play for my own purposes.
I am the same as you, and I fight with this with Marlo all the time. He goes, oh, we want to see him.
Not
no,
me.
You don't.
I want to win.
We want to put W's,
Now, if I was only going to 1 game a year or 2 games a year, yes, of course I'd be disappointed if Steph Curry, Anthony Edwards, LeBron James. Sure. Yes. But I've seen all these guys.
Jason Tatum.
I've literally seen every single one of them. So I've got the only guy I would be a little bummed about not seeing. There's only one. There's only one right now. And that would be Wemby.
Well, you missed him last year a couple times, right?
Well, when did he get hurt? Did he miss both?
He missed the last 36 games.
So we missed him at least one time?
I know we missed him at least once. I thought we missed him once here and once there.
That dude, have you guys ever seen his ankles every time he tries to cross someone over? He must have ankles like Gumby because every single time he crosses, and he's a good dribbler, man.
He is.
But his ankles, he rolls all the way out onto the side of his foot. And I can't, it looks like he's about to like a half inch away from an outright disaster, but his feet just roll. They just roll. Like that thing, something bad's gonna happen.
I hope not. But listen, it was bad last year, and I'm glad he's back playing. He is to me, the most interesting guy in the NBA aside from our own guys. He's it. Other than that, I really don't care. Anthony Edwards, I've seen Anthony Edwards play. I've seen enough. Yeah, I've really seen Anthony Edwards plenty. Good he's not playing. I love it. Take the wins when you can get them, and you go from there. So, I don't know,
and
Scott.
we get to see on Wednesday skinny Zion.
Yeah, skinny Zion on Wednesday. That's a home game. The Nuggets have a crazy ping pong type of schedule here.
It stinks, and then I'll probably be out most of the show Thursday, if not all.
Where are they at on Friday?
Friday, they're in Portland.
Portland. Oh, that'll be interesting going up to Portland, huh?
Yeah,
see how everybody's doing up there.
A couple fronts.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, the Avalanche had a all right, 10 games in. Just look at 10 games as a snapshot. 5-1-4, 14 out of 20 points. Was that a good 10 games for the Avs or a bad 10 games or a mediocre? How would you evaluate that 10-game stretch?
It's good. You got enough points. It's a good start to the season. That could have been great.
Yeah.
Like I would say high B plus. But we were on it, and I know McKinnon didn't like it. I believe you are now 4-39 on the power play.
Okay, so you're keeping real close track of the power play numbers, huh? Well, they were down.
Well, I think it's worthy of tracking.
They were down 2-0 to the Devils yesterday. They did come back. I mean, they lost in overtime again. They lost in regulation, their first real loss of the year to the Bruins. That happened on Saturday.
Yeah, which was a little kind of almost like a blasé kind of start.
They're going to have 12 back-to-backs this season, which feels like a lot. Maybe that's regular, but this one this weekend was super strange. You go all the way to the East Coast for 2 games that are Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, that's stupid.
And the Sunday one,
that's bad scheduling.
There's a rule in the NHL. You need to have a 22-hour difference from the start of one game to the other. And that was exactly 22 hours from the Bruins game to the start of the Devils game.
Why not 23? Why is 22 the magic number? Why not a full day?
I have
I
no
think the
freaking
NBA,
clue.
it's either 23 or 24.
Okay. Well, whatever the bare minimum is, that's what they got. And they come away with 1 out of 4 points. They actually, technically, you realize the Avs have actually technically lost 4 games in a row. Right?
Technically.
It's a weird one. But we're not concerned about the Avalanche, right?
No. They do. It's time now to get their goalie back, though.
To get Blackwood back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brent Miner did start, and, Wedgwood,
Before that, Wedgie was starting to look tired.
A little bit. And the game against the Bruins wasn't great. I mean, it was all right, but it wasn't great. So, yeah, it's time to get Blackwood back. He is your starting goalie, and we'll see. They have
And you are 0 for on the power play of both those games this weekend.
Jersey tomorrow night here at Ball Arena. So, Ball Arena, we've got Avs on Tuesday, Nuggets on Wednesday.
So you got Nuggets here, or Nuggets on the road Monday, Avs at home Tuesday, Nuggets at home Wednesday, and then where are the Avs on Thursday?
They, where are they Thursday? Help me out, Dan. Oh, is it right there? Is it right in front of me? Oh, no, here we go. On Thursday or whatever, they are at Vegas and then at San Jose. So they're on the road. The Mammoth from Utah have won 7 games in a row and actually lead over the Avs by a couple of points. Not freaking out whatsoever about that. Utah's on a nice little heater right now, so they're doing okay. So there you go with our 2 teams. We look forward to the Nuggets winning tonight. Scott, you got any other info? Any other vibes? Saturday night was what? How'd you feel about Saturday?
Just a good yeoman work. We brushed on it a little bit earlier. I think you could count on one hand, if not less, the times that the bench helped you win games last year. I'm trying to think. I know there was at least one because I know there's a couple games Russ just went off. I think this year it's going to be in double digits. I think there's going to be games where you're going to see a closeout and you're going to see Hardaway Jr. and you're going to see maybe Bruce Brown closing games out in there. So I did talk to Tim Hardaway Jr.'s dad, so senior. He was at the game. He said he's going to try to be around here more and more. He said he's going to go away for a while, be back around Thanksgiving.
Tell him to come on in the studio sometime.
I'll work on that.
That'd be kind of fun, right?
That'd be awesome.
Reminder that Dan Tanner will host In the Paint on the digital, on the post game, as well as, all, of course, the post game shows you can hear right here on 92.5. So Dan will be there to.
When they get that new studio, you're going to drive all the way up here and do your post game podcast?
Oh, absolutely, Scott.
Is that thing still a go? I thought we voted that down. Did we not vote that down?
Congratulations to Matt.
No, it's happening.
Congratulations to Matt Herman from Arvada. He won $150 to.
There's only one vote that matters.
To Rally House. So way to go, Matt Herman of Arvada. I'm sorry, what?
This is not a democracy.
Andy Lindahl joins us in studio. Nate will be here
Kings.
shortly.
Tyler, no more Kings.
Yeah, no more Kings. I'm going to the rally.
All right. Well, you'll be there for number 3.
Yeah.
Hey, well, Your Majesty, you'll be at the Rally House on Saturday, right?
I'll be at the Rally House on Saturday. That's where we're going to rally. Saturday afternoon, Rally House. See you there on Pearl Street before the incredible CU against Arizona game.
Hey, Colorado's got 2 winnable games.
They got 2. They have 4 games left.
Yeah, they got Arizona. They got West Virginia. You better win them.
Is that it? Are those the only 2 winnable ones?
Well, they got 2 that are winnable, in theory. I don't think anything's winnable after that.
Andy, was Andy's checking in here.
I would love to know from Andy Lindahl, which he can't tell us, but I would love to know what Coach Barnett was saying during the breaks.
Well, Andy's not.
You realize I was home with you.
That's right.
Yeah. He doesn't go on the road.
Although you could ask Andy, what could you imagine?
Show on Fridays.
You
It doesn't allow me to travel.
You could ask Andy, what would you imagine Coach Barnett was saying on the breaks?
Oh, I guess in fairness to Tyler, I was educated as to what was going on.
Okay.
Andy, Scott's asking, can you speculate what Coach was saying?
What Andy's saying is he doesn't have to speculate.
That Ty Willingham's a hell of a coach, and you're getting out-coached pretty significantly, right? Look, I have to tell you, you're a former Buff.
Yeah.
Okay. here's what hurts my heart. And I'm not even like, I am a bit of a hired gun, but I've been doing football at that university for a long, long time.
Yeah.
A lot of friends, a lot of the former guys, you know what I mean? They've taken care of me. And I rooted for them growing up during the Orange Bowl days. What breaks my heart, I told this to Scotty earlier, nobody cares that they're a buff up there. I'll be real honest about it.
What do you mean?
You tell me one player that takes pride in being a buff.
So that's fair. I do wonder though, is it any different at any other university in America right now?
I don't know. I would like to think, now a majority of them probably not, but I would like to think, here's the problem. Here's what I'd love to see if we could fast forward a year from now, because you're going to play them again. Are you going to have the pride to want to whoop their rear end right back because of what you did to me? This is the problem with these. This is why college football is the way it is. I was talking to Chad Brown about this. There's no getting your nose bloodied and then waiting on your turn to give it back to them.
Yeah.
Because we're not going through the wars together, because we already know half this team's going to hit the portal and peace out. 75% of this team may hit the portal and peace out, right? Scotty was a part of the Last Dance crew where we saw the Chicago wanted their shot to get Detroit off the mountain. Well, if teams don't stay together, I don't care what the coach tells you. You guys have got to feel it yourself to want to knock somebody off the mountain. And nobody sticks around. You're always flipping the roster. I don't know how you get any of that chemistry, cohesion, that esprit de corps to want to compete with each other anymore. So whatever. Next year it'll be a new group of dudes, and we'll all tell them how they got their butt. Dude, I was doing this before BYU. I had to ask a few guys. Are you going to give BYU a little something back when they faced them? Oh, yeah, I guess we lost them in the bowl.
Oh, we lost them?
Yeah,
I didn't know we played them in the bowl
you're
game.
Right. Never mind. None of you were here.
What about the pride of the buffalo and won't be tread upon, or what's that saying?
I don't think they're aware of.
I'm not mocking it. I just don't remember it. But there's a motto.
The pride and tradition of the Colorado Buffaloes will not be entrusted to the timid or the weak.
Let me ask you
How many guys
this.
on the bus could repeat that right now, do you think?
Not sure any. Let me ask you this. I don't disagree one word with Coach Prime when he starts to talk about the entitled people. But is that the right message in modern college? I don't know that you can talk about it. You're going to be dealing with it. There's no changing it. There's no changing. This is modern college football. They want to get paid. They want to know you can help them get paid.
Look, Dion can talk all he wants about entitled players, and it's true. It's true. It's going on. Dion needs to worry about the coaching.
I'm with you.
That's what he needs to worry about right now. I mean,
I'm with you.
Schematically, we just got destroyed. We absolutely got embarrassed at every single level. You saw it, man. I mean, the players have lost trust in the play callers. Caden Salter, when they called the swinging gate draw, did you see the face that he made on that one? I mean, he looked at the sideline with disgust. Like, we're calling a swinging gate right now. Andy, I'd be curious your thoughts on it. I don't know. I can't prove this. I got no evidence. I'm just using my eyeballs. I'm pretty sure that the offensive line pulled a mutiny when Ryan Staub was in the game on that QB sneak.
Yeah, it felt like him. They wanted him to just get up there and do a tush push.
I think the offensive line heard the play call, and they're like, screw that. We're not doing that. Hey, you're in shotgun right now. Get your butt underneath center. We're going to run QB sneak right now. I think there was a flat-out mutiny that went on.
The kid who just got back in was not about to go tell the guy ain't going to run your plays.
Exactly.
I can tell you that. Look, man, I don't think a lot of adjustments were made. I don't know why. Look, part of me is not shocked. We all watched Pat Shurmur here in Denver. There wasn't a hell of a lot of adjusting going on then, but at the same time, this is a guy that coached at the pro level for a long time, I guess. Look, man, college football's back to whatever right now. I'm curious to see what it looks like up there. I hope you get some folks at Rally House. I don't. I'm curious to see if I fight the same traffic I usually fight to get up to a Buff game on a Saturday.
There's a lot of University of Arizona Wildcat fans who may be looking for some.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little chilly.
Some gear. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Is it
Compared
supposed to be
to Arizona?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I talked to some people in Arizona last week. They're like, yeah, it's still 90. It's brutal.
Yeah, that's fair.
So,
all right. Well, enough about the bus. What'd you think about the Broncos?
I had said to you guys, I hope this is the Green Bay Packer game of 2015. I would say that was even more a Green Bay Packer of 2015 than that was.
Yeah.
And look, hats off to the defense. You shut down what was an MVP candidate that had all his dudes most of the game. You didn't have one of yours dudes in the second half. Tip of the cap to Chris Abrams-Drains. We pat slap rears on Mondays. He's going to get one for me at some point. And the offense, man, when Bo just settles his feet, it looks like a year ago. Just settle your feet, young man. Quit running. Quit doing like the shot put throw, and I think we'll all be okay. Love what we saw to Pat Bryant. Boy, the rookie class had itself a day yesterday,
Yes,
right?
they did.
Sure
Three
did.
TDs for
RJ.
the running back for R.J. Harvey. Barron got his first interception.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant on a great route.
Yeah.
How do you explain Pat Bryant? Because the dude, you and I watched it all camp. Nate too. He ain't fast. Like for football, he's not like football speedster.
No.
But he's just so good with his quick burst, man. He buys himself space. And that was a great, by the way,
It was a great ball and a great
fingertip catch.
Yeah.
Bo put him on it. Great catch. What was Franklin? It was the one time I started screaming because there wasn't really anything to complain about yesterday. I have not played high levels of football. I know about the dumb receiving triangle. Why is one hand like awkwardly turned as you're trying to catch a football? Put your hands out.
What are you complaining about?
I mean, Franklin had the one where he could have caught it, but like his hand was, they showed the replay, his fingers are like backwards or something. And it's
What
like, what
is
are
it
you
like?
doing?
What is it like to be in your body and your
Owazurike
mind?
jumped out and like did Owazurike could have been a tight end with his effort on the dang interception.
Tillman.
Tillman? Who what? Yeah.
It was Dondre Tillman.
Yeah.
That was I wanted a fat man touchdown
Dude,
so bad.
That was one of
And
the
he put
most
some shake.
That was one of the most athletic, thick picks I've ever seen in my life.
He broke
I mean,
3 tackles.
legitimately.
Yeah, he
And
slapped the move.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, he put his foot in the ground and he shook Dak Prescott.
Right.
He did a little stanky leg and got up the field.
He did.
Tyler, I wanted to ask you about this because, like, okay, one of the storylines after the game was great week of practice.
Okay.
But also, like, Sean Payton talked about it last week of, like, we need more urgency on the practice field. We need to practice with more game-like situations. And Sean wanted Wednesday to feel like a Sunday last week. And after the game, the players said, we had a great week. All right. Now, when you win, you actually do have a great week. It's not like when Vance Joseph was the head coach and he used to say that. But what does it do for a team when the intensity level is cranked up by the coaching staff and then you go out and just beat the brakes off of a not terrible football team in the Dallas Cowboys? Like right now, what do you think the level of buy-in in that locker room is?
Oh, they're all in, man. I mean,
Yeah.
you go on a 5-game tear, and there's not a man in that room that is not thinking about a Super Bowl right now.
Right.
When you feel invincible when you go on a 5-game tear, I've done it before. I've been fortunate enough to be a part of that, and it's one of the most magical feelings you'll ever feel in the world. Now, it'll be interesting to see how they handle practice this week, right?
Sure.
Because the magical fix last week for the offense and the slow starts was we're going to get more competitive on Wednesday. We're going to make this a game week. Well, we've got Thursday Night Football, not this week, but next week, right? So you got to get ahead of that. And Sean's got to start thinking about this. I actually give Sean Payton a lot of credit. He is a big picture thinker, especially with the schedule, you know, whether it's going to London or whether it's the games that come after an emotional win like you had against the Giants. He's all over the big picture stuff.
Yeah.
So my expectation actually would be that this week would be a little bit of a ramp down in terms of the physicality because you got to start prepping for the short week against the Ravens.
Well, you're playing the top defense. Is it crazy to think you don't have the top defense?
Right.
You want to talk about going to a different side of the block. Holy cow. You're going from – did you see the Cowboys have already had 4 games of 400-yard passings and 30 points that they've given up?
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
They gave up 3 all last year.
They've got the most lead changes in the NFL.
And now you're going to go face Houston, which doesn't give up any points?
Right. That's. I think they're giving up less than 15 points per game right now.
We're going to get a 9-6 game Sunday.
This is going to be a different looking football game.
I don't know. I'm kind of buying in, man. I'm kind of buying into the offense. As good as that defense is for the Texans,
yeah,
I'm starting to believe here a little bit.
It is clicking right now. Like there's several things happening. Like number one, Evan Engram has become a complete first down merchant.
So Evan Engram has been, for about 5 weeks, he's been a very solid contributor to the game.
Yep.
Yet to have a breakout game, but just a solid contributor, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's exactly what he's been, but also like every catch that he gets moves the sticks.
Yeah.
And that's Denver hasn't had that, right? Think of the Noah Fant days where everything that he caught was 3 yards behind the first down line, and it was just like, well, he got 2 yards a yak.
Go break a tackle. You can't break a tackle.
Exactly. Like Engram actually does that stuff. He knows how to find the sticks and get a first down. So he's been fantastic doing that. Cortland Sutton wasn't at his best yesterday. He dropped a sure thing touchdown.
It was right on his chest. Bo put it right on his chest.
It was.
He's not going to do too much of that. Like his numbers are good by the time the game is all said and done. Dobbins was phenomenal
I love
yesterday.
Dobbins. Look, I'm telling you, I know you don't love signing running backs. I'd try to get that guy at least a 2-year deal.
Yeah,
I'd keep him around a minute.
I wouldn't do that, but I
know
love what
you
he is
would.
right now.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Because he's a
he
veteran
likes-
with an injury history.
Okay, I mean, I don't think he's going to break the bank.
Yeah, you don't have
I
to-
mean, he's the number 3 rusher in the NFL right now, and I don't think you're going to have to pay him $12 million a year.
Got in his feel. You know, one of my favorite plays yesterday of just the small plays was where he's running towards the line, does a little choppy steps, and the minute the crease is there, he's through the hole.
Yeah.
Just
He's a
patient, not
patient
running
runner.
up a backside of some guy
He's
and clogging
not
it up.
quite as patient as Le'Veon Bell was, but he reminds me of how Bell used to run the football.
Did you guys notice too? It was like there were calls that were like A and B gap runs, and Dobbins would take a look at it and go, "Oh, you're all just gonna flood to the inside of the field." Boop, and he was gone,
Hey,
man.
how about, and you know what?
That secondary sucks.
How about a slap on the rear for Sean Payton with the play design when the Cowboys declined the penalty?
Yeah.
And that one that snuck Harvey.
Why? By
the
that
3rd and 5?
When you ran everybody to the left
Yeah.
and Harvey just sneaks out right, man.
Yeah.
That's like Kansas City Chief type stuff.
That's also how much do you know your defense is broken when you're like, nope, I don't want 2nd and 15.
Why would
I'll
we
give
want
him 3rd
2nd
and 5.
15? Yeah.
He was just hoping that Bo would throw an incompletion and they could get off the field. It was a complete prayer.
I have never, I guess I should have remembered from the Packer-Cowboy game that first Thursday night of the year. My God, I don't think I've ever seen a team with less pass rush than what they have. Like, they got nobody that even threatens to get in your
Bo
backfield.
got hit once, and it was the deep ball to Sutton.
Yeah.
That was the only time he got touched all day.
Yeah.
Oh, and it was, guys, I mean, like
And he still delivered a great ball.
In the trenches, the Broncos kicked the ever-living crap out of those guys on both sides of the ball.
They did.
Yeah. Did you see the number, by the way? I think the Broncos averaged, for the game, 6.4 yards per carry. They were 4 yards before contact running the football yesterday. I mean, the push that they got up front. And then defensively, like Prescott he had pressure in his face all day yesterday.
Yeah, I saw some highlights from Quinn Miners. That was making me want to put a tie on the doorknob.
That guy.
I mean, first level, pancake. Second
The-
level, pancake. Let me go get to that third level. Oh, my gosh, let me shut the door.
The 40-yard touchdown run by R.J. Harvey, like that was a masterclass in run blocking.
Yeah.
I mean, hats on hats. Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims, Adam Troutman, Paul Chesky was out there. Bowles cleared out his guy. And then Miners wrecks a dude downfield, turns around and wrecks another dude.
He remember he did that with Javonte against the Cowboys when the Vic
Yes.
Fangio era
Oh, it
when
was
they
awesome.
went there. Our guy Palczewski, you might, I don't know about the tackle position, but you got you're through 2 years of 2 expensive offensive line contracts. If he keeps playing the way he is, you might be able to shave a little something off. I hate to talk about Ben Powers while he's on the injury reserve, but I'm telling you, Palczewski's a young guy that you might be able to save a little money with.
Wally Pippen him a little bit?
Well, I've always liked him. Now, people have told me, Jeff always tells me, he goes, you wouldn't teach anybody to block the way that he does.
I'd probably
but he
slow
just
the roll
gets
on
there
the
and does
Wally
what he
Pipp
does.
conversation, but I think it's very worthy of a nice little pat on the back or a high five, as you guys like to do, you know?
No, you got to get the attaboy.
We do
Have you ever attaboyed anybody?
Dang it, I blew it.
Yeah, we're
Attaboys.
inappropriate about it, Tyler.
With your new physique, that's one of those where you leave a mark.
Yeah, if you
and
want
then
to
there's
try it.
questions later. What's on your backside?
You can try it if you want.
Speaking of
you. I'd be worried about you coming in with the slap.
Okay.
And then there's a Tyler Polumbus hand on one cheek through the clothes.
I think that's a 2-cheek pull.
Don't you go tempting me with a good time now.
Yeah, I'm staying over here until you're out of the room.
Speaking of inappropriate, R.J. Harvey on the Mile High / Lambeau leap yesterday. Let's just hey fans,
watch the inner thigh.
No inner thighs, please.
Yeah, I'm with you. I saw it. Well, I saw it one time.
In slow-mo.
No, I felt bad for dude. I saw a Packer one time where the fan got a little overzealous and just wanted a piece of the action. Right. And so from the second row, gave a cup check. And I was like, come on, you can't.
Yeah.
You got to know where that one's landing.
Mm-hmm.
Just when he's seated.
Top of the knee. Just keep it top of the knee.
Don't give him the James Bond torture ball. He's just trying to celebrate with you.
Just a little swipe.
That's all. Just a nice pat, fellas. Tyler Polumbus every day,
See you, boys.
noon to 3, PhD. Make sure you listen to it right here every day on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, man, we are jam-packed. We got Nuggets Timberwolves tonight, pregame at 7 o'clock, tip-off at 7:30 this evening. Anthony Edwards, by the way, is out 2 weeks with a hamstring thing, so the Nuggets don't have to go up against him, which means I'm assuming that means that Bones Highland starts tonight for Minnesota.
Oh, make it a little saucy.
So maybe Jamal can just go out there and kick the ever-living crap out of him. That'd be an awful lot of fun. Jeff Legwold coming up today at 4 p.m. 4 o'clock, we will talk to Jeff Legwold of ESPN. I mean, Andy, I first off, great call by you last week on the comp to the Green Bay game, which is, I think, very much what we saw last night out of Denver. Secondly, I told you, man, like this is the game I'm waiting to see. And what I saw out of the Broncos yesterday was I saw 4-quarter dominance. And they haven't played like that this season. Like, that was the game. And, like, does Dallas's defense suck? My God, yes, they do. But that's what you're supposed to do against garbage defense, is score on 7 of your next 8 possessions after a bad early game turnover, which is exactly what they did. On top of that, the Cowboys, you gave them problems with a high-scoring offense. Jake Ferguson, did he play? Was he out there?
Didn't feel like he got talked about too much.
It's outside of him being the intended target on the Dak interception at the end of the half when Jahdae Barron picked it off. I don't remember seeing him out there. Like, CeeDee Lamb, yes, 7 catches, but 7 catches for 74 yards and no scores. You essentially rendered CeeDee obsolete. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Yeah.
Did you catch it? See, you didn't catch it.
Nope. See,
I caught it.
It was that smooth.
But I'm giving you, this is the old school before we had all the laughs to choose from, where I just give you the great stare that works well on radio.
George Pickens, again, he had a good game, but like, none of these guys killed you. They never beat you over the top yesterday. You gave Dak Prescott problems all day long. You had a ton of pressure on him. You sacked him twice, but the pressure was there all game long. Javonte, who cares? 41 yards and a couple of touchdowns, but again, who cares when your offense is putting up 44 points? Like, 4-quarter dominance, Andy. That was what we were waiting to see out of this Broncos team. We have now seen it, and I tweeted this yesterday. Like, the AFC elite class is now set, and the Broncos showed yesterday, we're in this thing. We are in this thing. We are dangerous. Nobody is going to want to play us in the playoffs. Nobody wants to go up against this defense. And if Denver can have that kind of crisp execution offensively, coupled with their run game, coupled with Bo Nix having good footwork and hitting throws in that intermediate to deep level of the football field, these guys can beat anybody. And that's what we're watching right now. This is a special Bronco team.
Yeah, and remember, Bo got a chance at some pretty crappy defenses last year. Didn't they have Atlanta and Carolina back-to-back?
Yeah.
And he kind of got going. And
he ate.
And the offense kept going after that. Mm-hmm. There was a new feel to the offense after that.
Yep.
That's what I'm hoping happens now after this game this weekend.
Yes.
By the way, would you say CD was rendered 8-track?
Ooh, well done, right
now
there.
I've had a minute. Are we doing this thing? Are we continuing from the other night? For those that missed the Friday Night Lights game, we had. What did you have? You gave me a salty bacon. And what was the other one?
I think
you had another one you slipped in.
Bacon was crisp. Bacon was fried.
No, but there was a second kid's name that you took advantage of.
It was the running back for Pine Creek, Caleb Petrie.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Petrie dished a stiff arm.
That was right.
Yeah,
you did a good job.
Thank you.
You were handing them out left and right. We had a sweet lamp that we watched the game by.
Yeah, we had a good time out there doing high school football.
Parents, hey, the Regis parents didn't hate us near as much as apparently the Valor parents.
They loved us, actually.
Yeah, they kept coming up. They were saying hi.
They were bringing us snacks and whatnot. We were having a good time up there. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The Broncos do kick the ever-living crap out of the Cowboys, and we are smacking rears when we return. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer produces this fine cavalcade of stupidity that we do every afternoon, 3 to 6 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, I think to answer your second question, I think it's vital. The transition period, you don't have 2 or 3 years to wait for their progress, and it was a game where we saw a lot of young players step up and make plays, and I think we got to continue to play them. And that whole thing about confidence, when a guy has a play or has a game and he's young in our league and has success, then you can kind of see it propel him very quickly. So, but I do think it's important that the contributions are coming not just from the veteran players, but also the young players that we feel like are ready to play.
Broncos scored 6 touchdowns yesterday, Andy. All 6 were scored by either first or second-year players. R.J. Harvey, 3-touchdown day, 2 on the ground, 1 a 40-yard run, the other one via the Wildcat. Then he had the touchdown catch. Pat Bryant had the 24-yard touchdown, and Troy Franklin, a couple of tutties yesterday. 6 catches, 89 yards. Big game from Troy Franklin with 2 touchdowns. All of the scoring was done by the youngsters. And let me contrast this for you, by the way. Triquez Bridges, number 25 for the Cowboys, rookie corner. I think he may have been in camp with the Chargers. Like, he's kind of a warm body. They have a bad secondary to begin with, and now they're injured, and now it's just like, all right, kid, go get him. Listen to this. Via the Ringer, Bo Nix targeted Bridges 13 times, went for 102 yards, 2 tutties, and 5 first downs against Bridges yesterday. So Bronco youth dominates, Cowboy youth, and that is one of the huge stories of this game. But a whole bunch of guys that, Pat Bryant, first NFL touchdown, a hat trick for R.J. Harvey. Troy Franklin needed a breakout, and he had it. A bunch of guys, Pat Bryant, it just a bunch of young guys had big-time games yesterday for the Broncos.
Well, and it's good to see. It's what you're going to need. Again, we already mentioned Palczewski. Remember, he's not exactly an old, salty veteran there. How about your guy Throckmorton? Throckmorton getting the penalty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He stepped up to the line, got where he was supposed to be. Someone needed to step back. Guess you should have put the old lineman in motion.
Yeah.
Got a little too cute.
We're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House here today. This hour's keyword is bidet.
B-A-D-I-E.
Like the running back.
Right.
Not like the plumbing fixture.
Think batty.
Bidet. B-A-D-I-E. Text bidet, again, like bidet, Tyler, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We got keywords every hour for the rest of the show. Again, this hour's keyword is bidet, as in the Bronco running back, number 28, Tyler Bidet. So text bidet with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Hey, happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our winner at 5:55.
After watching that game.
Yeah.
Should the Broncos still entertain conversations about trading maybe for a tight end? We had the little nugget come out prior to the game from Diana Rossini and The Athletic that the Broncos are involved in conversations involving tight ends around the league, including maybe even David Njoku. A couple of tight ends up for grabs.
Okay.
That maybe they were more interested in the tight end market than the receiver market, which after what we saw yesterday, again, I'm still on who was your guy from who is it from New Orleans that you like? Not Olave, the other one.
Rashid Shaheed?
Shaheed.
Yeah.
If you want to get Shaheed, then you described him as a good player probably because of his yards after the catch ability.
Yes.
But if Pat Bryant's going to give you some more of that, then no need to stymie any development there.
Yeah, really good Pat Bryant game.
But I don't know if you saw the note before the game. Mm-hmm. Apparently Lucas Kroll is going to get the foot surgery, and he's likely not available the rest of the year.
Yeah, so that definitely impacts your depth a little bit. Nate Adkins almost had a sick touchdown catch yesterday.
He nearly did, but it also looked like he might have banged up that shoulder/rib cage thing he's got going on again.
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room, Andy. There were injuries coming out of that game yesterday. Patrick Surtain suffered a shoulder injury. Sean Payton tight-lipped on the status, didn't give us any update there today. And Marvin Mims suffered a concussion.
Where do you think that happened?
So
possibly on that spearing play where the guy just basically blasted him helmet to helmet? No flag?
I think you're allowed to do that to ball carriers. Yeah.
Helmet to helmet like that?
Yes. Yeah, that's okay. It's you can't do it to a defenseless player. I think when a ball carrier is going downhill, that's okay. It was said that the Mims injury was suffered on a late game kickoff. And what Sean Payton said afterwards was there was a substitution and Tyler Bidet was supposed to go in for Marvin Mims. However, according to Sean Payton, the communication failed, and Tyler Bidet, by the way, text Bidet to 303-504-0925 on a Rally House Monday. Apparently, Bidet went in for R.J. Harvey, and Mims was still on the field. And Mims may have suffered the concussion on that late kick return.
Yeah, I remember the one
So
because he
that's-
got slammed pretty good, and even the Dallas Cowboy tackler wanted to make sure he was okay.
Yeah, that's a that's another Darren Rizzi special out there for you, Andy. Yet again, a special teams issue crops up. Mims had a good return earlier in the game, but then the Surtain shoulder thing, which then did get me thinking. Is this did I put the whammy on this by bringing up Chris Abrams' drain last week?
No, I don't think so.
No, okay,
because
good,
we did
thanks.
not know he was the primary backup to Surtain because Surtain's been so sturdy.
Sure.
Hey,
okay.
that kid played all right, man.
If you want to absolve me of responsibility, I appreciate that. So thank you. But yeah, no, I thought Abrams' drain was pretty good. Now, it's when you're going up when a team has an opportunity to be able to game plan for you. Dallas couldn't take advantage of it necessarily in the moment. Also, Riley Moss, I thought he played well yesterday.
He did. Here's the only thing I'll give Riley Moss.
Okay.
You've got to turn your head around, dude. You've got to turn your head around.
The second PI against him was crap. The back-to-back PIs, the first one was obvious. Okay, throw that flag. He was beaten. He knew it.
But aren't you talking about the one where he actually grabbed the collar but never looked? You got to look. Just look. Just try to look. Just try to look.
He's, it's bang, bang because it's right there at the goal line. He's just trying to be in the way.
I get it. But again, listen.
I thought that call sucked.
Yeah, I'm not telling you it was a great call. But
Yeah.
if you look, you have a better chance of negating them throwing the flag than if you're not. And unfortunately, it's not fair. It isn't. But they've got a thing for him now. And so they're looking at him a little bit more because he's got the most in the league.
Did you hear what Bomani said?
Oh, yeah. You want to play it?
Think he's getting racially profiled?
Probably.
Hey, to this day, it looks weird to me out there. It's again, you see him out there. It looks a little weird.
I don't, and look, maybe that's too much. I don't know.
I don't know.
But listen, I know this.
He's gotten some garbage calls against him. The call last week against the Giants, awful. That second PI yesterday, awful. What are we doing?
I don't disagree, but again, start by turning your head around. Just
Okay.
at least try to get that way, and you can at least make the argument that I followed part of the rule. I just think they are so ticky-tack at him right now.
Yeah.
It is bullcrap. There's no doubt about it. Look, the whole thing, there are a number of times, this felt like for the second week in a row, because it felt that way against the Giants, where everything you're calling on the Bronco defense, I'm 95% positive you could find on the other team's defense, but you're not calling it there. So, okay.
Well,
but you know what? You got a good win.
I will say this. They had no problem throwing flags on the Cowboys yesterday because those dudes, again, this was another one of those games of look for little things. 9 Cowboy penalties, 80 yards, 7 Denver penalties, 42 yards.
Well, the PIs felt like they were out of control.
Yeah.
So
much, much better by the Broncos yesterday. Offensively, they cleaned up a lot of stuff. It was really good to see. That just, again, Andy, to me, the dominance of that football game completely started in the trenches. It gave Denver the run game. When Denver has a run game and Bo Nix's feet are solid, he makes good throws. He makes far more accurate throws. Like, they cleaned up penalties. They absolutely, I thought the play calling was more aggressive from the jump in that football game, and it was much better blocked. Like, yes, there were early screen stuff called, but they blocked it pretty well yesterday. They cleaned up a lot of the junk from the Giants.
Yeah,
game.
I also don't feel like you had a lot of short play clocks either.
Yeah.
So I feel like Bo had time to get out there, get to the line, get comfortable with what he's looking at.
Listen to this, by the way, okay? Listen to how good they were on the early downs in that game yesterday. Specifically, Bo Nix had 6 of his 29 dropbacks on third down. Only 2 other quarterbacks had fewer in week 8. That's okay. That's good. They largely stayed out of the third down messes, and they had a 3rd and 7 where it looked like early on in the game they weren't going to get off the field, but Dallas penalty gave you a 3rd and 2. I think it was because of a neutral zone infraction, and you convert, and the drive continues. And that's the Cowboys kept cracking the door open for you yesterday, and the Broncos were so good they just knocked it down, beat the crap out of those guys.
All right. Was Dak overrated coming into the game, or is it just one more feather in the cap for the Broncos?
To me, it's another feather in the cap of the Broncos. Like, if you look at Dak's numbers this year, pressured versus unpressured, when he's not pressured, he was like 13 touchdowns to no picks. If you pressure him, you're going to give him problems. And the Broncos, they consistently did it all day yesterday. Benito had a great game. Cooper had a great game. The middle of that Broncos defensive line is so friggin' good. Like go back and watch what Javonte Williams was getting, for example, against like Washington's defense and the amount of push that they were getting up front. They didn't have it yesterday. Like the play of DJ Jones and JFM and Malcolm Roach and all those guys were marvelous in that game yesterday. So like the Broncos defensive front really stymied what Dallas was able to do. And then you tack onto it how good the Bronco pass rush is, how good the Bronco secondary is. Like, it was just top to bottom. They were fantastic. Did Dak stink a little bit? Yeah, but also I think that Denver made him stink.
Yeah, he wasn't getting clean looks. They were making the throws a little bit tougher.
Yep.
Now, look, Pickens still had a couple. Lamb still had a couple. They're going to get theirs. They are superstars. At least Lamb's a superstar in the league.
But
and
Andy,
Pickens looks like he wants to get there.
Listen to these stat lines. 7 for 78, no touchdowns. 7 for 74, no touchdowns. Just a bunch of empty calories.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You're fine. Ferguson didn't catch the ball. Javonte.
How crazy is that, by the way?
3.2 yards per carry out of Javonte. Yeah, he scored a couple of touchdowns. If you have Javonte on your fantasy team, good for you. Like, he still got you points, but he didn't kill you at all yesterday.
I can't believe the tight ends didn't. This defense has had trouble covering a tight end, it feels like, forever. And they even had problems against both the Chargers and Indy.
Yeah.
2 pretty good offenses, and Ferguson was a non-factor yesterday.
Yeah. Schoonmaker, 2 catches for 25 yards. Spanford had a catch, and Ferguson didn't catch the football. You erased their tight ends. The key word is bidet, as in Tyler Bidet. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Bidet. Text bidet, B-A-D-I-E, plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win a $150 gift card to Rally House on a Rally House Victory Monday. Get yourself some gear, man.
Who else you smacking rears of?
Evan Ingram. I know I brought him up earlier with Tyler, and like you look up at the end of the game, Andy, and like the 4 catches for 36 yards. I legitimately think all 4 of his catches converted first downs. He has become exactly what Denver needed him to be. He's a veteran guy, Andy. He's not George Kittle or Tucker Kraft out there.
Boy, Kraft. Wouldn't you like a Kraft?
Is that guy the best tight end in football?
Might be. Brock Bowers is out and hurt. So,
right.
I mean, he's not there to challenge that assertion right now.
That dude is
I don't know. I
beast.
haven't kept up with Tyler Warren since the Broncos played him. How's he doing?
Very good. He's having a very
Kraft
good season.
Man, that was just different.
Dude's a monster. Dude is an absolute
Catch
monster.
and run.
Yep. No, he's fantastic. Like, Ingram's not that. He has turned into exactly what Denver has needed him to be in this offense, which is in those 3rd and intermediates / 3rd and longs. He makes catches and he converts. Like, the Broncos have needed this guy for what feels like a decade. and they have him right now. I love the way that he's playing. I got to give a smack on the rear. It's a little bit of an underrated one, probably a weird one to go with first, but I'm going to say Evan Engram.
Yeah. I got no problem with that.
Good. Also, Sean had himself a day yesterday.
Are you going to? Well, yeah.
He really did, man.
Everybody was calm.
Yeah.
Nothing about, there was no spaz in that game.
There was, outside of the second throw of the game when Bo didn't set his feet and threw a dumb interception. Other than that, everything was exactly as it needed to be. And this is, like, that's one of those signs I've been waiting to see is like, okay, Bo Nix, calm yourself. And whatever confidence he gained from the 33-point fourth quarter against the Giants, he just carried it into this game. And even a dumb early turnover, it didn't get to him. He just stayed sharp all day long. Give Bo Nix a smack on the rear.
Smack Bo's
That's
behind.
right. He was terrific yesterday. That was the good version of Bo Nix.
I'm doing a double smack. I'm walking up. I'm going right to the running back room. 2 slaps, Dobbins and Harvey.
They were both great, man. Dobbins.
That's the 1-2 we've been waiting for.
15 for $111, 7.4 yards per carry. Harvey was at 6.6 yards per carry. Harvey had an explosive run for the first time since week 1. He was awesome yesterday. 3 touchdowns for him. Yeah, Dobbins. The run that was the best version of the Denver run game that we've seen all year.
Another quick one.
Yeah.
Jahdae Barron coming up with his first pick of his career. Yahtzee.
That was awesome. I do have to admit, I was pissed about that.
Why?
Because I wanted to see Brandon Aubrey attempt a 70-yard field goal.
Oh, you did?
I did. Very much so. And
I'll give you that would have been fun.
It's on Dak. It was such a dumb throw by Dak, just trying to force the ball into Ferguson. Like, you've got the kicker already. And by the way, Andy, it literally would have been a 70-yarder. They were at the 48 on their own side of the field. So 52, add on the 18. Boom, you got a 70-yarder right there. And I wanted to see it, and I was so pissed at Dak for throwing that interception. Great play by Jahdae Barron. I take nothing away from the kid. He had perfect sticky coverage on Ferguson on that whole play. That was why the pick happened, because his coverage was phenomenal. Dak should have never thrown that thing. And again, he deprived us of the chance of seeing a 70-yarder.
By the way, if I were to tell you that Jahdae Barron has played 127 snaps this year, would that surprise you?
That sounds about right.
Because I feel like a lot of people are like, where are the rookies? Well, look, I'm not telling you he's getting a full load of starters reps because he's not a starter.
Right.
But he gets out there and dime coverage. He's coveraged a lot. He's covered a lot, and you're not hearing his name. You don't know that he's playing because he's not getting burned.
Yeah.
He's not been a problem.
Yeah, he's right now he's a role player on this team. And that's okay because there's just like not a ton of space for him.
Listen, I'm telling you, you're not going to be able to afford Riley Moss here in the very near future. You're going to need him. You're going to need Abrams, Drain. You're going to need all these guys.
Last chance, text Bidet along with your first and last name, as in Tyler Bidet, Badie. Bidet, not like the backside washer.
Sure.
Bidet along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is this hour's keyword to be entered to win a $150 gift card to Rally House. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our winner today at 5:55. Your next keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock.
I like it when Moj gets a take from the Kreckman and Lindahl show, because I believe we had a week earlier or two where Nate Kreckman had that exact same statement. Anyway, tell you what, Moj? I know Moj goes to this place. He talks about it in the morning. I'll tell you about it here in the afternoon. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And now that the weekend's passed and maybe you didn't get a chance to get a little romance in, did you decide to purposely avoid it because of erectile dysfunction? If that's going on with you right now, there's no need to put off getting treatment for this right now. A lot of men that go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic wonder why they put off trying to get help for their ED for so long. And if, again, it's a problem for you, don't let this be you. Get back out, get back into life, get the intimacy back. Don't let it affect your relationships with others, especially if you're married or in a serious relationship, or if it has you avoiding getting out there and maybe having a new relationship. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates with well over 90%, and treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail. Some will have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you're after. So get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Talk about your options. You schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. The initial visit, $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TN and PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll have a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. If you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling yourself the day after the appointment thanks to their expert staff. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado, in Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamped one in Castle Rock that they can't wait for you to see. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Rally House Victory Monday. Jeff Legwold coming up at 4 o'clock. Congratulations to Regis Jesuits Lucy Trico, our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Yes, Andy and I had a lovely evening out at Regis Jesuit on Friday night. That was fun. Pine Creek getting the 31-24 victory. But
great high school football.
It really was. We had a great time out there. The high school football on Friday, Andy, a lot better than the college football on Saturday.
Yeah. Anybody puking a trash can on Saturday?
Wow.
Because we had a high school.
We had a couple of in-state teams that
made the fans maybe puke all over the place.
Didn't bother to show up. Aren't those both supposed to be rivalry games?
Well,
one of them actually is.
One really is certified, stamped, has a trophy, the whole deal.
And the bronze boot stays in Laramie, 28-0, heinous. And then the Buffs. What was the score of that game at halftime?
42-0, I believe, right?
Oof.
Won it 42-0?
Oof.
Oh! I'm going to be honest with you. I recorded it, was going to watch it back later, so, I've seen everyone leading up to the game coming up this Saturday.
Yeah.
And I watched the Nuggets game the whole time, and I don't know how. I watched the first drive for the Buffs go 3 and out. I watched the second drive for Utah. Basically, 2 plays and the kid ran for a 50-yard touchdown or whatever.
2 plays, 63-yard touchdown run by Bird Ficklin.
So then I checked in after the Nuggets game on a little bit more. Oh, your name's Bird.
Bird.
And then he
Ficklin.
did the flapping wings thing after he scored.
He sure did.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna have to go back and watch the game at some point. I don't know how I'm gonna do it.
You did spend a lot of time on the Nuggets, as did I on Saturday night, because God, that was just an awful lot of fun.
Another 70-point first half.
Yeah.
By the way, how about your boy Val?
Yeah.
Jonas Valanciunas. Have a quarter.
He really, man, like the way that he has solidified this basketball team, Andy, right now, what I'm watching with this second unit that David Adelman is employing is number one, Jamal loves playing with Valanciunas. I can tell that already. Because guess what? Jonas can do all the he's like Jokic. He's just
he's a poor man Jokic.
Exactly. He's just not as good. Because nobody is. But he's an excellent screener. The dribble handoff action that they get going, Jamal and Jonas in the half court, it's a really good looking 2-man game. And then you tack on top of that, Peyton Watson and Bruce Brown, they just want to go. So really, I'm looking at this group right now, and I don't know if eventually that's going to get a little bit tricky for them, but I'm looking at this group and I'm like, oh, they have multiple ways to be able to beat you. That's what that lineup can do to you right now. And so I am so intrigued by what this group can be. I've loved Hardaway so far. This bench unit is awesome, and the starters. Aaron Gordon is playing like he's on a mission. Really, to me, the 2 highlight players the first couple of games in are Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray. I think they both just look absolutely fantastic. And Jokic is now Jokic has a bigger test tonight. Even without Ant, I need Jokic to go and do a little damage in the paint. I need him to go and challenge Gobert and Julius Randle tonight and open some stuff up on the perimeter for his dudes. But this is just given an opportunity for Jokic to have just a soft landing into the season.
Yeah, and I also think our guy Nicola is trying to get everybody feeling good.
Yeah.
We've seen this before. I want you all to be a part of this. I don't want to have to be the one that always has to do all the heavy lifting down the stretch.
He took 8 shots.
I know, because guys are hitting shots.
And he had a 14 and 15 game and was a plus 27. Yeah, phenomenal. AG, the bounce, the alley-oop.
Sweet.
How? The thing is thrown behind him and he adjusts in air. And he 99.9% of even great basketball players, they just come down with the ball rather than still try to dunk it. Not Aaron Gordon.
Which white guy's getting picked on more, Riley Moss or Christian Brown? Because Christian Brown had a couple calls where you could tell he's just Really?
What are we talking about here?
We've got the Suns out here trying to play tough guy ball, and you're going to call me for that?
Grayson Allen and his prison ball out there. Fun
Dylan
one.
Brooks doing his thing, and now they got that new center. I think it was the Duke kid they talked about.
Cayman Malwash.
Yeah, he decided he wanted a little piece here and there too.
Peyton Watson posterized.
He did.
Him. Woo! Yeah, good night of basketball the other night. We'll have the Nuggets and the Timberwolves this evening. Kaz has the call. 7:30. Berto's got your pregame coverage at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Let me ask you another quick question, too.
All right.
Because this doesn't need to be spent a lot of time. I ask you again. It's so funny to me because every time they pull out the Bronco throwbacks like they did yesterday, Twitter anyway goes nuts and talks about how these have got to be the unis every time. This is the uniform that it needs to be. I felt like nobody when I grew up, and it was the uniform. People just wanted to make fun of your dumb pumpkin orange and your this and that. Like, again, I think those unis are sweet.
Yeah.
But I just think they wouldn't feel that way if they wore them every week.
You're okay. So this is what you run into with the throwbacks. I'm so glad you brought this up. Okay. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when Seattle played Tampa?
Yeah.
And Seattle had the throwbacks and Tampa had the creamsicles. And everyone's like, this is how it has to. No. You like it because you don't see it all the time.
Right.
And you're an 80s or 90s dude, so you have a bunch of nostalgia. I tweeted about it yesterday. The uniforms look sick, but the reason why they're special is because they don't wear them all the time. That's why they're special. If they went back to them all the time, nobody would care. It's like the Nordiques and the Whalers the other night. Again, if they just did it all the time, nobody would care. They're special because there's a novelty to them. So enjoy them. They look sick. Great looking uniform. And especially, Andy, I got to say this. Those uniforms look better on HD TV.
They really do. I feel like the orange is a brighter orange than what the classic truly was.
They pop way more than, especially the numbers, the white contrasting with that orange pops a lot better. They look great, but they're special because they're just the throwback that they wear a couple of times a year.
I agree.
That's it.
I see this take all the time, and I'm just like, guys, when they were wearing them all the time, people weren't always into this.
The orange and blue look great together.
And the reality of the situation is your Super Bowl uniform still is that Bronco horse head.
Well,
you've not won one in the D.
Let's speak for yourself. What did you think of the Steelers uniforms last night?
Oh, my God. I didn't mind the helmets. What are you doing with that jersey? The jersey looked like something. I was like, is this superhero? I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to take a shot at some of my guys, even though I love them.
Yeah.
It looked like when the National Lacrosse League does superhero nights, you're like, what are these jerseys? What are you trying to do? We're running around in what looks like oversized underoos on a jersey. That's what that looked like. I was like, are you trying to be Bob the Builder out there? Is that your tool belt with your suspender? What the hell is that thing?
It looked like a penny. It looked like there was a black penny over a yellow jersey.
It looked terrible.
But can I point out the part of it that I found most bothersome? The flesh-colored pants.
Yeah.
That's kind of made it look like the white guys were Donald ducking it out there.
Just hanging out, doing their thing. Aaron Rodgers is really back on his retreat.
Him and
just doing what he needs to do because it's his residence.
Him and Woody Harrelson playing bongos naked at 3 a.m, whatever they're up to. Yeah.
Hitting the beach with their
that part of
puka
it,
shells.
The entire uniform was pretty bad, but that was the part of it where it was like, upon closer inspection, I was like, oh, I don't care for that at all.
Yeah,
No.
the yellow helmets were fine. What I did think was funny was it I think Chris Collinsworth just talked about how all these are a disaster. Just flat out finally said it. He hated the Packer white look too.
I'll tell you what, the Packers should send a thank you card to the Steelers because nobody noticed their white helmets last night.
There's no doubt about it.
Because I saw it and I was like, I don't like those either, but it's not nearly as bad.
And by the way, we'll do this in full. I got to get this off my chest since you brought up last night's game. How in the hell was Aaron Rodgers throwing a pass at the ground and that's not intentional grounding?
I don't know.
Explain that to me.
I don't know.
It's either a fumble or intentional grounding. There's no way you can call that a pass because he spiked it with a dude, if nothing else, than call in the grasp and end it there. How is that considered a pass? The ball should be up around the shoulder for it to at least be a pass. That was pure crap.
It's almost like superstars get the benefit of the doubt with the officials. Problem is that guy's been a superstar for like 6 years. Kreckman and Lindahl, Jeff Legwold coming up next. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Leggy, 44-24, the Broncos just beat the doors off the Dallas Cowboys yesterday. As impressive a four-quarter showing as we have seen out of this team, dominated in the trenches on both sides of the football. When a team plays as well as the Broncos did in almost every phase, and you went back and looked at it and started diving into the film, what jumped out at you from that performance by the Broncos?
Well, it's at the risk of banging the drum again. I go back to what Bo Nix said earlier this season, and it kind of went under the radar, from all of us maybe. He said, and I'm quoting him, "When we run, we score." And I think that's what you saw is when there is a commit. And again, I'm not talking about the 50-50 balance of but in their three best rushing games.
Although they did get it yesterday, Leggy.
Yeah, no, and then their three best rushing games this year, they're far closer to, 60-40, 57-43. I mean, they're right in that realm in the three games they've rushed for at least 150. Now, granted, it's against three of the poorer defenses they've faced, but I do think it sets their tempo and it helps Nix over which if I'm the Broncos, I want to do anything and everything to help Bo Nix, be better, be more comfortable, to keep advancing his career. And, they run the ball well. He throws 4 touchdown passes. I mean, and I think coming off the frantic, absolutely frantic fourth quarter against the Giants, I thought that was a good way for them to sort of regain their balance and move through the game.
Jeff, one of the numbers that really jumped out at me, they averaged 6.4 yards per carry yesterday. The backs averaged 4 yards a carry before contact. I mean, that's dominance in the trenches yesterday for the Broncos. The R.J. Harvey 40-yard touchdown run. Jeff, is it humanly possible to block on a play better than the Broncos did? And I mean, block at every level, at multiple positions. Like, I went back and rewatched it. Like, everybody just stuck their block. In the case of Quinn Miners, he did it twice on that play. But I have to imagine Jeff Legwold, appreciator of good fundamental football, you had to have liked that one.
I did. And I mean, that's what they're good at. This is a big physical offensive line. It was constructed to be a big physical movement worthy offensive line. And, I have a scout friend who calls what Miners did on that play chalk outline plays, where, you just obliterate a defender, and he obliterated, two of the poor first guy. I'm not sure when he got up after that play, he must have felt like, I was 6 yards away from here when I last was standing. So, but no, I think it's what they do well. And I know it isn't vogue now and all of those things, but I do think there is a balance for them to find. And I think, if Sean Payton can see more and more of the success with it, maybe they're willing to go through some of the 2-yard carries and the 1-yard carries, because they had those yesterday, but we don't remember them because everything else was so good. But Dobbins had a few 1-yard carries. He had 2 carries for negative yardage. Harvey had a carry for negative yardage, but you don't remember it because they just sort of stuck with it. And I think the other stat that jumps out to me that's important, because I believe the draft is foundational for a team, is 6 touchdowns from first or second year players that are all their own draft picks. I think that is, you want to be good over the long haul. That's the kind of thing you want to see.
Jeff, do they need to, Nate hates this take. At what point do you think about having a conversation with Dobbins about next year or beyond before, it gets even pricier?
Yeah, Andy, I think with a running back, I think most teams are going to like hang back and wait a few moments on that. But no, there's no question. You want to talk about getting good value for a signing. I mean, he didn't sign till mini camp. It was a mandatory mini camp. That's the last organized on-field activity of the off season, and he signed during that. So that's about as late in the game as you can get somebody before training camp. So they're getting spectacular value. I know he wants to be here, and they certainly like him in the locker room as much as they do on the field. So I think they will address it, but I'm not sure. I get a sense right now that they're thinking of it, addressing it, right at this moment. But I think both sides would want to see something beyond this year.
It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Our next keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock for you to be entered to win a $150 gift card to Rally House. Jeff, let's get to the caveat of all the excitement, the injury stuff. What do we know right now about Pat Surtain and Marvin Mims?
Well, it's pretty quiet on the Surtain front, which always makes me wonder because, even people I speak to on a regular basis are not, out in that realm right now. So I know he was going to go through all the evaluations and the tests. If it's the shoulder, I've seen guys, including Champ Bailey, play with a harness, and do it that way. Champ actually played with a harness on for much of the last many years of his career. So that is possible and still play at an elite level. If it's a pec injury or something like that, it's different. I was told it's a shoulder, but again, that's not guaranteed, not verified, not, don't take that to the bank or any of that. But he was being evaluated, last night and this morning. So I think that's where they're at. They will likely have MRI results in hand and making decisions at that point. The other concern is they're a little light at tight end now if Atkins's knee injury is going to be an issue. So they may be looking to get another tight end in here as well.
And then Mims, this is just a protocol thing now?
Concussion.
Yeah.
Well, he is in the protocol,
Yeah.
and now it's just how you progress
The process, yeah.
through it. It was interesting today that Sean, and some of us had thought this was the case watching it happen live, but they were really trying to get him off the field before that kickoff return, and they sent Tyler Bidet on, and Bidet somehow, he and Harvey made the switch, and Harvey came out instead of Mims, and Bidet went in, and Mims actually ended up getting injured on that kickoff. But I'm also curious. Mims took a huge helmet-to-helmet hit earlier in the game, and I think the kickoff return was probably more residual after that earlier.
I was going to say, did you guys notice the next pass to Mims, he dropped it, and it was thrown directly to him, and as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, all right, okay. My antenna went up.
I was really surprised the spotter didn't stop play. It was a big, enormous helmet-to-helmet hit right on the Broncos sideline.
Jeff, who else, if you were to give us some of the unsung heroes of yesterday, who'd be a couple people that you maybe single out? I mean, it just feels like the most, well, it is, not feels, it's the most complete game they played in quite a while. Probably the most complete game of the Sean Payton era, I'm pretty ready to say. But who would you single out as some unsung heroes?
Well, you got to give Abram Strain some love because that ain't easy. Hey, go in for Surtain. And, they didn't change the defensive game plan much after he went in there. They dialed it back a smidge, but he was basically tossed in there and played like he did in training camp in the preseason. So I think he fared really well. I think Justin Sternod needs to get a little shout out for how he's a much better, more well-rounded player than when he's been asked to do as much of what he's being asked to do right now before. And he's actually carved out a sort of a nice niche as a pass rusher, blitzer, but he's playing the run great. I think he and Singleton had a really good game as a group, as a pair yesterday. And just, Palczewski filling in the way he is, I'm just telling you, that guy may be a guard for a long time now, whether he knows it or not. But he is playing really well. But I think those would be the guys I'd think off right offhand.
Bo Nix,
Zach Allen.
Yeah.
Zach Allen is just consistently, he doesn't get the sort of the flamboyance of Benito and Cooper, but much like Derek Wolfe in the 2015 group, not much good happens if you don't have that guy in the middle.
Jeff, Bo was 19 to 29, 247, 4 touchdowns yesterday. Did have the early interception, but boy, did he ever bounce back from that. As the sample size grows larger, the more you watch this guy play football, what are the keys, the tells for you, the difference between good Bo and erratic Bo?
I go from the ground up, Nate. When his footwork is right, he's exponentially a better quarterback. When his footwork is wrong, you get the first interception. And even, Sean Payton even said after the game, his feet got away from him a little bit. And that, look, that's true for every quarterback. I just think in this era, we've become so infatuated with the off-platform throw that we forget over the long haul, you're still going to need that footwork. And the off-platform stuff has to be like your, the dessert you need once in a while. That play you got to make once in a while. It can't be your foundational. But when his footwork is right, that's when he's at his best. And I think he's getting better at understanding what defenses are trying to do to him. And that tells me he spends an awful lot of time breaking it down, and that he's a pretty accountable player and sort of learning what are people trying to do to me to make my life difficult.
Yeah, well, yesterday, nobody made his life difficult. He barely got breathed on. He's Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com. Read Leggy's stuff right now. We'll talk to him again on Friday ahead of the Texans game. Jeff, great stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against the Timberwolves on 92.5 will begin at 7 o'clock with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Your next keyword on a Rally House Victory Monday is coming up right here on the other side of the break. You will text it in along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and that will enter you to win a $150 gift card to Rally House.
How much will that get you? That's about the price of a jersey.
That's pretty nice right there. So go ahead and make sure you keep it right here, because we have got your next keyword on the other side on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, look, we've talked about this subject a bunch. I think quite a bit. Absolutely, you move in a direction that suits your players. So I think that's just good coaching and being smart. So trying to find things they're comfortable with. Over the years, we've seen that take place, even at other positions, but particularly at quarterback. So to answer your question, yes, quite a bit.
Get him a run game, get the ball out of his hands. That's when Bo Nix is at his best. And he had mostly clean pockets to operate in yesterday, Andy. The touchdown to Pat Bryant was a tight pocket, but you know what? Bo hung in there and made an excellent throw. Good to see him take a shot, too. He saw the offsides on Dallas and said, boom, I'm taking a shot at the end zone. He had Pat Bryant in one-on-one, and he threw a beautiful pass. We are celebrating the win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday, giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House with keywords every hour. We're doing one right now. We'll do another one coming up at 5:20. This hour's keyword is Harvey. Harvey. Good day. Text Harvey
Wallbanger
along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. I guess we really only have one more coming up at 5:20. Again, this hour's keyword is Harvey. So text Harvey along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our winner at 5:55 this afternoon. Don't forget pregame coverage, Nuggets and Timberwolves at 7 with tip-off at 7:30. Manders Chiefs. Monday Night Football over on AM 950 this evening, Andy.
Harvey.
The Chiefs just trying to keep pace with the first place Denver Broncos.
A lot of people calling 8-2 by the time the Broncos and Chiefs get together. What do you think?
I'm here for it, man. I you know what, Andy? I was the one that told you, okay? At 1-2, I said they are going 6-2 over their next 8 games.
You did say that.
Well, they're 5-0 so far. A 5-game win streak that they have ripped off right here. And I'll be honest, I picked Dallas this week. And the reason being that I didn't know how the Broncos were going to respond to the emotional victory they had against the Giants. Now, Sean Payton, and one of the things I like about the way that Sean is coaching this team right now is he just addressed it right up front. And was just like, okay, guys, here's the numbers. This is teams that have massive double-digit fourth-quarter comebacks. This is what they look like the next week. And the numbers weren't pretty. And he put that in front of his team, and he said, okay, that's what we're pushing against this week, okay? And we're going to put our pedal to the metal, and we're going to go. And did they ever do it, man? And the Broncos had a great week. This game against Houston, massive challenge for the offense. I think they're up to it. They play the Raiders the following week. They're terrible. And then Kansas City, okay? Realistically, I'm going to take 2-1. I'm going to take 2-1 over the next 3 games, but given the performance that I just saw yesterday in completely dismantling one of the best offenses in the NFL, I'm not kicking 3-0 out of bed. I think this team's fully capable of doing it.
I don't know what to expect out of Houston. I don't know what to expect out of this defense, and you're back on the road. That could be a tough game. That Houston, could look like the Jets game.
They were also better offensively yesterday.
They were.
C.J. Stroud, he played one of his cleaner games that he had in some time, threw for 318 and 2 tutties yesterday against San Francisco. Now, Nico Collins didn't play because of a concussion, but Houston looked like they at least found some offensive rhythm, albeit against a very banged-up Niners defense.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect. That's the only thing. This is the one. I guess if you're going to get to 8-2 by the time, I'm more concerned about this, obviously. Now, look, they're in Vegas, right, for the Thursday night one?
No, they're home.
They are home.
Yeah.
Well, that helps out a little bit.
They're at Houston this week, home against the Raiders, home against Kansas City. They are 2-0 thus far on a stretch of 4 home games in 5 weeks. So it works out pretty well for the Broncos.
And then it's bye week time.
And then they get the bye after the Chiefs.
what's going to get interesting about the Chiefs game, didn't you tell me a couple weeks ago that they're actually facing the Chiefs after the Chiefs bye?
Kansas City coming off the bye, and Andy Reid has a pretty good record coming off the bye in his coaching life. So something to watch out for there.
I don't know, man. This team, again, it's feeling good. I guess there's still a part of me that wants to see 2 weeks in a row of this kind of offensive output.
Well, you saw 5 quarters in a row.
Thank you. Very good.
They have scored 77 points the last 2 weeks.
Man.
Pretty good.
How did they – I still don't know how they did what they did against the Giants.
It's unbelievable.
I'm still trying to
and the Giants
figure that out.
The confluence of factors that had to go in the Broncos' favor and dumb things that the Giants had to do to be able to give Denver that opportunity and the breaks they had to get. Like, you don't score 33 points in a single quarter without some good fortune.
No, I don't disagree.
But they did it, and they took advantage of it, and then it all carried over into this game where after an early interception, I think they scored on 7 of their next 8 possessions yesterday.
Yeah, but it's just, again, back to the Giants thing.
Yeah.
Like, you completely turned around your offensive fortunes in a quarter. And I'm not even talking about just how did you go from not being able to pick up a first down to now you're on this streak. What'd you say, 70 points the last 5 quarters?
77.
77.
Quinn Miners. There you are. By the way, the keyword is Harvey. Text Harvey to 303-504-0925. Harvey, along with your first and last name right now, and you are entered to win a $150 gift card to Rally House. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town.
Can I take a moment? And I don't do this.
You require a moment?
I got to get some off my chest, which is really what I use my radio show for a lot of times.
I was going to say, when have you ever had an issue getting anything off your chest?
I am so beyond sick of Tony Romo. And this has nothing to do with, did it feel like maybe he was getting a little bit of the cowboy hat, pardon the pun, but literally his Dallas Cowboys hat back on? Sure, at times, whatever. You're going to do that here and there.
He and Nance both were trying like hell to hold the viewers.
They were, and I get that. And you know what?
It was like 27-17, and I was just like, what? I get it, guys, but.
Yeah. Pickens made that catch on the sideline. He's like, oh, they're not out of this game. I'm like, they kind of are.
Yeah.
And you know it.
Yeah.
That defense is puke.
That defense was not. Triquez Bridges was not about to start locking dudes down.
Anybody. He wasn't going to lock down. He wasn't locking down. I don't know. Who's the last receiver on the roster? You ain't locking him down.
No.
I'm not sure if we called up a practice squad guy. You were locking him down.
Who was the last receiver? Trent Sherfield, I suppose.
Trent Sherfield.
Yeah.
Dude, him not grasping rules at times, I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I went off to you guys about this. Did you find the audio spring? Because what drove me nuts at the end of the game, and we're going back and forth, is he couldn't figure out the touchdown reception. The Cowboys' final touchdown reception.
The Tolbert catch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where he made it towards the back of the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept getting stuck on I don't know, this could be really close, or we're going to have a look at it, or we're going to this and that. And, dude, like you watched it in the first slow-mo, and I think we all knew there was a foot on the ground that was the first step.
Yeah.
When the ball entered the hands of the receiver, of Tolbert, right?
Right.
And then there was another step, but instead, this is what Romo got stuck on.
Oh, he's out. Maybe he's in, but it's going to be replayed.
He's got one foot in, and then the heel comes down on the left foot first.
This is going to be really interesting because you're going to find the right is in. Now the left foot, the heel is going to be in. Right there, the heel's in.
That's good
and
enough
it
for a
lands.
touchdown.
Just stop it there.
First off, it wasn't that interesting, Tony.
A, it wasn't that interesting. And B, they bring on Gene Steratore. Gene Steratore tells them, no, the initial foot that it was the left foot down.
Look, dummies, the toe is down.
Yeah, the first left foot was down when he caught it. Then the right foot steps.
2 feet.
Then the left foot, and he kept going. The heel, if the heel's in and the toe's out, it's still out. That's a step. It was still out. That doesn't count for anything. And then Steratore, he tells him that. Romo ignores him, still is focused on this heel-toe thing. Steratore later sits in the tweet, he's like, let me be clear. This is where the first foot was down. This is where the second foot was down. And let it go. The heel-toe thing does not matter. There's not a heel before the toe. That does not count. It's still all a step.
Not a thing.
And he tried to tell Tony, and Tony just blows through it. He keeps going on and keeps circling it. And I'm just like, this guy's making $20 million a year, dude.
He,
Oh, he's out.
Yes.
Maybe he's in.
And then there was another part earlier where he was making a weird noise. And I texted out, I tweeted out, you got a Drake. He made his first weird noise. And Nance is like, I don't know what you're doing.
He was,
you might be having a stroke. I'm going to call the game.
He was singing money, 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 money at one point during the broadcast.
Yes.
By the way, Nance at one point went full the azaleas are in bloom, like he was at Augusta talking about the foliage of the aspen trees. Yeah.
Are you no longer sad we haven't had him a lot over the years? Give me Kevin Harlan and whoever he's with any day of the week.
Any day of the week.
Please.
I will take
What a
Harlan
smooth deuce right there.
every single time. I know, like, Nance and Romo are the A crew. They're it. But I don't find them particularly great.
Can you not hear Nance's annoyance in half the calls now? Do you think he regrets pushing Romo for that job?
How about the part where, Romo's doing the Harvard of the Midwest joke about Eastern Illinois University, and Nance basically called him stupid for everybody to be able to hear? So even Romo was kind of like, Tony Romo, like
the bloom is off the road.
He can't
do it anymore.
Exactly. He came out of the gates hot as a broadcaster.
But he was really good at hearing the language of the play call and then telling you what the play was going to be.
He was very good.
And then as I understand it, some of the coaches are like, you got to stop, dude. You're basically creating scouting tape for other teams, so I don't think they let him hear that so clearly anymore.
They chilled out on some of that stuff, and it's, former Cowboy. Everybody could hear that part of it in the
and
telecast
it's going to happen,
yesterday.
whatever, I don't care.
Trying like hell to hold the viewers again. That's a part of his job. I understand that. You have to lie to people and try and build some drama where it does not exist in a 3-score game. Hey, Denver did it last week. Could the Cowboys do it this week? No, they can't, Tony. But okay.
Denver has a defense that you can't seem to solve.
That nobody seems to be able to consistently move the ball against. You're dead on, man. And the good news was by that point of the game, because it was garbage time, I was more entertained by Tony's confusion to it all. But that's just it. Like, that's the same guy that's going to be there in critical moments in the AFC Championship game, and that's the guy that's going to have to break that down. And that's where, the Chris Collinsworth, a Troy Aikman, a Kirk Herbstreit, like guys that are just much more buttoned up on the details. Greg Olsen specifically, when guys that are really buttoned up on that stuff, that's where those guys shine, and Romo is going to lag.
Yeah, because it just feels like, at least Tom Brady can say, I'm not meeting with anybody.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right.
There's times where I'm like, what did you guys talk about when you all got together this week? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And look, it's like you said, I get that you got to keep people around. There was just something yesterday. It just was too much. Much. And then how about him trying to fight off the don't show the highlights of that Manning game they had? What was that, 2013?
Oh, 51-48? Yeah. And Nance was even fluffing him. He was just like, you set a Cowboys record that day.
Yeah, you did really good.
Yeah. It wasn't your fault your team lost. Would you score 48 points and lost? I would say that's not on you. Kind of like Joe Flacco yesterday when your team scores 38 points.
What happened? How did you let the Jets win that game? The Jets owner was just bashing the guy that had to start at quarterback.
Man, shout out to Justin Fields. That's awesome that he did that. Also, Andy, did you see that game?
I tried to. They finally switched to it late when it was pretty like we got to see 2 Flacco passes and that was it. Were you catching it on Red Zone?
I was. It was an analytics win. Did you see that? So Cincy was up 14 with 10 minutes to go. Breece Hall scored a 27-yard touchdown. Jets go for 2. They convert. Made it 38-32, down 6. Then Flacco, he got sacked on 3rd down because, of course, he did because he's Joe Flacco. They have to punt. Jets go down. Breece Hall throws the touchdown to the tight end, Taylor. They kick the PAT. They go up 39-38. They played it right. They went for 2 on the first one, and boom, it worked out for them. So analytics for the victory. Well done, everybody. Everybody bags on analytics when it doesn't work. Let's celebrate it a little bit when it does.
How about, did Joe Flacco actually look good for a minute? Because, again, by the time we got to the game,
Joe
was
played
just
well.
trying to get him in field goal range. You could tell he's got an injury.
Yeah, Joe played well. Joe's a good he's a good solution for that team.
And he's hurt.
Now that said,
because that offensive line is terrible.
That said, man, have you seen Baltimore's schedule?
Oh, people been talking about this, Nate.
The Ravens.
It sets up.
The Ravens are going to win the AFC North.
They've got 2 matchups with the Steelers left, and they got some really bad teams on the horizon. And they're going to start getting guys healthy and back. They were talking about this a couple of weeks ago on one of the NFL shows about how if Baltimore can just survive. They had to get the game yesterday, and they did.
They got it. And Snoop went out there and got it done for him. Let's look at the rest of the AFC really quickly. So Thursday, Chargers blow out the Vikings. Okay. By the way, Carson Wentz done for the year now?
Yeah, one of my fantasy quarterbacks I'm on my 5th quarterback in this stupid league we're all in.
Jonathan Taylor ran for $153, 2 tutties yesterday. Colts kicked the ever-living crap out of the Titans, so they won huge. The Patriots just destroyed Cleveland, despite Myles Garrett having 5 sacks. Drake May just rules. 3 touchdowns, plus he ran for 50 yards. The Bills blow out Carolina. James Cook ran for 216 yesterday. Chiefs go tonight, but basically what you're seeing right now, Andy, is the cream of the crop of the AFC is establishing itself. And we see right now, I think we're staring directly at the playoff field. I think Baltimore is still going to play their way in. And, you saw yesterday some of the defensive guys are back, and they looked really good against Chicago. Once they get Lamar Jackson back, I assume they'll just start humming again. This AFC playoff field is deep. But I'll also tell you this about the Broncos is as long as that defense shows out every single week, and look, we don't know about the Surtain thing, but as long as that defense shows out every week, the Broncos have a chance no matter who they play.
Absolutely, because defense travels.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing. The defense, they're now even as of yesterday, road games to home games.
Good.
And that defense has still looked good. So
this hour's keyword is Harvey. Text Harvey along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Harvey to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our next keyword at 5:20, but text Harvey to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you will be entered to win a $150 gift card to Rally House. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Shop every team in town.
Coach, couple things real quick. Why was it important for you to start with the ball on offense? And it was noted by quite a few people you didn't wear throwback gear. I was wondering if you had an explanation.
Let's start with your second question. I'm like everyone. I grew up on the throwback uniforms. I love the throwback uniforms. So when I got to work, I usually get to the stadium super early, and I said, Flip, the navy blue pants don't match the throwback. We need either an orange or that Bronco blue, that old blue as a pant. And so I struggled with the navy and then the throwback on the top. So I just kind of went tradish, but make no mistake about it, I'm probably the biggest fan of the throwback sweats, colors, and I listen. I wanted desperately to wear it. I just hate the match with the navy bottom. So we need to work on getting a lighter blue slack, or even I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
An orange slack like your Bruce Pearl? That would look good.
Tennessee Volunteer color.
Right. Okay, so it sounds like it was Flip's fault. That's what that sounds like to me.
They just don't have the right color for it all to match. That's all.
Sean's got to throw somebody under the bus. That's the equipment guy. They didn't give me the right pants. Also, Sean, nobody cares what color your pants are, guy. Just put the logo on.
Duh.
Coverage of tonight's game against the Timberwolves on 92.5 will begin at 7 o'clock. Nuggets and Minnesota. What's the streak currently? Is it they've lost 6 in a row?
Is that what it is?
It would have been what, game 6 and 7 in the playoffs a couple of years ago, and then all 4 last year?
Yeah, then you're right. Guess what? No Ant tonight. You got to change it. Do you think we get our first look at the big man lineup?
Ooh.
Little Gordon, little Val.
See if Adelman wants to throw that out there tonight.
Little Jokic
see how that works against the Gobert, Julius Randle, Naz Reid combination.
I'd be down.
Tonight could be the night for it. I'm assuming Bones Highland will start in place of Anthony Edwards. Anyway, coverage of pregame coverage tonight presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Andy, it is time for you to tell me a Broncos player who is in the groove, presented by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and groovetoyota.com. Andy, who's grooving in your mind?
Oh, there's quite a few we could pick.
There's a lot of groove.
I'll leave the easy ones for you.
Okay.
I'll go with J.K. Dobbins.
All right.
Because I just think he got going with that offensive line. He did a great job of knowing front side's clogged up. I think you mentioned that with Tyler. Front side's clogged up. I'm just going to cut this thing back. We're going to bend it back. It looked a lot like those 90s Broncos where he just knew which escape route he had.
He's a really good one-cut runner.
He really is. He really is.
Good economy of steps.
The other person I want to kind of give a little nod to, he had one funky miss that I didn't love, but Troy Franklin was in a groove yesterday too.
He was.
Huh?
He was absolutely in the groove, brought to you by Groove Toyota. 6 catches, 89 yards, and 2 touchdowns in that game yesterday for Troy Franklin. I thought he played really, really well. Yeah, Cortland Sutton. Actually, Cortland did catch a deep ball from Bo Nix.
Yeah, he did a good job. Hey, you know what? It was a gutsy catch because the safety was coming over the top.
Hey, you know who was in the groove? Bo Nix.
Yeah.
He did not overthrow that thing. If anything, he almost blundered through it. Yeah.
He only had 2 Bover throws. Now, one of them got called a PI.
There was the Bover throw to Franklin.
Where he got tripped.
Yeah, and then there was the one to Mims, but they got the PI.
Mims got tripped, right?
Yeah, also, I think that...
But Mims had flattened the route out, and Bo had thrown it a little deeper.
I think that was going to be caught.
You think? I'm not so sure.
It looked pretty good.
Don't care.
Bo put it on a rope,
penalty.
And he got it there, and they got the PI, and they ended up scoring right there. I shouted out Evan Engram earlier in the show, which 4 catches yesterday, and he was, again, he just continues to move the sticks. He's settled into that role really, really nicely with this team. Andy, I don't know if he's the Joker. I don't think he really is playing in that way, but he is playing like a dependable tight end that the quarterback can throw to in tough third down situations and keep the drive alive, which is really all I need him to be.
We wanted extra first downs out of him. As you said, he's starting to provide that. And there is, I know it seems like such a simple statement, and in a lot of ways it is, but it is amazing how this Broncos offense kind of gets something going if they can just get a first down.
Yep.
You know, if they get a first down, I think there was some stat that said if they get that first down, they often go on to put some points on the board. Obviously, if you don't, it's 3 and out.
But by the way, one more note on Bo Nix. Yesterday, according to Next Gen Stats, 11.7 air yards per attempt, second highest mark of his career.
Oh, he was not afraid to throw to all levels.
Yeah.
Now, again, that's a bad secondary, blah, blah, blah.
Like a particularly garbage secondary, but all I can ask you to do is beat the doors off those guys, and that's what he did.
Look, he played a couple bad defenses. The Giants were not good for giving up big plays. They didn't really get any until they got going late. And frankly, a lot of the big plays were Bo in his legs, right? I'm just happy that you saw. I'm hoping this is the confidence game. Like I said last hour, they played the Falcons and Panthers in back-to-back weeks, and Bo just felt like a different guy confidence-wise last year after that. I hope that's what this game does here.
Nick's 7 of 13 on throws of 10 or more yards past the line of scrimmage, 150 yards, 3 tutties.
What Jeff mentioned to us.
So Bo Nix, by the way, in the Groove. Presented by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
Anybody else you want to groove?
Groove away. 303-504-0925. Send in your Broncos that are in the groove.
Try to give us some of the like the unknown IPA, like brewery guy. Well, you don't know about this one. Give us some of those picks too.
Will Lutz made a field goal yesterday.
Yeah. Jeff had mentioned they're going to be in the tight end market. What level of tight end? Because Hawkinson's available out there and Njoku may be available out there. What level of tight end do you think they go looking for?
So actually,
because you brought up the interesting thing with Ingram. They look for a guy that maybe usurps him as top target one.
So if Adkins is banged up right now, so he had the surgery earlier, and then Legwald said suffered a knee yesterday, so that could be an issue with Adkins. Well, that
leaves Troutman and Ingram.
You've got Prentice is still healthy, right?
Yes,
as far as we know,
believe so,
but that does take away, again, some physicality at the tight end position.
And Kroll, it was reported by Mike Kliss yesterday, Lucas Kroll's foot injury has now required surgery, and there's a real possibility he's done for the year.
So I don't see, like, I mean, I'm down for the splash, but I don't think the profile of an Njoku or a Hawkinson is necessarily what Denver's looking for right now.
See, that's why I asked. You also need someone now. Could Hawkinson give you some blocking? Could he give you a little of that?
Oh, without a doubt. He'd be really expensive for the role you want to play him in.
Do you dare call up the Cincinnati Bengals and ask them how they're feeling about Noah Fant halfway through the year?
I thought you said you wanted somebody to block.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. But you brought up the physicality. Look, Noah's been a little more physical since he left. Now, I don't know. I mean, what are you finding another Troutman? Are you calling the Giants and wanting your man Hurts back? Do you need to get your man Hurts back?
There's probably a middle ground between man Hurts and Noah Fant.
Right, but who?
I would say, I
feel like we're scouring the fantasy football tight end wire of some league.
A little bit, yes, a little bit. I always kind of chuckle at they're reporting the Denver's monitoring the tight end market. They're monitoring every market.
Yeah.
Okay.
The buyers are monitoring this, and the sellers are monitoring. Everyone's monitoring something.
Everyone monitors. Okay. That's their job, is to sit around, and they're also talking about receivers. They're also talking about offensive linemen. They're talking about every position on the field because they monitor these kind of things because they're a team that is trying to contend right now, which that then raises the question, Andy, and we'll talk about this next hour on the show. Are the Denver Broncos, the 2025 Denver Broncos, a Super Bowl contender right now? We'll get into that. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Highlights from yesterday. It's all coming up before we're out of here on a Monday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl, a big hour number 3 is next. Yes, it is a Rally House Victory Monday, and we have our next keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. So make sure you're listening. Get that keyword texted in. We'll announce a winner at 5:55 today, and you will hopefully win yourself a $150 gift card to Rally House. Right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. And, there is a lot going on going into this Monday nighter, Manders Chiefs, which, by the way, you will hear on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950 as Nuggets and Timberwolves is right here on 92.5. This is that time of year. By the way, Andy, Sports Equinox Day today.
Yeah,
Excited?
what does that mean? Help me out.
It means we've got World Series Game 3. We have got Monday Night Football in the NFL. We have got a full slate of games, both the NBA and the NHL. It's all happening. It's an equinox.
You know, tomorrow, spring isn't tomorrow where every NHL team plays?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
All right. In the meantime.
Maybe.
I believe it is.
We know the Avalanche play tomorrow. Let's dive into it. Spring, what do we got?
Okay, first let's talk about a Broncos injury. The injury report is brought to you it's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Pat Surtain did not play in the second half with a shoulder injury. Today, Sean Payton said that he has nothing to update us on with that injury. But Sean did talk about the Broncos' 5-game win streak that they are currently on. They went from 1-2 to 6-2. Sean Payton today on the areas where the Broncos have improved to help them win 5 straight.
Man, there's a number of things. Yesterday was the first day where our CFL numbers were good. You know, in other words, we were getting first downs offensively on first or second down. You know, in that league, you're punting on third down. So that was important. I think defensively, I said this. You know, that was a big test based on the skill and the different weapons Dallas has, and I think we did enough to make the quarterback feel a little uncomfortable in the pocket. There's 2 ways you disrupt a passing game. It's either at the line of scrimmage with the receivers in the coverage you're playing, or with the pass rush. And I thought we did a really good job of mixing up looks. I thought Vance and his staff did a really good job of giving him a certain look one play and then another look the next play. And that made a big difference, I think, in their efficiency.
You know, to that point right there, Andy, and I've noticed this about VJ, especially over the last couple of weeks, and this is, you know, this is going back to some of the lesser quarterbacks that have been on Denver's schedule, you know, the Jake Brownings and Justin Fields of the world. Is I feel like we pigeonhole Vance Joseph as you are a man coverage, blitz heavy defensive coordinator. And maybe that was true of Vance Joseph for a long time. And I think that's still what he elects to do because he wants to be aggressive, but also like this defense this year, and it's a veteran laden group, but he will sit back in far more zone. You know, and he's not afraid to do it, and it was particularly effective against Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts in the second half a couple of weeks ago. And yesterday, against one of the best quarterbacks in the league in Dak Prescott, it was just like, okay, kitchen sink, man. And you have to deal with it, and we will sit back in zone, and you will think you're in a comfortable run look, and then suddenly, you know, Talanoa Hufanga has snuck up to the line of scrimmage, and there's way more defenders in the box, and you don't have that kind of space to be able to deal with. VJ right now is doing so many different things to opposing offenses and opposing quarterbacks, and I think that's a lot of what Sean is talking about right there. And again, you have to have the guys to be able to do it, and right now he's got the guys to get it done. VJ is just he's having a great year, man.
He has, and they did another great job yesterday of a lot of times, like you said, walking everybody up to the line, guys bailing out, giving you the zone dog look that they one time called it.
The Tillman interception was the classic of just, you know, again, they rushed Ellis off the left, and boom, he drops back, and Dak never saw him.
And man, what an effort.
Big dude.
Tillman was in the groove. We should have made him in the groove.
Dondre Tillman, you are in the groove.
There you go.
Friend.
We'll go back and get you. Groove Toyota, you get 2 of them.
Give him a smack on the rear, too.
Smack on the rear. We're doing it all.
Behind.
That's right. He can handle it. Listen, this team has improved steadily. It feels, I don't know. Someone texted in, and I like the idea. They need to stack some offensive games before we really declare it all gone. That's a fair assessment. This was a really bad defense, but I'm just happy to see it because, again, we have not, for those that didn't get a chance to watch training camp, which is most of you because of the construction out there, until yesterday, we'd not seen anything close to resembling that.
Yeah.
Okay? So to finally see it, to see Bo so calm and the footwork so good, and the throws resemble what we saw a year ago on the playoff run, it just felt good because I was starting to wonder, was that just a mirage last year? And so bad defense or not, I'm happy it showed up yesterday.
And I will also add, and this might be a spicy take, the Broncos aren't going to score 44 points against the Texans.
Oh, what if they did? What if they just, although it's November. See, that's the only thing that makes you nervous.
That's true.
The October of Sean is over. Dude, that dude owns October.
Sean Tober.
He was 4-0 in October, were they not?
Sure were. Yep.
Sean Tober.
Yeah, Philly, the
Move
Jets,
over October.
the Giants, and the Cowboys. By the way, one other thing, 20 first downs converted yesterday on either first or second down. They only had 5 third down conversions in that game yesterday. They only had 8 third down conversion attempts. So exactly to Sean's point, keep the sticks moving early on, get that
He
offense.
called it the CFL staff because you punt on third down in the Canadian Football League? I guess I didn't even know that.
I didn't know that either.
That's what he was talking about, right?
Is that a Sean Payton thing?
It had to be. I've never heard CFL stat before.
Or is that
you didn't
commonly
even
known?
flinch, so I was like, Nate must know what it is. Maybe I'll ask him in the break. But when he goes in that league, you kick on third down. I was like, oh, he must be literally meaning the Canadian Football League.
I had not heard
Get
that
a
one
first
before.
down on first or second down.
Get it done, folks. That's the Canadian way. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
They are currently the 10 seed in the NFC. They fall to 3-4-1, but now they will host the Cardinals on Monday Night Football 1 week from tonight. Then they go on a bye week, and then they're at the Raiders. So a couple winnable games. Maybe they can get back over 500. Last night, Jerry Jones talked to the media.
One of my favorites is squirrel.
And he was asked, does the 20-point loss to the Broncos that put him under 500, does that deter him from maybe being a buyer at the trade deadline? Here's Jerry Jones.
Well, loss is discouraging. But as far as my temperament, if I saw a proposition for us to help this team, no matter what this score was today, then I would look at it on the merits of helping this team. And if you're talking about trading for a player or trading a player, I'd completely look at it on the merits of the team, both for next week or the weeks after or for the longer term. So I'd have to answer your question, no, today would not affect a decision on trading for a player.
Look, dude, you don't have you know what? He actually had a smart decision in some of the back and forth I was watching. He had a smart statement, I should say. They're not one player away on defense.
No.
That thing needs a full overhaul. Your secondary's awful. You have no pass rush. I'm not kidding, Nate. Have you ever seen a team not have that's as little a pass rush as I have ever seen.
Non-existent. It was non-existent yesterday. Bo Nix wasn't breathed on basically in that game. They hit him one time, and it was on a 39-yard completion.
Yeah.
Yeah, the complete and utter lack of a pass rush. You're right about that. Like, that team, they can maybe be a playoff team just because they have the ability to rip off a 40-point game every now and then, but there's nothing happening there. I wouldn't give up a future asset. I certainly wouldn't be thinking about that right now. And again, like, this is one thing I will say for Cowboys fans. I can appreciate your frustration when you watch that game and you think, boy, Micah Parsons would be pretty good right now.
Yeah.
By the way, that guy was pretty good last night for the Green Bay Packers.
He was their pass rush, it felt like. And
Yeah.
then when he wasn't, it was because they were so focused on him.
Yep. No, it's incredible what he did to kneecap his own football team based on an ego-driven decision that he made in the offseason.
Oh, because you agreed to some contract without an agent not even involved.
Did they, by the way, show Jerry on the telecast yesterday?
They didn't. No, the only time they did was when they showed Sean Payton running down there to say hello to him and interrupted the Walton Penner Jerry Jones. Pete Coors is randomly there. Pete Coors was like the Red Wings jersey when you've got the Avs Wild playing. What's Pete Coors doing there? But whatever.
It's a back room of the country club that those guys get into, Andy.
And Sean made sure to go say hello to all the rich people.
Savvy move. Good job.
Hey, he's not dumb.
Stay in their good graces. Maybe
That's
you can get a free private jet ride out of it. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, here's some NFL news. I don't know if it matters. But
It does for me.
Well, your fantasy team. Well, I don't even know what's going on there.
You know what? I'm getting relegated.
Carson Wentz is going to be out for the season. He's having season-ending shoulder surgery on his non-throwing shoulder. He hurt it last Thursday night against the Chargers early in that game. He gutted it out. He got sacked 5 times. The Vikings are the 12th seed currently in the NFC. They will now go at 3-4 to Detroit to play the 5-2 Lions, who are coming off of a bye. And it appears that J.J. McCarthy will play for the first time since the high ankle sprain he suffered in week 2.
Andy, what really struck me about Thursday night, the Chargers-Vikings, was that the Vikings defense looks like they're broken. Looks like it's an excellent defense that I think it broke down because they were getting nothing on the other side of the ball. And that happens to these teams. And this is it was as recently as 3 and 4 weeks ago, we were talking about that risk with the Broncos. And the offense's response has made it clear, okay, you guys are up to the task of potentially making this a special season. The Vikings group was not able to do that, and it ultimately breaks the football team.
Yeah, you're right. And these defenses, we saw it in Denver. Super Bowl defense had fun the year they got to carry everybody. And by December, when they held Tom Brady to 150 yards or something to that effect at home, and they still lost the game
16-3, I believe.
They were never the same.
Yeah.
Minnesota's there, and it's been 2 years of weird quarterback play for them. They should have just held on. It's starting to look like you should have just held on to Sam Darnold.
Without a doubt. Yeah.
So,
without a doubt.
One too many gambles there at the quarterback position.
Injuries hit him, and it didn't work out for him. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Giants fell to 2-6. They lost big in Philly. They also lost big in the injury department. Cam Scatterbo dislocated his ankle. Looked like that thing was shattered. But I guess it was just a dislocation. But nonetheless, he had season-ending surgery last night. Today, Brian Dable was asked about the specifics with that injury and that surgery.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the particulars of Ryan, but all went well. He's recovering. And obviously he'll be missed. But he'll on the road to recovery.
That thing is nasty, and for a player his size, I just hope he's able to get back to,
I am amazed at Brian Dable's ability to not have collapsed from a brain aneurysm yesterday. That dude had 2 instances. On the second one, I was like, I don't know if I've ever seen an angrier face than what this guy has given us. So they had the strip on the tush push early in the game, and the refs claimed they blew the whistle, which was garbage.
Complete garbage.
Terrible call. But then the OPI on Darius Slayton that wiped out a touchdown, it was just some hand fighting, and Dable lost. Him putting that headset back on his head, the rage, I was waiting for steam to come out of his ears. It was intense. Now, let's listen to Kayvon Thibodeau after the game yesterday in the locker room talking to reporters about the whistle-dead tush-push play that erased a fumble recovery early on in a close game for the Giants.
What was their explanation to you, at least? Did you ask him?
He said they called the forward progress before he reached the ball out. So sounds like some bullshit to me, but
you didn't hear a whistle.
Oh, it cut off. The best part though,
his teammate
was right after that. His teammate being like, "They're gonna find you," and he was like, "Nope." Walk that back. The refs were great.
Great play. Yeah. Good call.
Yeah,
he was dead, right?
Yeah.
All right, breaking news. We got to break news inside the high five.
Break it.
According to the Twitter handle of Ian Rappaport, Broncos quarterback Patrick Surtain II, the reigning defensive player of the year, suffered a pec strain in the win over the Cowboys, per him and Tom Pelissero. He's considered week to week, and he could land on IR, but solid news.
Pec strain.
Remember, that's something Jeff Legwald told us that last hour.
Ow, my pec.
So, but if that's, I mean, again, IR is a 4-week stint, so let's hope that's not the solution.
Yeah, so that could be a 4-week stint on IR. So
now, help me out. Is it 4 weeks or 4 games? Like, could they do it now and technically, because they've got the bye week coming up, would the bye week count as a week and technically be a 3-week thing?
I have to admit my ignorance on
See,
that.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll have to text.
I do know.
AI says 4 games.
4 games. That's what AI said?
Yeah.
What the hell does Allen Iverson know?
Oh, Ricky Butler says.
Yeah.
So, I do know that if a quarterback is the scout team quarterback, he's not a full participant in practice. I do know that. John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta claim they didn't know that. The NFL's not going to like
all
that.
All the stuff going around.
On
that
a Friday.
Well, in the middle of all this gambling crap,
Andy, like
you're going to...
Number one, you're dead on about that because the injury reports exist for bettors, and they always have. That goes way back to before legal sports betting.
When you had to call the bookie.
Exactly. Like we know that. But also, like, John Harbaugh, you've been a head coach in the NFL for 1,000 years.
You know rules.
You know.
He's like Belichick. You knew rules other people didn't know existed, and then you used it to your advantage. But you're going to tell us you don't know how to do your injury report properly?
You can't feign ignorance on
Come
that one.
on.
Pec strain. Pec strain. All right, well, it's... So when you say shoulder injury, all right, it's not a broken collarbone.
Right.
So that's a little bit of good news right there. Not a broken bone. It's a pec strain. I mean, it's a strain is a tear, but it doesn't sound like it's the full tear. Remember when they described the Elvis Dumervil torn pec and said, I don't remember who it was, but they explained it as it's like a lampshade rolling up. Ugh.
That didn't happen. Look, what I took is...
It hung on, but it's torn. It's just not all the way torn.
What I think was good, and we'll give you another keyword here in a minute for your Rally House deal, but he was walking off, and I saw video. Someone to get video as he went to the locker room before the half, and he was raising it and rubbing it. I told you I had strained my shoulder being a fat guy in the ocean trying to paddleboard.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can tell you the way he was moving it, I was like, I wonder if he strained something the way that I did because it hurt to lift the arm, but he was at least moving it. So you would hope that's a good sign.
Circular motion.
Sure.
It probably also, I would imagine, once you get off the football field and get the pads off and the heartbeat slows down a little bit, that's when you're like,
even more pain.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that purple spot.
Hey, we're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday, giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House. This hour's keyword is Schoonmaker.
What?
Schoonmaker?
Is that the tight end from yesterday? Wasn't that it?
Schoonmaker.
Who? What?
I got to be honest. I had not read this copy before.
Damn it, Steve Nelson.
I got to this.
Is that a Steve Nelson deal?
SCHOON Maker. MAKER.
Yeah.
So text Schoonmaker.
Schoonmaker. What is going on?
Luke Schoonmaker, the backup tight end for the Cowboys.
I don't know you know a Schoonmaker. How about a Skywalker? I know a Luke Skywalker.
This is one who makes scoons. He's a maker of scoons.
Is that like a scone? Are they about the same?
I believe so. You dip it in the coffee and it's delightful. A nice scoon.
SCHOON maker.
A chocolate scoon. The people who make those. Anyway, this is your fault, Steve. Schoonmaker. Text Schoonmaker. SCHOONMAKER with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 as in tight end Luke Schoonmaker
of Dallas
of the Cowboys.
Why? You know what? And when you get your complaints tomorrow, text this number when Steve Nelson gets in and go, who the hell is Schoonmaker?
I think he had a catch yesterday.
Was Steve like, oh, these guys will find that funny? They're quirky fellas.
I think he had catch. No love for Brevin Spanford, by the way. Couldn't get him in there. Couldn't work in their fullback, Hunter Lipke. No, we had to go with Schoonmaker. Text
Schoonman. Come together with your hands.
Keep going. Keep doing it.
That's all I know. I didn't really like the song. Yeah, there you go. You can pick it up.
Schoonmaker.
See, you went Pearl Jam.
I did.
Can't sing. You would sing Nirvana in a Pearl Jam voice because of the genre.
I can't do Cornell. I have to go Vetter.
With the lights down, this was dangerous.
Black Horse Run. Anyway, Schoonmaker. With your first,
see what you did, Steve?
With your first and last name. You know what? If I know Steve Nelson, he's somewhere, and he's very proud of himself right now.
He's not listening.
303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. All right, we're going to get to highlights here in just a moment. We've gotten a little bit more reporting on the Surtain pec strain. So the initial report from Ian Rappaport was that he's considered week to week, could land on IR. IR means you're out for 4 games. But solid news, according to Rappaport. Now, Andy, is when we get the assorted insiders coming in with their various different sourcings on the story, because we're talking about the NFL Defensive Player of the Year suffering a significant injury, and now we're getting more information. Jordan Schultz. Wasn't it him and Rappaport were?
Yes.
They were.
That was the Starbucks coffee house incident at the Combine, I think.
They were they had Starbucks beef.
Yes.
It was somebody had made the wrong scoon, I think is what happened.
That right. He ordered a chocolate scoon and got nothing.
Broncos, this according to Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports, Patrick Surtain dealing with a pectoral injury, expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. So he's putting a timeline on it. What I think is interesting is the local dudes in their reporting, none of them are putting timeline on it, although several of them are citing the report from Jordan Schultz. So here's my this is a little bit of the inside baseball on all this, all right, Andy, is that the Broncos don't want a timeline out there because Sean Payton.
That's all you got to say,
yeah,
Sean Payton.
Because of Sean Payton. And I'm sure the PR staff is notably concerned about timeline reporting. So Schultz is the one that has put out the 4 to 6 week things. He could miss multiple weeks, according to Rappaport, which means IR is not a guarantee, but it is a possibility. Now, if they put him on IR, that means he's out for 4.
Yes.
That's the earliest you can return.
And
so
let me give you what the 4 would be.
All right.
Because I pulled the schedule up just out of curiosity. So obviously it'd be this weekend against Houston.
Yeah.
Then Vegas.
Yeah.
Then KC. The bye will slip in there. Then that's technically 4 weeks, but the 4th game would be the Washington Commanders. If he still needed another week after the Commanders, it's a Vegas game, but that would be 6 weeks of actual time.
Okay.
And then the Packers roll into town middle December. That, to me, is the game you absolutely got to get him back by.
So as of right now, you're looking at C.J. Stroud, Raiders, who cares?
Likely Geno Smith, at least this week, that game on Thursday.
Mahomes.
Yep. Probably Jaden Daniels,
And
although that injury seems weird.
By then, with the hamstring right now, it seems like by then he would be back.
You would think,
You would
unless
think?
he restrains it.
Sure.
And then you're looking at what could be Kenny Pickett for the Raiders by the first weekend of December.
But that's certainly, and again, Raiders, who cares? But that's three quarterbacks you don't want to face without your best corner. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
And it's just, Andy, like, to that point, you never want to face anybody without Patrick Surtain. He's the best cornerback in football. He's the best player on your defense. Now, you're loaded on your defense, but what Surtain does for you in letting you be such a man-heavy, blitz-happy team, you're going to lose some of that. You're going to have to play more zone. We talked about it before. This is a better zone team, but you lose some of how dynamic you are because now your man coverage is not to the level that it was. And how could it be? You're talking about taking away the best man coverage corner in football.
You're right, but here's some good news. We forgot to mention this earlier because I didn't really think much of it. I just thought it was a foregone conclusion. But the NFL has officially listed the suspension of Dre Greenlaw. He's back in the facility as of tomorrow
That
or
is
whatever
good.
the day off's over. So Dre Greenlaw could help you with some coverage stuff with the tight ends. And look, Jahdae Barron, this is why you drafted Jahdae Barron. Okay, now you maybe put Jahdae Barron back in the mix and a couple other deals. You maybe Jaquan McMillan. Although, look, I loved what Chris Abrams-Drain did.
I was going to say,
I would keep him out there.
Here's the question, though, and this is what this coaching staff is going to have to determine is, are they better off playing Moss and Abrams-Drain at the outside, keep Jaquan McMillan at his inside role, and then you're not overexposing a rookie corner in Jahdae Barron. He continues to kind of have his dime backer sort of role that he has on this team.
And Greenlaw helps you with tight ends.
Without a doubt, and it keeps it generally keeps your coverage where it needs to be. It's kind of that idea. It's like an NBA, think of it like a basketball lineup. Like, do you automatically just want to bump up the first reserve into the starting lineup, or do you want to keep your second unit as is and then move somebody else up, in which case that would be Abrams-Drain playing on the outside. Now, Chris Abrams-Drain, number one, I thought he played well when he was out there yesterday.
Right.
I think he's a good player. I think he played well in the preseason. I think he was impressive all throughout training camp. I think he is a guy that has a future as an NFL corner. Now, he's not Patrick Surtain, but nobody on the planet is. So, again, you put, and based on what we saw from one game, you put Abrams-Drain on the outside and essentially keep Barron in the role that he's in.
The other thing I'd like to point out to everybody is they went to halftime, and remember, Surtain did not play the second half. Okay? He went into the locker room, never came out after the second half. They scored a touchdown in each quarter in the second half. So
that's it.
They only put up 4 more points without Surtain than they did with Surtain, and that was with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb.
And one of them was Joe Milton in garbage time. Who cares?
Exactly. Good call.
Yeah. And that's Broncos were up 3 scores and foot off the gas, and who cares?
This is why when everybody was asking, why do you draft corners in the first, and I get it. I'm not knocking the question. But in today's NFL, depth in your secondary is so important.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got it. So let's hope no more gets tested. But, this is why you take a first-round pick and take the top cover corner off the board outside of Travis Hunter.
So that's my guess, Andy, is right now my hypothesis is Abrams-Drain starts next week. And they just generally stay with the same rotation. You're a little bit more thin, but to your point, this is why you have the depth that you have.
And you know what? You've got the ability to rush the passer. And look, you're right. Here's what I was looking at. It is interesting that you looked at it different than I did. You make a great point about the quarterbacks, but I started thinking about top receivers. Kansas City doesn't exactly. Now, we'll see. And maybe by that point, who'd they just get back? Rashee Rice. Maybe he's up and running, and
2
they're
touchdowns
really humming.
last
we'll
week.
see what it looks like tonight. So Kansas City could be tough, but hopefully that's, again, where you get a Jahdae Barron to mix in to help, and you can bracket some guys, and Greenlaw goes ahead and takes the Kelsey assignment, and that helps you out. I mean, again, Nico Collins did not play yesterday. He did not. And that 49ers defense is starting to get depleted by injury as well.
Yeah, out with a concussion for Houston.
And, look, the Raiders are the Raiders.
Right.
Brock Bowers he's still dealing with an injury. So their top pass-catching target's gone. Now, they went and got Tyler Lockett today, who was a free agent after getting released by Tennessee. And I don't know if Geno and Lockett are going to find some Seattle magic again, but I wouldn't,
Look, man, I think the Broncos are as well
equipped,
set up for this as they can be, given the depth at the position.
But it's the guy you didn't want to lose.
We're talking about the literal defensive player of the year. We're talking about the best corner in the game. We're talking about the single most impactful player on your defense. That it changes a couple of things. Okay, like your likelihood of being able to get coverage sacks goes away a little bit. Because again, you're taking away a player that is that friggin' special. I think the Broncos are well equipped for this. The idea here is you just got to survive the 4 to 6 weeks that Surtain is going to be out. Again, the breaking news: pec strain for Patrick Surtain. He will be out. According to Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports, they expect the timeline to be 4 to 6 weeks. We don't know what the IR designation is going to be. That we will get in the next couple of days.
And if they do like they've done things in the past, they'll probably do it end of the week. Who knows? Unless they feel like they need to get a guy up and get him in there and whatever.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Get the lineup up and ready to rock. Who is let me look at right now, who's the fifth corner or sixth corner?
It's a great question because remember they let go of Terrence, the other guy wearing 27. He got cut.
Yeah.
Didn't they have a corner that was bouncing around? Like Carolina picked him up and then they released him too. I can't remember. Yeah, it was the it was the veteran defensive back. It doesn't matter. I don't know who it is currently. I don't know who's next man up. I mean, maybe you move PJ Locke in there and go with a 3 safety look.
They have on the practice squad, they have got Reese Taylor.
Okay.
And
I kind of remember the name.
And Jaden Robinson.
Don't remember that one. I feel like Robinson might have been a recent signing.
He was a college free agent this year.
Wasn't Reese Taylor a guy we might have noticed a time or two in the preseason?
Corner out of Purdue.
Don't they also have Devon Key still, or did he get let go?
No, he's still on the team. He's a safety by trade.
But again, maybe you add an extra safety to go over the top. I don't know. But bottom line is they got some options.
Yeah.
Here's the big thing. Let's hope you need Moss and Abrams Drain to stay healthy now. Hey, maybe Moss will quit getting picked on. I don't know. Maybe you'll see a few less targets now.
Your keyword is Schoonmaker.
Spell it again for the folks.
SCHOONMAKER. Schoonmaker. Text Schoonmaker to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, as in Cowboys backup tight end Luke Schoonmaker.
Who is actually, I think, more noticeable than Ferguson yesterday. Who would have thought?
Yeah, Schoonmaker, Andy had. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to put him down before. He had 2 catches.
Two
catches for 25 yards.
Awesome.
Schoonmaker. Luke Schoonmaker. So text Schoonmaker to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, SCHOONMAKER, and you are entered to win a $150 Rally House gift card. It's a Rally House Victory Monday. We're reacting to the Patrick Surtain injury news right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Schoonmaker, Andy. Schoonmaker.
That's right. We've already sang we won't do it again.
Luke Schoonmaker. A Schoonmaker is a sailboat. Where did Luke Schoonmaker play his college football, Andy?
Don't know.
Yeah. Thanks, Jared. I don't know either.
We were looking for Michigan.
Oh, really?
He attended Michigan.
It was a big school. What do you know?
It's a Big Ten school too.
Yeah.
He would have played for Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
There at Michigan, old Schoonmaker.
He's a good player.
You didn't take him, Jim.
Stopped right by. Good job, Jim. So there you go, everybody. Schoonmaker, 303-504-0925. Text it in along with your first and last name, and you were entered to win. Surtain injury news, 4 to 6 weeks. Let's take a break. Let's come back. Let's continue to talk about this injury. And again, like we talked about the secondary, what about up front? Who has to step up? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, congratulations to Pine Creek's Kylie Croyle. She is our Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Kylie's passion, and their passion is justice. Also, Andy, did you happen to see Mountain Vista? Big flag football state championship. Back-to-back state titles for the Mountain Vista flag football team. Well done.
Congrats to the Vista crew.
Yeah.
I coached over there.
Very, very cool that they were able to get that done. Man, it was a good high school football weekend. Playoffs are going to be fun this year. Make sure you're staying on top of all that stuff. In the meantime, we're staying on top of the Patrick Surtain injury news. Strained pectoral, Andy. Strained pectoral. He is expected to be a candidate to be placed on injured reserve. I love Scoopsters, man. Don't you love the language that they have to use to
Gotta cover every base?
You have to maintain plausible deniability. A candidate to be placed on injured reserve.
That would tell me, because here's the thing you can't do. If it is 4 to 6 weeks,
yeah.
And again, folks, we want to remind you, it's 4 games. So, because technically in the next 4 weeks, they have 3 games and then their bye week. So,
in a sense, think about that, Andy, is you do get kind of like a free week on IR.
Sure.
Because 4 to 6, hey, 5 is right in the happy place.
I would go ahead and put them on if you think this is what's going to happen, just so you can get somebody up. But, now again, you pointed out, I got to go back and look at it again. Who would be the game right after the bye week? Let me go and refresh my memory. It's the Commanders. So if you think he's going to be good to go against a very physical Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin for that game, the end of November, then you keep him off the IR. That's a Sunday nighter, too. I'm sure NBC's saying, hey, why don't you keep him off IR? I'd probably put him on IR just to be safe. You don't want this turning into something worse than it already is.
No. No. This...
Again, as Ian Rappaport put it, a strain is so much better than a tear for what you described for Elvis Doomerville.
If it was a torn pectoral, he's done for the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you don't want to mess around with this.
So a pectoral strain is, again, you're talking about 4 to 6 weeks. Hopefully he's able to return and you get him back for the stretch run right here. But also this puts a serious hamper on what your defense is.
It is.
Now here's the good news, okay? You have you lead the NFL in sacks. They were talking about it yesterday on the telecast. You're chasing the 84 Bears for the most sacks in NFL history. This defense can absolutely still do that. Now, is that number going to take a little bit of a knock? Yeah, probably, because you're probably going to have fewer coverage sack possibilities now, which those things kind of help booster those numbers a little bit. But in general, your cornerback depth is pretty good. Let's put it this way. Even losing Patrick Surtain, you're not going to look like the Cowboys secondary did yesterday.
No, you didn't. But you also don't want to get so far down your depth chart like they were that nobody can even cover the receivers that are out there. I would also say this. This is where it's very important that yesterday is the first day of the evolution of the Broncos offense. You need to continue to get first downs. I'm not saying you got to go out there and put 40 whatever on what'd they do yesterday, 44?
44.
You don't need to do that every week. But you need to put up first downs. You're going to have to get back to some actual complementary football. You can't be MIA for 3/4 of a game and think you're going to all of a sudden go and pull this off. You need to help your defense out and not let other teams' offenses get extended cracks at that unit because you can't pick up first downs and eat some game clock. So.
Nuggets and Timberwolves tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Peacock game tonight.
Peacock, you better have it.
Peacock. Watch the game on Peacock this evening or listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the great Jason Kosmiski on the call. No Anthony Edwards.
Nope, he's out. He hurt himself yesterday.
For Minnesota. By the way, Timberwolves, Pelicans at home, Friday at Blazers with interim head coach Tiago Splitter. Chauncey Billups not coaching right now. What did the Nuggets do this week, Andy? Give me the record.
3-0, baby.
I like it. I like it. This is a good opportunity.
It's got to start with tonight. Look, you got to go get this one tonight. This team has smacked you around, this team being the Minnesota Timberwolves.
You got to beat these dudes.
It's time to let them know, we went and got these guys to stop this crap.
I want this. I want to see a more aggressive Nikola Jokic tonight. He took 8 shots the other night. I just want to see him kind of forcing the issue a little bit more offensively tonight to open things up for the shooters on the outside. That's I think you kind of have to do that against these guys. Now, maybe coming up here on Wednesday and Friday, Joker can go back to his, kind of casually finding his way into the offense. He's still dictating everything, but at least find his way into the shot-taking part of the offense. Tonight, though, I think he's got to be aggressive. Go and get Rudy, go and get Naz Reid and Julius Randle. Play with some physicality and aggressiveness tonight. Open things up for your shooters, and I think the Nuggets should be able to get this one without Anthony Edwards tonight. By the way, Timberwolves are on the second night of a back-to-back as well because they played last night against Indiana.
Had Ant played, would we have seen some Cam Johnson minutes on him?
Well, I think so, yeah. I think it'd mostly be a Christian Brown assignment, but I think Cam Johnson probably would have gotten some of that assignment
Cam's still
as well.
trying to find the three, but I've liked the defensive side of things at times. So.
I've been really, really happy with Cam Johnson so far, and you're right about that. Like the shot's not necessarily falling, but that's probably going to take a little bit of time. Game 3 of the World Series as it moves to Dodger Stadium tonight. Max Scherzer and Tyler Glasnow is the matchup there this evening. Boy,
Scherzer's a Blue Jay?
He sure is.
I completely lost where he was hanging out.
Well, he's got one blue eye, and he is a Blue Jay.
Yeah.
But yeah, Max Scherzer going tonight. Mad Max is he's had a spicy off postseason thus far. Really, like what this World Series comes down to is like, did you get to the Dodgers bullpen? You won. Did you not? You lost. That's been the story of this World Series so far.
I couldn't believe the score the other night. You had it pulled up as we were calling football.
Well, they scored 9.